Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
It was a really tough qualifying. You know, I got myself into a good position with not so many people around, and I was doing, after the first lap, when I got my position sorted out, I was just doing quick laps, quick laps, quick laps. And on the final lap was when I did my best lap. But I want to thank my mechanic, the whole KR team, Dino Chiesa, Tom Joyner. I also want to thank my mom, my dad, Flavio, all my sponsors, and everybody that's helped me achieve this. I feel very confident for tomorrow because we've been up in the top 3, top 5 in all the practice sessions. So I was confident going into qualifying. After this good of a qualifying, quite confident into going in tomorrow. And hopefully we can make tomorrow as good as today and we can start pole for the final.
So it's been really good quali, especially for me because I'm fighting for the championship with my teammate. We prepare the package in practice for the quali. All was working very well. I did my best and I got quali. I'm really happy for that. No, we see that the package was better on the pace than with new tires, so it looks good for tomorrow, but it's still a long way to go until Sunday. No, I think I can win the championship and I will work hard as possible, and yeah, we'll do the best for winning.
Hello everybody and welcome. It's the big moment that OK and Junior Racing fans have been waiting for. The season finale of the 2020 FIA Karting European Championships. And boy oh boy, are you in for a show today. Plenty of heats to take us through the action and crown us a 2020 champion. And this is definitely going to give us plenty of thrills and spills along the way. So many great names in the direct drive version of the European Championship have come through to win massive titles. And this is an opportunity for 2 drivers to join that elusive list. It is an absolutely incredible race program that we have today. Plenty of heats in both the junior and senior categories. And now it is time to see who is going to join the long Hall of Fame list for competitors that have got us to this point. Lewis Hamilton, Baz Lammers, Marco Ardigo, James Collado, Kevin Estra, Flavio Campaneschi, Will Stevens, Jordan Chamberlain, Ben Barnicoat, Max Verstappen, Callum Eilert, Pedro Hiltbrand, Hannes Janka, and Lorenzo Travasanuto, to name just a few of the European champions in the last 20 years. And now in 2020, we have another great contest ahead of us to decide who is going to claim that crown. In the junior category, there have been many similar racers to have become a European champion at junior level. The likes of Sebastian Vettel, Sebastian Buemi, Jack Harvey, Nick de Vries, Alex Albon, George Russell, and Lando Norris. And then, of course, in recent years, the likes of Johnny Edgar, Paul Aron, and Marcus Amand, who have gone on to massive success in various different forms of karting and motorsport in general. And we are here to do it all again here at Wackersdorf to crown 2 more European champions. Jake Sanson here with you for an incredible day's action. And we're getting straight onto it with the first heat of the day, qualifying heat B versus D in OK Junior. And it's the American who leads the championship, Yugo Chukwu, who leads us out from pole position with Brando Badua in second place alongside. Two Brits, Aidan Neate and Sonny Smith on the second row from Karol Pasovic and Tuukka Tarpanen. Joel Bergstrom alongside Igor Sepil, Josh Erfen alongside Herolin Nerodini, Keanu Blum and Aaron Roshepi from Marcus Lutzio and Freddie Slater, Emo Fittipaldi and Maxime Ferron-Castellin, Jan Puchoy and Augustin Bernier from Oscar Wurz and Lucas Samalisto, Ivan Dominguez and Marius Christiansen, Nathan Schaap, Francisco Soldavini and Adam Kowalski. 25 drivers, obviously in the qualifying heats. They roll the start around, and of course, they are 9 laps of racing, and every race from here on in now counts towards the bid for the qualifying positions. Only 36 drivers can make it through to the final, and there are way more than that in both junior and senior classes. So every race counts. You've got to make sure you get yourself into a decent position. The lower you finish, as in 1, 2, 3 or 4 in the rankings, the lower the points you score. So it's important to make sure you stay solid, strong and fast throughout. Let's see if we get a clean start straight away. We do! And it's a great race start from Yugo Chukwu, who cuts straight across on Brando Badua into the inside line. A great start from Aidan Neate. He blasts through and takes the lead immediately as they come into the hairpin for the first time. Chukwu is squeezed wide, and there comes his teammate. That is a great start too from the fast starting Karol Pasovic. The pole has come into second position. So Aidan Neate leads, Pasovic second, and into third position. That is the very fast starting Sonny Smith. And Ugo Chukwu is now down to fourth position. So the field works its way through on the first lap. Looks as if we're A-OK. No yellow flags in the first sector. And there goes Sonny Smith on the inside of Pasovic. He gets into second place. Now he's starting to protect his inside line as Ugo Chukwu tries to get the switchback move. Yellow flags further back. We've got one of the VDKs in trouble at the hairpin into the third sector. So one of the VDKs has gone. That's Augustin Bernier. So Bernier has gone on the first lap of the first heat. And he is pretty adamant about it, that it's not his fault from his point of view. Ugo Chukwu now into third position, now in a second, as he gets past first Pasovic and then Sonny Smith. Brando Badua now lining up in fifth position as he tries to come up into the order as well. And in sixth place there is the wild card, Joel Bergstrom. Cracking start then in the first lap here at Wackersdorf. Drivers trying to settle into a bit of a rhythm. There is the Forza Racing driver, one of the many wild cards this weekend. Joel Bergstrom, the Swedish driver, he's trying to get himself up the order, and a run wide from Pasovic. Pasovic has drifted wide, and it's cost him several places, and it looks as though round the outside comes Keanu Blum. So Keanu Blum is trying to get through the Austrian. He has to file in behind Freddie Slater in the end. So as they come through the end of the first lap, Aidan Neate leads the way, and he's got an advantage over Ugo Chukwu and Sonny Smith. Then Badua, Bergstrom, Erfen, Tarpanen up to 7th, and then it's Pasovic and Slater. This is a crucial race for both Ugo Chukwu and Tuukka Tarpanen, the first 2 drivers in the Junior Championship rankings. They are 1 and 2, with Arvid Lindblad of Great Britain trying to catch them this weekend. But Aidan Neate is currently leading this heat, the Tony Kart youngster from Great Britain, doing a fantastic job. Ugo Chukwu in second place, third is Smith, then Badua, Bergstrom, Erfen, Tarpanen, Pasovic, Slater and Keanu Blum, with Aaron Roshepi, in 11th place now, having made his way past Herolin Nerodini, another wild card this weekend, the German, who is doing a great job for SFR Motorsport, one of the many SFR Motorsport drivers here this weekend for their debut and for the team's maiden voyage in FIA Karting. Out of the final turn, an absolutely fabulous run through the final corner. Great to see so many of these static cameras low down, giving us a massive view of the speed and the velocity of these karts in particular. Up the inside, that's a nice move there. In behind the SFR, that is Nerodini getting his move, I think, on... that's Marcus Lutzio, I should say, getting his move on Igor Sepil, I do believe. But Ugo Chukwu, now that he's back at a second place, is setting off after Aidan Neate once more. 3 laps down, 6 to go, and the championship leader has got Aidan Neate in his sights. But Aidan has had a very difficult season up until this point. Here at Wackersdorf, though, they really have hit a sweet spot. He and his driver coach, Callan O'Keefe, have been working very hard indeed on his form, and he certainly seems to have nailed it here at Wackersdorf. But that does not mean that Ugo Chukwu is going to concede a victory. He doesn't have to. Don't forget that it's 0 points on the board if you get a win. 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And it's like a golf scorecard. Whoever has the lowest points after the qualifying heats aggregate is the one who starts the final from pole position and also scores 10 championship points. So Aidan Neate would dearly love to do that, but Ugo Chukwu would love to even more, because it would extend his lead in the championship coming into one of the most competitive finals in the season. And this title fight isn't won yet, because Tuukka Tarponen, his main title rival, is 7th in this heat, but has plenty of opportunities to move his way further forward in the rankings. A great battle in the midfield as you've got the likes of Lucio and Keanu Blum battling away with Helena Nilodini. And the wildcards are really having a good race. Now Ugo Chukwu closes in on Aidan Neate once again. 4 laps remain in this one heat. Sonny Smith sets the fastest lap of the race with Brandon Badua in tow. And Karol Pazovic now sets a new fastest lap. So the pole comes through. No major concerns for him. But Ugo Chukwu lining himself up nicely there in second position. The Sauber Karting satellite squad within the Kart Republic awning. He's the new recruit this year. He's only been there for one weekend. He joined them and wore Sauber colours, having been in Kart Republic white and orange prior to that. He only managed to get into the Sauber graphics of his kart last time out at Sarno, and here he is at Wackersdorf trying to get himself a European title. It makes sense from Ugo Chukwu's point of view here to just sit in behind Aidan Neate and pull away. He does not want to let the likes of Smith, Badua and Bergstrom get close enough to him to challenge. So I have a feeling that Ugo Chukwu is going to play the long game here. He's going to try and get away with Aidan Neate. 3 laps to go. He may, however, want to go for an overtaking move. He goes for it on the inside line of the hairpin, and the American is through into the lead. Aidan Neate slots right back into second place behind him. So this is the perfect start to the weekend for Ugo Chukwu. He had a frustrating 2019. Everything's been coming up daisies for him in 2020. And so far, so good. And that move from Ugo Chukwu has edged Aidan Neate back a couple of kart lengths into the path, potentially, of the Pantano of Sonny Smith. So Sonny Smith is working hard here in third position. Brandon Badua going well for the Settlar Racing satellite squad within the Kart Republic awning as well. And in fifth place, it's the Forza of the wildcard Joel Bergstrom, going well in the top 6. Always really good to see when wildcards come up to the rankings and put on a good show. Ugo Chukwu pulling out well here from Aidan Neate, but still Smith and Badua are a factor. This is going to be a fascinating race for them. 2 laps to go. And Ugo Chukwu doesn't need to panic here. He just needs to get this race finished off in style as he runs there in front of Aidan Neate. But Sonny Smith feels there might be more in the can than a third place finish. So Aidan Neate just following in second place. Not a bad start to his weekend by any stretch. And he's looking pretty strong here. Ugo Chukwu, though, is on a mission to win the European Championship. And the best way to do that is to start in winning fashion. But it doesn't mean he's going to dominate. You can see that he's only got a couple of kart lengths on Neate, and Neate has actually got a little bit more pace now in the latter part of the race. He's actually starting to gain a little bit of ground in the third sector. So Aidan Neate, who has nothing to lose here, may want to try something and grab a position away. He's faster than Ugo Chukwu in the third sector. What if he pounces on the American on the last lap? It could change everything on this final lap. But for Tuukka Tarponen, he is down in 8th place, so Ugo Chukwu does not need to panic at this phase. He just needs to keep himself together. And Tuukka Tarponen is really scratching his head in terms of where do I find the pace. My teammates have got a lot more pace. Aidan Neate, Harley Keeble and Karol Pazovic have been quicker than him most of the weekend. So Ugo Chukwu is in comfortable mode at the moment as he leads the race and into the final couple of corners of the lap. He is sensible and safe in the lead. Aidan Neate in a fine second, Sonny Smith in a brilliant third. So this is how it's going to end for the first heat as Ugo Chukwu, the American, comes out of the final turn and takes his first heat win of the weekend. A brilliant result. What a finish there as Pazovic manages to pounce on Bergstrom out of the final turn. A good run from the pole. And Josh Erfan has to concede 7th place in the mix of all that as well. With Tuukka Tarponen, Freddie Slater and Aaron Reshepi rounding out the top 10. Just the 2 retirements, Augustin Bernier and Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese. But Ugo Chukwu starts his weekend the way he wanted to with a race victory. A brilliant effort from Aidan Neate, though. His best result of the season in 2nd place, and Sonny Smith a fabulous 3rd position. So a really good performance up at the front end of this first heat. So Ugo Chukwu from Aidan Neate and Sonny Smith, Brandon Badua and Karol Pazovic, then Joel Bergstrom and Koska Nerfen, Tuukka Tarponen and Freddie Slater. Aaron Reshepi rounds out the top 10 in front of Helena Nilodini and Marcus Lucio. Then it is Maxime Furon-Castellan in front of Igor Sabil and Keanu Blum. Emo Fittipaldi and Marius Christiansen from Francisco Salavini and Oscar Wurtz. Jan Puchoy and Nathan Schaap from Lucas Samalisto and Adam Kowalski. And then the 2 retirements are Ivan Dominguez and Augustin Bernier. Fabulous start to racing, and the drivers all compressing in on the pit lane. Careful, guys. You've got to make sure that you come in nice and serenely. There doesn't need to be too many issues. But an absolutely fabulous run thus far from the junior drivers in the first OK Junior qualifying heat for Groups B versus D. You can see the drivers lining up and getting ready for their next heat. It's going to be Dion Gouda and Harley Keeble on the front row for the next one. A lot of sporting gestures between the drivers as they prepare for action as well. So a fabulous start to proceedings here at Wackersdorf. And of course, as we mentioned, there are 2 European Championships up for grabs here this weekend. The junior title and the senior title, of course, as well for the OK drivers. So there's a lot of pressure on the young shoulders of the junior drivers here this weekend, particularly the top 3 drivers in the title fight. 2 of them we saw out on the circuit in that previous heat. Namely, of course, Ugo Ugachukwu and Tuka Tarpanen. The third man in the equation is Arvid Lindblad, the British driver. And you'll see him out again in the next heat, not this one that is about to start, but the one after that. It's an absolutely fascinating battle. Let's take a look back over the best bits from the opening heat of the weekend here at Wackersdorf. So this start is crucial, and look, Ugachukwu's pulled across to sort out Padua, but Aiden Neat has got the initiative on the inside line and has dived through, coaxed the car through on the inside line. A bit of a run wide there from Igor Sapil, and once you get onto those marbles, that's it. The kart is travelling wide. He was lucky to recover there, to be honest. And thanks to Aiden Neat squeezing Ugachukwu out, it gives Karol Pazovic the ammunition to get into second. Sonny Smith gets up into third. And then behind Brando Badua, you've got a nice little shuffle as Bergstrom feels he's got a bit of an opportunity on Badua, but everybody dives for that inside line. They want to hold on to the position nice and neatly there through the first couple of corners of the lap. But Neat and Pazovic really did put on a stunning start there, and it helps them no end to move their way further forward. So the battles have obviously been very competitive there as the races come through on this opening tour. This camera, I absolutely adore it this weekend. It really does give you a proper semblance of the true velocity and the speed of the karts around the lap. Now, Sonny Smith obviously decided he wanted to get in there and get stuck in nice and early. That's a very solid move on Pazovic. I'm not entirely sure the pole even expected him to come up the inside there. But Smith is now into second place at this point and wanting to protect his line. And this is essentially what puts him in the top 3. Now, watch Ugachukwu. He's seen a frustrated Pazovic get boxed in. And that's where the American makes his bid to come through. And you just about pick it up on the inside line. Look, he's got him before they even turn into the corner. So Ugachukwu has it on momentum, holds that third position line. Sapil's getting himself stuck in there with the likes of Marcus Luzio. So as they battle in position, there's already a couple of drivers out of position by this point. And this is Karol Pazovic getting wide. He's lucky there because both Tuka Tarpanen and Keanu Blum are taking him on. And that's how Tarpanen essentially gets himself into a decent position. He was fortunate there. Pazovic's mistake actually costs the pole big time. Freddie Slater even gesturing to Pazovic, come on, we need to get after the guys up front now because your mistake has really held us up. And this is Ugachukwu thinking about it, times it right, nails it on the inside line there from Aiden Neat. And Aiden does the right thing. He lets him go and slots right back in behind him. So there's a genuinely good chance here for the Brit to make his mark as they come through. It's a fairly humdrum heat, but you don't want too much chaos to start the day. You want to get yourself into a decent position and run the rhythm of the race quite serenely. You don't want any dramas. The only 2 drivers with real dramas to start things off with are Augustin Bernier, who went off on the first lap. We didn't see it, unfortunately. It was out of the side of the cameras, but I could see it out of my commentary box window. And Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese driver, involved in an incident elsewhere. Either that or a mechanical malady of some kind. And the recovery truck has been put back into its reset position off to my right. So I don't think it's too dramatic a situation. Just a devastating one for the Portuguese. You never want to start your weekend down the order. So a good start, though, for Ugo Ugachukwu. And the pressure is always on the championship leader in this season finale to allow cracks to show in the stronghold of the armour. And Ugachukwu certainly a bold start and running very efficiently from the grid. So the young man doing a fantastic job at the front end of the field. And it does seem to be the time coming for the Americans in the world of the FIA Karting Championship. It's been a few years since Logan Sargent came in and showed everybody what he could do. And now There are several Americans doing a fine job in the FIA Karting, 2 of them leading championships, of course, as Yugo Ugachukwu comes here leading the European Championship and very well poised to clinch it. And a similar story for the other American in the junior field this weekend, Connor Zilic, the young man from North Carolina. He's coming up in the next heat. So the Star Spangled Banner certainly doing a great job thus far here at Wackersdorf, as it's a clean victory to open the day for Yugo Ugachukwu. So now you can see the drivers getting themselves ready for the upcoming heat. But obviously, it's not just a normal day at the races. There is a championship on the line. And it's obviously very exciting to see the drivers battling away for position. The top 3 drivers over the course of the point standings this weekend. We have Yugo Ugachukwu of the United States, Tuukka Tarpanen of Finland, both of whom have already had their first race. And the third man in the equation is Arvid Lindblad of Great Britain. He'll be out in the heat after this one. But it's a very competitive grid of drivers that will line up on the starting grid for this next heat, with the OK Junior drivers very ready and determined to focus on what will happen. It's going to be Dion Gauda, the young Singaporean, who will start from pole position. And he's been very strong all season in his maiden campaign with the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. And he has another great chance here from pole position for the heat. Harley Keeble, though, has been a lightning bolt all weekend here in the Tony Kart. He was fast in 2 of the 3 free practice sessions yesterday, fastest, in fact, of those groups. So he has a great chance to continue that speed into today. From Peru, it is Rafael Modenese who lines up in 3rd position, ever making progress within the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team and doing a grand job as he continues that mode as he comes up the order. And this time, he looks like he's got raw pace right from the start. So that is good news from his point of view. Alongside him on the grid is the Belgian Ian Eijkmans, the very competitive racer for the Cosmic Racing department. And he is doing an absolutely sensational job from the 2nd row of the grid. Ariel Elkin is 5th on the grid, the young Israeli for VDK Racing. And he's done a fantastic job in the last couple of weekends as well. Not just racing in OK Junior, but also racing for his country in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. He's had some really good performances of late. Alongside him on the grid from Great Britain, it is Will McIntyre and another of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team's karts, the team that only 6 days ago claimed its first FIA Karting title at its first attempt because it won the European Championship in KZ2. So that's 1 gearbox title to its name. They're not going to take an OK title in the European campaign, but they could still do so at the Worlds with drivers like Will McIntyre and Rafael Modenese in the awning. You never know. On the 4th row of the grid, Alfio Spina, the Italian who moved to the Tony Kart team mid-season and is definitely looking very strong there. He certainly seems to have settled in very well. Alongside him on the grid, the Frenchman Evan Gilter, who for the majority of this season at Tony Kart has been the Lone Ranger because many of his teammates have not really been able to get out of their respective territories to assist him. So it's been a difficult challenge for Evan Gilter, but he has been solid and fast everywhere, be it in Zuera, be it in Sarno, and here in Wackersdorf. So he's another driver to watch out for. He's always a factor and usually in the top 5 on pure lap time pace. Alexei Yaleva, 9th on the starting grid. The young Finn making massive waves this season and his developmental curve is very strong. And he is up in the top 10 in every single heat he starts this weekend. So that's going to be great for the Finn. Alongside him on the grid, the Belgian, Douwe de Decker. Another man who's making great progress and rising up through the field very strong. So another driver to watch out for. 11th on the grid, we've already spoken of him, is the American Connor Zilic, who currently leads the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the United States of America as well. But he is here racing for the Ward Racing team. And he and Team Felon, who are battling away for the victories everywhere they go, looking for another one here this weekend. And only 6 days ago, he tasted victory at Karting Genk in Belgium. So Connor Zilic knows how to get the job done when the opportunities arise. Alongside him on the grid on row 6, it is the Italian Giovanni Trentin of the Paralin Racing team. Another man who's lightning fast over 1 lap. And just got caught out in qualifying a little bit yesterday, but he has more than enough racecraft to salvage a decent result as he flies his way back up through the field. It's welcome back to the FIA Karting paddock for the man 13th on the grid. From Singapore, it is Christian Ho of the Sauber Karting team. It's been such a disappointment not to have him back with us in the first half of the season. He was such a star in last year's campaign, including, of course, taking pole position here when he represented Singapore in last year's FIA Karting Academy Trophy. So he knows how to go round here quickly. But he's had a lot of time missed due to not being able to get out of the country. But fortunately, he is here. and it is great to see him back in the paddock. It's a welcome return. Alongside him, it is the Filipino star Zachary David, who again has been making the rafters rock back home in the Philippines with some fantastic performances here in the FIA Karting paddock, be it in the Academy Trophy or in OK Junior. He's been very strong everywhere. 15th on the grid. Not as impressive here as he has been in the heat hazes of Sarno and Zuera, but still very fast, is the Bulgarian lion himself, Nikola Tsolov. 15th on the grid for the DPK racing team in the Fernando Alonso racing colours, and he is there in 15th on the starting grid for this heat. Alongside him is the Frenchman for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, that is Edgar Anpiligov, aboard his Cosmic chassis. Always very consistent and quite metronomic with his lap times. He could do with a decent result to round off his maiden European campaign. Next up, it is the Brazilian Antonio Leite in 17th position, who races under a French license these days. He races there quite frequently, and of course he is racing for the VDK racing team in 2020. Alongside him, it is the Finnish driver for the Koski Motorsport team, that is Nico Lemberg. He lines up on the outside of the 9th row. 19th, it is the young man from Belgium, Tom Breiken, who scored a pole position on home soil about 7 days ago in time qualifying in the Karting Academy Trophy. So he is very rapid and very quick. And he and the team that he races with, of course, here in the FIA Karting European Championship of OK Junior are ready for him to put on a bit of a show. It's a very different operation, a satellite operation, essentially, for him aboard his Kart Republic chassis, but he definitely knows everything there is to know about getting this SP Motorsport operation set up to his liking. So he should be one to keep an eye on. Louis Binder is the leading wild card in this particular heat. He lines up in 20th on the grid for this one, the German aboard his Sodi kart in the number 493. 21st on the grid, it is the Spanish driver Nacho Tuñón of the DPK racing team. He lines up 21st on the grid on the inside of row 11 after a tricky qualifying session. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Danish driver Magnus Tekildsen, and he is looking forward to a strong weekend aboard his Kart Republic chassis. We'll see what he can do from 22nd on the grid and the 11th row for each heat. 23rd on the grid, it is the high-ranked American Brent Cruz, who is making his FIA karting debut this weekend, having raced in a multitude of different categories, not just in the United States, but also in Europe as well. And Brent Cruz is definitely a top contender to watch for. Still finding his feet in FIA karting and OK Junior, but it's going to be a mountain he is sure to climb, provided he keeps on with the development track he is on. Simka Siverdas is in 24th position on the grid. The Ward Racing driver from Lithuania in the number 276 continues his development in FIA karting as he runs on the outside of the 12th row. And rounding out the grid and trying to fight back after failing to get a qualifying lap in yesterday, the Frenchman Alessandro Gusti of the VDK racing team will line up in 25th on the starting grid. And he is not going to be staying at the back for long if his free practice times are anything to go by. He should be storming his way through to make up lots of overtaking places as the races continue today. So the drivers are getting us ready for another thrilling battle, and we're going to see some terrific driving from these competitors as they all bear up under the strain. Obviously, we're going to see some very competitive racing from the drivers so far. If you are watching along via our Facebook stream, you can drop a message or two. And if you're watching along via YouTube, hello and welcome to you. And of course, wherever you are watching from around the world, the fan base is already incredibly partisan for the FIA Karting Championships, and it's great to have you with us. You're going to have so much entertainment and drama to watch over the course of positions. So we're going to see some great action from both the junior and senior categories, but there is plenty to come here today. So the junior drivers just getting themselves ready. It's a shorter circuit than they have been used to over the course of the first 2 weekends, and cooler temperatures as well. It changes everything. I've been speaking to a few teams who are basically, I asked them how the preparations are going for the weekend, and they said it's literally like going from daytime to nighttime in terms of setup, because they've had 2 weekends in blistering heat of Zuera in Spain and Sarno in southern Italy. And obviously it's been very hot and very sticky in terms of the weather conditions there. Track temperatures have been incredibly high. Here, it couldn't be more different. At Wackersdorf, they've had a little bit of mist and fog this morning. The air temperature is currently a very cool 16 degrees Celsius, which means the track temperature is only going to be about 22, 23 degrees Celsius, which means the tyres should have a lot more life in them, and certainly a lot more aggressive stance that the drivers can be at than they would normally have been in different circumstances on the other two circuits. So drivers may be more willing to go for big, bold overtaking moves across the heats than perhaps they would have been at Zuera and Sano, which means more action for us and more margins for error for the junior drivers. But Dion Gouda will be on the inside line, the number 218 for Ricky Flynn Motorsport to the left of your picture. Harley Keeble in the Tony Kart to the right of it from Great Britain will be on the front row beside him. The drivers head out, and it's time for 9 more laps of this 1.19 kilometer Pro Kart Raceland circuit here at Wackersdorf in Germany. Qualifying heat C versus F, and it's Dion Gouda and Harley Keeble on the front row from Rafael Modenese and Ian Eichmans, Ariel Elkin and Will McIntyre from Alfio Spina and Evan Gilter. Then it is Alexei Yaleva and Due De Decker from Connor Zilic and Giovanni Trentin, Christian Ho and Zachary David, Nikola Tsoloff and Edgar Piligov, Antonio Leite and Nico Lemberg from Tom Breiken and Luis Binder, Nasha Tunion and Magnus de Kilsen, Brent Cruz, Simca Severas and Alessandro Gusti. 25 drivers. They come from all 4 corners of the globe, and they're battling for the European crown this weekend. So as the competitors dial in the kart, they only get 1 formation lap around the circuit, of course, to warm up the tyres and brakes. And in a circuit as short as Wackersdorf, only 1.19 kilometers, that does not give you a lot of time to get the karts up to temperature. They're not allowed to do much excessive weaving either, so they've got to be very focused on their objectives. And as they come out of the final turn, it's going to be Gouda, Keeble, Modenese, Eichmans, Elkin, McIntyre out of the final turn. Is it going to be a good start? Yes, it is. Away we go, racing straight away. And it's a cracker from Gouda up the inside. Modenese is going to try and come through into second place past Keeble, who keeps his foot firmly planted on the throttle and tries to squeeze Gouda around the outside. That's a bold move, and there's contact further back. 2 or 3 karts in there. That is Nacho Tunion. He's gone around, as too has the 280 of Antonio Leite. And it's one of the Kart Republics. I think it's Brent Cruz. Oh, no, it's Zachary David. My apologies. Zachary David is caught up in it. So the field continues on its way. But did Harley Keeble squeeze into the lead around the outside of turn 2? Yes, he did. That is a monster overtaking move. So Harley Keeble asserting himself early on as up the inside. Connor Zilic makes the move on one of the Exprits. I think that might be Alexei Aleva he's made the overtaking move on. But what a start from Harley Keeble. He means business here today in front of Dion Gouda and Rafael Modenese, with Elkin now in 4th place ahead of Zilic, Yaleva, McIntyre, Eichmann, Spina and Gilter. Several drivers having a difficult start. Yellow flag still waving at the first corner because we have Zachary David and Antonio Leite in trouble at the second corner, the first hairpin on the circuit. So a very difficult race battle. But it is going to be such a sensational race for the drivers if it continues on like this. 1 lap down and 8 to go. And Keeble in front of Gouda and Modenese. Elkin is 4th from Zilic and Yaleva. And then McIntyre, Eichmans and Spina. And it looks to me as though Nacho Tunion is bringing his kart into the pits to retire, unfortunately. So he can't get away from that. And Ian Eichmans gets his move now on the inside of Will McIntyre to get back up the order. It's not a great start from the Belgian. So he now has to try and make some progress once more. Modenese closing up on Dion Gouda. The Singaporean versus the Peruvian. So can Dion Gouda pull away from Rafael Modenese, or is the Leclerc Pilonix driver going to have a little bit more pace? The Birolot Group package has been very fast-paced and very metronomic pretty much everywhere it's gone. But this is the first real chance Rafael Modenese is going to get in 2020 to showcase his skills and his talent. And Aliel Elkin, the Israeli, going well in 4th place there as well. Zilic and Yaleva in the top 6. So, Britain's Harley Keeble out in front. But this is the battle we're watching. Dion Gouda versus Rafael Modenese. And Elkin in 4th from Zilic, Yaleva, Spina, Eichmans, McIntyre and De Decker. Evan Gilter, the Frenchman, is 11th in front of Nikola Tsoloff, the Bulgarian Lion. And then it is 254 is next up in there. That is Giovanni Trentin. And then we have Edgar Pidigov in front of Tom Breiken and Nico Lemberg. And then Magnus de Kilsen is up to 17th place. Gusti is up 8 places already. Make that 7 places. He's in 18th position now in front of Brent Cruz. And then it is Christian Ho way down in 20th position from Simca Severas, Louis Binder. And then obviously Nacho Tunion. I think he's actually got going again. Nacho Tunion. The Spaniard is back out on circuit, I do believe. So Harley Keeble running a good race at the front end of the field, asserting himself and starting to stretch out a bit of a gap. So the battle continues on its way, and Harley Keeble runs beautifully out in the lead, but Dion Gouda and Rafael Modenese are not being able to drop Ariel Elkin. The Israeli is going very strong here. Connor Zilic doing a great job in 5th position for the Ward Racing team. So they come through the first corners of the lap. And this is going to be an interesting one as up the inside. That's the lovely move there from the Tony Kart of Alfio Spina. He gets through and passes the 252 of Alexei Yeleva. So a nice move there from Spina. And that puts him up another place. So that puts the Italian into P6 behind Conor Zilic. But it's Harley Keeble who runs out in front at the moment from Dion Gauda and Rafael Modenese. Ariel Elkin is fourth place from Zilic, Spina, Yeleva, Eichmanns, McIntyre and Giltaire, with De Decker, Solov and Giovanni Trentin in 13th ahead of Edgaran Piligov and Tom Breiken. Now remember, in the final, it's the top 15 drivers that score points, but in the qualifying heats, oh, that's a big move on the inside from Spina. Is he going to get Zilic? Yes, he does. So up in 5th place goes the Italian. And I was going to say, everybody in the heat scores points, of course, but they're reverse points. So it's 0 points for finishing in first position, 2 points for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And it's the driver with the lowest number of points, like a golf scorecard, that takes the pole position for the final. But every driver in the rankings will try and score as few points as possible, which means you have to finish as high as possible, because where you finish is how many points you add to your tally, and you want as few points as possible. A 0 score is perfect because it means you won every single qualifying heat, and it puts you pole position guaranteed for the final. So Keeble not only leads, but has a decent advantage now over Gauda, Modenese and Elkin. 5th place is Spina, and McIntyre, Giltaire and Yeleva are having an absolute squabble for 6th position as they come into the hairpin. Everybody just about flying through with McIntyre at the head, but there's a warning gone out to Evan Giltaire. A 5-second time penalty, I do believe, comes with the black and white flag. So a big battle, but it's a very difficult situation. There's the warning flag for Evan Giltaire. So Harley Keeble, Dion Gauda, Rafael Modenese and Ariel Elkin in the top 4. De Decker has got past McIntyre and Giltaire. So the Belgian going well as he puts the Kart Republic up into P6. And it's an interesting run here for second place because you do get the sense that Rafael Modenese wants to get a little bit closer to Dion Gauda, but he's having to work within his limitations at the moment here. And he's also got a feisty Ariel Elkin in the background in 4th place, trying to get himself into the top 3. Certainly the fastest driver from Israel we've seen in the FIA Karting for a long time. And he's proving to be quite the talent. 5th place, Alfio Spina. Look back, there's Due De Decker in 6th place in front of McIntyre, Giltaire, Yeleva, Solova. And then it is Trentin in front of Zilic, who is going backwards down the field. That's a big lunge from Tom Breiken, and that has opened the door for the 481 of Magnus de Kilson. He's come through and made the overtake. So some great jostling and jockeying for position in the midfield. Christian Ho, trying to get his way through on the inside line. Conor Zilic has slipped to 13th. That's why I got confused, because he's now in the midst of that battle. And he was in 5th position at one stage, so I'm not quite sure what's happened to the American. He has certainly dropped back down the order. But the top 4 are well clear, and it looks as though heading into the final lap of the heat, Keeble is going to have this one on a silver plate. Dion Gauda in 2nd from Modenese and Elkin. So it's a perfect start. It's not going to be the first heat win for Harley Keeble in 2020, but it's certainly going to be the perfect start to his weekend. And the young Brit for Tony Kart running a good season in 2020, having stepped up from his national campaign last year. And I think a lot of people weren't particularly expecting Harley Keeble to make the jump into OK Junior with Tony Kart's factory team quite so soon, but they saw something in him that they thought, this kid's got something special. And he's certainly proving it in 2020. He is out there in front of Dion Gauda and Rafael Modenese at the moment, from Ariel Elkin in 4th and Alfio Spina in 5th. And despite the fact that they're still right on him, he's going to hold this lead to the line as they come out of the final turn. The checkered flag will fly, and it's Harley Keeble that opens his account this weekend with a victory. And he's very happy about that one. He puts his hand in the air. He can't resist a little quiet celebration and a wave to the team. You don't tend to see that too often after a qualifying heat, because they know that it's only part of the process and it's not the full race finish. Obviously, it's the finals when they can really let rip. That's when they know that they've done the job. But Harley Keeble has opened his account with a victory, and that's a 0-point score tally. Dion Gauda has 2, Modenese has 3, Elkin has 4, Spina has 5, and so on. So it's the lowest points possible over the course of this weekend. A brilliant performance from Harley Keeble. He takes his opening heat victory in front of Dion Gauda and Rafael Modenese, then Ariel Elkin and Alfio Spina from Due De Decker and Will McIntyre. Evan Gilter, Alexei Yaleva and Nikola Tsolov round out the top 10 from Giovanni Trentin and Ian Eichmans. Conor Zilic slips to 13th in the end in front of the hard-charging Magnus Tekilsson. Tom Breiken is 15th ahead of Edgaran Piligov, then Nico Lemberg and Alessandro Gusti from Christian Ho and Brent Cruz, Louis Binder and Simca Siveras, with Nacho Tunion, the last man home. The retirements on the first lap, Zachary David and Antonio Leiter. So an absolutely fabulous race. Let's look back over the highlights of what made that one a true special race for Harley Keeble. So the British driver getting a bold start, and it's his move here. He's come right round the outside of Dion Gauda. He's carried the speed. Gauda's protecting the inside line, so Keeble's gone, right, well, I'm just going to brake later and drag the car around the outside. And Gauda's been completely caught out. There's a little bit of jostling for position in the midfield. 3 or 4 karts, having gone round the corner, are going to compress, but then these 3 have nowhere to go. Nacho Tunion, Antonio Leiter, and Zachary David. Unfortunately, all 3 drivers very much compromised and out of action. Tunion was able to get the kart going again, but sadly for Antonio Leiter and Zachary David, they were not. So it's all gone badly wrong for those 2, but certainly for all 3 drivers, it was never going to be particularly easy after that point. But Harley Keeble's start, that was truly spectacular, and it really does give him a massive advantage for the remainder of the race. Now, Dion Gauda obviously being pursued by Rafael Modenese. This is Ian Eichmans getting himself back into contention as he does on the inside of Will McIntyre. But Eichmans was one of the drivers who got caught out in that second corner hairpin. You get 3 or 4 drivers basically trying to go into the same bit of tarmac at the same time, and 1 or 2 drivers are going to get spat out and lose positions, and on this occasion, unfortunately, it was the Belgian Eichmans. Now this is Spina making his progress through the field. He deals very smartly there with Alexei Yaleva in the second hairpin, and then he just starts picking them off one by one. This is the move from Tom Breiken, getting up the inside of the 236 of Edgaran Piligov. But they both drift out wide, and that's plenty of opportunity for Magnus Tekilsson to get through both drivers, and he wouldn't lose that position to them either as the race continued. Lemberg and Gusti were the next ones across the line. Well, once these 4 settled into a nice rhythm, that was it, basically. Spina getting himself past Conor Zilic, but that really opened the floodgates for the American. He then lost place after place after place and ended up falling all the way down to 13th. He got overtaken in the end by Spina, by De Decker, McIntyre, Gilter, Yaleva, Tsolov, Trentin, and Eichmans. So they all managed to come through. But it's a very difficult race in the end for the Belgian, Ian Eichmans, who went from 4th on the grid down to 12th in the end of the race. Qualifying does not guarantee a decent result. You've got to make sure that you stay out of trouble and hope that trouble doesn't find you, because that's also a really difficult proposition for the drivers. So the competition has obviously got off to a terrific start for several drivers, and certainly for this man, it's a really good one. Harley Keeble, who has taken the initiative from the start. A bold overtake on Dion Gauda. That was a very tricky maneuver to pull off as well. So you never really know if this kind of overtaking move is going to work or not. But he's obviously made it stick. And now the speed he showed in yesterday, he was fastest in both of his free practice sessions during the afternoon phase. And he's got a good opportunity to carry this speed through the weekend. He was quick, of course, in qualifying, hence starting towards the front end. Second position in his heat. And, of course, he is the leading driver in Group F. So Harley Keeble right up at the front end. And a brilliant performance. In a few short moments, we'll continue with our OK Juniors in qualifying Heat A versus E, and we'll hear from the top 3 drivers in the championship.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. respect the rules.
So it's been a fabulous first couple of heats in the junior brigade, and there's a lot of talent here this weekend who are making their debut in the category. A lot of wildcards this weekend in both the junior and senior categories, as drivers are obviously taking advantage of the slight compression of the motorsport calendar in 2020, as a lot of different territories have obviously been affected by the lack of motorsport due to the COVID-19 outbreak. So a lot of drivers from a lot of different walks of life in European karting have taken this final weekend in the 2020 season as a test opportunity, essentially, to dip their toe in the water of FIA Karting and have a look at it as a wild card this weekend. We caught up with 3 of those drivers prior to racing this morning, and 3 of those drivers are obviously going to be battling for the very first time that they have ever competed in FIA Karting. So earlier in the weekend, we spoke to America's Brent Cruz, to Austria's Emma Felbermeyer, and to Great Britain's Daniel Ginchard.
Well, it's a lot different from the USA, a lot more power, more grip. It's tight, very technical, fast. It's a lot more power first and then a lot more grip too. It's a lot different. Try not to put my confidence too high and just do the best I can. Every session I go faster and faster.
I'm a bit nervous because I never drive so a big race, but I'm also happy. I like this track, this is my favorite one, and because I feel good here, I hope I come under the 40 one because this is my first one and I'm nervous for sure. I give my best and then we look to the result.
Yeah, the paces seem quite good, you know, we're just still learning the tyre, but, you know, I want to thank SFR Motorsport for giving me the opportunity to show what I can really do. Yeah, it's going to be a tall ask, but I'm hoping to come away with a good result. You know, I think the package is there. Hopefully I can extract the maximum out of it. Oh, it's one of my favourite tracks in the whole of Europe. It's just so fun to drive, the chicane especially. It's just how the kart moves under you is amazing. I'm just going to, you know, to see what happens, try and get the best experience that I can. There are a few drivers that I've raced in the past years, but I'm just trying to do the best I can.
It's always such a daunting task for drivers to make their first appearance in the FIA Karting Championships, especially when it's mid-season, when you've had a limited number of test days and you're trying to get yourself up to speed as soon as is humanly possible. But these guys have done an absolutely fantastic job, and it's great to see just how close the wildcards are in terms of pure one-lap pace to the established guard in the paddock. So it's obviously a very, very important thing to get right. And these guys have been very strong from the off. Let's talk about the next heat. Qualifying Heat A versus E, with a lot of exceptional talent in this particular grid as well. Drivers, again, from all over the world, including a history maker on pole position. Whatever happens, Alex Powell of Jamaica can now say he is the very first driver from his country to ever stand in pole position in an FIA Karting European Championship event in the junior category. A big moment for his country and for him as a racer, and now he lines up alongside the championship contender, Arvid Lindblad, on the front row of the starting grid. This is a fairly relaxed weekend, really, for Arvid Lindblad in a way, because he's in third position. He has a points deficit, obviously, to the 2 leading drivers, but as far as he's concerned, that means the pressure's off in a way, because it's up to the 2 leaders in front to make the mistakes, and he can just focus on getting on with the job from his point of view. So the pressure is off Lindblad to a certain extent. And a third position in Sarno proved that he could have had perhaps a little bit more. And I think he felt that himself at Sarno. But he's got to still keep pushing with the equipment he's got. He's in a good frame of mind. He knows that the Kart Republic is a good chassis for him. And he has good experience on this Wackersdorf circuit as well. So the knowledge should come to him. And we'll see what happens as they get ready for it. Third position on the grid. It's good to see him back at the sharp end again. The Norwegian Martinius Stenshawn from the Rosberg Racing Academy. He had a difficult first 2 weekends of this 2020 campaign, the young Norwegian, but now he is there in position and by right, and he has taken a very good performance over the practice sessions and qualifying yesterday. Fourth position on the grid, it is the cheetah of the pack, Bruno Del Pino. I'm talking about the animal, of course. He actually carries one on the top of his helmet, but he also carries the Chinese symbol for the warrior on the back of his helmet as well. The Spanish driver, a proper joker in the pack as well, Bruno Del Pino. He loves life and he loves getting on with his racing. He really does feel the thirst for his youth and his exuberance in the paddock here with the Tony Kart team, and he's loving every minute of it. But what's really starting to come now is raw speed everywhere he goes. He's never really been off the pace in 2020. So Bruno Del Pino, definitely one to watch from the outside of the second row. He could win some big races here this weekend. The local favourite, though, is his teammate. 5th position on the grid on the inside of the third row. Maxim Rem flying the flag for Germany and for the Tony Kart Factory team. He has good knowledge of this place, and this is an opportunity for him to really showcase his talents on the world stage. 6th on the grid. This guy is never outside the top 10, it seems, these days. The Esprit Racing driver from France, Arthur Rojon. Very, very quick indeed. And on the outside of the third row, incredibly fast and very knowledgeable and a very wise driver with a very clear head on his shoulders as well. So this is the kind of opportunity for him to showcase where he can end up. Christian Bertucca in the Birolart, the Italian, lines up 7th on the grid on the inside of the 4th row. Beside him on the grid, it is the Polish charge, Timo Kucharczyk, who is the only driver in the field sporting the Kubica chassis. Great national pride, of course, from the young Pole, and wants to emulate his racing hero by climbing the ranks of karting and making it all the way to the world of Formula One racing. Alexander Gubenko, the Russian, for Cosmic, in there on the outside of the, just on the inside of the top 10, I should point out. 9th position on the grid, on the inside of row 5. And Gubenko is the serial overtaker, it seems, of this 2020 season. If he's in a difficult position, he will usually find the opportunities to get out of it and push himself back up the order. Today is probably unlikely to be an exception to that rule. Valerio Menicella alongside him on the grid, the Paralin driver, the new boy within the squad and certainly one of the youngest men in the field. And he's been putting on a spectacular effort ever since his first pole position on his first appearance back at Zuela a month ago. So it's been a fascinating battle for him, but he will make every opportunity come to him if he gets the chance to. 11th on the grid, it is the leading wildcard in this particular grid, and that is the Japanese star, Shudazono of the Energy Course Racing team. He's been representing his country in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and they've put together a last-minute deal for him to race in the rest of the European Championship here this weekend at Wackersdorf. Laurens de Satua, the Belgian, in 12th position, the privateer aboard his FA kart. And he has been so solid and so smooth in terms of qualifying. He's one of the fastest drivers in junior. But it's luck and it's fortune that seems to have been deserting him of late. So let's see what he can turn around in this one. It's an all-British 7th row of the grid. On the inside line, it is the FSFR Motorsport driver, Daniel Ginchard from London in England, who is putting in an absolutely sensational run this weekend in his first appearance as an OK Junior in FIA. And it'll be interesting to see what he can get out of this one. Alongside him on the grid from Harrogate in Yorkshire, back home in Great Britain, it is Maxwell Dodds of the Paralin Racing team, the man who, let's not forget, bagged a thrilling pole position last time out at Sardo. Difficult qualifying here at Wackersdorf, but he still has the racecraft, he still has the determination and the means, and nobody has the will to win quite like this guy does. On the 8th row of the grid, Chris Harnan, the Dutchman, teammate to Dan Ginchard at the SFR Motorsport team with a pair of Tony karts between them. Chris Harnan running in 15th place. Solid and smooth. So let's see if there is going to be a good battle from him. 16th on the grid is Leon Hoffman in his Maranello. Rounding out the top 20, we have Lucas Flusha of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Keanu Alajari, the Emirati, is 18th on the grid. And then Caden Probst in 19th. And Francesco Marenghe for CRG is 20th. So to round out the grid, there are just 5 other drivers in the field. The Danish driver, Julius Dinesen of Ward Racing, lines up on the inside of the 11th row. Beside him, it is the German star Lenny Ried, who is going to be battling away with the Solgat Motorsport team. Thomas Rakel is 23rd on the grid, another local racer here, as he battles on the inside of the 12th row. 24th on the grid, it is the young Austrian racer Emma Felbermeier, and she is in her Ricardo kart. And then in 25th, it is August Turbo aboard his Tony kart.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So the race is about to get underway then for the third heat of the morning, and it is once again OK Junior in qualifying heat for groups A versus E. And that pitches two Kart Republic drivers for the factory team on the front row of the grid. Alex Powell of Jamaica beside Arvid Lindblad of Great Britain. 9 more laps of this 1.19 kilometre circuit. The air temperature climbing all the time. It's now up to a dizzying 18 degrees Celsius. That's nothing compared to what these guys suffered in Zuerda and Sarno. But we are racing for 9 more laps here at Wackersdorf. Alex Powell and Arvid Lindblad on the front row of the grid from Martini Stenchon and Bruno Del Pino. Then Maxime Rem and Arthur Rogion from Christian Bertucca and Timothée Kucharczyk. Alex Gubenko and Valerio Menicella from Shudezono and Lawrence Lesatua. Daniel Ginchard and Maxwell Dodds from Chris Harnan and Leon Hoffman. Lucas Flusha and Keanu Alajari from Caden Probst and Francesco Marenghi. Julius Dennison, Lenny Reed, Thomas Rakel, Emma Felbermeyer and August Turbo round out the grid. 9 laps at a very tough circuit, short, tight, twisty, with plenty of overtaking opportunities. Drivers really have got to make good use of the opportunities afforded them. But let's see what happens here today in qualifying heat A versus E. And of course, they only get 1 formation lap, so they've got to do a very decent amount of tyre temperature and optimum brake temperature settings on this formation lap, but they're not allowed to do too much excessive weaving, so they've got to make sure they get it done nice and soon. But they come off the final turn. Is this going to be a good start for Powell on the inside, Lindblad on the outside? False start. That one was called fairly early on. So this is a false start. The repeater light coming on there on the starting gantry. You know it's a false start when the race director, Nigel Edwards, gives the signal on the starting gantry. The red lights all come on, but if it's a false start, then the yellow repeater light next to the gantry comes on. And there are the red lights on again. You can see if the false start is given, then there's a yellow light that comes on beside those reds, and that lets the drivers know it's a false start, you're going to have to go round again. And that was what was given on that particular occasion. If it's a perfect start, the red lights go out instantly, and the drivers can race. So an extra formation lap then, warming up the tyres and brakes to their optimum temperature to get them ready. They don't want to do too much too soon though, obviously, because that can really compromise race strategy. So let's see how the drivers will fare as we get ourselves ready for this third qualifying heat in OK Junior. Alex Powell and Arvid Lindblad, Martini Stenchon and Bruno Del Pino from Rem, Rogion, Bertucca, Kucharczyk, Gubenko, Rinicella, Dezono and Lesatua from Ginchard, Dodds, Harnan and Hoffman. And as they come off the turn, this looks better. We're racing! Great start from Alex Powell. Arvid Lindblad's got a better start. He cuts across and takes the lead early doors. Powell in the second. A little bit of a twitch there from Bruno Del Pino, the Spaniard, and that's going to drop in 3 or 4 places. Contact, Kucharczyk goes wide, and off the circuit is one of the ex-sprint racing carts. Is that Arthur Rogion? I think that is Rogion. What a shame for the Frenchman. P6 off the line. And an absolute disaster for the Frenchman. He's out of the race. Meanwhile, the competitors continue on their way. Kucharczyk and Lucas Flusha were the other 2 drivers caught out. And I'm not sure. Oh, we've got another incident further round. In the chicane, I think we've got another driver involved as a kart has come off the circuit in the middle of the chicane. So we've got 2 drivers involved now in separate incidents. Rogion has gone, and we've got Lenny Reed, I think it is, that's out of the race as well. So Lenny Reed has pulled off the circuit at the second sector. But it's Lindblad who leads now from Alex Powell in second. Stenchon, Bertucca, Del Pino, Rem, Rinicella, Dodds, Harnan, Tuzona and Lesatua. And there is the problem. There's Lenny Reed. Big problems for the car. Look how much rubber's come off on the right rear as he went off onto the marbles, and the marbles obviously stuck onto the tyre. What a start, can I just say, for Max Dodds and Chris Harnan. They both made up 6 places apiece. And August Thurbo, the Danish driver, has come up 10 places off the start. Up in 15th place from the back now. So retirements for Lenny Reed and Arthur Rogion, rather sadly. But Martini Stenchon there in 3rd position is trying to get in after Alex Powell. So as they come through at the end of the lap, 2 laps down, 7 to go, the Norwegian is closing in on the Jamaican in 2nd place. And in 4th place, that's Christian Bertucca, the Birolart driver from Italy. But out in front, it is still Arvid Lindblad. He signals to the men behind, come on, we can pull away here. Oh, big mistake for Stenshorn. He got a wheel on the grass and lost the back end. Now, he was lucky to save that. Goodness me, Stenshorn just put the right rear of the kart onto the grass. The back end stepped out. He was so lucky to save it. And not only did he save it, he didn't even lose a position. But that was lightning reflexes from the Norwegian. And that puts Christian Bertucca right on his tail. And now Lindblad and Powell are starting to stretch out a gap. And this is what I'm talking about. You can't afford to make a single mistake. It's got to be absolutely perfect. So the drivers doing the best they possibly can. But Lindblad and Powell out in front from Stenshorn, Bertucca and Bruno Del Pino in 5th place ahead of his teammate Maxim Rem from Renicella and Lesatua. Then Dezono, Dodds and Gubenko from Chris Harnan, Keanu Alajari and August Derbo. There is Lenny Reed. His race is over rather sadly. The German driver for the Solgat Motorsport team. Wildcard this weekend, but his race didn't last longer than this corner that we were focused in on there. So Stenshorn now trying to get back on terms with Alex Powell and the race leader Arvid Lindblad. But they don't need to panic up front. They're still in a decent position. Stenshorn is so lucky to still be running in 3rd place. And I have to say, when you put it on the grass there, you're almost on a one-way ticket to the barrier. So how he saved it is truly astonishing. I think Martinius Stenshorn could be a good bet for World Rallycross in the future because he's certainly good at keeping it under control with the tail end happy. There's Schudezono in the energy course, closing up on Laurens Lesatua in the LLK Belgian machine. So Lesatua still running a good race. There is Valerio Renicella, the talented young Italian for Parolin, and behind them is the Englishman Maxwell Dodds. What a comeback he's having aboard the Parolin, up 4 places already. Got a good initial start, but seems to have lost a little bit of ground. But at least he's made up a little bit more than some of the drivers around him. So the competitors still running a solid afternoon's racing. Gubenko in 11th place, then it is Harnan, Alajari, Derbo, Hoffman, Dinesen, Probst, Rakel, Flusha, Ginchard, Marengi, Felbermeyer and Kucharczyk, who has got going again but is now down at the back of the grid in 23rd. So Lindblad doing a fair job at the moment in front of Alex Powell. Martinius Stenshorn 3rd place from Bertucca, Del Pino and Maxim Rem. So let's see how close Powell is going to get. The thing is, he doesn't want to get too close to Arvid Lindblad. He's a title challenger. He obviously wants a decent result this weekend, but he doesn't want to throw away a 2nd place when he's got a good chance of a decent result. And he has got an opportunity in the later races from pole position every time. So he doesn't want to squander too many opportunities here. Stenshorn still running 3rd. He's got a bit of a gap between himself and Bertucca now, so running wide, managing to save the kart. He obviously didn't do too much damage to the top surface of the tyre. 3 laps to go, and Stenshorn still seems to have good grip. So he just got lucky there, managing to react to the fact that the kart was drifting wide and managing to save it. So Lindblad, Powell, Stenshorn and Bertucca from Del Pino and Maxim Rem, then Valerio Renicella and Schudezono, then Laurens Lesatua and Alex Gubenko from Max Dodds in 11th. Then it is Harnan, Alajari, Thurbo, Hoffman, Dinesen, Probst, Rakel, Ginchard, and then Flusha, Marengi, Kucharczyk and Emma Felbermeyer. Now this is Martinius Stenshorn's opportunity to really settle into a rhythm. He's made that mistake, but he's saved it beautifully. So he can just get himself back into a rhythm once again. The Tony karts are 5th and 6th place there, Bruno Del Pino and Maxim Rem. And they are bolted together as they come off the final turn, charging after Christian Bertucca. So Bertucca still running a good race in 4th position. The Birolart is being caught rapidly now by Del Pino. And up the inside, Maxim Rem bolts on the inside line. So an inter-team squabble, but Maxim Rem clearly deciding, well, we're taking too long to get past Bertucca, so I'm going to make the move and go for it myself. So he gets through. Arvid Lindblad still there, in touch with Alex Powell in 2nd place. And it's the fastest lap of the race for Valerio Renicella aboard the Parolin. What a drive, I have to say, from the Japanese driver, Schudezono, who's come up to 8th place. He's going really well here. And the Japanese driver looking very solid and smooth up at the sharp end of the field. It's one thing to be impressive in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, where he represents Japan, where everybody has the same equipment, but when you're all in different chassis and different engine combinations, he is still competitive and up in the top 10. So good work from the Japanese. Final lap. And Alex Powell doing exactly what he needs to do, just following in the path of his teammate. He doesn't need to get too close, he doesn't need to challenge too much. 2nd place will do nicely for the Jamaican. But Arvid Lindblad starts his title attack to close in on the likes of Tuka Tarpanen and Yuga Chukwu in exactly the manner he needs to. So the British driver, half British, half Swedish, doing an absolutely fantastic run here. And Arvid Lindblad looking very solid and smooth for a victory as he comes out of the final couple of corners. And Arvid Lindblad opens his account here at Wackersdorf with a race victory in front of Alex Powell and Martini Stenson. The checkered flag comes out, and that's the way to start the Saturday. So a great run from Arvid Lindblad in front of Powell and Stenson. Bertucca in fourth place from Maxim Rem and Bruno Del Pino. And then Shudazono and Valeria Rinicella, who managed to pass Lawrence Lesatua on the final lap ahead of Gubenko, Dodds and Alajari. Good solid start then. No major catastrophes in that one other than the first couple of corners of the race where we saw Arthur Rojon spat out. But it's a good opening gambit, and it's Kart Republic 1, 2, 3. Dino Chiesa will be grinning all the way to the bank. An absolutely fabulous performance there, as Lindblad doing a fantastic job out in front. So Arvid Lindblad ahead of Alex Powell and Martini Stenson to the flag. Christian Bertucca and Maxim Rem from Bruno Del Pino, Shudazono and Valeria Vinicella. Lawrence Lesatua and Alex Gubenko round up the top 10. Then it's Maxwell Dodds in 11th and Keanu Alajari in 12th from August Thurbo and Julius Dinesen, the pair of Danish drivers. Leon Hoffman and Chris Harnan from Caden Probst and Daniel Ginchard. Then Timotheus Kucharczyk and Lucas Flusia from Francesco Marenghe, Thomas Rakel and Emma Felbermeyer. The two retirements were Arthur Rojon and Lenny Reed on the opening lap. Let's go back over the highlights from that race. So it's the start here from Arvid Lindblad. He's just got so much confidence off the line, and he squeezes his teammate, who has to essentially bail out of the throttle, and that's enough to get through. Now, Del Pino feels he had plenty of speed there to come through, but Powell chopped across on the inside line, and the Spaniard was very lucky not to lose too many places. A good start from Stenson to put himself in a position, but Arthur Rojon and Timo Kucharczyk connected, and that's what spat the Frenchman round. Kucharczyk going off, and Lucas Flusia having to take avoiding action in a separate incident of his own. So a big problem for both drivers there, but for Arthur Rojon, he could not keep going, and that's such a shame, starting up in P6 on the grid as well. So the Frenchman unable to really do anything about that one, and it's unfortunate, certainly from his point of view, but there's still obviously plenty of dramas to come for the drivers in this race. Now, it's about here that we lose Lenny Reed in the middle section of the lap, but we didn't really pick it up on the cameras. So here is Alex Powell trying to get away from Martini Stenson. Now, I'm not sure we're going to see the incident that dropped Stenson off the back of Alex Powell, which is unfortunate because well, we might see it actually, because this is about where he gets close to the back of Alex Powell. He's really starting to make some big progress. Now, there's Reed's kart being pulled away. Now, watch as we come back to Stenson, because you'll watch the... Oh, no, we didn't quite pick that one up, unfortunately. But, well, we might do at this point, because Martini Stenson's having a real push onto the back of Alex Powell, and he just puts the the right rear wheel of his Rosberg Racing Academy machine off onto the grass. Now, we might see it here. He's getting close to Powell. Now, just watch Stenson. Look, he drops one wheel on the grass. Look, the back end of the kart kicks out, and what a save that is from the Norwegian. That is genuinely one of the best karting saves I've seen for a long time, because any other driver would have had a one-way trip to the barrier there. Lenny Reed obviously having to watch it all unfold. Now, this is the move from Maxim Rem to make his move on the inside of his teammate Bruno Del Pino. There's always a little inter-team politics. Del Pino's closing up on Bertucca, but he hesitates. A little twitch, and that's enough for Maxim Rem. He knows there's going to be enough grip on the inside, and he knows his teammate's not going to want to hit him off, so he gets on the inside line there quite nicely and nails the move. Otherwise, a very tame qualifying heat. The thing is, the drivers know at this early stage of the weekend, you can easily lose the race weekend in this first heat by making silly mistakes. So they just want to bang in some decent points. A solid top 5 finish is a good way to kickstart the weekend. So your likes of Lindblad, Powell, Stenson, Bertucca, Rem, Del Pino, they were all very solid in this race. Not as aggressive as they could have been, and certainly nowhere near as aggressive as they probably deserved to be. But they just kept it going. You know, this is the thing. You've just got to get these results in the bag. 7th place, though, Shudazono behind all of this, making his way up the order, is very impressive. Keanu Alajari making up 6 places. Even the likes of Lesatua and Dodds making up 3 places each. And a solid effort from August Thurbo as well, the Danish driver who had a real problem in qualifying. but has managed to charge his way through up into 13th position, and that's ahead of regular driver in the series, Julius Dinesen, who is his countryman, who they will know quite well. So a fascinating scenario, but it's obviously always very impressive to see drivers charge their way forward. Several drivers compromised, though, in that race. The likes of Kucharczyk, Flusha and Francesco Merengue all losing ground, and that's put them down the order. Even Chris Harnan and Caden Props didn't exactly get the races they wanted after an impressive start. But Arvid Lindblad opens his account. No problem at all. Alex Powell in second and Martinius Stenchon in third. And that really does give us plenty of drama in junior.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So now we've obviously gone from the junior heats off to the OK category. And it's going to be a very exciting battle with these two races as they charge away for position in the OK senior category. And of course, we have just as exciting a title fight in the seniors as we do in the juniors. It's about two men over the course of today. Taylor Barnard versus Kimi Antonelli, the two Kart Republic drivers who will battle for the scraps in the title. And there are two other drivers who still have a mathematical chance to catch them if anything goes awry. Nikita Bedrin of Russia, third in the standings, and Joe Turney of the Tony Kart Racing team, fourth in the standings, only 3 points adrift of the Russian. They have an outside bet, but the pressure's off them. It's on the two main men in the title standings, which means that everyone else can enjoy a pretty exciting race battle with the battle for supremacy. On the front row of the grid, though, pole position is the Italian star, Luigi Coluccio, for the Cosmic Racing Department. They really do seem to have found a sweet spot this weekend with Luigi on the Cosmic, and he is so fast and incredibly impressive when he gets the opportunity to push forward. And at Wackersdorf, he certainly has the pace. So this could be a very successful weekend for him from the front of the grid. Alongside him, though, outside championship contender, but serial race winner and podium finisher, Joe Turney, up at the front end of the field, just taking it in his stride. And we've seen how quick the Tony Kart is around here thus far in junior. It's as quick, if not slightly quicker, in the senior category as well. So we'll see some really good battles from Joe Turney today. It's an all-Brazilian second row of the grid with Rafael Chaves Camara in third position on the inside line for the Forza Racing team. Beside him, it is the talented Birolart driver Matias Morgato, and he lines up on the outside of the second row. Could be interesting to see what those two get up to from the second row of the grid. On fifth position of the grid, it is the British driver and the championship leader, Taylor Barnard, who all he has to do essentially is keep relatively close to Kimi Antonelli and not lose too many points to him over the weekend, and he has the job done. But it's easier said than accomplished. Sixth on the grid, it is Kaja Sixnelis, the Lithuanian, finally starting to get up to speed now in the OK category. He was one of the serial race winners in juniors and, of course, won the FIA Karting Academy trophy last season through pure consistency and solidarity. Now he is looking like an authoritative front runner in the OKs, and that is exactly where he needs to be, and the progress he has made since Zuera has been fantastic. He just needs to keep it going. Seventh position, the Hungarian Levantai Revej. A brilliant performance from him thus far this weekend and very fast in qualifying. But then he's always been pretty quick in the one-lap qualifying procedures as he fights his way around the practice sessions and qualifying. He's always at the front end, certainly in the top 10. And he just needs to convert that into a solid result. Alongside him on the grid, the German star for the TB Racing team and the customer McLaren colours, that is Joel Mesh, who lines up on the outside of row 4. And he is definitely one to watch as he has been rapid here all weekend. And of course, knows this place very well. Ninth on the grid, it is the Dutchman, Lawrence van Hopen, for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. Looking so much more confident nowadays, having stepped up to the world of OK. He had a lot of bad luck in junior, but he looks very solid as a senior nowadays and is always up at the sharp end. His youth and exuberance definitely counts in his favour, and he's able to pick off some really good overtaking moves. From 9th on the grid, he could have a really solid result here in this heat and for the rest of the weekend too. Alongside him, it is the Australian James Wharton of the Paralin Racing team, completely robbed in the first 2 weekends of his FIA Karting European campaign. Could have had so much more had bad luck not dogged his opportunities. So let's see what he can do as he charges his way back into contention. 11th on the grid, it is the very impressive Ben Dorr of the TB Racing team, again in the McLaren customer colours. But he really has been exceptional when it comes to racecraft in the middle of the pack. He always seems to get a good overtaking move pulled off. So let's see what he's capable of again. He is one of the giant killers as well, put in an exceptional performance last year at Karting Genk. Let's see what he can do here at Wackersdorf. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Macanese wildcard. That is Ruben Wang, who has put himself in 12th position on the starting grid. And it's going to be interesting to see what he can do in his first weekend of the 2020 campaign. Already a very solid effort in qualifying, so there's plenty of drama ahead. For Great Britain, in 13th position, and the Forza Racing team, it is Harry Thompson, who lines up on the inside of row 7, and he will obviously want to make some good progress from there. Alongside him on the grid, it is the ever-impressive French racer Lola Lovinfoss for the Ward Racing team, and she continues to make progress up the order, only a couple of tenths away from the pace, but she is making massive developmental pushes forward, and it's not going to be long before she's regularly in the top 5. In 15th on the grid, it is the German star Giuliano Hodsen, and he continues to make his progress in the SFR Motorsport team this weekend as one of the many wildcards in the field. Spain's Genis Savico lines up in 16th position for the CRG Racing team, and it'll be a very competitive weekend for him if the progress from free practice yesterday is anything to go by. One of the big stories of the weekend, though, is the man 17th on the starting grid for this one. It's not where he wants to be yet, but the signs are that progress for the World Championships in November are definitely on the right track. Lorenzo Travasanuto, the two-time world champion, lines up on the 9th row of the starting grid for his new stable, Paralin Racing. Already, the chemistry seems to be coming together, and despite not quite getting qualifying right, expect him to charge his way through the field. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Danish wildcard, that is Julie Fries, and she is looking very competitive indeed this weekend. So expect her Tony Kart to surge its way through the field again. 19th on the grid, it is the Danish talent for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. That is Sebastian Gravlund. And he is going to be there 19th on the starting grid alongside the Paralin of Hugo Sasa, the local star. And the German will be there on the outside of the 10th row. Danapongpangsa Tumnu, the young man from Thailand, is there in 21st on the starting grid for the Biralat squad. From the Ukraine, it is Alexander Partashev of the Ward Racing team, who lines up 22nd on the starting grid, fresh out of the junior fold in 2019, of course. Jacob Bergmeister is next up, the German driver from 23rd on the starting grid. Keep an eye out for him as he rockets his way up the order. And then we have the Frenchman Marlon Hernandez, who really struggled in qualifying yesterday, but he's got plenty of opportunities to make progress from 24th on the grid. And then the last two drivers on the field for this one are Luis Kulka in the all-black machine, the Kart Republic, as he lines up 25th on the starting grid for CV Performance. And then in 26th on the grid for the Solgat Motorsport team aboard the Ricardo Kart, it is the Austrian star Horst Felix Felbermayr. So obviously a few names are missing from this weekend. A couple of drivers that have been there for the entirety of the European Championship, but due to the way things have currently played out in the European standings, there are certainly two big names from the field that are missing this weekend, namely both from the Netherlands, in fact. Robert de Haan, who was racing, of course, for the Energy Corsa squad, and Thomas ten Brinker of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. And it looks as though both drivers have elected to finish off, certainly for the moment, their FIA karting journey, and they're looking at interesting pastures for the 2021 season. We wish them all the very best, and they've very much become part of the furniture in the living room that is the FIA karting paddock, and it's going to be rather unusual to not have them around for the upcoming meetings, but we wish them all the very best. Hopefully they can make a return if they so choose to do so for the World Championships at Portimao in November. But we are ready for action to continue once again here at Wackersdorf, and the OK senior drivers in the first qualifying heat, which is for groups C versus E, are ready to battle, and it's definitely going to be a tough race ahead for the drivers. They know exactly how difficult things can get here, so obviously there's going to be a lot of action and a lot of fast driving. A lot of overtaking here at Wackersdorf as well. It might be a short circuit, but there's still plenty of chances to get the moves done. And these laps, of course, these races in the qualifying heats for the senior drivers, a little bit longer in length as well. 12 laps of the circuit rather than 9 in the OK Junior category. So there's a little bit more time to do things, but there's certainly a lot more aggressive and bold stances from the drivers in the OK Senior category that will not allow a gap to emerge if they can possibly help it. So Luigi Coluccio and Joe Turney on the front row of the grid. 2 Brazilians on the second, Rafael Chaves Camaro and Matias Morgato. And it'll be fascinating to see what these guys can produce from the FIA Karting European Championships here at the Pro Kart Raceland circuit in Wackersdorf in Germany. Luigi Coluccio preparing to battle. Joe Turney alongside him. Several drivers choosing to push start their own karts with help from their mechanics. Others sat in kart, ready to go. But now we are ready for qualifying heat C versus E. The OK drivers head out on track, and it's Luigi Coluccio alongside Joe Turney on the front row from Rafael Chaves Camaro and Matias Morgato. Taylor Barnard and Kai Sixnellis from Leventer Revej and Joel Mesh. Lawrence Van Hopen and James Wharton from Ben Dor and Ruben Wang. Harry Thompson and Lula Lovinfoss from Giuliano Hodsem and Jenny Savico. Lorenzo Travasanuto and Judy Fries from Sebastian Gravlund and Hugo Sasa. Tarapopek Satumnu and Alexander Pardashev. Jacob Bergmeister, Manon Hernandez, Luis Kulka and Horst Felix Felbermeier. We got a problem there out of the pits, and that looks like Felbermeier himself actually trying to get the kart started again out of turn 3, and the Austrian is desperately trying to get going again for the Solgat Motorsport team. Has he managed it? Oh, not really. Oh, just about found some throttle, but he's going to be a long way down the order, and he's going to be a good half a minute behind the rest of the field. His race has effectively started now, Horst Felix Felbermeier, as the field comes around the final turn to grid up. But are we going to be ready to go? Because there are still several drivers out of position. It is a false start straight away. A false start straight away, but it doesn't change the fact that Horst Felix Felbermeier's race has effectively already started, because the Austrian is now desperately trying to close in on the field as he tries to catch the back of the pack. But there is race director Nigel Edwards, obviously having taken that decision. It wasn't just for Felbermeier's kart out of position. There were several karts out of position there as well. So he obviously took the decision to make them go around again. But Felbermeier's race really has already started, because he's a good 4 corners behind the rest of the pack, who are now starting to slow down. If he can catch the back of the pack, then he's got a chance to get himself back into at least the same position in the grid that he was before. He starts from 26th on the grid, but he wants to stay there off the start. He doesn't want to be half a minute behind the pack, and you can see him in the background making progress to catch up with the rest of the field. So I think he is going to manage it, and indeed he does. He does catch up to the rest of the field. So Coluccio and Turney on the front row from Chaves Camara and Morgato, Barnard and Sixnellis, then Revej, Mesh, Van Hopen, Wharton, Dor, Wang, Thompson and Lovinfoss. And as the field come out of the final turn, this time we will race! And it's a great start from Coluccio. He sweeps across on Joe Turney. No problems at all there as Barnard tries to get up the inside of Morgato. And there's a big spin in the middle of the field. 2 or 3 karts involved in that one. Well, that was a very strange situation. But it looks as though Felbermeier's gone straight to the scene of it. James Wharton involved. What is happening to him this season? And also in the mix is Lola Lovinfoss. So Lovinfoss involved in that one. That's a real shame for her. And she was having a really good weekend up until that point. Can she get the kart going again? Also involved is the 686. That's Luis Kulka. So Kulka's got going again. Lovinfoss trying to. Who else is involved? There's a couple of other karts. A very big moment there. And that looked like it was a little bit of a squabble going on between Wharton and Lovinfoss that really started that one off in earnest. Ruben Wang got caught up as well. So Ruben Wang is off at the scene, as is Alexander Partashev. And there is Alexander Partashev, having got out of the kart and walked away. Yellow flags waving furiously through that first couple of corners. And I think finally, it looks as though Luis Kulka has given up the ghost. No, sorry, that is Ruben Wang, having given up the ghost to try and get going again. And that's the 119 of Lawrence Van Hopen making the move there on Leventer Revej, I do believe. But the battle up front is Coluccio ahead of Turney and Barnard. So Taylor Barnard has got himself in a 3rd place. And from his point of view, this race is very important for him to do well at, especially with his main rival, Kimi Antonelli, struggling to get out this morning, because he's going to have a race this afternoon from pole position. So Taylor Barnard's got to make all the moves in this one, and Joe Turney is right in front of him. So he's going to make the move early doors. Here comes Taylor Barnard. Oh, Turney tried to squeeze him into the apex, but Barnard gets through, and Chavez Camara tries to get up the inside. Morgado now has a chance to come through past his Brazilian colleague, and he gets through into 4th position. So Morgado makes the jump there on Chavez Camara. So a brilliant start then from the man in 2nd place, Taylor Barnard, to get himself up from 5th on the grid, now into 2nd place ahead of Joe Turney, Morgado and Chavez Camara. Then it is Kaya Sixnelis who runs in 6th position ahead of Harry Thompson and Lawrence Van Hopen. Then Revej, Hodsem, Savico and Joel Mesh. So 4 retirements at the moment. Wharton, Wang, Lovinfoss and Pardishev. Horst Felix Felbermeyer and Luis Kulka did manage to keep going. But a big problem for Wharton, Wang, Lovinfoss and Pardishev. So as the races continue round, it is Coluccio in front of Barnard, but how long is that going to last? Taylor Barnard in his current mood is incredibly rapid. So Barnard in behind Coluccio in the Cosmic. If he gets one window of opportunity, that's all that Barnard's going to need. He doesn't need a massive invitation to come through on the inside line. So let's see if there's going to be an interesting battle for Barnard to come past Coluccio, or will he just remain in 2nd place? Turney 3rd, Morgado 4th, Chavez Camara 5th, and then Kaya Sixnelis in the Sprint chassis in 6th position. So it's going to be a very interesting battle in this midfield now, because the drivers are really starting to tally up the order. Lorenzo Travasanuto now up to 17th place, having got past Julie Fries. So Travasanuto working hard. This is not going to be an easy one for the competitors as they continue to battle forward. But Coluccio in front of Taylor Barnard. Morgado sets the fastest lap. But Barnard very close to the Italian now. You sense that a move is coming, provided Barnard can get a good run off each turn. And surely he'll get the run into the final hairpin if he can nail this one. So Barnard up to the right-hander, into the hairpin. And then the final long sweeping right-hander. It opens on the exit. Barnard not quite close enough to make the move there as they come down the main straight. He's now got a chance into turn 3, the hairpin. Through the left, through the right. Barnard really has nailed Coluccio. Can he get through on the inside line? He's not going to wait around, and he gets there. Nice move from Barnard. And that puts him back into the mood he wants to be in, back into race-winning mode. And Turney gets back on the inside now of Coluccio. He gets 2nd place. Is this the floodgates opening for Coluccio? Because the door needs to shut. So Coluccio loses the lead, then loses 2nd, but he's lost rhythm and momentum. Morgado could pounce here into the hairpin. He's a long way back, but he comes through on the inside. Morgado makes the move. Chavez Camara pulls up alongside him. Now he makes his own dive on the inside and gets through. That's what I'm talking about. Once you lose one place, the heavens open, and essentially you're getting very wet from that point on. So Coluccio down to 5th position. Kaya Sixnelis is closing up though, the Lithuanian, to try and make his way into 5th position. And he's got some support from Harry Thompson. Thompson now making his bid on the inside of Sixnelis, and Thompson gets through. So Thompson passes Sixnelis for 6th position. And that puts the Brit up, but Sixnelis is back on the inside. He's not going to let Thompson have that one. And they're going to go side by side. Thompson gets him back. And through comes the Leclerc by Lennox of Lawrence Van Hopen. Sixnelis up for the scrap with Harry Thompson, but he loses out, and down into 8th place goes the Lithuanian. So Thompson 7th now, Van Hopen in 8th place, 7th place now, sorry, and then Kai Sixnelis down to 8th in front of Reventa and Jolan Hotsem. But Taylor Barnard out in front of Joe Turney with a new fastest lap from Taylor Barnard last time round, a 47.5. He now comes across the line again. But there are some tough battles ahead. They all know how difficult it's going to be as they come through one more time. And that's the move on the inside line there from Levi Revej. He gets through on Kai Sixnelis now. So the Hungarian makes his own bid to come by and gets the move done. The two Brazilians are still at it for 3rd position. Matias Morgado and Rafael Chavez Camara. Whoa, a big switch there from the SFR Motorsport of Giuliano Holtzem, and that's got Levi Revej very much irked because Holtzem has already made the move to come by. He defends on the inside line, and side by side, Mesh and Savico running each other out of space, and Savico just about manages to keep it together as Revej gets the move on the inside of Holtzem, and now Joel Mesh trying to get through to get by into the position as well. A fascinating battle, as now we've got Rafael Chavez Camara making his bid on Matias Morgado, and he's through. Nice move from the Forza Racing driver. Brazilian passes Brazilian. And here comes the man in behind Harry Thompson, Laurens van Hopen, to try and close up on them. But Rafael Chaves Camara now into third place ahead of the 162, Matthias Morgado for the Pirelart team. Fifth is Coluccio, sixth is Thompson, then Van Hopen, sixth Nellis, Raventa and Mesh, who has now got past Juliana Holtzem after all. Fascinating race battle here at Wackersdorf as the driving standards continue to provide us with plenty of drama. That looks like Holtzem losing not one place but two places, as it looks like Gravlund and now Hugo Sasa on the parallel have both managed to sweep by, and that puts him down to 14th place. Holtzem really struggling now to hold his position. 13 laps around this Wackersdorf circuit, of course, in the OK category, 18 degrees Celsius air temperature. And obviously dry running at the moment, no rain expected today, so it should be a very easy day at the office for Taylor Barnard, the way things are currently going. He cruises around the circuit out in the lead. He's built a nice advantage over Joe Turney to the tune of 0.7 of a second, and he's still putting out anywhere between half a tenth and a tenth over the British driver behind him. So Taylor Barnard comes out of the final turn and crosses the line, and he's still going well. So Taylor Barnard continues to control the pace on another 47.5. So a very smooth performance from this man. Joe Turney in second place though. He knows he's got a good opportunity to steal an outside bet, maybe even for third place in the Drivers' Championship if Nikita Vedrin struggles for any reason. But Joe Turney running well in second place. The Brazilians in third and fourth. Rafael Chaves Camara ahead of Matthias Morgado. Coluccio, Thompson, Van Hopen and Six Nellis. Then Ravej, Mesh, Savico, Gravlund, Sasa, Holtzem, Dor, Travers and Uto 16th in front of Julie Fries and Danapopok Satumnu. And then Bergmeister, Hernandez and Kulka. 5 retirements now because Horst Felix Felbermeier didn't last much longer than the first corner incident. Retirements from James Wharton, Ruben Wang, Lola Lovinfoss and Alexander Pardashev. The two Ward Racing drivers there taken out, Lovinfoss and Pardashev. Wharton for Paralin. And of course the new boy from Macau, not out far from Hong Kong. And that is Ruben Wang, who had his problems in that one. So it's not the most perfect start that the Macanese driver could have asked for. And unfortunately it's cost him rather dearly there for the TV racing team, but he's got an opportunity to try and charge his way back if he gets an opportunity. He was going to take it later. Now Coluccio has got right up to the back of Matthias Morgado as Rafael Chaves Camara drops the Brazilian and sets off after Joe Turney. Now is there a chance to get second place before this race is over? Because we're on the final lap. There's certainly a chance for Coluccio to get past Morgado. He senses it, and Morgado senses that the Italian is going to try and go for it. So he starts defending. And there is an opportunity now to get past. Coluccio knows he needs to fight for it. And is the Italian going to make the bold lunge to get into fourth place? He's got to be careful to get this right. He nails it on the undercut, but Morgado slices the move. Shuts the door rapidly. He's going to come to the hairpin again to hold the line on the middle of the circuit. So this is a great bit of racecraft from the two. Oh, and Morgado very nearly gets clouted there big time by Coluccio. But the checkered flag is going to fly for Taylor Barnard. He comes out of the final corner and wins a valiant race in front of Joe Turney and Rafael Chaves Camara. And it's going to be Coluccio who gets there on Matthias Morgado in the final turn. So Coluccio does manage to nail Morgado in the final corner. And that drops the Brazilian to 5th place. Coluccio manages to salvage a 4th place finish out of that race from Thompson in 6th behind Morgado. And then Van Hopen, Six Nellis and Raventa, and then Joel Mesh in the top 10. But Taylor Barnard starts the weekend as he means to go on with a solid race victory, and that's definitely going to give him plenty of confidence ahead of the later heats today. So Taylor Barnard grabs a race victory in front of Joe Turney and Rafael Chaves Camara, Luigi Coluccio and Matthias Morgado from Harry Thompson and Laurens van Hopen, Kaya Six Nellis and Levent Ravesh from Joel Mesh and Jenis Savico. Sebastian Gravlund comes home in 12th place for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. 13th behind them is Hugo Sasa and Giuliano Holtzem, with Ben Dor in 15th ahead of Lorenzo Travasanuto, Julie Fries and Danapong Satumnu from Marlon Hernandez and Jacob Bergmeister, Luis Kulka, and then the retirements, Horst Felix Felbermeier, and then 4 more who didn't complete the first lap, James Wharton, Ruben Wang, Lola Lovinfoss and Alexander Pardashev. Some big moments there, particularly at the start, and that's one I definitely want to have another look at. So let's look back over the race highlights. Now, it's going to be particularly interesting to see where this race starts, essentially, where this conflagration occurs. You've got to look about 7 or 8 karts back here to see where it really gets underway. We've got one side of the grid trying to make progress. And look, it compresses together there. There's a spin already. It's Wharton who's spun around. And then Lovinfoss, Partashev, and Ruben Wang have nowhere to go. A couple of other drivers are spat out in the mix there as well. So Wharton has, I don't know whether he's lost it on his own or he's been tipped into a spin halfway round. But essentially, he's got nowhere to go at that point. And it's devastating for Wang. He's out of the race. So too is Wharton. Alexander Partashev and Lola Lovinfoss, they're all out on the spot. Kulka and Felbermeyer do get going again. But that move started when Wharton was spun around. Whether he had help or whether he did it on his own is unclear at the moment. But certainly the drivers had nowhere to go trying to avoid it. One of the Koski Motorsport karts, I think, got pretty well battered on the way up through the first couple of corners. It might not be the Koski Motorsport, actually. It might be one of the TB machines. But a big problem, whatever way you look at it. And unfortunately, it means that we had 4 retirements on the spot. Well, not everybody was out instantly. There's Horst Felix Felbermeyer. Sorry, no, that is Luis Kulka, who did manage to come back and finish in dead last at the end of it all, unfortunately. But Horst Felix Felbermeyer did also manage to get going again and ended up retiring shortly after. But it's Taylor Barnard who's made the biggest impression on that first lap. You can see there are still drivers trying to move their karts off the line. Now watch Van Hopen. He's taken the first possible opportunity to try and storm up the inside, and he immediately gets a defensive run there from the 141 of Leve Revesh, the Hungarian. And then Van Hopen thinks, right, well, I'll just keep my foot stuck in around the outside and I'll get the move. Now this is the move from Barnard on Joe Turney. And this is to get him into second position originally. So Barnard makes the move. He's not going to rush this at all. He's got plenty of time on his hands. Turney tries to squeeze him at the apex, though, and it doesn't work because Barnard's not going to be intimidated. And then Turney's able to hold the inside line as Chavez Kamara tries to come deep around the outside. Morgato nearly has a gap. But fortunately for him, Rafa does not chop across him. So Morgato still has momentum on his side, and he does get back on the inside of the Brazilian there. But this is only where things begin because Chavez Kamara is already getting frustrated. Sat behind the Birolot. Carries a bit more speed into some of these corners. Here's Barnard's move on Coluccio. This is such a textbook overtake because he's lined him up. He's waited for the moment to appear. Coluccio doesn't even need to defend at this point. He certainly doesn't try to. And he just gives him the inside line for the corner, essentially. I think Coluccio is focused on a decent result in these heats. He doesn't have to win them. He just needs to stay in the top 5 throughout. Especially because we saw at Sardo just how many drivers got involved in incidents in various guises. And it really did change the face of not just the race, but the way the European Championship was playing out. It made it essentially a 2-horse race. But here's a good run from Chavez Kamara. He comes from, this is Morgato, sorry, on Coluccio. He comes from a fair way back there, but he knows he's got grip to the inside. And Rafa Chavez Kamara's thought here that maybe I've got a chance of getting back through again on the inside line. So he makes the dive, sweeps across to the inside, and then tucks in on the white apex. Lovely move on the white line, and he's managed to get it done quite neat and tidy there. So no major catastrophes, no issues, and it definitely gives him plenty to work with. But then comes the move a little bit later around the course. This is the move on the inside line from Harry Thompson to get past Kai Sixnelis. Now, Sixnelis really battled hard for this here. He felt he had something to showcase to the Forza Racing driver. Watch, he comes through the left-hander, and he's going to dive to the inside line, but he makes the critical mistake. He's braked a little late. Thompson's read the move, and he's come straight back on him. Plenty of power off the turn, and he dives back for the inside line, and that actually leaves the door open again for Lawrence Van Hopen to come through, and that's Sixnelis' chances of a decent top 6 finish well and truly gone at that point. He's actually got to defend at this stage from the Hungarian Levi Revesh, who makes a bold move to the inside line and essentially gets through there, but Sixnelis is able to respond to it a little bit later on. But it shows good conviction of skill from Levi Revesh. this is where things got a little bit heated for the 141 a little later on into the race, as he's battling away with Giuliano Holzem, who drifted down to 14th in the end. And then we got these two, Mesh and Savico. That got nasty, didn't it? He just ran out of road, Genis Savico, and had to take two wheels onto the grass. Always hard to predict how it's going to work out. And then there's the move from Revej to get through on Holzem. Holzem trying to defend. This was masterclass from Chaves Camara. The two Brazilians have got away now in third and fourth. They can't catch the leaders, but they've managed to build up a bit of space. And Chaves Camara doesn't even hesitate here. Just bowls up the inside. And that's all 10 pins knocked down, to coin a bowling analogy. A really nice move there as he nails it. But Coluccio has still got one trick up his sleeve. He wants to make the move into fourth position. And into the final lap, he's got a really strong chance of it. He basically has to make Matheus Morgado do all the hard work. He's all over the back of him. Coluccio's got to stay pretty solid at this point. He certainly can't get phased by the fact that Morgado's protecting. But look, the Brazilian places the card exactly where it needs to be. He's come across the racing line, but he's still got grip just off to the left of the racing line, the driving line. He doesn't have to worry too much about there not being enough grip in the tyres, because there's still enough rubber down there that he can run on the outside line. Look, he does it again here, and he just hasn't quite got enough momentum, Coluccio, to risk it up the inside line for the right-hander. I've seen many drivers try that move, and it's ended up with wheels banging and both drivers heading to the scene of the accident that ends the race. But again, look, Morgado just places the kart so neatly here in the hairpin, holds the line, but he does it once too often. This is the problem, and this is the move where essentially he doesn't have the ability here to hold on after the corner. Coluccio's getting a little bit feisty, and watch, Coluccio's got the run out of the final turn. He's got on the throttle fractionally faster than Matheus Morgado. The Brazilian's defending, but Coluccio's going to have him as they come through the final turn. He's actually gone the long way round and they're on the undercut to get the move finished off. But Barnard, crucially in terms of the championship fight, he has an advantage, having taken a crucial victory here at Wackersdorf in front of Joe Turney and Rafael Chaves Camara. What can he do in his later heats?
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So this is going to be an interesting race ahead of us, as we have the Russian star Nikita Bedrin in the field trying to battle his way around the circuit. He, of course, is one of the drivers in the top three of the driver standings heading into this one. And he is obviously a contender to keep an eye on from third position on the grid. But then there are a lot of drivers in this field who could make it very interesting and entertaining for our championship contenders here at Wackersdorf. And there are three of them realistically in with a chance of grabbing the title. The two drivers for Kart Republic, Taylor Barnard and Kimi Antonelli, along with the Russian star Nikita Bedrin in third place. A few points back after the mishaps at Sarno, but still with a possibility that he could become European champion. The pressure off him to a certain extent. But over the course of yesterday, we managed to find all three of our drivers in the top three of the rankings of the OK Senior category. And we decided to catch up with them and see how they're feeling ahead of this weekend at Wackersdorf.
It's looking quite good at the moment. I just need to keep good, consistent results, and hopefully we can bring the championship home. It's very tense because it's very close all the time. You can follow quite close behind, so I think it'll be good racing. Honestly, I'm coming into this weekend just like a normal weekend, just trying to make maximum points, and if we can take the championship, that'll be a bonus.
It's still a long way until Sunday, but we're gonna work really hard for achieve this goal. As always, we try to find the best way for the chassis, and yeah, it's a bit different because this track is completely different.
You don't have really long straight in this track. Is also pretty small compared to Zuera and Sarno. The first thing that we do is trying to find the best way for the chassis, and then also the drive. I have to change their driving style. Yeah, it's gonna be very tough because Taylor is really fast, like always, and yeah, it's gonna be also fun as well, but I'll do the best. Yeah, compared to Sarno and Zuera, here the gap is closer, also between us and the other team, so it's gonna be a really tight challenge.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. We are third in the championship, so it's quite good. And this week we actually have a good speed, so it's very high expectations. Yeah, it's actually quite a good circuit. It's different driving style and different setups. It's difficult to finish higher in the championship because first two are quite high. But yeah, we still have to fight, and maybe we can do it.
So qualifying heat B versus D is going to get underway now, and it's going to see Lorenzo Patrese and Norton Andreasen on the front row of the starting grid. Nikita Bedrin will be beside Juho Valtonen with Luka Griggs and Hannes Janke. Then Noah Denbol and Lorenzo Rosico on the next row from Delano Vantoff and Vincent Andronaco. Then Matthias Salonen and Oliver Gray, Callum Bradshaw and Michael Paparo, Leandro Andaruti and Charlie Wirtz from Sandro Hotzem and Nico Handke, Maximus Meyer and Ricardinho Gratia from Sam Balota, Ken Oscar Algra, Cecilia Hedqvist, Emily Koivisto, Alexander Hartvig and Thomas Guedes. So the championship contender that's in this heat is Nikita Bedrin, starting from third position behind the very fast Lorenzo Patrese and Norton Andreasen, two drivers who could really bow out of this 2020 European campaign with a strong result in their pocket. Lorenzo Patrese in particular has looked very strong all the way through the weekend. So let's see what the Kart Republic youngster can do out of the final turn. Looks like it's going to be a chaotic and hectic start, and it is indeed. It's a false start this time. So the repeater light comes on the starting gantry. You can see it there, the yellow flashing light beside the red lights on the gantry. And so that means that the race has been given a false start. The drivers will go around for an additional formation lap. Several stories on the grid of this one. The new man in at Tony Kart Racing's factory team in the OK Seniors is on the grid for this one. Technically a wild card because he's joining mid-season, but Callum Bradshaw is very much here for a permanent journey in the world of the European and World Championships in the FIA. They really want to push him forward, and Callum Bradshaw has a great chance, but obviously with this being his first weekend and with little preparation time, he's in the middle of the pack for this heat. But there are still some good drivers in the mix here to have a good run. So we're going to see some bold racing from the front end of the field. Delano Vantoff is in the middle of the mix there as well, the Dutchman. He actually picked up a reprimand yesterday for a little bit of argy-bargy that he had with Lorenzo Patrese during one of the free practice sessions yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see how he can fare as he charges his way back through the field. This is going to be interesting again, as I think it's another false start. Another false start. And it seems as though they're not really bunching up very efficiently off the grid. And as a result of that, they are getting, very, very agitated off the grid. Nigel Edwards, the race director, had his hands in the air as they came through off the starting line, as if to say, come on, guys, you really need to compress this together. You're not doing this properly and efficiently. And Lorenzo Patrese and Norton Andreasen from the front row of the grid, essentially the onus is on them, particularly on the pole setter Patrese, to get this right. It's very rare to have two false starts in a row. And so there we go. It's time for them to be slowed up. Nigel Edwards instructs Patrese and the rest of the field, come on, tighten up, progress, get together, compress together, and come into the two rows. They need to do this a lot earlier, clearly, because that's not where that's where the start is being lost. I think the drivers, certainly the likes of Patrese and Andreasen, they've seen the other starts and seen that it's essentially a 50-50 as to whether the guy on the inside line is actually going to get a good start or not. And they're second-guessing each other. Certainly Patrese is second-guessing Andreasen off the line to see if he can make a good start and surge forward, but it's not easy. So, out of the final turn, Patrese, Andreasen, Bedrin, Valtonen, Griggs, Janke, Denbol, Rosico, Vantoff, and Andronaco. Is this going to be a clean start this time? Looks a little bit better. Are they going to get it? Yes! That's more like it. Up to the first corner, and Patrese trying to get there on the inside of Andreasen. Andreasen carrying the speed. Neither driver's prepared to back down, and it's going to be Patrese. Andreasen's going to run wide and drop to 4th position. That was amazing daring for the two drivers as Bedrin squeezes into second place. Valtonen gets into 3rd, and Andreasen is down to 5th. It looks like Luca Griggs has come through into 4th place. The wild card has crept up into P4. Well, what if we can have a wild card in the top 3? That would be pretty special. And Griggs is giving it a big run of it on the first lap. Looks as though everybody's made it through cleanly in the first lap. And here comes Bedrin, getting straight on with it on the inside of Patrese. Patrese leaves him enough space, and Bedrin gets through and takes the lead. So the Russian doing a fine job on the opening lap and gets through into the lead, no problem. Patrese now 2nd, 3rd is Valtonen, and in 4th place is Luca Griggs ahead of Norton Andreasen. What a start! And certainly plenty of action and suspense on that first lap. The absolute drag race between Patrese and Andreasen, resulting in neither driver leading the race after this. An absolutely fantastic performance thus far. And it's Bedrin who leads, Patrese in 2nd, Valtonen running well in P3. And then it is Luca Griggs in front of Andreasen, Denbol, and then it is Vincent Andronako. Andronako running a good race there in 7th place. Another of the wildcards surging his way forward. And that's a spin. That's Cecilia Hedqvist. Hedqvist has had a moment there at the first couple of corners. I think that's into turn 5, actually. So Cecilia Hedqvist, unfortunately, out of it. And that's Valtonen. Valtonen through to 2nd. So Valtonen gets through into P2. And that's Patrese down to 3rd. And Luca Griggs is pushing hard there in 4th position, trying to get close to the top 3 drivers. But Bedrin leads the way. Valtonen in 2nd place. Then it is Patrese in 3rd. Not for long. Here comes Luca Griggs. Griggs gets into 3rd position. Good move there from the Brit. And through comes Andreasen as well now. So Andreasen, patience prevails as he finally gets his man then. And Andreasen into 4th place, playing past Patrese. But Luca Griggs, driving a brilliant race for SFR Motorsport, finds himself now in 3rd. Denbol is 6th behind this lot. Then it's Andronako. Dinano Van Top is 8th, then it's Hannes Janka and Callum Bradshaw up into 10th place ahead of Leandro Andaruti. So things going very well indeed at the moment. And up the inside comes Andreasen. He gets the move on Griggs. So a good opportunity there as Andreasen comes through to the position. That's the Swede up into 3rd place then, gets past the Brit. Luca Griggs still working hard there in P4. But he's not going to lose ground if he doesn't have to. Luca Griggs has actually been spending recent times racing in the German Championship, so he knows this Wackersdorf circuit very well indeed. So he's going to continue to fight with it, and he's going to continue to push forward. He has a good chance here at Pro Kart Raceland to make a good result come his way. There's Patrese. Oh, that's a move behind. That looked like Vincent Andronako, I think. It was Dinano Van Toff defending from him in the end. And where's Noah Denbol? Well, he's closing up on Lorenzo Patrese now. So this could end up being a very interesting battle as Noah Denbol, the Danish driver, tries to make his bid on the inside of Patrese, but he's not quite close enough yet. Some proper racecraft coming in now as the drivers really start to step up the attack. There's Vincent Andronako trying to close up on Dilana Van Toff, and in behind, that is Hannes Janka, the former European champion, in 9th position at the moment in front of Callum Bradshaw, the new man in at Tony Carr. Through the chicane. In 11th place now, it is Leandro Andaruti, and then it's Masico on the inside. There goes the move from Noah Denbol, and he gets past Patrese. Patrese coming straight back at him. Nice move from Patrese. Denbol will not relent, and he gets through again. 3 overtaking moves in the space of 2 corners. Absolutely awesome. That's how good karting can be at this level. And Patrese is now going to try and get after Noah Denbol once more, but watch out for Dilana Van Toff, and these two have already crossed paths once this weekend. They had a little bit of a tiff where Dilana Van Toff essentially ended up receiving a reprimand for his part in the incident. But Patrese is now once again trying to fend off Dilana Van Toff, the Dutchman, pushing very hard indeed to get past the Italian. Next up is Vincent Andronako, the German driver, trying to get his way up the order again as well. But back further up, Juho Valtonen in 2nd, and in 3rd place now is Norton Andreasen. So it's a Pantano sandwich on Ward Racing bread at the moment because Bedrin is 1st and Andreasen is 3rd, and Juho Valtonen doing a grand job in 2nd position. This is going to be a fascinating run as they come up through the first couple of corners, through the right-hander, flat on the throttle through that sweep, and then into turn 3. the hairpin bend. This is such an exciting run as the competitors continue their charge through. Andreasen, fastest lap of the race, all over the back of the Finn Juho Valtonen now as they continue to battle and squabble for position. Luca Griggs is P4, then Denbol, Patrese, Vanthoff, Andronako, and then it is Hannes Janker still in 9th place in front of Callum Bradshaw. Just the one retirement from the race, and that is Cecilia Hedqvist, as the drivers continue to battle their way around the course. And some good overtakes and good battles throughout. But the top 10 looks pretty serene at the moment. Bedrin in front of Valtonen and Andreasen. 6 laps to go. And Norton Andreasen really wants to get back past the Finn. So Juho Valtonen in 2nd place for the all-new Pantano team, created by the ex-Formula 1 and karting sensation Giorgio Pantano. But Valtonen running in 2nd place. And Norton Andreasen having a good run here in 3rd place. This has been a real coming-of-age season for Norton Andreasen. He's stepped up his challenge in 2020 to the senior category, and he's become a real natural star, very much picking up at the mantle from Dino Beganovic left last year. He has now moved on to the world of competitive car racing, and it looks as though Norton Andreasen could be a similar star in the making. He may well decide, of course, to elect another season at the top flight. And as we were hearing from Max Verstappen in our television highlights of the last weekend at Karting Genk, he was recommending a lot of drivers to finish their OK careers, and once they've done that, do a year in KZ before they step up. And certainly there's a lot of evidence to suggest that it really does work. You're only going to look at Verstappen and Charles Leclerc to note that that's a very solid route through. But at the moment, it's the direct drive European Championships that we are focused on. And you can see the difference in the driving lines between these two men. They've got a completely different objective and a completely different manner of nailing each apex as they come through. But Valtonen still running in 2nd place ahead of Norton Andreasen. Luca Griggs in P4 from Denbol, Patrese, Vanthoff, Andronako, Janker and Callum Bradshaw. Leandro Andaruti is next up in 11th place in front of Lorenzo Rosico and Charlie Wirtz. And then it is Michael Paparo, the Praga, running in 14th place ahead of Matthias Salonen and Ricardinho Grappia. There's the move from Andreasen. He finally gets there on Juho Valtonen. Patience and determination pays off. And the Swede gets through in a second behind his Russian teammate now, Nikita Bedrin, but Valtonen's not going to settle for that. Bedrin is checking out in front. He's got a big advantage. So Bedrin running well in the lead of the race. But Andreasen now into 2nd in front of Juho Valtonen. Is there going to be a big challenge from further back now, because Luca Griggs has a chance to close up on Juho Valtonen with 3.5 laps to go. They come off the right-hand hairpin, and then this is the very fast sweeping apex. You've got to be so careful balancing the throttle here, because it can get very nasty indeed. As drivers come out of the final turn and they push on very hard indeed. So into that first right-hand sweeper up to the hairpin once again, and there is a good challenge in the midfield. But it is Norton Andreasen with the fastest lap of the race. He's trying to get away from Valtonen and close up on Nikita Bedrin, but he's not going to have a massive chance to do that now. The gap is already steady at a second, and 3 laps to go. 1 second is not a lot in real terms, but in karting terms, that is a big gap to make up. There's a great little battle going on in the midfield. This is Callum Bradshaw versus Hannes Janker, 2 former FIA Karting champions in various different guises. Hannes Janker, the 2018 European champion at this level. And Callum Bradshaw, of course, the former FIA Karting Academy Trophy winner a few years back. Great to see him back in the FIA Karting paddock, this time as a Tony Kart factory driver. So Bedrin trying to pull away from Andreasen, not really needing to do a massive amount of work to do that. The gap between them is 0.999. No emergencies for Bedrin, though, in this one, as he continues to run in a decent lead. Vincent Andronako having a good battle here. He's now in front of Dilana Vanthoff. The Dutchman has lost ground to the German of late. And so Vincent Andronako getting through into that 7th position spot. A really solid manoeuvre. As the battles continue around the circuit here, Bedrin and Andreasen running 1 and 2 for the Ward Racing team. Last lap, and Nikita Bedrin really has made this race his own. He's not had to pressure at all over the course of the weekend. He's just been very solid and smooth, kept it together. There could be a few drivers here to make a bit of a challenge over the course of the weekend, but certainly the Ward Racing package looks pretty hot here at Wackersdorf. And so Nikita Bedrin running out in the lead from Norton Andreasen and Juho Valtonen. Looks like it's going to end that way to the flag on a weekend where Nikita Bedrin really needs to be smooth and consistent, but also needs to pull out big guns to grab points over the likes of Barnard and Antonelli. A race win is definitely the right way to start. Barnard got the earlier heat. Bedrin getting this one. It's up to Kimi Antonelli now. The pressure will be on him to deliver as well in his later heat, but it's a victory for Nikita Bedrin. The Russian gets the job done here in front of Norton Andreasen and Juho Valtonen. Luca Griggs, the highest placed wildcard of the weekend thus far, crossing the line in 4th place in this heat. Well, that's an important race and a very good result indeed for Nikita Bedrin and Norton Andreasen, particularly for Andreasen, that drag race to the first corner that he initially lost out. It's great to see him fighting back and taking positions back to grab into 2nd place ahead of Valtonen. But Nikita Bedrin is the man who impresses the most in that one with a thrilling victory, and that really does open his account for the weekend in fine style. Nikita Bedrin and Norton Andreasen make it award racing 1-2. Juho Valtonen 3rd from Luca Griggs and Noah Denbol. Lorenzo Patrese and Vincent Andronaco from Dilana Van Toff and Callum Bradshaw. Hannes Janke rounds out the top 10. Then it's the Andrea Andaruti and Lorenzo Rosico ahead of the 13th place man Charlie Wirtz and Michael Paparo in 14th from Matthias Salonen and Oliver Gray. Then Ricardinho Gratia, Nico Hanke and Ken Oscar Algra. Then it is Maximus Meyer from Sandro Holzem, Alex Hardvig, Sam Balota and Emily Koivisto. And then Thomas Guedes, the one retirement from the race, was the Swedish driver Cecilia Hedqvist. She spun her Cosmic out at turn 5. Whether she was assisted or not is unclear. So certainly a good result for Nikita Bedrin. Let's have a look back over the action from that race to see how he did it. So obviously this drag race to the first big braking zone of the hairpin was fascinating to watch. Bedrin edging Patrese to the inside line. Andreasen keeping his foot in, keeping it planted. There's not a lot of room to maneuver. He drifts wide and it's him that loses out. So Patrese grabs the initial lead, but Bedrin through into 2nd by this point. There goes Valtonen to squeeze into 3rd place, and that is essentially where the race is not won for Bedrin, but definitely it's looking a lot sweeter for him. Andreasen is the man who's having to play catch-up. Look back, because he's now down to 5th position, nearly 6th, as Luca Griggs managed to get through, but his comeback drive is pretty awesome. And to be fair, if he had lost ground at that early stage to Lorenzo Rosico, I think that would have completely transformed and completely changed the way that the race played out for him. So that could have been a very interesting situation indeed there for Norton Andreasen. He's lucky to get away with that one, in all honesty. But the battle in the midfield, you can see drivers already starting to step up their attack and try and gain a place or two. But it's really exciting at this point in the race because Bedrin is immediately on his lock stops. Look, he just gains the move on the inside of Lorenzo Patrese. And from this point on, the job is done. He's managed to get himself into that lead. And the Italian has no response up to that point, essentially. He tries again a little bit later around the lap, but the only way really to get him back on pure momentum is in that final turn. So he's lucky that he's able to keep it in 2nd place for as long as he did, because he eventually manages to drop away, rather sadly, down to the 6th place. There's Cecilia Hedqvist. That's the aftermath of the incident. We don't know what caused it, but certainly it was game over for her. But once Valtonen got past Patrese, it was kind of floodgates open wide, as Luca Griggs then sensed, right, well, he's a little bit vulnerable, so I know there's grip on the inside line. He makes a late lunge on the inside, it has to be said. And on the exit, Patrese almost has him back. But Griggs holds the inside line, and that's enough for Andreasen to slip back past as well. And that's how Andreasen got himself back into a competitive position. Now he's got to take on Griggs, which he does fairly smartly, but the real battle for him now is Juho Valtonen. Here's the move, though, from Noah Denbol. He's the other man in the Ward Racing trio up at the front end of the field. 3 Ward drivers in the top 5. And Denbol's really started to make some big moves this season as well. Look, Patrese makes a big lunge on the inside, but he's just left his braking 1.5 meters or so too late. The kart drifts out wide naturally off the camber, and Denbol doesn't even have to break a sweat. He just gets back on the inside line and just cannons back past Patrese. and leaves him in the path of Van 't Hoff, who's not able to make the move in the end. Now, here's the move from Andreasen. Again, textbook move. Vantelen is just keeping his kart right there on the outside. Again, he just gives the position, essentially, to Andreasen. When you keep that kart there on the racing line through that right-hander and you don't get the kart across, that is essentially an invitation for the driver behind. Well, you're not going to defend this one, so I'm going to grab it. And this is now Delano Van 't Hoff versus Callum Bradshaw. Two drivers who have represented their countries before in the Academy Trophy. And there is the man who's just made it look oh so sweet up in front, Nikita Bedrin. You can't underestimate the significance of getting these decent results in nice and early in the OK category, because it makes such a difference to the composure and the confidence of the drivers as the race day plays out. Because getting that early win on the board, it shows you that you can do it. It shows you that, you know, you've got the ability to have good racecraft and good speed. The materials are working together well. Obviously, for the Ward Racing team, the Tony kart works beautifully around this circuit. They really have nailed a good setup to get it working. It always fascinates me, particularly when you've got these customer teams such as Ward Racing and SFR Motorsport here this weekend at Wackersdorf, for example. It always really slightly amusing, but also really quite fascinating to observe that there are times when the satellite teams are able to get more occasionally out of the equipment even than the factory teams, depending on the driver you're talking to, but also depending on the heat situation. But it's always really rewarding when a satellite squad like Ward Racing is able to come along and put in a fabulous effort. And it's no mistake that Nikita Bedrin is actually ahead of the factory driver Joe Turney. They've been fast, solid and consistent throughout this season. And with drives like that from Nikita Bedrin, he still has a genuine chance to go for the European title today.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So back into the action once again then in the OK Junior category, and it's once again a very tough race heat in front of us. 9 laps around this Pro Kart race stand at Wackersdorf circuit, and it's the American star, Yuga Chukwu, who leads the championship fight at this phase of the weekend, who is on the front row of the grid. Alongside him is Dion Gowda of Singapore. And then it is the British driver Aidan Neate, who lines up 3rd position on the grid after a fabulous opening encounter. He will want another top 2 finish if he can grab one. Rafael Modenese, though, alongside him on the grid, will definitely be wanting to grab his own top 3 finish if he can make it happen. Karol Pazovic, the Polish driver, lining up in 5th place on the starting grid, the young man from Poland in the Tony kart. And then it is Ariel Elkin, the Israeli for VDK Racing, who lines up on the outside of that 3rd row. Very impressive so far. He just needs to keep it up. Joel Bergstrom, the Forza Racing driver, the wild card, lines up 7th on the starting grid. A very impressive weekend so far from the young Swede. 8th position on the grid is Alfio Spina, the Italian for the Tony Kart factory team once again. And then it is Josh Erfen in 9th position for Ricky Flynn Motorsport to round out the top 10. Alongside him, it is the Finnish racer Alexei Yaleva of the Exprit Racing team. On row 6, it is going to be the Austrian Keanu Blum, and he lines up there 11th position on the grid. Not a bad run at all this weekend from the young wildcard. And he lines up beside the American star Connor Zilic of the Ward Racing team, who have been so strong in senior and are still very ultra competitive in the junior categories, of course, as well. Marcus Luzio is 13th on the grid, the new man in at CV Performance Group, as he battles his way with the team, of course, that won last year's European and World Championships in senior. So he's with a solid team that knows how to get the job done. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Singaporean Christian Ho, who gets to race alongside his countrymen in this race. But obviously the Sauber Karting driver will have to try and fight his way back from the 7th row. In 15th place, it is the Brazilian Emo Fittipaldi for the Brand Institute-backed Sauber Karting squad. His kart is the only one of the Sauber Karting trio in the junior category that looks slightly different to the other two. And the Brazilian running very well there, 15th on the starting grid. The Bulgarian Nikola Tsolov lines up 16th on the grid for the DPK racing team. That has become very much a familiar home base for him. Yanpu Choi, the Chinese driver, lines up 17th on the grid aboard his Kart Republic. And he looks very strong here this weekend as the newest man in the Kart Republic factory team. Alongside him on the grid is the Brazilian Antonio Leite, who of course races under French license these days with the VDK squad. 19th on the grid it is the Austrian star Oscar Wirtz, who not only races here in the FIA Karting European Championships of OK Junior, but also in the Academy Trophy, flying the flag for Austria. Alongside him on the grid, another man who does the same thing, only this time for Belgium, and that is Tom Breiken for the SP Motorsport team, and he lines up there 20th on the grid aboard his Kart Republic chassis. Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese, will be hoping for a lot more than he got from his previous race for the Leclerc by Lennox racing team. 22nd on the grid is Nacho Tunion, a man who got caught out in the earlier heat. Hopefully the Spaniard will have a much better run of it this time. Nathan Schaap, the Dutchman, lines up in 23rd on the grid aboard his Tony Kart. 24th on the grid is the American star Brent Cruz for the Kart Republic factory team. And then it is Adam Kowalski, 25th on the grid for Birolart, the young man from the Czech Republic. Struggled in qualifying, as of course did the Frenchman alongside him, Alessandro Gusti. But both drivers have proved they're up for the overtakes today. So let's see what they can do as they leave the pre-grid. So Yuga Chukwu on pole position from Dion Gauda in the second position spot. Aidan Neat and Rafael Modenese. Then Karol Pazovic and Alia Elkin. Joel Bergstrom and Alfio Spina. Koskan Erfen and Alexei Yeleva. Then Keanu Blum and Conor Zilic from Marcus Luzio and Christian Ho. Emma Fittipaldi and Nikola Tsolov. Yanpu Choi and Antonio Leite. Oscar Wirtz, Tom Breiken, Ivan Dominguez, Nacho Tunion, Nathan Schaap, Brent Cruz, Adam Kowalski and Alessandro Gusti. So it really is all four corners of the globe that are represented in the FIA Karting paddock. Even in the European Championships, they still flock from far and wide. They all want to race, they all want to compete, and they know that all roads from here lead to the top of the sport, whether that's bidding for the World Championships in karting or whether that's moving on to other pastures. And it's no mistake that 19 of the current 20 Formula One drivers all came out of this grid, and several more big stars have gone on to the likes of Indianapolis, Le Mans, and of course battling for the World Karting Championships in both OK and KZ. So Uga Chukwu, Gauda, Neat, Modenese, Pazovic, Elkin, Bergstrom, Spina, Erfen and Yeleva, and we are racing! No, we're not! False start, false start. The yellow repeater light comes on. So that is a false start then for the drivers. And so they will go around one more time. And that adds to the pressure and adds to the expectation, of course, doesn't it? As Uga Chukwu from pole position, having gone second fastest overall in time qualifying. Only one man managed to beat him, and that is Jamaica's Alex Powell. And he will start pole position for every single race he competes in this weekend. But for Uga Chukwu, there is still an interesting battle ahead. He knows how difficult it's going to be to hang on to this advantage throughout. So he will give it everything he has, but it's not going to be straightforward and clear-cut. And he's got a big challenge from Aidan Neat behind him on the grid. Dion Gauda alongside him on the grid as well. So the competitors get themselves into position as they come through once again. Uga Chukwu, Gauda, Neat, Modenese, Pazovic, Elkin, Bergstrom, Spina, Erfen, Yeleva, Blum and Zilic as they come out of the final turn, with the likes of Luzio, Ho, Fittipaldi, Tsolov, Choi and Leite giving chase ahead of Wirtz and Breiken. Is this going to be a clean start this time? They come down the straight. Yes, it is. Let's race. Uga Chukwu holding to the inside line. Gauda along the outside. And Aidan Neat is going to tuck in for second place. A big slide there from Pazovic, who manages to hold on to it. But is he going to hold third place? A run wide from Uga Chukwu as Aidan Neat takes the lead. And there's contact. Several karts involved in that one. Yellow flags fly. And there are several drivers involved this time. Who is it? Antonio Leite is in there. The 204 is in there. That's Alfio Spina. And then we've got Brent Cruz, I think. No, it's Yanpu Choi. And then we also have Christian Ho involved in that one. And that's the Birolart involved as well. Nikola Tsolov is caught up, the Bulgarian in there somewhere. And Adam Kowalski. So several drivers not going anywhere. There's Nikola Tsolov trying to get going again. Antonio Leite trying to get back into the race. But it's, well, it's a very tough battle for them. Can they both manage to do it? They have done, in fact. Antonio Leite and Nikola Tsolov have got going again, but the rest of the field continue as Aidan Neat leads Rafael Modenese. Pazovic is third and Uga Chukwu is fourth. So the race continues, but several drivers out of it. And we have lost many, many now in the field. Only 18 karts are still in the leading bunch as Wackersdorf dives up the inside of Karol Pazovic to get back into third position. The American is not going to lose points if he doesn't have to here today at Wackersdorf. But he's got to keep a calm, cool head. He can't afford to let the fact that Neat and Modenese have jumped him to cause any issues. He's just got to keep this together. Now Modenese is having a go at Neat for the lead. Can the Peruvian get through into the lead of the race? Yes, he can, but Neat's going to get him straight back on the switch, and they're going to be side by side in the final turn, and Aiden Neat surely will take back the lead, which he does, and Modenese is now backed into the kart republic of Hugo Wackersdorf. So Hugo Wackersdorf is now going to try and make his way through into second place. Can he get there on the inside line? He does so! He is not going to lose this European title if he has any say in the matter. And he is giving it everything he's got to get himself back into position. This is a great run from Hugo Wackersdorf. He may have fallen to fourth position at the first lap, but he's not planning on staying there long. What an absolutely fabulous performance this is from the youngster. And he is on course to become the first American to become European Junior Champion this century. So Aiden Neat running out in front of Hugo Wackersdorf, Rafael Modenese and Karol Pazovic. That's a big lunge from Erfan out of the final turn, and he's got past Pazovic. Nice move from Erfan into fourth place. So a great run from the British driver. And that puts him and the Ricky Flynn team into P4. Now chasing down Modenese, the Peruvian. A big run wide there from Erfan. And that's going to be held there as he catches the inside line to fend off Pazovic. A late lunge on the inside from Wackersdorf, and he takes the lead. Brilliant from the American. On lap 4, he dives back into the lead. You're not having this one, boys. This is my championship. And Aiden Neat runs in second place now in front of Modenese. He drifted wide. Modenese is going to get the opportunity to come back through. Aiden Neat gets straight off the switchback, and they both drift wide. Modenese on the grass. Modenese on the grass. He's going to cut through at the hairpin and rejoin. Now, surely Modenese is going to have some kind of investigation on him for that one, because he could quite easily have got on the grass, come back onto the circuit and rejoined, but as it is, he's dropped back behind Fittipaldi, who is in 11th place now. Up the inside goes Elkin. He gets the move now on Pazovic, and Erfan, through all of that, has gone into second place past Aiden Neat. So Neat now needs to get back on the horse as he charges after Josh Erfan, the British driver, in second place for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. But Aiden Neat, the Englishman himself, he's going to have to charge his way back into contention. But Neat and Pazovic battling, Neat and Modenese battling, and Modenese actually taking a massive shortcut across the hairpin. Admittedly, he does fall down to 12th position, but that is not the point. You've got to complete the full duration of the circuit, and essentially, he has taken a nice gap in the middle of the course there. He probably felt that it was quicker to recover that way than get back onto the circuit and go around the full circuit, but that's not the point. You cannot cut the circuit. So this is going to be an interesting one. Hugo Wackersdorf leads the race in the 2:02. There he is. Fantastic run, fastest lap of the race. And this man is looking absolutely invincible. So he runs out in the lead from Josh Erfan and Aiden Neat in second and third place. Ariel Elkin going well in fourth. In fact, he is catching. Now, interestingly, under investigation there is Aiden Neat. Now that is interesting. Aiden Neat is the man apparently under investigation. So they're clearly feeling that maybe, well, what might they be looking up there? Are they thinking that maybe he ran Rafael Modenese out of space and left the Peruvian no choice? But that's an interesting one, and certainly you've got to look at the fact that potentially Modenese obviously has cut an entire hairpin section to try and come through. But Dion Gauda is now the fastest man on the circuit. The Singaporean has recovered after a bit of a difficult start. He's now in 6th position ahead of Marcus Luzio, who is the leading wild card here, in 7th place. That is a very impressive debut in the FIA Karting European Championships for Marcus Luzio, who is now ahead of Joel Bergstrom. And this is a great run from the British driver. There he is in the CV Performance machine. As they come out of the final turn, he is having an amazing debut, but he knows the circuit well, of course. He's competed at this place in other categories before, so he knows the way that this circuit goes, and obviously it really helps him out knowing that he's getting more and more comfortable with the OK Junior. He hasn't done a lot of miles in this kart, but he's definitely done a lot of miles around here. So Karol Pazovic swarming all over the back of Ariel Elkin as Modenese charges his way back past Alexei Yeleva, assisted by Keanu Blum. So Keanu Blum has come up into 9th place. Modenese is now 10th. They pass my position now. But Ugo Chukwu is leading. Not a bad race for him at the moment. The American looking flawless out front. Pazovic starting to get into the Israeli. And with 1 lap to go, Ugo Chukwu has this race very much in the bag. Josh Erfan second. Aidan Neate the fastest lap in third. But obviously we've seen on the timing screens that there's an investigation going on there. Now, I wonder what that's for, because that looked to me like 2 drivers battling for position. They both went onto the grass. Aidan Neate only had 2 wheels on the grass. Rafael Modenese had the entire kart on the grass, and then obviously managed to cut through the right-hander of the hairpin, the penultimate corner. So we'll see what happens as a result of that investigation later. But for this man, Ugo Chukwu, he has made this race very much his own as he runs up to the hairpin for the last time. Ugo Chukwu is making this 2 wins out of 2. It couldn't be starting better for the American as he comes out of the final corner, and it's another win for Ugo Chukwu in the weekend that could well see him crowned the first American to win the European Championship at Junior. A brilliant result for Ugo Chukwu and an absolutely fantastic display. Of course, there hasn't been a European Junior Championship for many years in relation to some of the other contests out there, but Ugo Chukwu certainly is due to become the first man from the United States of America to do so in this century. So it will be a fabulous opportunity for him, but there's still a long way to go. And Josh Erfan and Aidan Neate have proven that he can be beaten off the line. So Ugo Chukwu gets the win from Josh Erfan and Aidan Neate. Then it is Ariel Elkin and Karol Pazovic. Dion Gada is 6th from Marcus Lucio and Joel Bergstrom. Rafael Modenese is 9th ahead of Keanu Blum. Then Alexei Yeleva and Emo Fittipaldi, 13th place in behind them. The battle is from Ivan Dominguez and Conor Zilic, then Alessandro Gusti and Tom Breiken, Nasho Tunion and Oscar Wirtz, Brent Cruz and Christian Ho from Nathan Schaap, Antonio Leiter and Nikola Tsoloff. And then we have the 3 retirements from the race, Alfio Spina, Jan Puchoi and Adam Kowalski, who were all off on that first lap. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights from a very exciting race. It got pretty hectic off the start quite early on, didn't it, as they came through for the first corner. And the outside line is once again compromised. There's on the inside, you've got Ugo Chukwu, Neate and Pazovic diving through. Pazovic drifts wide, giving Modenese an opportunity to come through. And as they tighten up, it's in the middle of the pack where things really start to get messy. And it's a little drift wide in the middle there from one of the Forza Racing drivers. That's what spits everybody out. So I think that might have been a little run wide from Bergstrom, and then it just compresses everybody into each other. Nobody is really at fault in that accident by the look of it. I think it's just too many karts into too small a space. And it's one of those stereotypical karting incidents where everybody's trying to go for the same bit of racetrack. But it's put 3 drivers out on the spot. Alfio Spina, Jan Puchoi and Adam Kowalski. It's compromised several others. Antonio Leiter and Nikola Tsoloff were way down the order, as was Brent Cruz and Christian Ho. So they all had to take avoiding action. But it's definitely meant a few other drivers benefit. Josh Erfan managed to get a big start as a result of all of that compression. I think it was Bergstrom sliding wide that ended up causing problems for others. But these 2 or 3 drivers still trying to get themselves going again. It's not easy to push start, but they've put in a good show. Now, because Ugo Chukwu got forced wide there at the start by Neate, who managed to get through no problem on the start of the race, Ugo Chukwu's had to fight back here. He gets past Pazovic, so that's no problem. Modenese's in second. And this is where things obviously start to get a little bit hectic, because Ugo Chukwu's decided, right, well, you're not getting past Aidan Neate fast enough, so I'm going to get past you now. He dives on the inside line, but essentially there's no major mission for him there. The American has swept on the inside. Modenese hasn't fought with him at all. It's too early in the race to be fighting for position like that. You just got to let it go if he's got on the inside line. And Pazovic almost manages to get the undercut here on Erfan. But it does take a little bit longer for Ugo Chukwu to get on terms with Aidan Neate and get past him. But he does make the bid then on the inside line. It's a late lunge, and he gets it done. It's a lovely overtake. But Modenese feels at this point, right, well, he's clearly easy to overtake. And this is where it all starts. Now, Neat has run wide in a couple of corners before, and he's off the line. So here comes Modenese up the inside. He dives through, and there's the undercut from Neat. It's a lovely bit of driving, but he's come across. I don't think he's done anything wrong there at all. He's just got to his racing line. Modenese's still there, but essentially he's trying to give it. And look, Modenese's cut through in the middle of the corner there. He's cut through across the grass, and that's not respecting the full distance of the circuit in my book, as I read it in the rules. So you have to respect the full distance of the circuit, and essentially there what he's done is he's cut across the infield. So that one will need to be gone into with a fine-tooth comb. That's the move from Aiden Neat to get back around the outside of Karol Pazovic, and that secures him third place. Elkin makes a last-minute lunge as well, and that puts him up into fourth place. Very opportunistic indeed from Ariel Elkin, but those are the moves that get you big points and big positions in the final reckoning. So it's a really good effort there from Karol Pazovic in the race to maintain a top 5 position, but also well read by Ariel Elkin to seek the only gap he was likely to get from the Polish driver. But this man, Hugo Gachukwu, he doesn't even seem to be breaking a sweat at the moment. He's just got a good package underneath his right foot. The kart is controlled. Even if he loses a couple of positions at the start, he seems to have plenty of energy left in him. He's got good rhythm. He's clearly worked very hard at Zuere and Sarno, because in the cooler conditions, this kart actually runs just as fast, if not a little bit faster in comparison to the rest of the field. So Hugo Gachukwu very much in a good balance and in a good position. But then he did say to us at Sarno, you know, they've been working very hard indeed to make sure that they run through every single scenario, every single setting that they possibly can. And they really do work hard, the Sauber Karting team, with Richard Kyle on the management of that particular satellite operation. And of course, Hugo Gachukwu himself and his mechanic, they work very hard to make sure everything gets dialed in. But he's going well so far, 2 wins out of 2, and it's looking harder and harder to predict whether Tuukka Tarponen or indeed their other rival Arvid Lindblad is going to have enough in the tank to be able to catch up to the American in his current form. He's looking sublime at the moment. So obviously it's been a really exciting battle in the junior category thus far, and we've seen a great little tussle for positions on a couple of occasions, and in that heat certainly Hugo Gachukwu doing what he needs to do to keep himself in a race-winning position. The next race on the circuit is qualifying heat D versus E, and it features the other 2 drivers in the championship fight trying to catch him. So this is appropriate as a junction, I think, to focus in on the title battle for the juniors. We managed to catch up with our top 3 drivers in the championship standings yesterday. From the United States, Hugo Gachukwu; from Finland, Tuukka Tarponen; and from Great Britain, Arvid Lindblad, to hear what they had to say about the races this weekend.
Well, I'm really confident, so we just have to keep pushing this weekend. This track is much different from Sarno and Zuera. You know, in Sarno and Zuera is very long, and here it's very short and misty. So we have to work a setup that's good and fast, and we'll see. I think we have good speed, so hopefully we can keep this advantage. We have to do good in the heats in the final as well. So we have to be consistent and no crashes. There are a lot of passing places, but it's also very easy to crash. It's hard to go side by side, so hopefully we get a good qualifying so we can start in front. Honestly, the pace is good, so it's going to be hard to get qualifying, try to get a nice tow, but not to get traffic so we can start in front for the heats.
Now we have a few practice coming, and speed didn't was so good, but hope so we share good speed. Zuera was so fast. This is very slow track. Hugo is very fast, and also Lindblad is my behind. I tried to win, but the podium is really good.
Yeah, it's a very different circuit. Its style is very different. It brings different challenges to us as drivers. It's very tight, twisty, technical. The driver makes a very big difference here. And Sarno and Zuera are much bigger, very high speed corners. For me, I'm not really too worried about the championship. I'm coming into this weekend, I'm more focused on just doing the best I can. I know that if I do the best I can, I hopefully can come higher in the championship. But I'm not really too bothered about where I finish. It's more about doing the best I can and getting as many points as possible this weekend. Because if I win, amazing. Second is good for the team, 1-2 hopefully. And if I come third, it's fine, it is what it is. I've done well this year, being consistent, and I think that's the biggest thing.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So the battle is going to be very intense indeed in qualifying heat D versus E, as we're going to see Brando Badua line up in pole position for the Settler Racing squad on the inside line. The Italian who so nearly grabbed pole position yesterday from the timed qualifying sessions. Alongside him on the starting grid is going to be Arvid Lindblad from the United Kingdom, and he is there in his Kart Republic to the outside line of the front row. Sonny Smith aboard his Pantano Run Kart Republic is there in third position on the starting grid. The young man from Britain doing a fantastic job in his third outing in the FIA Karting paddock. Fourth position on the grid is the Spanish charge, Bruno Del Pino, one of the friendliest and certainly one of the most liveliest of the drivers in the paddock. Fifth position, Finland's Tuukka Tarpanen, championship contender, second in the points rankings coming into this weekend, and he still has a chance to get the job done for the Tony Kart Factory team. Alongside him, Arthur Rojon, hoping his race is going to last a little bit longer than the 400 meters that it roughly did in the first start. So hopefully he's going to have a little bit more to do in this one from the outside of row 3. Igor Sapil, the very talented Czech driver, lines up in 7th position on the starting grid on the inside of row 4. Alongside him is that ever-present spirit of the talented young Pole, Timo Kucharczyk, who will line up 8th position on the starting grid from the outside of row 4. Then it is the very skilled German, Herolind Nerodini, who lines up 9th position on the grid in the SFR Motorsport machine, giving the heart symbol as he gets himself ready for the action. And it's going to be really cool to see what he can do. He's really making waves in this FIA karting paddock. His first time in the FIA Karting European Championships, and he's already making some names out there. 10th position on the grid, Valerio Rinicella, the Paralin driver in the number 290. Let's see what he can do for the Paralin squad. He's been fast ever since the first qualifying session of this 2020 season. Could be a very strong weekend for him. Eron Reshepi, the Swiss driver, lines up in 11th position on the grid for the Kart Republic factory team. And he is hoping for another solid weekend at the office. Laurence Lesatua is next up, 12th position on the grid for the LLK Belgium team. And obviously, being the Lone Ranger and the privateer that he is always eager to make his impression and charge his way up through the field. It's an all-British row 7 again, and it's Freddie Slater on the inside line this time for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport squad as he continues to battle away after his brilliant run to second place last time out at Sarno in the final. And the man he raced with in those final couple of laps, Maxwell Dodds, is alongside him on the outside of the 7th row. The young man for Paralin, who was the fastest driver of all in time qualifying at Sarno, is still fighting for victories here at Wackersdorf in Germany. Maxim Ferron Castellin, the young Luxembourger, is in 15th position on the grid for the Forza Racing team. He lines up on the inside of row 8. Row 16th on the grid in the Maranello chassis, it is the German star Leon Hoffmann, who will line up there on the outside of row 8. 17th on the starting grid, it is Augustin Bernier, the Frenchman who had a very short race in his first heat. Hopefully, it's going to be a much better result for him in the second. Keanu Alajari, the young man from the United Arab Emirates, lines up on the 9th row of the starting grid on the outside in 18th place. Finland's Lucas Samalisto is next up for the Expert Works team, and he lines up alongside the Italian star for CRG, and that is Francesco Marenghi, and he will be there in the 265 in 20th on the starting grid. For Denmark, it is Marius Christiansen, one of the many wildcards this weekend, who lines up 21st on the grid alongside the German star for the Solgat Motorsport team, that is Lenny Reed, and he is there 22nd on the grid aboard his Birolart chassis. 23rd on the starting grid, it is the Argentine racer Francisco Saldavini, who lines up 23rd on the grid for CRG, although, of course, he races under an Italian license these days. Being with CRG, he races in the country most of the time. But 24th on the starting grid, it is the Austrian star in the Ricardo kart, that is Emma Felbermeier, who we heard from earlier on the live stream. Nervous but excited and definitely putting in some good moves in her first weekend in the FIA Karting European Championships. We all have to start somewhere. We all have to fight our way through. What a lot of the drivers, of course, have to take into account and appreciate is that many of the drivers who are making their first race appearance here this weekend are in exactly the same place that many of the drivers ahead of them were about 18 months ago. Many of them were making their first race appearance in the FIA Karting European Championships. It's not easy. It is a bit of a sensational opportunity, but the drivers all have to take it with aplomb and do the very best they possibly can. And they will all make the progress necessary to continue their journey up the echelons of motorsport as they all work to try and run at the front end of the field. But it's a Kart Republic front row as Brando Badua in the Cetelar Racing satellite squad machine in the 215 is there to the inside line. And Arvid Lindblad on the outside, still in the hunt for the title, don't forget. Third position in the standings with a bit of points to catch in terms of Ugachukwu and Tarpanen. But looking at the way things are playing out, and after his win in the earlier heat where he beautifully drove around the outside of pole sitter Alex Powell off the line, he's still got a really solid opportunity to go for that title. If not the championship itself, the vice championship is still very much in the possibility for Arvid Lindblad, and he knows that there is a good chance of it happening this weekend. So the drivers are rolled out onto the circuit, and it's time for them to go racing here at Wackersdorf. So Brando Badua and Arvid Lindblad on the front row from Sonny Smith and Bruno Del Pino. Tuka Tarpanen and Artur Rojon from Igor Sapil and Timothus Kucharczyk, Herolan Neradini and Valerio Renicella, Aaron Roshepi and Laurence Lesatua, Freddie Slater and Maxwell Dodds from Maxime Fernand Castellan and Leon Hoffman, Augustin Bernier and Keanu Alajari, Lucas Samalisto and Francesco Marenghi from Marius Christiansen, Lenny Reed, Francisco Soldavini and Emma Felbermeyer. 12 rows of drivers, 24 competitors from all four corners of the globe, although on this occasion it is a field full of Europeans. Other than, of course, Keanu Alajari, who is the only non-European driver in the field, in fact, because Keanu Alajari is from the United Arab Emirates, although, of course, that is only based on the countries they are registered to, because Francisco Soldavini, while racing with an Italian license, is actually from Argentina. So Badua, Lindblad, Smith, Del Pino, Tarpanen, Rojon, Sapil, Kucharczyk, Neradini, Renicella, Roshepi, Lesatua, Slater and Dodds. Let's see who gets the best start off the line. They come off the final turn. Is it going to be a clean start? Yes, it is! And yet again, a good start from Brando Badua as they compress through the first corner. Up the inside, Sonny Smith tries to get second. Oh! Then two leaders bang wheels as Lindblad tries to come around the outside. They just about get away with that. And so Badua leads Lindblad, but that was mighty close. So now Lindblad is getting very fired up behind Arvid Lindblad. Sonny Smith still there in third position. And Artur Rojon's made a terrific start up into fourth position for the Frenchman. A really good getaway from him as he comes from the third row to move forward. Sapil's made a good start as well over to P6. Looks as though it's not been the easiest of starts for the Tony Kart of Tuka Tarpanen. He seems to be down the order again. He's not getting good starts here this weekend. As the drivers come through on the inside line, that looks like Sapil to defend his position, and he loses ground to Timo Kucharczyk. So the pole comes through. What has happened to Tuka Tarpanen off the start? He has not had a good one. And so the drivers continue, but it's now Arvid Lindblad giving chase to Brando Badua. Sonny Smith is third from Rojon. Rojon going to get through on the inside line here, and does so. Nice move from Artur Rojon. And the Frenchman getting himself right into the hunt again. In the last few days, France has been completely revitalised in terms of its motorsport as a country after the thrilling victory last week of Pierre Gasly in Grand Prix racing, who of course came through this very paddock many years ago. So all of the zest and the verve of French motorsport has been completely kicked back into shape. Whoa, a mistake from the leader there. Badua goes wide. He kicks up the dust, and that's a perfect invitation for Arvid Lindblad to get back on terms with the Italian. Well, if you're going to mess around, I'm going to take advantage, thanks very much. And we've got, a cone being blown across the road there. Not sure if somebody's knocked out or if it's come out of position. But unbelievably, it's a nightmare start to proceedings again for the Frenchman Augustin Bernier, because he has had yet another retirement. There he is, parked up at the penultimate corner for the second race in a row. Now, Lindblad has seen that Badua has made the mistake and thought, right, he's vulnerable, so I'm now going to try and push him into another mistake. But Artur Rojon has gone with them. So the Frenchman is getting himself into the hunt here, and Lindblad knows he needs to get this move on Brando Badura as soon as possible because Grosjean is feisty and very fast. Here comes Grosjean on the inside line of Lindblad, and he gets through. Nice overtake from Grosjean. He now chomps across Lindblad to stop him coming back on the switch. Nice driving from Grosjean. Really solid effort there. So Arthur Grosjean gets into second place behind the Italian Brando Badura. It's Badura, Grosjean, Lindblad, Smith, Del Pino and Kucharczyk. Great racing. Absolutely solid from Grosjean. This is what he should have been able to give us in the opening race, but he didn't last longer than turn 3. So now he's there in second place, and they've got a good package underneath him. He's going well. His right foot is full of confidence right now. He's got plenty of thrust and velocity, and that car's got good grip as well. So it looks as though Grosjean may be fired up for a heat win here. If he can catch and pass Brando Badura, it's looking odds on. Another quick flick there from Brando Badura. He's pushing very hard as he gets one wheel loose on the grass, and that's given Grosjean another bit of momentum. I thought he was going to dive in the final turn to get through, but now he's looking really confident to come through into turn 3. They come down the straight. Grosjean looks motivated. Badua's protecting the line. Grosjean's going to want to go for this now. Badua's defending on the inside line. They're going to drift out wide. Lindblad's going to cut across alongside Lindblad, and through comes Sonny Smith. He gets the initiative to get through. Now Smith will dive on the inside of Grosjean. Lindblad will get through as well. Grosjean will be fuming with Brando Badura. Why are you defending on lap 5? That's why, because he's able to get a decent gap between them all. So Brando Badura running out in the lead, and here comes Lindblad back on the inside of Sonny Smith, and he gets the move there. So the Kart Republic factory car gets past the Pantano back machine, and there on the inside comes Del Pino on Grosjean. Kucharczyk gets through as well. This is a nightmare for Arthur Grosjean. He was battling for the victory. Kucharczyk makes a big late lunge on Del Pino and gets through. What a move from the pole. Lovely bit of driving from Kucharczyk. It's a very bold driver that will make a move in the last corner. Del Pino now tries to come past, but he's not going to get there. Grosjean tries to find space around the outside to get more switchback. And now behind them comes Igor Sepil. Sepil is going to want to try and come through. And behind them we've got Laurence Lesatua and Valerio Menicella, who sets the fastest lap of the race now. Oh, and a big run wide from Grosjean. And he's going to cut across the runoff area. Oh, that's a big problem for Grosjean. So much promise in this race. If he had made the move there on Brando Badura, rather than get compressed behind him as the defensive move occurred, this could have been such a different race for Arthur Grosjean. And you've got to feel for him. He's really struggling there. Tuka Tarpanen's got by, I think. Not quite, but Tuka Tarpanen, this is a real problem for the Finn because Tarpanen really doesn't seem to have the legs on even Arvid Lindblad, never mind Ugo Chukwu, who's going to have to race against later in the weekend. So with 3 laps to go, Badura leads Lindblad, who is just getting on with the business of closing up on him now. Sonny Smith in 3rd, and Kucharczyk with the fastest lap of the race in 4th position, trying to catch the 3 leaders. 5th place is Del Pino, then it's Sepil, Lesatua, Rinicella, Tarpanen, Slater, Ferran Castellin, and Grosjean, who has fallen down to 12th. Still the one retirement, and that is Augustin Bernier. Oh, and another car pull off. That is Francisco Soldevini, the Argentine. So Soldevini has pulled off on the way to the final turn. And the yellow flags are there because obviously the kart is in a vulnerable position, but as long as he can get himself to the marshal post there, it should be okay. But it could well be that with 2 laps to go, there could be yellow flags in the final corner to the end now, which means you've only got a limited amount of positions on the circuit. You can make the overtake. Leon Hoffman gets a warning flag. Not quite sure what the Maranello driver's done there, but the German is obviously under some scrutiny now. Still this good battle for 5th place going on. Bruno Del Pino, Igor Sepil and Laurence Lesatua as they duel away for the top 5. But it looks as though it's almost done and dusted at the front end of the field. But has Arvid Lindblad got enough time to close up and then make a move on Brando Badura, or will he have to settle for 2nd place? I think it's going to have to be the latter now. But Brando Badura defending valiantly, which you are perfectly entitled to do. Arthur Grosjean frustrated with him, but if Badura felt that was the way he could win, then he's certainly entitled to take the line he wants. And Brando Badura is going to get the victory the way things currently stand. He's got to try and continue to pull away from Arvid Lindblad, who is catching him. But Lindblad is obviously going to be thinking about those points. Badura will want to get as high a position as possible, and to do that, he needs to get some decent results on the board. And a victory will more than cope for that. Oh! Sepil and Lesatua come together on the final lap. and both drivers see differently about it. Sepil is very annoyed with Lesatua, but Brandon Badua is going to get the race win done there as Sepil gets back on terms with Lesatua. Lesatua gets him straight back again. This battle continues between the two of them. They're going to be arguing in the pits the way things currently go, but Brandon Badua gets the win from Lindblad and Sonny Smith. Kucharczyk is next up, and then it is Bruno Del Pino in front of Valerio Vinicella. But Laurence Lesatua and Igor Sepil having a big moment there on the final lap, but Brandon Badua using street smarts to get a victory in the can there. You're perfectly entitled to defend the lead if you think that's the best way to get it done. And Brandon Badua times it to perfection, builds that little cushion that he needed, and despite Lindblad gaining to within 0.4 of a second of the Italian, he was never going to beat him with that Kart Republic running on song out in front. Great race from Brandon Badua. So the Italian takes the victory from Arvid Lindblad in second. Sonny Smith is third and Timo Kucharczyk fourth. From Bruno Del Pino and Valerio Vinicella to Tarpinen and Freddie Slater. From Otto Rojon, Aaron Reshepi, Maxime Fernand-Castellane and Max Dodds in the top 12. Then it is Keanu Al-Ajari and Herolin Neradini. Lesatua and Igor Sepil have their war of words both on and off the circuit most likely. Lucas Samalisto and Leon Hoffman. Then Marius Christiansen and Lenny Reeds. From Francesca Marenghi and Emma Felbermeyer. The retirements are Francisco Saldavini and Augustin Bernier. What a fabulous run from Brandon Badua as the air temperature now goes all the way up to 22 degrees Celsius. Considering we started the day at 16, it's getting very hot very quickly here at Wackersdorf. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of a very thrilling race. Right off the start, there was a little bit of tension. Sonny Smith felt he had the inside line then from Badua, and so Lindblad felt, well, he's a little bit slowed up. I can put my foot in there. They bang wheels. Lindblad is so fortunate to hang on to second place. He manages to get the kart back into the racing line again out of turn 2. And he was fortunate. But look at Otto Rojon there, round the outside to move up into 4th position there as he comes around the outside line there of one of the Tony karts. I think that is Bruno Del Pino he managed to get through. Del Pino tries to get back on terms with Otto Rojon on the inside line. But Rojon has that start nailed. That's actually the best drive I've seen from the Frenchman. So it's unfortunate that he wasn't able to make the positions up. He actually ended up in 9th place in the end. Very unfortunate. But some good moves through the field. 3 drivers managing to make up 5. 2 more drivers managing to make up the most places through the course of the race. Freddie Slater up 5 places to 8th. And Keanu Al-Ajari the same number. 5 places up to move up into 13th by the finish. But Brandon Badua was right in the hunt for that victory from the word go. He had the lead early doors, but it was Rojon who really started to make the race come to him as he started to nip up the inside and make up places one by one. Igor Sepil and Timo Kucharczyk already starting a really solid battle for position on that first lap. And we're going to see Sonny Smith make his bid here on Arvid Lindblad. This is a really big weekend for Sonny Smith. He had 2 difficult race weekends at Zuera and Sarno, but this is a bit coming of age for him. Also for Otto Rojon, though. Here he is on the inside of Sonny Smith. Gets through, no problem at all there. A nice overtake from the Exprit driver. But this is the one that really lets you know he means business here this weekend. That's the problem between Vinicella and Slater. So they banged wheels and Slater ended up tagging a cone on the outside line. So that could well be investigated. So Badua obviously trying to keep in front of Arvid Lindblad, and that's compromised him. So here comes Rojon, gets his move on the inside line. No problems at all there in the overtake for the Frenchman, and he manages to get the Experience Racing machine across the road in time to stop Lindblad cutting across. Now, look, Badua is covering the inside line here and through the right-hander again. He brings the kart right to the middle of the circuit. Rojon's already trying to go for it, and so he has to slam on the brakes. Otherwise, the pair of them are going off. So Lindblad gets up alongside. That puts Rojon on the defensive line. Badua can get away. Smith gets up the gap on the inside of Lindblad and then makes a bid on the inside of Rojon. Here he comes. It's a big slide. It's a big tank slapper, but he gets the move done, and there's enough space for Lindblad to squeeze by as well. And Rojon is essentially just going backwards from this point, which is so unfortunate because he had the chance there to go for the lead on Badua, but the Italian defended so well. He executed and pulled the kart across the circuit and made sure that Rojon wasn't even going to get a gap. So Lindblad now has a chance on Smith. He gets his move on the inside line. Takes it nice and smoothly. Rojon thinks there's still a gap there, but there isn't, and that's backed him up a little bit, actually. He thought he could make a bid there to get through, but instead he's ended up basically falling into the clutches of Del Pino, and Kucharczyk feels there's a move on there as well. So Kucharczyk gets through, tucks in behind Del Pino, who defends, but watch this. Kucharczyk feels, well, I'm not having that. I'm going to dive on the inside line in the final turn anyway, and manages to get through, and that leaves the door open for Grosjean to get past Del Pino too. So some absolutely exceptional racecraft there. So this is Grosjean trying to get back on terms with Del Pino. Kucharczyk is covering the inside line. So watch Grosjean. He tries to go right round the outside there of Del Pino. He knows the move itself is never going to work, but he's willing to try things to gain the advantage. And here comes Igor Sepil, making his own bid to come through. But then obviously a little later into the race, Igor Sepil is about to have a bit of a nightmare of his own. There goes Grosjean running wide. Gets the car back onto the circuit, but he realises he's got Sepil to his right. So he's got to take to the runoff area. There's no choice in the matter, unfortunately. And that's what allows Lesitua, Rinicella, and so many others to get through. Now, here's the move from Rinicella to finish it up. But in this final lap, we've got a really exciting battle kicking on here because Bruno Del Pino is trying to get away from Sepil and Lesitua, but he's also defending because he knows that if Sepil gets one whiff of a gap up the inside, then this race is essentially done. But Badua has been the smart egg here. Look, he's managed to defend in the middle of the race. The entire field has compressed into each other, and he's been able to build a half-second gap, which Lindblad then has to spend the entirety of the remaining 3 laps trying to catch. And he didn't quite manage it. He got close, but not close enough, crucially. So a fascinating bit of strategy there from Brandon Badua. Just a little bit of defense, and it got them in together. Now, here's the move. Look, Lesitua comes from a long way back to come up the inside of Sepil. Tags him into a spin, and that's where Igor Sepil feels hard done by. He waves his hand to Lesitua, sorry, says Lesitua. And they have the incident, but Igor Sepil is a little bit frustrated here because he feels, well, Laurence, you've admitted that you're sorry. Why aren't you letting me get back through again? Because he clearly feels, well, if you're the one who nudged me off, why should I then be beaten by you? So Lesitua lets him go, but then comes back on the inside line, and they battle once again. Sepil is not going to be hard done by, but then he gets squeezed, so Lesitua is able to get the place. Sepil tries to come back at him. So Igor Sepil is going to have an interesting conversation with Laurence Lesitua about that one afterwards. But Brando Badua gets the win, Lindblad in second, and Sonny Smith in third. Wow, fascinating dramas and plenty of excitement here in the OK Junior category of the FIA Karting European Championships, the final weekend of this 2020 season here at Wackersdorf in Germany. And now it's up to the qualifying heat for drivers A versus F to take us around the circuit. And it is going to be a tough battle, this one. In about 8 minutes or so time, the drivers will battle away on the circuit once again. Great to see such a fantastic run. We have all sorts of people watching along on the stream as they continue to watch their heroes. A lot of great performances from the drivers today and a lot of appreciation for the competitors as they race around the circuit. I know that Paulo Campos is watching very closely his great hero, Forza Patrese, he says, as Lorenzo Patrese runs around the circuit trying to make the races come to him. And Guillaume Menager has been watching the progress of Arthur Grosjean, and just like me, devastated at the unfortunate nature of the way the race unfolded from his point of view. But hopefully Arthur Grosjean will be back, and he'll be battling away for position once again. The juniors are getting themselves ready for another thrilling race battle. So let's talk you through the runners and riders in this one. Yet again on pole position, and he will be for every heat this weekend, it is the Jamaican star Alex Powell, who will line up at the front of the grid on the inside line on the run to the first corner. Beside him is the British driver who already has a heat under his belt this weekend, and that is Harley Keeble. Not only does he have a heat under his belt, he has a win in it under his belt as well. Looks as though the musical flavour and the fun nature of the junior paddock is still very alive and kicking as Will McIntyre comes over and has a word with him. Martinius Stenshorn and Ian Eichmans are together on the second row of the grid. The Norwegian for the Rosberg Racing Academy on the inside. The Belgian Ian Eichmans for the Cosmic Racing Department on the outside of the second row. Then on row 3, it is Maxim Rem, the German, on home soil in the Tony Kart factory machine. He is there in position. You'll note that there's not many drivers actually down there in position, and that's because they've all taken to the shade, because it's all of a sudden heated up here at Wackersdorf. The air temperature's gone from a very reasonable 16 degrees at the start of the day to 22 degrees Celsius now. I mean, okay, it's not in the same ballpark as Zuera and Sarno were, but certainly it's hotter than the drivers were expecting today. And that will also have its bearing on tyre strategy as well, about what pressures the drivers will run their tyres to try and counteract how much wear the tyre will have in the hotter temperatures. Being at 22 degrees air temperature, that means the circuit is going to rise to about 34, 35 degrees Celsius roughly. So that's obviously going to change the strategy for a couple of teams out there. So we also have in the mix, of course, a few of the other drivers behind the top six. Obviously, Maxime Raymond, Will McIntyre, we mentioned them on the third row of the grid. On row 4, it is the Italian Christian Bertocca of the Birolart squad. He lines up there on the inside of row 4. And alongside him, it is the Frenchman Evan Guilter of the Sodicart Brigade. And he will be there on the 8th position of the starting grid. Again, punching well above his solo efforts weight as he continues to work hard here at Wackersdorf. 9th on the grid, it is Alexander Gubenko, the Russian, for the Cosmic Racing Department. And he is there on the inside of row 5 alongside the Belgian star Douwe de Decker, who is in 10th position on the starting grid. Fascinating watching the drivers as they come out of the shade at the top of the bank alongside the pre-grid, and they essentially end up having a short sprint to their karts as they return to the pre-grid. 11th on the starting grid is the Japanese driver Shudezono of the Energy Course squad, the new man in and the wild card this weekend, and certainly the highest wild card on the grid for this one. Alongside him is the Italian star Giovanni Trentin of the Parolin Racing Team. He lines up on the outside of the 6th row. 13th position, it is Daniel Ginchard from London, who comes from a massive motor racing family, has done all sorts of racing in the past, that generation, from the world of Brisker Formula 1 stock cars through the short over racing world, and now Dan Ginchard is very much on the route to international motorsport here in the FIA Karting European Championship for the first time. Zachary David in 14th place on the grid. The young man from the Philippines lines up on the outside of the 7th row. 15th on the grid is Chris Harlan, the Dutchman, as he lines up in his SFR Motorsport run Tony Kart with the TM Racing engines. Edgar Anpiligov of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team is there in 16th place on his Cosmic. And then 17th on the grid, his teammate, the young Spaniard Lucas Flucha, Sardinetta, as he is also known, running in 17th position, alongside Nico Lemberg, the Finn, who is there in 18th position for the Koski Motorsport squad aboard his Tony Kart. 19th on the grid, it is the German talent Caden Probst, who is there together in the SFR Motorsport fold. And then Luis Binder of the Sodicart team runs in 20th position on the starting grid for this one, another of the wild cards this weekend. And so we'll see how Luis Binder gets on. Julius Dinesen, the Danish driver, lining up 21st on the starting grid for Ward Racing, alongside Magnus Terkelsen, another of the Danish drivers in the field aboard his Kart Republic. 23rd on the grid, it is Thomas Rakel, who is there on the Cosmic in 23rd position on the starting grid with the Rexon Motors machine that he has on the back of the kart. 24th is the Lithuanian driver, Simkas Severas, and he is there for Ward Racing. And then in 25th position, charging forward again, we hope, after a brilliant opening race, it is August Derbo, the Danish driver, who made up 10 places at the start of his first heat. Let's see how many he can make up in the start of his second. So obviously there is an interesting battle starting to unfold here in both the race weekend and the championship in the junior fold, because there are plenty of battles to come, as we all know, this weekend, but the drivers want to have a very successful race at the office if they possibly can. And we're going to see some truly spectacular battles in each of the heats. But let's not forget, of course, that in terms of the championship standings, it's all mighty close in the European rankings for the junior brigade in particular. Leading the championship coming into this weekend, of course, it is the American Yugo Ogachukwu, who has 55 points. That is 7 more than Tuka Tarpanen and only 11 more than Arvid Lindblad. So it's very much game on in terms of the title fight now this weekend, especially considering that there are 10 points available for winning the qualifying heats. All it takes is one DNF, one difficult race in the qualifying heats where the driver falls down the order, and the rivals are going to take a massive advantage. It certainly looks as though early doors, Arvid Lindblad is going to gain a massive amount of points advantage on Tuukka Tarpanen. Ugo Wackersdorf has been unbeaten so far this weekend, so if he takes the win in the qualifying heats, his points tally will move up to 65, and that will put him very much in the hunt for decent positions. But the man in pole position, Alex Powell, has a decent opportunity here, not just to get some heat wins on the board, but also to move into the top 5 of the European Championship standings, because the likes of Valerio Vedicella and Freddie Slater are really struggling to bag big points thus far this weekend. Vedicella and Slater have not yet finished inside the top 5. And Vedicella has 30 points, Slater has 26, Brandon Badua has 25, and both Alex Powell and Igor Sapil have 22, to Timu Kacharchik's 21 and Maxwell Dodds' 19. So it's still fairly open in the fight for 3rd or 4th position. I would say probably 4th position is more likely in the driver's standings. So that's that little battle as well to talk about. And there's only 11 points separating 7 drivers in the fight for 4th place in the driver's standings. It's an outside shot to think they could get the top 3. But with 11 points between Ugochukwu, Tarpanen and Lindblad, it's definitely going to be a very tough ask for consistency and permanent speed over the course of this weekend. So Alex Powell will take up residence on the front row of the starting grid alongside Harley Keeble, 2 drivers who are making their debuts in the 2020 season in the FIA Karting paddock as juniors. And they will be very, very strong here in this race. Stenshorn in 3rd, Eichmann's in 4th, Maxim Rem and Will McIntyre 5th and 6th. And then, of course, the likes of Bertucka, Gilter, Gubenko and Dedeker in the top 10. Who's going to get the 6th race win here today? We'll find out very shortly. Only one driver has won more than one heat. That is Ugo Wackersdorf. Let's see who wins the 6th heat of the day. Are we going to get a 5th different winner? Alex Powell and Harley Keeble from Martinius Stenshorn and Ian Eichmanns. Maxim Raymond, Will McIntyre from Christian Bertucka and Evan Gilter. Alexander Gubenko, Dewey Dedeker and Shuda Zono. And then we have Giovanni Trentin and Dan Ginshard, Zachary David and Chris Harnan from Edgar Piligov and Lucas Flusha, Nico Lemberg and Caden Probst, Louis Binder, Julius Dennison, Magnus de Kildsen, Thomas Rakel, Simca Severas and August Thurbo. And we have a problem coming out of the pits. It's the pole sitter! It's the pole sitter! It's Alex Powell! Alex Powell out of the pits has a problem. Unbelievable for the Jamaican. This is a big, big one. And the pole sitter, they have got problems getting him out onto the starting grid. They've got to pray now that this race is going to be given a false start, because that's the only way he's going to have a chance of going for the victory again. But this is heartbreak for Alex Powell and the Kart Republic team. Unbelievable. Well, the grid is going to get underway without him. Is it going to be a clean start? No, it's not. It is a false start. So it's a false start. They've got to hope that they can get him back out there now. So can Alex Powell get back out on the circuit and rejoin the field? They've got seconds to get this done. It's not going to happen. Oh, heartbreak for the Jamaican. Alex Powell is out of the race, essentially, before it even starts. Oh, they've got the engine started. Can he get back out on circuit now? They've definitely got the engine started. Is it doable? Can they get him back out? They're going to try. But he's going to rejoin down at the back of the grid with absolutely no hope. He's going to rejoin, essentially, at the back of the field now. That's devastating for the Jamaican. I was talking up his chances. He was looking so fast all weekend. That is absolute agony. So now it's Keeble alone on pole position. Stenshorn and Eichmanns, Rem and McIntyre, Bertucka and Gilter from Gubenko, Dedeker, DeZono and Trentin, from Ginshard, David, and then Harnan and Anpiligov out of the final turn. Are we going to get started? Yes, we are. And Keeble gets a bold start from the front of the grid. Eichmanns gets a terrific launch. And so too does Will McIntyre around the outside to 3rd position as they come down to the hairpin for the first time. Are they all going to get through? It's going to be a bit of a squeeze. And 2 or 3 drivers have gone wide. But everybody's got round. Alex Powell has rejoined at the very back of the field. There he goes. So now what big an impression can he make from this heat? So Keeble leads the way. Eichmanns in 2nd place, the Belgian, going great guns. McIntyre in front of Stenshorn, and then it's Gilter in 5th position. So a big battle. It looks like 6th position is already a bit of a scrap as Dewey Dedeker is battling away with Christian Bertucka. And they come side by side. Maxim Rem is in the mix there as well, the German. And here comes Gubenko trying to dive up the inside and take the place in the final corner. And he manages to do so. Side by side, that's De Decker and Bertucca once again. So out in front, it is now Keeble who leads the way. And a big lunge from Due De Decker is up the inside. Bertucca tries to get through, but he can't make it stick. So Harley Keeble leads the race in the Tony Kart. Eichmann's in second place for McIntyre. Stenshorn, Giltair, De Decker, Bertucca, Gubenko, Rem, De Zono, Trentin, David, Ginchard and Binder. So this is definitely going to be a very tough race. As up the inside, Gubenko makes his bid on Bertucca. There's enough room for Maxim Rem as well. So they both get through on the inside. And now here comes Shooter Zono on the inside. Nice move, and he actually nudges the Birolart as he comes by. And that opens the door for Giovanni Trentin. He swamps them both. And Christian Bertucca with a warning flag. Not sure what that one's for, but certainly Bertucca in the Birolart has been given a little bit of a ticking off there. A slap on the wrist by the stewards. So De Zono's going to make a big lunge now on the inside of Trentin, and he makes the move there as well. Great run from the young Japanese driver. He is making some big headlines here for the Energy Course team. And now that puts Shooter Zono up in the 9th place ahead of Zach David and Giovanni Trentin as Keeble leads Eichmann's, McIntyre and Stenshorn. So the race continues on its way. The drivers still battling, trying to make up as much ground as they possibly can. Alex Powell is not out of 25th place yet, although he has caught up to Simca Severdas. In fact, he has just made the move by the Lithuanian, so he's now into 24th. But Keeble leads the race. Eichmann's, McIntyre, Stenshorn and Giltair. You don't have a lot of time in these races for anything to come together. So let's see how it all fares for Keeble out front. It looks like he's going to be unchallenged at the front end of the field. I don't think we are going to get a 5th different race winner the way things currently stack up. I think we're going to have Ugachukwu and Keeble with 2 wins apiece. So McIntyre in 3rd position aboard the Leclerc by Lennox chassis, getting close to the Belgian Ian Eichmanns. He seems to have a really good rhythm in that kart this weekend. Not that he hasn't in previous races. Not that he hasn't in previous races, of course, but he's still doing a fine job. McIntyre running in 3rd place. Stenshorn, Giltair, De Decker, Rem, Gubenko, David and De Zono is the top 10 at the moment ahead of Bertucca, Ginchard and Trentin. So the 2 wildcards that are making a real stink in this race are Shooter Zono and Daniel Ginchard, both doing a very good job in the top 12. That would be enough for points if they were eligible for them, but as wildcards they would not be. So it's going to be an interesting weekend for them to see how they can get on. But Keeble driving a grand race up front. Eichmann's in 2nd. McIntyre is 3rd. Trying desperately to fend off from Martinius Stenshorn, the Norwegian. Is Stenshorn going to make the move up the inside line here? Yes, he thinks about it. He goes for it on the inside. McIntyre comes straight back for the undercut. There's not a lot of room, and Stenshorn gets 2 wheels on the grass. So McIntyre comes through. Oh, and that is a retirement. That, unfortunately, is the 478 of Chris Harden. So Chris Harden is out of the race. What a disaster for the Dutchman. So that is his race over in the SFR Motorsport Tony Kart. Meanwhile, here comes Giltair, trying to get through on the inside of Martinius Stenshorn. Yellow flags are waving down in the 1st sector for the stricken Chris Harden. And there goes Giltair on the inside line. Makes the move in the Sony Kart. Good overtake from Evan Giltair. So he comes through into P4 now. A really solid effort as he continues to make progress, and he's charging his way further forward. So this is a really solid effort. But Stenshorn back on the inside of the Sony Kart of Giltair. Giltair now tries to come the other way round. Stenshorn defends. Giltair getting frustrated here as Stenshorn taps his helmet. Come on, we need to go get after the top 3. Giltair probably feels, well, it's already done. We can't get the top 3. You've held us up for long enough. I'm going to go straight back on the inside at turn 3, so be ready for the move. But Stenshorn pulls out a bit of a gap out of the final turn. So this is obviously going to be a very interesting gaggle of drivers as they come through again. But Keeble leads. Eichmann's in 2nd. McIntyre 3rd. From Stenshorn, Giltair, De Decker, Rem, Gubenko, De Zono and Zach David ahead of Bertucca and Ginchard. So Harley Keeble doing a grand job out in front. Running a very solid race effort here. Eichmann's going well in 2nd ahead of ahead of that is Will McIntyre. So still a tough battle as the drivers are trying to make as much progress as they possibly can. But now you get the sense that McIntyre isn't going to wait around behind McIntyre anymore. He launches into turn 2, and it's a lovely overtake. But Eichmann's had a little think about getting him straight back on the opposite, on the switchback, but he couldn't quite make it happen. So a very tough race, still going strong for the man out front. But this is obviously going to be a very tough race battle as Harley Keeble stretches out the gap to Will McIntyre, and Ian Eichmann's in third from Stenshorn, Gilter, De Decker, Rem, Gubenko, De Zono and David. So the battle continues to rage around this Wackersdorf circuit with a lap and a half to go, but it's looking oh so rosy for Harley Keeble in the Tony Kart Racing machine out in the lead. He certainly seems to have got all the benefits of this weekend as Harley Keeble leads going into the final lap. Looks like it could be 2 from 2. A very sweet performance from him thus far. He just needs to keep it running in this final tour. And Harley Keeble has a decent advantage out in front of Will McIntyre and Ian Eichmann. The gap is 0.8 of a second, nearly 9. And that is perfectly comfortable as far as Harley Keeble is concerned. He doesn't need to worry too much about things now. They come through the right, through the left, and onto the back straight. So this is a really solid effort from the young Brit. He was all a little bit taken aback by just how quickly things had started in his European career. Bagged by the Tony Kart factory team at the end of last year to come into the 2020 campaign, and now he is running rings around the opposition. What a star in the making. Harley Keeble comes around the final turn and grabs the victory. For the second time, it's Harley Keeble this weekend. Second time out of 6 for the heats that have been completed so far. But it's 2 out of 2 as far as Keeble is concerned for the races he has driven. And on the final lap, Alex Powell manages to return the Jamaican back into 20th position. What a shame. That could have been so much more from pole position. For Harley Keeble, Will McIntyre and Ian Eichmann sweep the spoils from that race. And it's a great result for Harley Keeble up at the front end of the field. So Harley Keeble takes the race win. Will McIntyre in second place there from Ian Eichmann and Martinius Stenshorn. Evan Gilter in 5th from Douwe De Decker and Maxim Rem. Alex Gubenko and Shuda Zono ahead of Zachary David and Christian Botuka. Dan Ginchard is in 12th position. 13th place behind them is Julius Dinesen from Edgar and Piligov and Magnus Tekilsen. Giovanni Trentin is ahead of Lucas Flusha from Thomas Rackel and Louis Binder. Then Alex Powell, Caden Probst, Simka Severas, Nico Lemberg and August Derbo. And then the one retirement, of course, from the race was Chris Harnan, and he retired 5 laps from the finish. So a fabulous battle and a brilliant race win for Harley Keeble, the second he has won today. But it gives us obviously plenty more to talk about a little bit later on in proceedings. Let's talk you through the highlights from a brilliant race. So that is, of course, the big headline from this one. Alex Powell, engine problems or some kind of problem at the very least, heading out onto the starting grid. And what a shame. He couldn't start from the front, so he had to start dead last from the pit lane. And that gave Harley Keeble the fairy tale start. Diving through to the first corner, no concerns at all. But Eichmann's getting a good start as well. And McIntyre going there too. I think the outside line getting a better start than the inside for a change. You can sense the frustration there a little bit from Maxim Rem as he tried to gain an advantage there by trying to get past Martinius Stenshorn. Stenshorn wouldn't let him go, and Rem ended up running wide and losing places to Gilter, and I think as well in there to Zachary David off the start. So a very frustrating race getting underway for Maxim Rem, and he's lost some places as a result. Not what you want on your home circuit. You want to try and get as much out of it as possible. Alex Powell obviously trying to get back into the race from the pit lane, but there's only so much time you can make when the rest of the field has already gone. And you've got to feel for the Jamaican, an opportunity taken away from him there. But McIntyre really stepping up the attack early doors. This is the battle between the 258 of Douwe De Decker, the Belgian, along with Christian Botuka. They had a cracking race squabble, and you can see that from a long way back, Gubenko wants to get in on this. He dives on the inside of Botuka. That squeezes him into the path of the 230. That is Maxim Rem. And then watch Shuda Zono. Look, he just drifts into the corner. He's lucky there because he just taps the wheel of Batuca's kart, and that allows Giovanni Trentin to sweep past them both. Watch DeSoto again here because he's really in for the fight and he really wants to get a good move or two done today. He gets his move on the inside of Giovanni Trentin, makes the move. There's not a lot the Italian can do, and he's actually had to roll off the power and get on the brake to slow the kart down because he feels he's got more speed through the inside line, but he can't carry it because of that move from Giu Zono. And then here comes Stenshorn trying to get his own move on McIntyre. Comes from a long way back. McIntyre lets him go, but watch this. Absolutely perfect from McIntyre in terms of defense. He gets straight back up the inside. He leaves enough room, but I don't think Stenshorn realised he was going to come straight back on him, so he ended up on the grass. Unfortunate for Chris Harnan. He couldn't continue, and a difficult race for him from his point of view because he's obviously trying to make up as much ground as his teammates in the squad. But Stenshorn versus Gilter was another tasty battle, wasn't it? Gilter really starting to step up behind the Norwegian. And this bold move, it's a lovely bit of character building from Gilter. He comes from a fair way back as well, a good kart length and a half back. Dives at the inside, relies on the fact that the rubber is there on the kart, or on the road, sorry, and manages to get through. But by this point, Stenshorn has already been able to retake him. So now Stenshorn can control his line. But watch Gilter. He just thinks, right, well, I've had enough of this. I'm going to come straight back on the undercut and get through. But Stenshorn doesn't let him. And Stenshorn, again, has the audacity to tap his helmet and gesture to Evan Gilter. Come on, I can do this better than you. Follow me. In the inside, McIntyre sweeps on through Ian Eichmans. He didn't really give him a massive challenge back. But I think he realised that a third place was all he was really going to get from this particular race battle. And Stenshorn obviously still dueling away with Gilter. But this man, Harley Keeble, has been absolutely flawless in the first two races of his weekend. He's had a lot of hardship in Duera, in Spain, and in Sarno in Italy the first two weekends of this 2020 season. But you do have to say he has taken his opportunities when he possibly can, and he's definitely been in the right place at the right time to make these opportunities happen from his point of view. So it's really good to see him putting on a good face of it and a good show here at Wackersdorf. It's really starting to look like the hard work at Tony Kart for him is paying off. And it's not just him that's getting the benefit either. It looks like his stablemates, Aidan Neat, Bruno Del Pino and Alfio Spina have good speed as well. So the Tony Kart factory team very much on full swing, although rather distressingly and worryingly from their point of view, their other driver in the team, Tuka Tarpanen, looks to be struggling a little bit. 11 points between the top three drivers as they come into the weekend, but Tarpanen looks like he's going to lose some massive ground to Arvid Lindblad, and Ugo Chukwu looks absolutely unbeatable, so they really need to find something to get Tarpanen to move further up the order. And then for the rest of the drivers, it's basically, can you grab a fourth place finish? It is genuinely possible to get there in the standings, but I doubt, and I think everybody else, certainly in the top three drivers, doubt that it's
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Time to get back into the action once again here at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf in Germany as we battle for more fantastic races in this FIA Karting European Championship season finale as we battle for the European title in both the OK and junior classes. Jake Sanson here with you once again, and this is going to be a very interesting afternoon. The temperatures continue to rise here in Germany. The air temperature is currently at 23 degrees Celsius. That should take the circuit temperature up to about 36, 37 degrees Celsius. So it is getting warmer, and it's definitely going to make things interesting in terms of strategy, particularly when you consider we're now heading into a very interesting dynamic in the OK category, and that is qualifying heat A versus E, which pitches two types of driver together. The E group, which has already had a race over the course of today, and the A group, which has not. So obviously the drivers on the outside line are going to be at a distinct disadvantage in this one, because obviously the drivers on the inside line not only have the inside line possessed for the first corner, but they also have fresher tyres because they've only done one race on that set of boots. And the E drivers on the other side, well, they have got to try and race with basically having already completed one heat on their allocated tyres. So it could be an interesting start to this race. But after the performance Joe Turney put in his earlier heat, he's definitely a candidate for the race win in this one, even from the outside line, having already completed a previous heat. But the man alongside him is the man fighting for the European title, and he will make his first start in this weekend. Kimi Antonelli, pole position from the time qualifying session yesterday. And of course, he is in a bid at the moment to try and catch his main championship rival in the OK category. And that is Taylor Barnard, his stablemate within the Kart Republic squad. And that is obviously a very difficult proposition because Taylor Barnard has 65 points in the championship standings. And Kimi Antonelli currently has 58, 7 points between them. So all it's going to take is a little bit of a great battle between the drivers as they battle up to that first corner over the course of the next few heats. Taylor Barnard has a win under his belt already, of course, which definitely helps. Kimi Antonelli needs to try and find a way to close the gap to Taylor Barnard through the qualifying heats. He could really do with one duff race for Taylor Barnard and a perfect score from him. If he can take 10 points for getting the fastest run through the qualifying heats, and Taylor Barnard have a little bit of a lackluster opportunity, have a difficult race, he can make some ground, but we'll have to see what happens over the course of the day. So pole position is the way of Kimi Antonelli, Joe Turney alongside him on the front row of the grid, Nicolas Pirtolatti and Matthias Morgato on the second row from Marcus Amond and Kaya Sixnellis, Rasmus Utsemis and Joel Mesh, then Jamie Day and James Wharton from Arthur Turhem and Ruben Wang, then Meyerberg and Lola Lovenfoss from Moritz Viskirchen and Jenis Savico, Pedro Perino and Julie Friss from Emil Tangard and Hugo Sasse, Midon Pingazov and Alexander Partashev, Nicolas Baptiste and Marlon Hernandez from Julia Ayub and Horst Felix Webermeier. And it looks like we got another driver in trouble off the start. Now, who is that? That's not going anywhere. That is the 696. That's yet again Horst Felix Felbermeier. That's the second time this weekend he has had problems getting off the start. And yet again, he can't quite get his Ricardo Kart chassis up to speed off the start. So that definitely compromises him once more. And now his race has effectively already started. He needs to try and catch up to the rest of the field. So he is pushing at full pelt. Let's see what the drivers are going to be like as they come off the final turn. Antonelli on the inside, Turney on the outside, and we're racing here at Wackersdorf. It's a cracking start from the front for Antonelli. Turney's trying to come around the outside to squeeze into second place. He has done that. Can he make the bid to get past Antonelli in the hairpin? No, he has to slot in behind them. And as they come through the first hairpin, looks as though everybody is pretty much going to get through okay. So no major catastrophes as Antonelli leads. Turney in second and Pirtolatti in third. It's as they started, and that's exactly what Joe Turney needed. obviously having the advantage of being on the outside line. He did not want to lose too much ground off the start, and he's done exactly what he needed to. Run alongside Antonelli up until the breaking point for that turn 3 hairpin, and he has made himself a very good opportunity and a nice window to move forward now. So Antonelli leads the way. Turney settling into second place quite nicely. Third place for Nicolas Bertolatti as they come off the final turn. Marcus Amond is getting in there now. The Frenchman up into fourth place, having got past Matthias Morgato at the start. And up the inside, this is Rasmus Jutsemis battling away with Joel Mesh, who's trying to get through into the top 6. The German driver for TB. And up the inside there, that is a nice lunge from James Wharton, who gets through on the inside of Jamie Day. And a nice little tussle between Ruben Wang and Jenny Savico as they duel away over 11th position. So a good bit of racecraft. But out in front, it is Antonelli and Turney, and they are stretching away. Marcus Amond has got into third place. He's got past Nicolas Bertolatti. So great run from Marcus Amond. And Bertolatti is now having to defend from the Brazilian Matthias Morgato. Morgato having a look on the inside line, but Bertolatti is really struggling to defend at the moment. Sixth place is Rasmus Jutsemis, the Finn. Joel Mesh still going well in P7. Morgato's got a good run off the final turn, and he's going to try and stretch out the gap towards Nicolas Bertolatti. Over the line, we've got Kai Sixnellis with James Wharton up the inside line, and Wharton gets the move. Jamie Day keeps his foot in, and he's going to try and get up the inside of Sixnellis as well, and he does. Nice move there from Wharton and from Jamie Day at the expense of the Lithuanian. So Antonelli running a good race up front. Joe Turney still solid in second place, staying with him in third position. No problem at all for Marcus Amond, the Frenchman, going great guns up at the head of the field in front of Nicolas Bertolatti and Matthias Morgato. So Rasmus Jutsemis is doing well in sixth place ahead of Joel Mesh, James Wharton and Jamie Day. Kai Sixnellis in 10th place ahead of Lola Lovinfoss. She's having a much better race than the first one. At least she's actually continuing on in it this time. So Lovinfoss going well in 11th place. Then it is Ruben Wang in front of Jenny Savico and Maya Werg, who's really struggling for pace this weekend. So let's see how Joel Mesh deals with James Wharton. The Paralympic driver going to try and get straight up the inside line. Lovely move from James Wharton. And he comes up into 7th place now past Joel Mesh. Antonelli, the new fastest lap of the race, of 47.564. So not a bad run at all from the Paralympic driver. But Antonelli is still out front. Next up for Joel Mesh to try and defend from is Jamie Day, the Emirati. He's going to try and come through, the young man from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Trying to sweep underneath and come through on the inside line. Jamie Day still giving it plenty of gusto. But Marcus Amond is trying to get away from Nicolas Bertolatti. The VDK in front of the Pantano. Both of them, though, using the Kart Republic chassis in 2020, of course. And as they come through, it is Antonelli in front of Joe Turney, Amond in front of Bertolatti, then Morgato, Jutsemis, Wharton, Day, Mesh, and Kaya Sixnellis in front of Lola Lovinfoss and Ruben Wang. So the battle continues on its way through as Antonelli runs in front of Joe Turney and sets another new fastest lap, 47.3. Antonelli is going to be so difficult to beat this weekend in the mode he's currently in. And let's not forget that when Antonelli and Barnard finally meet in the same race as each other before the final, then it is going to be Antonelli who has pole position. He has a great chance there to gain some ground over his title rival. So if he has the flawless weekend, it'll be a question of how many points he closes in on Taylor Barnard's total before the title final. And when there's only 7 points between you and your title rival, the qualifying heats are so important because there's 5 points between first and second in the main Sunday final. So if you can gain 3 points back in the qualifying heats, then all you have to do is stay in the finishing position at the front end of the field. All you have to do is then stay in first place, and Kimi Antonelli could become the European title winner. He's taking full advantage of the fact that Barnard is starting down in 5th position in each of his heats, or 5th or 6th, depending on which side of the grid he's on. Antonelli's on pole every time. So Marcus Amond is closing up on Joe Turney now. The Tony Kart driver in 2nd place, going to have to cope with the pressure of last year's junior European champion. So Marcus Amond pushing hard onto the tail of Joe Turney. It's taken him 3 meetings to really get up to speed and challenge at the front end of these races regularly. But let's not forget that last time out we genuinely thought he was seriously hurt as he ploughed into the barriers in turn 1 and ended up with a sore hand. That was all that he got basically, other than cuts and bruises, but incredible to think that he was able to walk away from such a big accident at Sarno in the first corner with such minor injuries. And we've got an incident further back. Somebody's gone off the road. So we've got a yellow flag down at the far side, and I can't quite make out who that is. That is 687. That is one of the CV Performance drivers. So that, I'm afraid to say, is Arthur Turham. So Arthur Turham has had a problem there, and he's out of the race up at turn 1, I think that is. So a big problem for the German. And that's game over from his point of view. So Turney still running in second, 6 laps to go. Antonelli still setting fastest laps out front, but Turney trying to get away from Marcus Amond, and Amond is really closing in on him. And this is what we were talking about. This is the difference between tyre life, between the drivers who have had a race before and the drivers who have come in box fresh tyres, not raced so far this weekend. So Turney is going to have to cope with the pressure of Marcus Amond and do the best he can to keep him at bay. Amond is getting very close indeed in the S's. This might be the chance he's made to look for on the inside, and Amond doesn't quite make the move stick. He's not really even made the overtaking move there. Maybe he'll go for it this time. No, he's still waiting. I think he wants to get away from Bertolatti and try and work with Joe Turney to try and close up on Antonelli. Because even if he gets past Joe Turney, he's going to need some assistance to catch up to Antonelli. Or maybe he will feel that second place is good enough and he doesn't need to make up any more ground than that. And here he comes on the inside line, and Marcus Amond moves into P2. Turney's still right there in third position. He's not going to try and lose ground to Nicolas Bertolatti if he can help it. But Turney going a great race at the moment in third place and doing the best that he can and the maximum with what's available. Nicolas Bertolatti is there in fourth position, trying to make his own bid to come through. So the Finn will make his desperate lunge on the inside line. No, he won't, because Turney will hold the car to the inside line, just a couple of inches off the normal racing line of trajectory, and he keeps his position based on phasing Bertolatti out of even trying to get the move. So Antonelli still out in front. He has stretched the car. Oh, there's an off in the background. Now somebody went wide there off the turn. Now that's, I couldn't quite make out who it was, but certainly a lot of places lost, and I think it was Kai Six-Nellis who ran wide. And up the inside comes Bertolatti. So Bertolatti takes on Joe Turney and gets that third position spot back. Now he's going defensive because he knows that Joe Turney is going to be valiant in his attempts to come back into third position. So Bertolatti just trying to hold on to the kart in P3. Not a bad run at all though from Turney. He's doing everything right here to try and stay in contention. But obviously with tyres that are a little bit older than the man alongside him on that front row of the grid, Antonelli, there's only so much that Joe Turney can do. And a lot of drivers have obviously mentioned in the paddock from time to time, if you're going to have a 5-group field of senior drivers, the worst group that you can be in is Group E. For that very reason, it always makes things a little bit harder and more challenging for the drivers because of this particular heat where the A guys, the A group drivers all have fresh tyres and the E group drivers all have worn tyres. But still, the character building opportunity is for those drivers who manage to make the maximum of it, and certainly Joe Turney and Matthias Morgato are the only drivers from the E group who are still in the top 5, so they are doing the best they can. But Rasmus Yutsimis is right on the back of Matthias Morgato, the Brazilian who's hanging on to this for the moment. But can he hold on to it longer than Rasmus Yutsimis can challenge him? That's going to be the real key to this now. So the battle continues as they come off the final turn. Amon, Bertolatti, Turney, Morgato, Yutsimis closing in all the time, and Yutsimis is trying to make his move on the inside line here of Matthias Morgato into turn 3. Can he get close enough? He's got a little bit more grip, but he hasn't got enough straight line speed to get on terms with the Birolart at the moment. So the CRG still working very hard in the hands of Rasmus Yutsimis. They've had a very difficult 2020 CRG, but they are starting to come back into it now with Rasmus Yutsimis starting to push here. If he can get into the top 5, that definitely sets him up for a good run this weekend. But Matthias Morgato is not exactly giving him a lot of assistance as they come through. So the drivers continue to battle. It's obviously going to be a very tough race for them as they continue to challenge forward. Last lap for Kimi Antonelli, who leads the race comfortably. There's Marcus Amond in second, but out in front it is Kimi Antonelli. He is having an absolute rout out in the lead, and he has extended his lead to 2.3 seconds. That is the sign and the clear-cut dedication of a young man who feels he can become well, certainly he can become world champion, but he has to wait till November. But certainly the way things are, looking likely to become European champion if he can take enough points out of Taylor Barnard through these qualifying heat procedures to close in. And if he can beat him in the final, it could go down to the wire. It could even go down to count back. So it's going to be a fascinating situation. And of course, if they tie for points with Antonelli having the same points as Taylor Barnard, it's going to be fascinating. But Antonelli gets the win. Armand in second place and Bertolatti in third. And I think I'm right in thinking that if Antonelli wins the final and he and Taylor Barnard tie for points, the title would go to Antonelli on countback because he would have 2 final wins to Barnard's 1. So it's so important that Antonelli takes every opportunity he possibly can away from Taylor Barnard this weekend. It's a crucial opportunity for the Italian, and he's got to make full use of it. What a bold run in his first qualifying heat. Unbeatable at the moment. So, Kimi Antonelli gets the win in the first race of the weekend. Marcus Amand is second from Nicholas Bertolatti and Joe Turney. Then Matthias Morgato and Rasmus Yutsimis in the top 6 from James Wharton, Jamie Day, Joel Mesh and Lola Lovenfoss, who breaks into the top 10. Ruben Wang is ahead of Kaya Sixnellis. Then in 13th, it is Meyer Werg in front of Hugo Sasa and Moritz Viskirchen. Then Miron Pingasov and Pedro Perino. Jenis Savico ahead of Marlon Hernandez and Nicolas Baptiste from Julie Fries, Emil Tangard, Julia Ayub and Horst Felix Felbermeier. Just the one retirement behind Alexander Partashev, who finishes at the back, and that is the German driver Arthur Tuhum, who unfortunately had a big problem in his CV performance machine and was out of the race. So let's have a look back at some of the highlights of qualifying heat A versus E, a crucial one in these European qualifying heats. This is the significance of having fresher tyres for the start. The inside line has so much more grip to play with, but fair play to Joe Turney. He kept his foot in on the throttle around the outside and kept the car travelling through. Antonelli only just able to keep the lead of the race there, and that could have been very interesting for him if he'd not been able to stay in front of Joe Turney. The driver's squabbling through that first corner, but that is as tight as it's going to get without having an accident to ensure that you get it done correctly. So very nicely done for the drivers there. It isn't easy to get a perfectly clean start at Wackersdorf when so many drivers are trying to get the maximum that they possibly can out of each heat. But they've certainly done a good job of it there and stayed out of trouble, and that is the only main factor in that situation. But obviously Joe Turney, look, he's even in this first lap when there is a massive tyre disadvantage that he's got, he's able to run fairly solidly with Antonelli. It's the opening lap that makes him such a useful driver to have in any particular team, because he's so good in that opening lap. He knows where to position the car. He's got perfect judgment of balance. And even though Antonelli is already starting to stretch a little bit of a gap, it took the other drivers a long time to start to come at him. And that's where Joe Turney actually has a real advantage over some of his opponents in this field. And he's got a very good gauge of how to set the kart up and how to make maximum use of it in that opening lap of a very tight race. So the drivers continuing to battle around the circuit in these early stages, but it's a very tough race circuit here for the overtakes, because even though there are lots of overtaking opportunities, it is a shorter circuit, 1.19 kilometers in length, so you don't have many opportunities to make them stick. You just kind of got to get on with it, basically. That was a lovely move on the inside there from James Wharton to get through on Jamie Day, and that really stepped up the attack for him. And then you've got Ruben Wang, the Macanese driver, having a nice little duel there with Jenis Savico. A couple of drivers conspicuous by their absence in that particular race, as they've had some real difficulties in terms of their setup. Meyer Werg and Hugo Sasa in particular. This is the move from Wharton to get past Kai Sixnellis, but watch Jamie Day. He keeps his foot fully planted and manages to get enough alongside that he can execute the braking manoeuvre into turn 3 and position the car one more up ahead of Kai Sixnellis. So that was well read by Jamie Day. He saw that Wharton was going through, knew he could take advantage. The problem is, by this point, Wharton has managed to get a tiny bit of a gap over Joel Mesh, and Wharton has also sussed what he's doing. So he waits for a little moment and then manages to get in on the inside. But it's a lot harder for Jamie Day to come through at that point as well. So that really sorts out his opportunity to clear away. Unfortunate for Arthur Tuhum. I don't know whether that was mechanical induced or whether that was a problem. It certainly looks as though he's frustrated, that's for sure. But whether or not that's to do with the fact that he feels hard done by another driver or hard done by the equipment letting him down is not really something we can gauge. Now, here is Armand. This is his move on the inside of Turney. Nice and technical, but again, Turney squeezes him to the apex. He really makes him work for it. He doesn't hand these overtaking moves to him on a plate. He really has to let them stand up and pay attention to get the overtaking move. And then Bertolatti, I think it's basically momentum that carries him over to the line here. So Bertolatti really gets the job done nicely but he leaves it to the last possible minute to pull out. That could have gone either way, that particular move, because Turney might have thought, well, he's not coming through then, and decided to turn in. So Bertolatti, a little bit of a twitch there in the moment. But what about Antonelli? He's just been absolutely flawless at the start of this weekend. Fast in practice, fastest of all in qualifying. And it definitely gives him a little bit of momentum. I think we're going to have a bit of a showdown in this title fight, because there's only 7 points between him and Taylor Barnard in the Drivers' Championship. If Kimi Antonelli can gain 2 points back on Taylor Barnard from these qualifying heats, let's say he wins and takes the 10 points, he would need Barnard to be third or fourth in the qualifying heats to stand a good chance of snatching the European title away from him, because as I mentioned before, there are 5 points between first and second in a final. So Antonelli is on the fight back, but because he's only 7 points adrift, it's still very much game on for the Italian. And this European title, the way he's currently driving and the form he currently has and the speed he is producing, it's looking more than just achievable for Kimi Antonelli. It's looking more and more likely as each hour passes this weekend. The Italian is pushing hard, and he genuinely feels that the European title could come to him. It's up to Taylor Barnard to stop that from happening through the rest of these qualifying heats.
It's a very different condition to the first 2 rounds of the European Championship. Both the track layout and the atmosphere are different to what we were using in the previous events, so we will have to adapt our equipment to it. And obviously it's also a good occasion to start testing some new stuff and bring on the development for the most important date of the year, which is the World Championship in Portimao. For sure, Lorenzo has a great experience and will add some value to our project. Last minute call, so we haven't had enough time to prepare this event, so we will start with him working on the main focus of the season, which is the World Championship. But we're all very excited of this project. We've known with Lorenzo from many years, so there's a good chemistry between us. So we're looking forward to do some good things together. You know, every driver has his own situation and story, so James proved to be very fast and competitive, and now we will make sure that Lorenzo will also be able to compete for good levels. It's not the easiest of the rounds for us, but we keep working hard and try to get the best out of our package.
It's been a tough season for me, so on, and so I had a change to try to find new feelings, try to come back, and so I wanted to try a new change to find some new stimulus and stuff to push on. Well, you know, as I said, I was struggling quite a bit, and so we had very different views of working and what to do to try to get better. And I understand absolutely their philosophy and they understand mine, and so it was just different point of views, and we decided together accordingly to split ways. So nothing big. Just that's the way that goes. Well, I know Parolin, all the family and all the guys from the team from a long time. I know them very well, and they were really keen to work and try to build up something together. And so we both decided to take this challenge, and I was happy to join them. Well, I think it's more or less a business between Antonelli and Barnard at the moment, and as I did also in 2018 when I was out of the championship, I don't really want to get involved in the fight, and I just want to do my race and try to improve as much as possible.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Well, Luigi Coluccio and Norton Andreasen will now take up residence on the front row of the grid for the next qualifying heat for Groups C versus D. We were just hearing there from Marco Parolin and Lorenzo Travasanuto. We caught up with them yesterday about the rather interesting move in the championship thus far. of Lorenzo Travasanuto, who started the season with the Tony Kart Racing team and then, of course, in recent weeks has moved across to Parolin. Unfortunately missed the second round of the championship at Sardo in Italy on home soil for him. So he is well aware of the fact that for him the European campaign is well and truly done. But this is a weekend essentially to bed him into the Parolin Racing team in order so that he can try and quest after a third World Championship in a row. Now that is a very tall order for any driver because obviously you're at the top of your game for a certain period of time and there's always a question mark as to whether or not you're going to be able to sustain another opportunity to move forward. But it's been a long time since anybody managed to get 3 world titles in the run. And certainly last year when Travasanuto became world champion, he was only the first man since Nick de Vries back in 2011 to win back-to-back titles. So you have to go even further back in the Hall of Fame to find the last driver to win 3 titles in a row. Any guesses? If you said Mike Wilson, correct. 1983 for the 3rd consecutive year. He won it on his Birol at Le Mans in the days of Formula K with the 135cc's. So that was a heck of a long time ago that the records were there for 3 world titles in a row. And that's what he's here to do this weekend in Europe, is to set himself up for a chance to go for that. There have, however, been several European champions in a row, but we're not going to get them this time because obviously in the direct drive category of the European Championships, there has been a different driver to win the European title every single season since 2001. It's quite astonishing. There have literally been 19 drivers to win the European title in as many years, and they are Jean-Philippe Gugnier, Jonathan Tonon, Nicolas Risitano, Kevin Estra, James Collado, Nicola Nole, Will Stevens, Flavio Caponeschi, Jordan Chamberlain, Nicola Molla-Madsen, Sami Luca, Ben Barnicoat, Max Verstappen, Callum Eilert, Benjamin Hanley, Pedro Hilbrand, Sami Tufik, Hannes Janke, and Lorenzo Travasanuto. And they've gone through 3 different classes to get to that point. Obviously, it was the Intercontinental A's back in the days of 2001 through to 2006. They then switched to KF2, of course, in 2007, when the likes of Will Stevens and Flavio Campaneschi were the men on form. And then OK took over from 2016 onwards. It's now the 5th year of the Class FIA Karting European Championships. And we are set to have a 5th different title winner from those 5 years to follow Pedro Hilbrand, Sami Tufik, Hannes Janke, and Lorenzo Travasanuto. But who's it going to be? Is it going to be Taylor Barnard, Kimi Antonelli, or something even more dramatic than that could happen? And we could even see Nikita Bedrin or Joe Turney sweep the board. There's still a long way to go in this weekend. But it's Luigi Coluccio and Norton Andreasen that will lead us off from the front row of the starting grid in this one, from Rafael Chavez Camara and Juho Valtonen on the second row. Taylor Barnard starts 5th and Hannes Janke starts 6th. So it's an important race for Taylor Barnard. He's just watched his main championship rival, Kimi Antonelli, get a dominant victory in the heats. He already has 1 win in his pocket. Barnard essentially needs to keep winning to stay in touch with his title rival. He cannot afford to lose points. So let's see how it all takes place in this one. Coluccio leads them out. And in this heat, for qualifying heat C versus D, it is Luigi Coluccio on pole from Norton Andreasen, Rafael Chavez Camara and Juho Valtonen, Taylor Barnard and Hannes Janke from Levente Revege and Lorenzo Risico, Lawrence Van Hopen and Vincent Andronaco, Ben Dorr and Oliver Gray, Harry Thompson and Michael Paparo, Giuliano Hodsem and Charlie Wirtz, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Nico Hanke from Sebastian Gravlund and Ricardinho Gracia, Dana Ponkbakster Timnu and Ken Oscar Algra, then Jacob Bergmeister, Imedi Koivisto, Luis Kulka and Thomas Guedes. So with the drivers battling away for position around this these 13 laps of racing, I should say, it is going to be a tough one. But for the man in 5th position, it's toughest of all. Taylor Barnard cannot afford to lose ground. He cannot afford to lose heat points. He's got to stay within spitting distance of Kimi Antonelli. If he only finishes 2nd in the qualifying heats behind Antonelli, he only loses a point to him, which would drop the lead from 7 points to 6. But that means that even if Antonelli beats him, he could still be European champion. And we are away and racing later, not now. Valtonen's coming into the pits. Valtonen's pitting. Valtonen is pitting. So something's gone wrong for Juho Valtonen off the start. From 4th on the grid, Juho Valtonen will not take the start. So a big problem for the Finn. That's why we had a false start, because Juho Valtonen has had a major problem. And he has pulled straight into the pit lane. So something is not right with the Pantano of Juho Valtonen. That is a devastating shock for the Finn. Now, is there going to be an opportunity for him to rejoin the field down at the back of the field, or is that it? Game over for the Finn? Because Juho Valtonen is in serious difficulties now. But it looks to me as though Juho Valtonen is not going to take the restart. And it's such a shame for the Finn, and that's really going to compromise his chances this weekend. It does, however, provide an advantage for Taylor Barnard. It's one less driver for him to try and charge past on the inside line at the start. So out of the final turn, it's Coluccio, Andreasen, Chaves Kamara, Barnard, Janka, Revej, Rosico, Van Hopen and Andranarko. Is it going to be a good start? No, and again, a false start. Again, it's a false start. And that's the second time in a row now. Now, you can obviously see that the tensions and the pressures are starting to get to the drivers a tad. Race director there, Nigel Edwards, obviously going to instruct them as they come around and inform them, you know, guys, come on, we need to tighten up ranks here. This needs to be a clean start. So the drivers are coming through. Coluccio has Rafael Chaves Kamara right behind him, and he's pointing to the drivers now. Come on, slow up, slow up. We need to start this race cleanly and fairly. And this is the third time of asking for it now. And I'm afraid Juho Valtonen is not going to be getting the start. There he is. He's already taken his suit down to the waist and his helmet off. What a shame for Juho Valtonen. Game over. Well, it's now going to be a start without him. So that's going to be Coluccio, Andreasen, Chaves Kamara, Barnard, Janka, Revej, Rosico, Van Hopen, Andranarko, Dorr, Gray, Thompson, Paparo, Holtzem, Wirtz and Trevor Zanuto. So let's see if they can get a good start this time. They're going to need to really slow it up. That looks a bit more like it. Are we going to get the start? Yes! So away we go. Coluccio cuts across into the first corner. No problem at all as they charge through turn 2. And it's going to be a close one as they get down to the braking zone. Everybody trying to get themselves through nice and even. Is it going to be a clean one? Looks as though everybody is through in one piece. That is good news. So straight away up the inside, trying to make the move on Barnard, who's up to second place. Here's Chaves Kamara, and there's contact further back. Two karts have come together. That's one of the SFRs. That is the 684, I'm afraid, of Giuliano Holtzem, and he's collected with Vincent Andranarko. So the two Germans have come together there, and both of them wildcards in this weekend. But unfortunately, the two karts have now absolutely welded together. So they're not going to go any further in this race, I'm afraid. So Vincent Andranarko is now walking away from the kart, very fed up with his lot. It may look farcical to the untrained eye, but it's a very frustrating moment. Luigi Coluccio out in front of Taylor Barnard, then Chaves Kamara, Van Hopen, Revej, Janka, Dorr and Thompson. And it looks like we've got another car putting into the pits. That is the 178 in trouble there. That is Oliver Gray. So Oliver Gray's in trouble. He's out of the race now as well. So we appear to have lost Valtonen, Andranarko, Giuliano Holtzem, and now Oliver Gray as well. So big drama then from the two big players up at the front end, Gray and Valtonen. But out in first position, Luigi Coluccio still holds a decent advantage over Taylor Barnard. Up the inside comes the Forza Racing machine. And that is a good bold move there as Sebastian Gravland loses out to Harry Thompson, a former Ricky Flynn driver, of course. So Harry Thompson manages to pass his old team as he gets through on the inside line and up into 10th position. So Luigi Coluccio leads the way. Taylor Barnard in second position now from Rafael Chaves Kamara and Lawrence Van Hopen. And then it is Levi Revej, the Hungarian, who is in fifth position, running a very solid race in front of Hannes Janka and Ben Dorr. And then Norton Andreasen is down to 8th place. So a terrible start for the Swede in the end of it all, because he's lost 7 places to drop down to 6 places, I should say, sorry, down to 8th place. So not a great start from his point of view at all. But out in front, Coluccio and the Cosmic have pure pace. And it looks like the Italian is going to be in a fine position as he continues out front from Barnard, Chaves Kamara and Lawrence Van Hopen ahead of Levi Revej. So as they duel away for position, that looks like the hard-charging Nico Handke trying to work his way forward onto the back of Charlie Wirtz. But it's Hannes Janka battling away for the top 5. As Levi Revej runs in that 5th place, and the 2018 European champion Hannes Janka runs well in 2020 as he runs there in P6 at the moment, I think it is. No, sorry, he's a little further back than that. No, he is in P6. I was right the first time. Levi Revej running in the top 5 at the moment, but for how much longer? Because Janka is looking highly motivated at the moment in the TB squad as he pushes the Kart Republic even further down the back straight and up and over the crest into that final turn, which really opens up and extends the speed on the exit. Very fast straight this as they come through, but Coluccio holds the advantage over Taylor Barnard. Fastest lap of the race for the Italian, who leads the way by 1.2, and up the inside. That's a lovely bid on the inside line there by Norton Andreasen to get back on terms with Ben Dorr, and he comes through into the position. So Andreasen passes Dorr, and that puts him into 7th place. So a good run there from the Swede, and he certainly needs to make a bit of a comeback after his performances earlier on. In the early race, of course, when he was racing with his teammate Nikita Bedrin, he managed to grab a 2nd place finish, so he could really do with not losing too much more ground than he already has. 7th place is not really what he wanted from this one. But Coluccio is looking so solid in the lead here in the Cosmic. He's actually starting to stretch away from Taylor Barnard, which is great news if you're Kimi Antonelli, not so great news if you're Taylor Barnard. Barnard really wants to get another win on the board here. And this is the battle a little bit further back. This is Gravland trying to get on terms here with Ken Oscar Algra and Lorenzo Travasanuto. So the 101, Lorenzo Travasanuto, is going to have to relinquish that crowd unless he can win a 3rd world title in November at Portimao. And you can bet that they'll be training very hard indeed to see if he can get back there. Meanwhile, it's a great battle in the middle of the pack as we've got Sebastian Gravland trying to fend off from Lorenzo Travasanuto, but we're back a little bit further up. This is Lorenzo Rosico trying to get on terms with Ben Dorr and drop Harry Thompson in the process. 11th place is Charlie Wirtz, then it's Nico Handke, and then Algra, Gravland and Travasanuto ahead of Ricardinho Gracia and Michael Paparo, the 2 Praga drivers. So as they come up to the far side of the circuit, Luigi Coluccio still running a very fair race up at the front end. Taylor Barnard in 2nd place. A very tame performance, it has to be said, from the OKs in this one. But then drivers don't want to bin it too early. They really want to make sure they can consolidate as much as they can from these opening heats. It's always a very difficult scenario and a very tricky situation the drivers are in, so they obviously want to make as much hay while the sun shines as possible. So the drivers are still giving it full guns blazing as they continue to work their magic through. But it is Coluccio out in front. Now this is the battle between Ben Dorr and Lorenzo Rosico of the Pantano team, who's trying to get past the McLaren orange colours of the TB Racing squad, the McLaren customer team. So let's see if there's going to be an interesting challenge up to the first corner. Well, so far so good, but it's not looking close enough for Rosico. He can't quite get by. Coluccio sets another new fastest lap of the race though, 47.3. No one else has even broken into the 47.4s in this race yet. And that shows you just how strong Coluccio and Cosmic are in this particular encounter. And they needed to find something strong, and they certainly have found it. But Taylor Barnard looks very different to what we've seen from him before. Is up the inside. That is the move again from Norton Andreasen. He gets past Hannes Janka this time. And now that puts him up into 6th place, chasing after Levi Revej. The Hungarian for the Kart Republic team is up in front. But it is Coluccio from Barnard, Chavez Camara, Van Hopen, Revej, Andreasen, Janka, Ben Dorr, and then it is Lorenzo Rosico ahead of Thompson, Wirtz, Handke, Algra, Gravland, Gracia, Paparo, and Travasanuto, who's down to 17th now, passed by both the Pragas. So he's on lap 9 of 13, as is everybody else up at the front end of the field, of course. 5 laps remaining, but it doesn't look as though anybody's going to win this unless their name is Luigi. So Coluccio is out in 1st position, Barnard in 2nd from Chavez Camara and Van Hopen. So this is going to be an interesting one in the midfield here, because you can still see this battle for 8th place continuing on. Ben Dorr, Lorenzo Rosico and Harry Thompson. And all it's going to take is for one driver essentially to lose their concentration a little bit, adjust a focus, and it's going to battle away quite solidly as the drivers continue on here. So where is this going to end up in terms of this battle now for 5th position? Because this is Levi Revej with Norton Andreasen all over the back of him. Is he going to make his move to the inside line? He can't quite make it there. He has got some overtaking opportunities coming up in the lap though, Norton Andreasen. He can be fairly steady and ready for this one as he tries to make his bid on the Hungarian up in front of him. But this is the Kart Republic factory team versus the Tony Kart of Ward Racing's Norton Andreasen, who sweeps up the inside and takes the place. So that's nicely done by the Swede, and he passes the Hungarian with proper conviction. So a nice move from Norton Andreasen, and that stretches out his advantage somewhat. 3 laps to go for Luigi Coluccio out in front. Taylor Barnard in second place. Third is Chavez Kamara. Fourth is Lawrence Van Hopen. And then it's this battle for 5th position downwards between Norton Andreasen, Levi Revege and Hannes Janka. Janka knows this circuit very well, of course. He's driven here so many times in his career. So let's see if he can have an opportunity to get on the inside line here of the man in 6th position. That's the Hungarian Levi Revege. He may still have a chance to crack the top 5 again, but he's really got to get back on this now, and Janka is not giving him any assistance. In fact, if anything, Janka's looking like he's going to overtake Revege rather than work with him to catch up to the man in 5th place, Norton Andreasen. So Coluccio goes into lap number 12 of 13, 11 laps completed and 2 to go. Barnard still second. Look at how close Janka is getting to Levi Revege now as they sweep through the first corner, and Thompson has got past Rosico. That's an important move as well. So Harry Thompson has made his way onto the inside line and got into 9th place, past Lorenzo Rosico in the Pantano. But Janka all over the back of Levi Revege. He's practically climbing over the back of the car in order to try and make an overtaking move. And Thompson and Rosico are still dueling, although now Thompson has definitely got into 9th place and held on to his position for the moment. So the field continues on the far side. And this is looking A-OK for your race leader, Luigi Coluccio. Still with that comfortable cushion over Taylor Barnard. Barnard is catching him a little bit, but heading into the last lap, he doesn't need to break a sweat here. The gap is down to 1.3 seconds, and Coluccio has an amazing lead over Taylor Barnard. So the Italian is going to take a beautiful victory, and it's definitely going to help out his chances. In fact, the pace he's currently showing, he could become a bit of a danger man here, because if he can beat Taylor Barnard in this heat, he might be able to get decent enough results from the remaining qualifying heats. But if he starts between Antonelli and Barnard for the final and then stays there, then Coluccio could genuinely change the outcome of this European Championship. If he messes with it, Antonelli, his countryman, could snatch the title away from Taylor Barnard. They come out of the final turn, and Coluccio is going to take a heat victory when it matters most here at Wackersdorf. He gets it done in fine style. Barnard second, Chavez Kamara third, from Van Hopen, Andreasen and Levi Revege. That's such an important victory for Luigi Coluccio, and also an important defeat from Taylor Barnard. That means he puts his first points on the board. Antonelli still has the perfect 0, and Barnard has 2. That means that he is now second to him, because it's a golf scorecard in the qualifying heats. So as it stands, it would be Kimi Antonelli that gets the 10 points in the championship for winning the qualifying heats, and Barnard would likely have to settle for 9, and that's if it stays like this. So Coluccio wins an important heat from Taylor Barnard. Rafael Chavez Kamara in third from Lawrence Van Hopen and Norton Andreasen. Levi Revege and Hannes Janka from Ben Dor and Harry Thompson. Lorenzo Rosico and Charlie Wirtz from Nico Hanke in 12th place. Then it is Sebastian Gravlund and Ken Oscar Algra from Ricardinho Gracia and Michael Paparo. Lorenzo Travesanuto and Emili Koivisto from Dana Pompang Satumnu. Jacob Bergmeister, Lois Kilke and Thomas Guedes. With the retirements, Oliver Gray, Juho Valtonen, Vincent Andronaco and Giuliano Holtzem. So there is the wreckage of Holtzem and Andronaco. And now the two drivers have to try and assess what happened in the first place. And obviously now we have to try and figure out how they're going to get back and resolve it. So let's have a look at the replays from a fascinating heat. Well, right from the eventual third start, we had a pretty bold run to the first corner. Coluccio chopping across first Andreasen and then Chavez Kamara. But look, you can see Andreasen getting wide here as he tries to come right round the outside. And I think there's a bold move on the inside line here from, not from Chavez Kamara, but from Barnard. Look, he gets up the inside and Andreasen is essentially tapped wide as Barnard gets on the inside. Chavez Kamara runs into the side, I think, of Andreasen, and the Swede gets spat out wide. So that was all the brilliant start from Taylor Barnard, who got up the inside of Chavez Kamara and wasn't prepared to wait around. Here we go. These two have already glued each other together as they come through at the end of the first lap. Well, this isn't even halfway round the first lap, is it? They've only just got to the end of turn 5. And unfortunately, when you've got too many karts trying to get into the same bit of racetrack at the same time, one or two of them are not quite going to make it through. And on this occasion, those two are Holtzem and Andronako. And certainly for the first part, it looks as though they're going to separate it together. At least Andronako thinks he will. But the marshals are pulling the two carts together. And I think that's the moment when Vincent Andronako realizes, well, I'm not getting any help from Holtzem either. Giuliano Holtzem's walking away. Vincent Andronako tries to separate the carts. But at that point, he's waging a losing battle. And it's at this point he gives up. Well, what a shame. Because it was looking fairly decent for those two wild cards up until that point. They were up in the sharper end of the field, both starting towards the top 10. But unfortunately, when you've got two drivers who want the same bit of racetrack, they're not always going to get away from each other. Now, there's Rafael Chavez Camaro, I think. No, sorry, that's Thompson. Thompson getting his early move on Rosico, and that starts a race-long battle between those two. But Luigi Coluccio running very well ahead of Taylor Barnard, and then Rafael Chavez Camara from Van Hopen, Andreasen and Revege is the order that they finished in. Andreasen did have to do some work, though. Managed to get back on the inside of Ben Dorr to overtake him. And then he would take on first Hannes Janka and then Levi Revege. But he would certainly not make it easy looking as he finally got on the inside of Janka. Here he comes. Look, he's a good kart length and a half back at that point, but he doesn't brake. He just rolls off the power, gets up the inside line, then he brakes as he goes through the turn, and that's to make sure that he obviously doesn't overshoot, but it gives him the chance to basically stab on the inside of Janka. He has to concede, and the place goes to the Swede. And that's a very similar incident to what's happened here with Levi Revege. Look, he's come from far back. He knows he's made that move stick once. He doesn't brake initially. Then he taps the brake as he comes through on the inside, rolls the kart in. It's a perfect overtaking move. There's no issues with that one at all. But for Luigi Coluccio, he doesn't even have to worry about overtaking moves. He didn't have to make any, and he certainly didn't have to worry about anyone making any on him, because he had a decent advantage and he kept it there. And this is an important man to watch this weekend, because although the title fight is all about Antonelli versus Barnard, and Barnard leads by 7 points, if Coluccio gets in there and messes about with the structure of the title race, which he could well do, he's got the speed to make it happen. If he can get in amongst those two drivers at the front end and, say, split them so he gets second on the grid, that means that there's a chance that Antonelli or Barnard could score 10 points to their rivals' 8. And that will either extend the gap for Barnard to 9 points, or very crucially in Antonelli's case, decrease the title gap from 7 points to 5. And if that were to happen, Antonelli would need to beat Barnard. They would tie on points, and then Antonelli would win the title on countback. So it is a very close fight, and Coluccio is now an essential factor in that title fight, because he's proven he can beat Barnard. Just for the psychology of this weekend, that is a big, big moment. So can Taylor Barnard resuscitate his chances from that? Well, we certainly got a bit of a gap now as we battle away for position, but obviously now the battle is going to be an interesting one as the drivers get themselves ready for more. And we have the OK Juniors about to head out onto the circuit this time for qualifying heat C versus E. So we now have had very nearly 2 races each for each driver in the field. Only Group A of the OK drivers have not had a second race. But certainly in terms of the race action that's coming up again, it's all going well for the OK Juniors. So let's talk you through how things have currently stacked up from the morning's races. The first heat of the day was won by the American, Yugo Ugachukwu, who currently leads the European Championship, ahead of Aidan Neate and Sonny Smith, who were very close to him. Brando Badua 4th place in front of Karol Pazovic and Joel Bergstrom, the wild card, who managed to finish in 6th position in that one. And then Harley Keeble got a race victory under his belt from Dion Gauda and Rafael Modenese. Ariel Elkin was 4th on that occasion, ahead of the man who set the fastest lap, Alfio Spina, and then Due De Decker. In qualifying heat A versus E, that was Arvid Lindblad who took the win from Alex Powell, with Martinius Stenchon in 3rd, ahead of Christian Bratuca, Bruno Del Pino, Shudazono, and Valerio Rinicella. And then we had the qualifying heat for groups B versus C. That was Ugachukwu's win again in front of Irfan and Neate. And then Ariel Elkin and Karol Pazovic just ahead of Dion Gauda and the very impressive wildcard Marcus Luzio. And then we had 2 more qualifying heats. Brando Badua got the win in front of Arvid Lindblad and Sonny Smith. Crucial victory for the Italian there to bring him into the fight. And Bruno Del Pino in a very solid 4th position from Valerio Renicella and Tuka Tarpanen, who's really struggling to put high finishes on the board at the moment. He's in the top 6 still, but he can't afford to lose too many more points to Ugo Chukwu. And then, of course, in the next heat after that, it was Harley Keeble who got the win from Will McIntyre and Ian Eichmans, from Martinius Stenshorn, Evan Giltair, and Douay De Decker. Now we come into the afternoon sessions for the juniors, and there is definitely a little bit more racecraft to come from our junior drivers, and they will go all the way through till the final race this afternoon, which takes place 3 hours from now at 17:30 local time. But we have 6 races left for the juniors now, and 2 races left for the OK drivers. So it's going to be an interesting one as the title battle continues to work its magic through the afternoon. The juniors races really do fly by because they're only 9 laps in duration. So it feels like they're only out for about 5 minutes and then they come back in again. Dion Gouda takes the advantage in this one as he runs from pole position for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Alongside him on the grid, it is the British driver Arvid Lindblad who runs in second position. And then Rafael Modenese alongside Bruno Del Pino, the Peruvian and the Spaniard respectfully. Ariel Elkin will run in 5th position on the grid as he runs there on the inside of row 3 for the VDK Racing team. And alongside him is Arthur Rojon, who is so dangerously close to a victory in these heats. He can almost taste it. Alfio Spina in 7th place on the grid for this one. Alongside him is Timo Kucharczyk. And then it is Alexei Yaleva, who lines up in 9th position on the grid alongside the Italian Valerio Rinicella. Then it is Connor Zilic, 11th on the grid from Laurence Lesatua, who is 12th place. Christian Ho of Singapore lines up in 13th position alongside the British driver Maxwell Dodds. Those two raced alongside each other in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy last year. Nikola Tsolov, the Bulgarian, 15th on the grid alongside Leon Hoffman, the German, who lines up in 16th place on the outside of row 8. And then it is Antonio Leiter, the Brazilian, alongside the Emirati Keanu Alajari. And then it is Tom Breiken, who lines up 19th on the starting grid. Alongside him is the Italian star Francesco Marenghi. Then in 21st, it is Nacho Tunion, the Spanish driver, alongside Germany's Lenny Riet. And then it is Brent Cruz from the United States of America, who lines up alongside Austria's Emma Felbermeyer. And in 25th position, it is the French driver Alessandro Gusti. So the drivers are now together on the grid, and obviously 9 more laps of this circuit. It equates to 10 kilometers of racing. So they've got to make sure they get the most out of it around this circuit. It's not the easiest circuit to get things together and make it all run in formation. But the drivers will obviously put in the best efforts that they possibly can as they go from the front end of the field. If you're watching along at home, it's on Facebook where you can drop a comment and leave us your messages. Ronnie Simeone is watching along. Good luck, Connor Zilic, who starts from the 6th row of the starting grid. And, of course, is also an FIA Karting Championship leader. He leads the Academy Trophy after 2 weekends out of 3. His battle in that title will continue in October at Lonato. But for now, he's focusing on an even tougher discipline, and that is the OK Junior category, where the drivers obviously have to rely on more than just the race skills that they put on the circuit. It all comes down to strategy, good setup, good teamwork, good communication. Everything's got to be just so. And it's always a very difficult proposition. So out they come onto the circuit, and it is Dion Gouda that leads the field out. Alongside him on the starting grid, it is Arvid Lindblad, the championship contender. And then it is Rafael Modenese alongside Bruno Del Pino from Ariel Elkin and Arthur Rojon, from Alfio Spina and Timo Kucharczyk, Alexei Yaleva and Valerio Rinicella. Then Connor Zilic and Laurence Lesatua from Christian Ho and Max Dodds. Nikola Tsolov and Leon Hoffman from Antonio Leiter and Keanu Alajari. Tom Breiken is ahead of Francesco Marenghi. Nacho Tunion is beside Lenny Riet. And then Brent Cruz, Emma Felbermeyer and Alessandro Gusti. As I said before, 9 laps of the circuit. It's the equivalent of 10 kilometers of racing. This is the one and only formation lap they should get. And they will be obviously trying to balance the life of the tyres and the temperature of the brakes. They both need to be at the optimum setting. So the karts are obviously now getting themselves into their formations. It's difficult because obviously they are still trying to warm up tyres and brakes, and they come out of the final turn on this very short circuit. Looks like we've got a good formation though off the start. And we are racing straight away. No problems at all as the drivers blast through to the first corner. It's a good start from Modenese. He's jumped Lindblad. Elkin can't quite sweep by. And as they come up to the hairpin on this first lap, it's going to be an interesting run through the first couple of corners. And off the circuit goes Lesatua. Lesatua's got off. Lesetua drifts off the circuit. The Belgian has come off the course, but he has got going again. And so the Belgian now finds himself down at the back, but Dion Gouda leads. Modenese second and Lindblad in third position. Ariel Elkin running a very solid race in fourth place. Modenese going for the lead though on Dion Gouda, and Lindblad on the inside too. Now Gouda gets back on the inside line. We've had another incident further round. Lindblad's gone wide, down to fifth position. Make that fourth if he can get on the inside of Elkin to take him back again. And now we've got a proper squabble coming off the final turn as Elkin goes side by side with Arthur Rojean. Rojean tries to cut through on the inside line and gets through. And Alfio Spina's going to get on the inside of Elkin as well. But we've had an incident in the middle of the course. 3 karts involved. It's Tom Breiken, Nasho Tunion and Francesco Malenghi. So the 3 drivers are off the course. But we've got yellow flags out because the 3 karts are there in position. You can see that they're just about managing to clear the karts away from the scene. So it is a fascinating situation the drivers are in now, as they are obviously very fast and frenetic round here. But Lindblad trying to work his way back up the order. Oh, a little bit of a tussle there as the 2 Tony karts touch. That's Del Pino and Spina. But Lindblad and Rojean have both managed to get past him. And that puts them in third and fourth. So Lindblad is trying to catch up to Dion Gouda because Rafael Modenese, the Peruvian, is charging away out front. So Lindblad and Rojean are now teaming up to work together as they come off the turn. But Rojean's going to go rogue. Up the inside, he gets into third. And that puts the Frenchman into P3 now. So Rojean trying to close up on Dion Gouda, the young Singaporean. The battle continues on its way through. So this is going to be a fascinating duel as the competitors continue to charge forward through the S's. But are we going to see another big challenge for third position from Arvid Lindblad as he closes up on Arthur Rojean? Spina, Elkin and Kucharczyk have all managed to get past Bruno Del Pino on this lap. Max Dodds is up to 9th place. Good fight back from the Brit. And he now finds himself trying to tag on behind Bruno Del Pino in the Tony car. Not the easiest of races to win now that Rafael Modenese has extended his lead out front. But if these 4 drivers are able to team up a little bit, they might get some of the work done as Alfio Spina now gets up the inside of Arvid Lindblad. This is going to make things harder for the Brit. And it's absolutely perfect if you're Ugo Ugachukwu. You know that Tarpanen's losing points. You know that Lindblad is now losing points. And Ugachukwu hasn't lost a single race yet. So the American looking very sweet this weekend. Rafael Modenese still pushing hard out front. He wants to build as much of a gap as possible. The gap is currently 1.25. So he's a 2.25 seconds clear of the rest of the field as Arthur Rojean runs in third place ahead of Alfio Spina and Arvid Lindblad. But for whatever reason, Lindblad just doesn't seem to have the same sort of speed as he had earlier on. Here comes Rojean, very close to Dion Gouda. And he's going to take it through turn 2, and surely he'll go for the move into turn 3, which he does on the inside line, and he gets the place. So a nice overtake from Arthur Rojean. And that puts him up the inside, but Dion Gouda's going to come straight back at him and retakes that 2nd place. That backs Spina and Lindblad into the action once again, as Connor Zilic gets the move on Alexei Aleva, and Leon Hoffman has overtaken Antonio Leiter during that first sector as well. But now we've got a real squabble on our hands, as for 2nd place we've got Dion Gouda in front of Arthur Rojean, Alfio Spina and Arvid Lindblad. Here comes the move on the inside from Rojean. He gets back on terms with Gouda. Spina's there on the inside. Lindblad tries to get through as well and can't quite make it. So now he's having to defend from Ariel Elkin and Timo Kucharczyk. So Modenese still out in front, having a great race and really enjoying himself in the lead. But Alfio Spina is now into 2nd place, past Arthur Rojean. And on the inside line, that is Elkin. He gets past Lindblad. So Ariel Elkin gets into 5th place, past Arvid Lindblad. And now Timo Kucharczyk surely is going to have a go at him as well now, the pole, as he tries to get through on the inside line. And he can't quite make it stick yet. He hasn't quite made the overtake. So an interesting battle, that is for sure. But as they come up to the hairpin in the 2nd sector now, it's very tight for Spina and Rojean as they run in front of Dion Gouda. And Lindblad has got back through on Ariel Elkin. So Lindblad back in the 5th position. Elkin trying to get back on terms with him, and he's run wide. Elkin's gone off the course there. He runs onto the grass, and that's cost him a lot of momentum. So Rafael Modenese leads the way from Alfio Spina and Arthur Rojean. Then Dion Gouda, Arvid Lindblad. Kucharczyk is in 6th. Up to 7th now comes Max Dodds. So he's having a great race as he fights back. And up the inside, that is Bruno Del Pino going side by side with Elkin. Elkin trying to stay on the road. Great defense from the Israeli. Del Pino back on the inside line. The Spaniard gets through on the inside, and this time he does make the move stick. And now on the inside, that looks like Keanu Alajari, I think, trying to get through on the inside of Christian Ho. Ho runs wide onto the curb, and he's lost a good 6 karts as they all sweep past him. A very tricky battle there. But now we're going to... Oh, there's a piece of kart in the middle of the road there. That's not good. It's one of the side pods there of a Sauber karting machine. That must be Christian Ho's. It's the 212. So that is Christian Ho's kart. That's not good news, and I have a feeling that could be a mechanical flag for Christian Ho. That is a big shame. So there's not a lot that he can do about it. He's just got to keep motoring on and hope that nobody's noticed. But unfortunately, the powers that be have noticed. So Christian Ho, he does indeed get the mechanical flag. And he will receive it this time by as he comes through. What a shame for Christian Ho. So essentially he can run to the end of the race, but he will not now be classified as a finisher. But there's Rafael Modenese. This is a groundbreaking moment for him. The Leclerc by Lennox Racing team really wanted to put in a good show this year, and having won the FIA Karting European title in KZ2 a week ago, they really wanted to come here and do a good job in the OK Junior category as well as in the OK Senior. And Modenese leads the way here. Now Spina trying to hang on in front of Arthur Rojon. This battle's going to be a good one. There's the mechanical flag for Christian Ho. There's not a lot that the Singaporean can do now. On the inside, Rojon dives for Spina, gets the place in a second. Nice move from Rojon. Now it's up to Spina. Can he get back on terms with him as they come up through turn 4? And as they come through again into the second sector, Rafael Modenese has this race on a plate. And Rojon has timed this right to go in second place. But Rafael Modenese is going to get the victory, and I'm fairly sure he'll be the first driver ever from Peru to come through and take a heat victory in the karting championships here in the FIA. A great result for Rafael Modenese. Excellent work. A brilliant drive from the young Peruvian, and that's a big, big moment for Rafael Modenese. He and the team can be very happy with that one. I'm sure that his mechanic, Rob, is going to be absolutely delighted with his young charger's performance there. Excellent effort. And he's been building up to this for quite a while now, has Rafael Modenese. He's been threatening to do this all season long. But it's always very satisfying when you manage to get that result, when you manage to come through in the victory. And you don't see that too often. The flag of Peru as the winning flag. So Rafael Modenese gets the victory here in Wackersdorf from Arthur Rojon and Alfio Spina. Dion Gauda is fourth from Arvid Lindblad. Timo Kucharczyk and Max Dodds from Conor Zilic and Valerio Vinicella. Alexei Aleva rounds out the top 10 from Bruno Del Pino and Ariel Elkin, the Israeli. 13th place is Leon Hoffman from Keanu Alajari and Brent Cruz. Nikola Tsonov and Antonio Leiter from Lenny Reed and Alessandro Gusti. Then Lawrence Lesatua, who rejoined at the back. Christian Ho out of the race after his mechanical flag. And Emma Felbermeyer, who drops to the back of the field. But it was Christian Ho, Tom Bryken, Francesco Marenghi and Nasho Tunion, who were technically out of the race. And a fascinating battle here at Wackersdorf. So let's go over the highlights from a chaotic race here at Pro Kart Raceland. But Rafael Modenese got a good one as well, and that's what really put pay to Arvid Lindblad's shot at the lead at the first corner. He tried to cut across to the inside line, but it was well covered by both Gauda and Modenese. They have a look through the first hairpin. Looks as though everybody's going to get through A-OK. There's a little bit of rubbing of wheels, and Lesatua is the one who goes off in the background. But then Modenese thinks, well, hang on a minute. I've got an opportunity here all over the back of Dion Gauda. I just want to make sure I'm not going to drive through a flag I don't need to, as Lindblad tightens up in third position. That was a very good start from him, to be fair, and he made the best of a bad job after a very tricky race indeed, it must be said. But Rafael Modenese, from an early part in the race, definitely feels like he's got a good chance here. And he's starting to get up close and personal with Dion Gauda. Even on the first lap, the Peruvian has his look, comes through, dives for the inside line and thinks, right, I'm never going to get a better opportunity to take the lead, so I'm going to take it on lap one. Lindblad thinks he's got space on the inside line there as well, and forces the issue to get into second place. With a good bit of racecraft from Lindblad, he gestures to Dion Gauda, help me come through, but Elkin assists him to get up the inside, and that's where we had the incident earlier on. with 2 or 3 other karts in the mix. But then, look, you've got the 235 trying to dive up the inside line. That's Bruno Del Pino, hoping that he can get into second through all of that. He ends up in third, but he obviously has a couple of incidents coming his way that's going to drop him a long way down the field, which is unfortunate for the Spaniard. But you can obviously see some really good racecraft in the early stages of this one, as the drivers are really putting on a spectacular bit of entertainment for us, even at the end of that first opening lap. There's Ariel Elkin trying not to go off the circuit as he's squeezed wide there at turn 1, loses several places in the process, and drops himself down out of contention, at least for that moment in time. And that's a bold move from Max Dodds as well, who made up several places in that race, it has to be said. A good run from the young driver from Yorkshire, and the Paralin driver going very well in this heat. So this is where we're going to see a couple of moments in the middle of the pack. This is Bruno Del Pino finally losing out, and then accidentally gets tagged by his own teammate there, Alfio Spina. So Spina decides, well, he's going to make his own bid to come through. Now here's Arthur Rojon. This is what we should have seen from him in his previous 2 heats. This is his move on Arvid Lindblad, and it's a good battle as he manages to get himself into a solid position there. Dives on the inside, takes the place. Really nicely taken and very successfully handled. So the drivers then come down the straight once again and into that fast flowing corner. Into the first turn. And thus far, still a really solid race from the drivers here. They know that this is obviously going to be a very competitive run. And on the inside line, there comes the move from the 204. Alfio Spina dives up the inside of Arvid Lindblad. He just didn't seem to have the same outright pace that we're used to him having, as Arthur Rojon decides to take his time. He could go into turn 2 there and dive up the inside, but he knows he can get the move done into turn 3. So he hangs back a brief moment, dives on the inside, and lets the move come to him. So a nice move there from Rojon to get into second place behind Rafael Modenese. But the Peruvian has been absolutely astonishing over the course of the last few weeks. It's not been easy for him, but he was reasonable at Zuera. He was much better at Sarno. Now he's a race winner. And a late lunge, look at that, on the inside of Dion Gauda, trying to get back on terms with Arthur Rojon. He's left that one very late in the game. And that actually backs Rojon into the path of Alfio Spina, who, with some assistance from Lindblad, now gets an opportunity to close up. But Rojon gets the move on the inside of Gauda. Gauda has to leave the door wide open. Spina gets through. Lindblad thinks he can get through as well, but he suddenly realizes at the last minute he's not going to join that one. So he backs down and ends up in 5th position, which is, of course, where he ended up finishing the race after all of their little tussles for position. This got a bit interesting toward the end, though, to be fair. Alfio Spina versus Arthur Rojon. And the Italian was definitely going to have a very tough mission keeping him at bay, but Arthur Rojon wanted a proper race scrap of it. This is the move on the inside from Bruno Del Pino to have a look on the inside of Ariel Elkin. They don't give each other a lot of room, but they do, crucially, give each other enough to go racing. Elkin defends through the left-hander. They drop down the crest a little, and Bruno Del Pino thinks, right, well, I couldn't get him there, so maybe I'll go for a more conventional overtaking move. And that one was the one that worked. So a nice overtake there from Bruno Del Pino. He shuts down the exit. Keanu Alajari's got a good opportunity in momentum. Now look, Christian Ho's side pod is already going at that point. It's already falling off. So he's had an incident with somebody else. He then drifts wide. And it's about here-ish when it parts company with the kart. So does it come off here when he goes over the bumps, I think? Yes, it must do. That's when it parts company. And the marshals end up picking that up and taking that back to the pits, and that's obviously, once you lose your side pod, the mechanical flag is bound to come out. Del Pino making a very late lunge on the inside there of Ariel Elkin. That was a very brave maneuver, and obviously that's going to put Elkin a little bit wide, but he does the right thing. He keeps his line, squeezes Del Pino back to the inside line, and there's no way that he can get the inside line for the next corner, which is a right-hander, not a left. And this is Rojon finally getting the move on Spina. He had to wait to the last lap to nail it, but well, better late than never. He gets right in behind him through this third corner. There's the mechanical flag for Christian Ho, but the move is going to come in the tight left hairpin. Gets through the left square left-hander, but this is where the move comes. Dives on the inside, brakes nicely, keeps the kart well travelled in the apex, and that is through. A nice overtake there from Arthur Rojon. No real problems, and certainly no major concerns in terms of him managing to get it all together. But Rafael Modenese out in front, taking a historic victory, not just for him, his first race weekend win in the FIA Karting European Championships, but also for his country, Peru. It's a big moment as well because they have never had a Peruvian driver take a race victory in an FIA Karting weekend of any kind, I'm fairly sure, in any discipline as well. Peru is obviously not well known for its motorsport yet, but the way this man is going, Rafael Modenese, might be about to change that, as he could come through the ranks of motorsport to move up the ladder in fine style, and he's certainly giving his country plenty to smile about back home. Not less than, less than 24 hours after a Jamaican ended up on pole position for the very first time, we now have a heat winner from Peru, and that has not happened ever before this moment. So a great result from Rafael Modenese as we get ourselves ready for the next OK Junior heat here at Wackersdorf.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So let's see what the battle is going to be in this next OK Junior qualifying heat. It's for the groups B versus F, and that is going to put the pole position sitter for this heat in the hands of Hugo Ugachukwu, the man who has won 2 races out of 2 thus far, as the battles will continue in OK Junior, and the battles running well together. Arvid Lindblad has already come through to battle as one of the championship contenders in that previous heat. Now it's the turn of his close rival, Hugo Ugachukwu, and he will battle alongside Harley Keeble. 2 men, actually, who have not yet been defeated. So this is a fascinating dynamic. 2 drivers who have both won 2 races in their first 2 heats of the weekend. So somebody is going to have to come second. But the big question is going to be who will settle for it. And that's obviously a very tall order because you've got 2 ultra-competitive young racing drivers. They both want the position, they both want the race victories, and they both feel they've got a point to prove here this weekend. One, none the least of which is because they've got a European title to win. The other, of course, is because they want to bow out of their 2020 European campaign with a victory. This really is petrolhead central in this part of Germany. You just saw a couple of nice motocrossers who stopped by at the side of the circuit, couldn't resist having a bit of a watch of what's going on. Otherwise, there are no actual spectators here this weekend. The problem is that, unfortunately, with the current COVID-19 outbreak, it's very much behind closed doors that these race meetings have to operate nowadays. Hopefully, it's not for the long term. It's only for a short-term change of circumstances. But with the Wackersdorf circuit here at Procard Raceland being very much based next to a main road, you do occasionally get the weary or certainly the laid-back travellers on a Saturday afternoon wanting to pull over to the side of the road and watching, which theoretically, as long as they socially distance and they stay well clear of everybody else and they're on that main road and they're nice and safe, I don't think there's any real harm in it. And if it helps to spread the word of what we're doing, then why on earth not? But we know that there's several thousand spectators back home who are obviously watching along on our live stream, whether you're watching via YouTube or via Facebook, and are very bitterly frustrated that you can't attend the FIA Karting meetings in 2020. We feel your pain. We feel how difficult it is and how awkward the situations are. And obviously, we're here in the heat of Germany. The temperature has now gone up to 26 degrees Celsius, which is a 10 degrees Celsius increase since this morning. So it really is starting to get quite hot at the moment. And so obviously the drivers and teams are doing the best they possibly can to stay as cool and as hydrated as humanly possible. I think it's caught us all by surprise a little bit here because obviously you start the day and it's bitterly cold and you put your jacket on, and then within a few hours you're having to take that jacket off and find some ice cubes to cool you down because it really is getting quite warm here in Germany. But we know that there's a lot of you who are sat at home watching your favourite drivers, cheering them on, rooting for them and supporting them in your droves, and are not able to enjoy the atmosphere and the environment of being here with them as usual. And it is unfortunate, but obviously when we can return to the normality, we will. And obviously we'll bring you as much of the action as we physically can up until that point. You can follow all the details and all of the activities and movements of the FIA Karting paddock on FIAKarting.com. And of course, you can find all of the relevant information on Facebook, on Instagram, and on Twitter. There are FIA Karting accounts on all of those social media networks. And if you're watching us via YouTube or want to, then you can like and subscribe to the live stream on YouTube and hit the notification bell. You'll never miss a moment of when FIA Karting are underway. And of course, you can catch the race highlights compressed into a nice half-hour package on the Thursday of every following race meeting. And obviously, we have crowned 2 European champions last week at Genk in Belgium in the gearbox category. Victor Gustafsson became the KZ2 European champion, and Marin Kremers added to his world title from 2019 to become European champion 6 days ago in Belgium in the KZ category. Now this weekend, we will crown 2 European champions in the junior and OK senior categories, and it is definitely going to be a fascinating climax to a very competitive championship season. The man on pole position is leading the championship and the qualifying intermediate heats at the moment, Yugo Wugachukwu of the United States of America. But alongside him on that front row of the grid is a man who has also not been defeated thus far this weekend, Harley Keeble, 2 heat wins out of 2, and of course the fastest in his particular group as well, in the F allocated group, which means he was actually second to Wugachukwu in the qualifying session that they set out on the circuit. Aidan Neate starts third for this one. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do, as he will finally be in a race against his teammate Harley Keeble. And even though they're in the same stable, these two, there is obviously a lot of inter-team rivalries within the paddock. These drivers are teammates and they are in the same squad, but once you go out onto the race circuit together, you're not racing for the team, you're racing for yourself. And that's a very interesting dynamic when the junior drivers, particularly, I think the junior drivers come out together, because there is so much eagerness and so much determination to win that you basically have an every man for himself mentality. In the seniors, you do sometimes get 2 or 3 drivers from the same team. They work in conjunction with each other and they work in unison, certainly for the first third or maybe even the first half of a race, to try and get each other into a good position, and then they start racing amongst themselves. But in juniors in particular, you don't tend to get a lot of team cooperation, and there's certainly been some interesting battles on the circuit already this season between Harley Keeble and Aidan Neate within that Tony Kart fold. So I'll be interested to see how they go up against each other, especially when you take into account that immediately behind Aidan Neate is also another Tony Kart driver. That's Karol Pazovic, the Polish driver, who's also been very quick this weekend. The likes of Ian Eichmans, Will McIntyre and Evan Giltaire, who are on the right-hand side of your screen in behind Harley Keeble, they have a genuine chance to make something up here if the squabble on track becomes a little bit hectic. But Yugo Wugachukwu and Harley Keeble go into this heat unbeaten up to this point. They both have 2 wins out of 2. They can't both get 3 wins out of 3. Somebody's going to have to concede. And it's a brave man who tries to separate them, and they are about to find out which driver it's going to be that comes off worse. Yugo Wugachukwu and Harley Keeble on the front row of the starting grid from Aidan Neate and Ian Eichmans, Karol Pazovic and William McIntyre from Joel Bergstrom and Evan Giltaire, Josh Erfen and Douwe de Decker from Keanu Blum and Giovanni Trentin, then Marcus Lizio and Zachary David from Emo Fittipaldi and Edgaran Piligov, Jan Puchoy and Nico Lemberg from Oscar Wirtz and Louis Binder, Ivan Dominguez, Magnus Tekildsen, Nathan Schaap, Simke Siveras and Adam Kowalski. This is fascinating, this race, because this gives us a bit of an idea as to who's got the genuine raw pace. The easy money and certainly the safe money would be to go on Wugachukwu for this one. But if Harley Keeble has got a little bit more raw pace than Yugo Wugachukwu, this is the ultimate time for him to show it. Because if he can get under Wugachukwu's skin, not only does he have a chance of getting a decent final victory in this final weekend of the European Championship, he could even inadvertently assist his teammate. But look at the gameplay there from Ugo Chukwu as he hangs back and lets Keeble have a little bit of self-doubt as they come into the final turn. They're going to run together. Who's going to get the best start? It looks like it's going to be Ugo Chukwu by a long way. And he has got the perfect start, the American, into the first corner. Aidan Neat's going to try and follow in behind his teammate. Eichmanns is going to try and roll in round the outside. And Aidan Neat will get a move on his teammate there, but it's not going to happen. So Keeble holds firm in second, and Aidan Neat remains in third. But Ugo Chukwu has got the perfect start as he runs out in the lead. And the way he's been going so far today, the American may not be seen again in this heat. So Eichmann's in fourth position, trying to tag in behind the two Tony Kart twins. And the battle down to the braking zone. 2:14, Karapazovic is trying to get through on the inside of the Belgian to try and make it Tony Kart's 3, 4 and 5. But it is an absolutely perfect start. Sorry, it would be 2, 3 and 4, wouldn't it, if Pazovic could get through past Eichmanns. I do apologise. But he's not getting it there just yet. And he's certainly going to have to work hard to keep Will McIntyre at bay as well. Pazovic round the outside to tuck in for an inside shot on Ian Eichmanns, who again defends the inside line, but Pazovic rolls in late and comes up the inside line. And now it's Tony Kart factory drivers in second, third and fourth. Keeble, Neat and Pazovic. With up to fifth place now comes Will McIntyre. He gets on the inside of the Belgian Ian Eichmanns. So McIntyre comes through. Gilter is seventh now, ahead of Bergstrom, Erfen, De Decker. Erfen is now down behind Lucio, in fact. On the inside, that's one of the Forza Racing drivers coming through on the inside line, battling with Evan Gilter. That's Joel Bergstrom. So Bergstrom gets through past Evan Gilter. Then 9th is Due De Decker, 10th is Zachary David, 11th is Marcus Lucio. He's having another great race. So Lucio goes well in 11th at the moment in front of Keanu Blum, Josh Erfen, Giovanni Trentin and Edgar Piligov in front of Emo Fittipaldi and Nico Lemberg, then Ivan Dominguez, and it is... in behind them is Louis Binder, and then that's Nathan Schaap ahead of Tukilson, Wirtz, Kowalski, Choi and Severas. So Ugo Chukwu leads the way. No major problems for the American out front. Just keep it together, mate. You've got it absolutely nailed up in the front of the field at this moment in time. But Keeble and Neat are still there in second and third. A nice move again from Bergstrom, who tries to keep Eichmanns at bay. Eichmanns tries to come back in round the outside. He needs to shut that door quickly because Evan Gilter is closing in on them. But it's a good run from the wild card, Joel Bergstrom, who puts his Forza Racing machine into sixth position with that overtaking move. And so now Eichmanns is in the clutch of Evan Gilter. Here comes Gilter on the inside line, and surely that move's nailed. It is indeed. Great overtake from Evan Gilter on the inside of the Belgian. So now they come into turn 5. Some big braking zones here as the karts really start to drop down into these heavy braking zones. So Gilter, 7th now from Eichmanns, then De Decker, David, Lucio and Piligov, Blum, Fittipaldi and Josh Erfen, who's now down to 15th place. Not really finding it so easy at the moment, Josh Erfen. But the battle rages for Ugo Chukwu as they come off the final turn and onto the main straight once again. The American looks like he's going to be completely unbeaten this weekend. Keeble is doing the best of a bad job here, really, essentially. He knows that he's not going to get the win this time with Ugo Chukwu in the form he's in, but second place will more than do. So he's trying to keep himself in front of his teammate Aidan Neat and grab second place, because if he continues to win heats, then essentially Keeble is only going to lose pole position. He could still get second place off the grid if he maintains a second place run. Now, Joel Bergstrom sets the fastest lap of the race, and that's why, because he wanted to catch up with Will McIntyre. And he has caught up to the Leclerc by Lennox chassis and now wants to go for his move. But he's not quite close enough yet. There's still a little bit of time to go. Since taking on his vice team managership within the Tony Kart factory operation in second and third, fourth, the team being watched over by multiple world and European champion Marco Ardigo, who now watches at the side of the road. But Harley Keeble, Aidan Neat and Karol Pazovic doing a grand job in second, third and fourth at this moment in time, trying to chase after Ugo Chukwu. But is Will McIntyre going to be able to fend off from Joel Bergstrom? No is the answer. Bergstrom dives on the inside. Just as I asked that question, it's answered for me. And so Bergstrom gets through in a fifth position. A great run from the wildcard. This is absolutely awesome. And a great drive from the Swede. And I have a feeling that people are going to take a big note of what Joel Bergstrom is up to in this one. He's a name for the future for certain. If you can come in your first and only European karting event of the year at the FIA and be competitive in the top 5 in any heat when you're battling against drivers who have been here since the start of the year, that's worth taking note of. So a brilliant run thus far from Joel Bergstrom as he continues his run in the lead of his particular battle anyway. 5th position ahead of McIntyre. Now these two are battling for 2nd place. They're battling for 3rd because Aidan Neate is starting to fall slightly into the clutches of his teammate Karel Pazovic here. It looks as though Keeble is not quite able to run with Ugo Chukwu, but certainly he's able to stretch away from Neate and Pazovic. Although having looked at the lap times now, it looks as though Keeble is actually starting to get into Ugo Chukwu's advantage here. He's just gone faster than anybody in the first sector, Harley Keeble, and faster than anybody in the second, or certainly faster than Ugo Chukwu in the second split anyway. So this could be a nail-biting run to the flag because we've got 2 laps to go and Keeble is still edging towards Ugo Chukwu. The gap is 0.5 of a second, so it's only half a second between Keeble and Ugo Chukwu, and Keeble definitely wants to go for it. Yellow flags, it's one of the Ricky Flynn drivers who's in trouble at the back of the field, and I think that looks to me like a big problem for Josh Erfen. So Erfen's had another issue and dropped down to the back of the field as a result of it all. That's a real shame. Didn't see the cause of the problem, but certainly we saw the catalyst in the aftermath. So now the battle between Neate and Pazovic, very close indeed, but Aidan Neate is doing all the right things to keep himself in 3rd position. He's having a great weekend, is Aidan Neate. And so they battle away again on the last lap, but Harley Keeble is doing the best job he can to try and close up on Ugo Chukwu. The gap is 0.5 of a second as they come through on the previous lap, and it's up to 0.6 now, so Ugo Chukwu did have a little bit of power left in reserve as he tries to move his way forward, but Keeble is doing everything he can to stay with him in 2nd place. So it looks as though we know that it's going to be the European Championship leader, Ugo Chukwu. Oh, someone else in trouble there. Now, I didn't quite make out who that was. I think that might have been Keanu Blum and Giovanni Trentin. Yes, it is. There's Trentin. So Trentin's in difficulty, and he's very unhappy about it. So Giovanni Trentin, unfortunately, out of the race, and I think he's had his incident with Keanu Blum. But the checkered flag comes out, and yet unbeaten, Ugo Chukwu makes it 3 out of 3 in front of Harley Keeble in 2nd place. 3rd is Aidan Neate. 4th is Karel Pazovic. 5th, the incredibly impressive Joel Bergstrom. So Ugo Chukwu once again making that race an absolutely fantastic battle for him as he continues to run at the front all the way to the checkered flag. And so a really exciting battle for the American, but Ugo Chukwu maintains his position in the lead and returns to the top of the table. 3 heats, 3 wins. It's looking absolutely unstoppable for the American, who could well become the first ever junior European champion from the United States. He wins from Harley Keeble and Aidan Neate, Karel Pazovic 4th from Joel Bergstrom and Will McIntyre, Evan Gilter and the 2 Belgians, Ian Eichmans and Douay de Decker. From the Philippines, Zachary David. Edgar Piligov is ahead of Nico Lemberg just outside the top 10. Then it's Ivan Dominguez and Louis Binder from Emma Fittipaldi and Magnus Tekilson. Nathan Schaap is there with Oscar Wirtz, then Adam Kowalski and Yunpu Choi from Simca Severas, Keanu Blum and Josh Erfen. The retirements are Giovanni Trentin and Marcus Luzio after a very unfortunate end to his race on the penultimate lap when things were going very well indeed for the Brit. So let's have a look back over some of the crazier or also some of the more spectacular moments from the OK Junior qualifying heat for Groups B versus... So there is Ugo Chukwu after his bold start, and it really was a spectacular launch off the line, to be fair. Aidan Neate doing the right thing and slotting in behind Harley Keeble. Ian Eichmans trying to find a gap on the inside. Everybody was basically doing this exactly the same trick, but Aidan Neate tried to keep on the inside of Keeble. He got squeezed onto the curb, essentially, and that is why Keeble was able to hold station in 2nd place. There was no contact, but I think Neate had to take to the curb, otherwise there was going to be an incident between them. So Ugo Chukwu getting a good start. Harley Keeble essentially at this point well aware of the fact that if he doesn't catch him and get back past him in these next 2-3 laps, then the gap is going to be insurmountable. And in fact, Ugo Chukwu lost a bit of ground to Keeble, but it turned out he was just easing off a little bit because he was able to pull away from Keeble again in the final 2 laps. So it's definitely unfortunate for the 2 drivers that retired, Giovanni Trentin and Marcus Luzio, who are both looking for a really good result. In particular, Luzio, who was well inside the top 10 and looking to make some good progress in that particular heat. And that really compromises him, unfortunately. So we're watching the gaggle on the first lap between Ian Eichmans and Karel Pazovic. They're having a nice little scrap. And as they come through in this opening tour, you can see drivers just trying to get themselves into a decent position and try and make up as many positions off the start as they possibly can. This is your one chance to really slice and dice on the inside line of your opponent and hope that you can make an advantage count where you could make 2 or 3 places. Then basically by the end of the lap, you've really got to start to settle into a rhythm. Hence, we're looking at Ian Eichmans and Karel Pazovic having a really good scrap. And it doesn't take long at all before Pazovic gets the move on the inside line. He leaves it very late, though. You can see that he just about gets through. But what that does is it really does compromise Eichmans on the exit. And despite the fact he's able to hang on in front of McIntyre, what it does is it gives Pazovic a little bit more breathing space up in front. He's made the move and he can already get a tiny bit of an advantage over Eichmans in the Cosmic. Now, this is a bit further back. This is Joel Bergstrom making his big first move on Evan Giltair in the Sodi kart. But Bergstrom is just driving around this circuit as if, you know, he's been racing in this category for several years. And he's got so much authority behind the wheel of the Forza racing machine. And he's come straight into juniors in his first weekend in the category. And it's already going full guns blazing from his point of view. So a really good start to his campaign here at Wackersdorf. And it's definitely giving him plenty of things to get excited about as the weekend progresses. He just picks them off. Look, one by one. He gets a move on the inside of Eichmans, and he comes from so far back. Doesn't even look like the overtake might be on. Eichmans does the right thing. He goes for the switch. If there's any chance at all he can outdrag Bergstrom before the braking zone, he's going to take it. But Bergstrom is not budging. He knows the track well, clearly, and he feels rather at home with Forza on the OK Junior chassis. So he really did put in some good moves. And then this is Evan Giltair taking advantage of Eichmans' loss of momentum, essentially, to find his own feet up the inside line. He's come from a fair bit back, but Eichmans isn't really aware he's there until the last possible moment. And that's because Evan Giltair essentially gave Eichmans a little bit more room, which meant that in his peripheral hearing, I suppose, or at the back of his head, he couldn't quite hear the engine note of the kart coming through, Ian Eichmans, as he might have done if he was that little bit close to each other. But there's Bergstrom yet again picking off another driver, getting through on the inside of Will McIntyre, and that puts him up into 5th position behind Karel Pazovic, which is, of course, where he stayed. But a fabulous drive from this man up front. It really is starting to look impossible for anybody to take this European title and even a heat victory leading up to the final away from him. He's just got to keep it going. Hope that everything works according to plan. What a shame for Marcus Luzio, because he was charging his way through the field, looking good for a solid end to a brilliant debut. Oh, you can just about see in the background there the kart of Giovanni Trentin going off the circuit in the background. You could just about see that, and I think he was battling away with Josh Erfan, which is why they ended up tumbling down the order. So there's Giovanni Trentin. He's already at the scene of the accident. Nobody else is there with him, but he seems very hard done by. And Giovanni Trentin obviously trying to figure out, you know, what am I supposed to do? Please, can we get this race rerun or something? I think they could clutch at straws here in the attempt to try and get racing again and to gain an advantage that they lost. But Yugo Ogachukwu makes it 3 wins out of 3, and he is looking absolutely unbeatable. He vanquishes Harley Keeble. No one can touch him at the moment, so let's see how it continues.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So the battle for supremacy in the OK Junior category continues. It's obviously going to be a very tight run for the drivers in this next heat, because you're going to see the pole sitter Alex Powell alongside the Italian Brando Badua. Now, this is going to be a tough race for both of them, because Brando Badua is a heat winner and Alex Powell is a pole position sitter, but he's had a second and then effectively a DNF. He did finish the race and complete the full distance of it, but because he was meant to start from pole position and then had problems getting away, he had to start the race from the pit lane in the end, and it's really hampered Alex Powell's chances of a really solid effort this weekend. I think he would have been in at least first or second place in that previous heat of his. But we'll never know now. He's got to try and just find his way back into contention after a difficult defeat. And I know he has the entire pride of the nation of Jamaica behind him. They really want him to get on and put on an excellent show here in the FIA Karting European Championships. But of course, this is all practice. This is all a big test. And it's all a good audition and dress rehearsal, if you like, for the World Championships in November at Portimao in Portugal, where he has the chance to represent his country once again. But now we know just how fast he can be. Fastest of all in time qualifying is very indicative of what he's capable of. You can actually see most of the drivers, in fact, all of the drivers, I think, are not actually there in position with their karts. They are waiting until the last possible minute to get into their karts. They're actually hiding in the shade, either under the banks on the far side or at the pit lane, where there is a nice, there's basically a nice hangar-style covering on the pit straight. This has been a bit of a shock to the system for people, I have to say, because they started the weekend in very cool and very clammy conditions. It was a little bit chilly at times in the weekend, and now the sun has come out here at Germany, and it's really started to heat up. 27 degrees Celsius air temperatures at the moment. So the circuit is going to be close to the 40, 41 degrees Celsius, maybe even 42 degrees Celsius ranks at the moment. Starting to get closer in feel and style to Zueda and Sano. Of course, it's nowhere near in terms of the actuality of it. Sano was still a good 10 degrees hotter than this, and even Zueda was a good 5 to 6 degrees hotter than this as well. So the drivers are obviously getting a little bit used to the heat now, but they certainly weren't expecting to have massively high temperatures here in Wackersdorf. But the drivers are going to get ready for another exceptional battle. There is one more heat to go in this rotation of the juniors. Then we will have 2 senior OK class heats and 3 more junior races before we finish our day session. And then over the course of the evening, in our press conference, we will speak to the interim leader in both the OK Junior and OK Senior classes. And you'll hear from them tomorrow morning when the broadcast stream returns, ready in time to have the last races for the juniors and the last races for the OK Senior. But it's definitely a tough fight, and the drivers all know that it's going to be incredibly exciting as they get up to that point of reference. The drivers are obviously very intensely matched. There's not a lot to choose between each driver in terms of one lap raw pace, because we know that certainly in qualifying only a couple of thousandths of a second separated several drivers in the field. And it wasn't very much of a gap that Alex Powell had over Hugo Ugachukwu in final qualifying either. So it's always a very difficult proposition. They know how tough it's going to be. But that doesn't change the fact that they've got a mission in front of them. They've got to make it count for something. As we already know, Alex Powell is a heat winner in the world of FIA Karting. As he got a heat win, I'm fairly sure it was in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. He took a heat win, whether it was at Adria or whether it was at Genk last week. My mind fails me for the moment. That shows you just how hot it is. Normally I'm on the ball with those sorts of information, but even I'm starting to feel the heat at the moment in my fabulous greenhouse of a commentary box here at Wackersdorf, overlooking the start-finish gantry. But Alex Powell alongside Brando Badua on the front row of the starting grid, and they will be 2 very closely matched individuals as they run off the starting line. And it will be very close because obviously the drivers in this category are very closely matched, but particularly at that end of the grid. Alex Powell and Brando Badua from Martinius Stenshorn and Sonny Smith on the second row. And you can see now all of a sudden that the pre-grid is a little bit more vastly populated with drivers who have suddenly come out of their sheltered positions in the shade and getting themselves ready for racing in this final heat of the rotation of the OK Junior drivers. These qualifying heat for groups A versus D. Alex Powell versus Brando Badua, Martinius Stenshorn and Sonny Smith on the second row. Germany's Maxim Rem in 5th position. Alongside him is the Finn Tuukka Tarpanen, and he is running out of chances now, the Finn, to get himself back into a competitive position for the final, because Ugo Chukwu is looking so strong at this moment in time. And even Arvid Lindblad, the British driver, is starting to look a little bit more at ease in his equipment than Tuukka Tarpanen certainly does in 6th position. But then we said that Tuukka Tarpanen was pretty much out of competition at Zuera. He was not looking like a favourite to win the final then. And that is exactly what he went and did after a fabulous drive. He went and got the job done. So there's still an opportunity for him. Christian Bratuka, 7th on the grid, alongside the Czech driver Igor Sepil, who lines up there nicely in 8th position on the grid. Then Alexander Gubenko alongside the German Heralind Neradini. 11th position on the grid is the Japanese driver Shudazono, who lines up alongside Eron Reshepi. And then it is Daniel Ginchard, who lines up 13th on the starting grid alongside Freddie Slater. The two drivers there together in the grid. And then it is Chris Harnan, who lines up 15th position on the starting grid alongside Maxime Fedon-Castellan, the Luxembourger. Lucas Flusha lines up 17th on the starting grid for this one, alongside the French talent Augustin Bernier, who lines up in P18. And then rounding out the top 20 on the 10th row, it is Caden Probst, the New Zealander, who actually races under a German license at the moment, and Luca Samalisto, the Finn, who lines up in 20th position. Then it is Julius Dinesen and Marcus Christiansen, who line up together on the 11th row of the grid to make it an all-Danish row outside the top 20. Then in 23rd on the grid, it is going to be Thomas Rakel. And then beside him is Francisco Saldavini, the Argentine, who races again these days under a different license. His namely is Italian. And then August Thurbo, the Danish driver who made up several places in his opening heat, has some great chances to move forward again. But it is going to be a tough battle, and all the drivers know just how tough it is becoming as the heat increases and the difficulties and complexities of the race weekend intensify. These drivers are definitely giving it everything they have to become European champion. And only 3 drivers realistically in the OK Junior Crown can get the title. One coming into this weekend. 11 points separate the happy trio at the front. Ugo Chukwu, Tuukka Tarpanen and Arvid Lindblad as they battle away for position. It is going to be very tricky to determine who's going to get another heat victory in the bag here, because Brando Badua is a race winner. Alex Powell probably can argue he should have been by now. Certainly was the fastest driver of everybody in time qualifying. But this is the difficulty. You can have as much speed as humanly possible, but the luck doesn't always ride with you. So you have to learn how to deal with that. You have to learn to make adjustments and adapt to the changes around you. And hopefully it will all come good. But you still have to get the homework done. And you have to hope that this time, this race, this opportunity, this position in the starting grid is going to be the factor that changes whether I can win or come second. And you have to keep believing in that ability. You have to keep digging in and finding something to hold on to that will keep you motivated and keep pushing you through these laps. It's a very difficult race circuit, this, because it is so short, 1.19 kilometers in length, which definitely makes limited opportunities come up to you in each particular heat, because the distance of these races for the juniors is only 10 kilometers in duration. It's more than double that come the final, of course, because they end up having a lot more laps to contend with in the final. But for this moment in time, the drivers are getting ready for their next qualifying heat. It's for groups A versus D, 9 laps on the board, and it's time to race. So the drivers are edged out by their mechanics, and they will go round on their formation lap for qualifying heat A versus D. And here's the grid. Alex Powell on pole position from Brando Badua. Martinius Stenshorn and Sonny Smith on the second row from Maxim Raymond, Tuukka Tarpanen, Christian Bratuka and Igor Sepil from Alex Gubenko and Herman Neradini, Shudazono and Eron Reshepi from Daniel Ginchard and Freddie Slater, Chris Harnan and Maxime Fedon-Castellan, then Lucas Flusha, Augustin Bernier, Caden Probst, Lucas Samalisto, Julius Dinesen, Matthias Christiansen, Thomas Rakel, Francisco Saldavini and August Thurbo. So the 25 drivers circulating the circuit here at Wackersdorf, and we're going to see some really exciting battles from the get-go. Can Alex Powell and the Kart Republic team get himself off the starting line a little bit better than before? The answer is already yes, because they are now going around the formation lap in fine settlement and fine position. So let's see how it goes off the grid. Brandon Badura alongside Alex Powell off the grid. Then Stenshorn, Smith, Rem, Tarpanen, Batuka, Sapil, Gubenko, Neradini, Dezona and Reshepi with Ginchard and Slater in behind. Is this going to be a good start? Yes, it is, and we're racing. Badua's got a good one. Powell's got a better one. And he and Stenshorn are going to go straight through to the lead as they come through turn 1. Everybody will break down to the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through okay? It looks as though there's a couple of drivers edging each other out as they come off the turn. I think we're okay though. So Alex Powell has taken an early bath on the lead of the race, and Stenshorn runs out wide. That's caused him a little bit of time as Christian Batuka has come through and taken up the place. And it looks as though he's got one of the Pantano drivers right in behind him. That's Sonny Smith trying to make up his place. But Alex Powell has been gift-wrapped the lead here as the fast-starting Maxim Rem has got himself into second position. So a very nice situation for the Tony Kart in P2. And in third place, it's Batuka. Oh, we've got a problem. That's one of the Tony Karts. It's Hervelin Neradini from the SFR Motorsport team. So Hervelin Neradini, unfortunately, is out of this race. That is such a shame. So the German walks away from the scene as Alex Powell leads from Maxim Rem and Christian Batuka. Then Stenshorn, Smith, Badua way down in 6th position, Brandon Badua. Not the greatest of starts for him then on the outside of the front row. Now there is Batuka in front of Martinius Stenshorn as they run together 3rd and 4th. And then we have Gubenko trying to get past Sapil. Dezona and Slater really struggling to battle with them as well in the mid-pack. So the chasing pack continues on its way as the drivers really start to get into a decent position now. So the drivers continue. There's Alex Powell being caught a little bit by Maxim Rem. Rem is not exactly slowing up. He's catching up with Alex Powell. He feels he's got a good competitive kart underneath him. A big lunge in the final turn from Shidozono to try and get through on the inside there. So did the Japanese driver make a claim on Freddie Slater? Yes, he did. Good move from Dezona. This is for the lead. Maxim Rem trying to get past Alex Powell. Powell keeps himself in second place. That was close. That very nearly ended in disaster for the two men. So Powell allows Maxim Rem the chance to come through. So Maxim Rem gets into the lead. Alex Powell drops to second in front of Christian Batuka. He can't afford to lose too much ground here. He's got to keep himself in a good position. He's got to assert himself, yes, but he's also got to keep himself in a position where he can get the lead of the race back. So it's well handled by Alex Powell. Christian Batuka now diving up the inside. He gets through, so Alex Powell drifts wide a little bit. So Maxim Rem leads the way, and this is a good result for him if he can keep it here, the young German. On home soil, don't forget, so it's an important race for him to get a good job at. So let's see if he can climb even further up the rankings in the race after this one if he manages to maintain the lead. Alex Powell dives through on the inside of Batuka and retakes second position. A good move there from the Jamaican. He pulls across to keep the line because he genuinely feels he can't catch up to Maxim Rem anymore. So Alex Powell starts defending as early as lap 4 to try and get a position as Thomas Rakel picks up a technical flag. Not sure what it's for, but certainly something is not right with his kart as again Powell holds station on the inside line. Gubenko's now going to try and come up alongside Sonny Smith and up the inside. Oh, and up in the air goes Gubenko. Gubenko goes airborne into the barriers. He's okay, but it's certainly game over in terms of his chances of getting a decent finish from this one. He's trying to push the kart back onto the circuit. But now Alex Powell in second for Batuka, and Powell again defends his line from Christian Batuka. Here comes Stenshorn trying to get up alongside the Birla. So Stenshorn will try again to come through. Gubenko does get going again. He's always very highly determined and motivated to get back into the races. But Maxim Rem now has a strong advantage over Alex Powell. The gap has opened up to just a whisker over 2 seconds. So Maxim Rem looking very confident as Brandon Badua makes his bid on the inside of Stenshorn. Stenshorn defends his line. So Badua can't get by, nor can Sonny Smith, and Aaron Reshepi isn't quite close enough yet. So here goes Sapil, runs in 8th, Freddie Slater in 9th place, and Dan Ginchard has crept up into 10th position. A good run from the wildcard, and he is the leading wildcard at the moment. So a fabulous performance then from the youngsters as they continue to charge their way forward. Into the braking zone, and Badua gets through on the inside of Stenshorn. Predictable to see that one coming, really, because Badua definitely looked more hungry. And a big slide up the inside. That's a great move from Aaron Reshepi. And that also opens the door for Sonny Smith. So Igor Sapil has got by too, so it's a big difficulty for Sonny Smith. Badua's through to fourth, Stenshorn down to fifth, and then you've got Reshepi and Sapil on Sonny Smith to make up some crucial points on him. But this is now turning into an absolute rout for Maxime Rem at the front. Up the inside comes Martinius Stenshorn to get through on the inside of Brandon Badua. Is he going to make his move? He has done so. So Stenshorn past Badua. Now he's covering to defend. He genuinely feels that there's no way back for him if he loses out the place. So on the inside, that is Sonny Smith getting through on Aaron Reshepi. Reshepi now trying to hold his line to his teammate. As Igor Sapil and Freddie Slater go to battle, Slater manages to tuck in on the inside line. A nice quick bit of thinking there from Freddie Slater to hold the position in front of Igor Sapil, as Tuukka Tarpanen sets the fastest lap of the race from down in, get this, 14th. So Tuukka Tarpanen really struggling here at Wackersdorf, and he's actually really struggling even to hold on to his overtaking position. He's just lost the place now to Chris Harnan. So Tuukka Tarpanen is actually having a really tough day at the office here, and it's not looking likely that he can lift the European title the way things are currently going. Lindblad may even manage to grab a second place finish in the title standings the way things currently are. But Maxime Rem leads the heat with 2 laps to go at the end of... 2 laps to go exactly now. But the battle is very closely fought at this point in time, as Maxime Rem runs in front of Alex Powell, Christian Bertucca and Martinius Stenshorn. Then Brandon Badua and Sonny Smith. Reshepi is 7th from Freddie Slater in P8. And then it is Igor Sapil from Dan Ginchard and Maxime Castellan in front of Shudazono. But out of the final turn, it's all looking pretty neat and tidy for the Tony Kart man in front, Maxime Rem, who knows the circuit ever so well. Alex Powell in second place is not a bad result for his efforts either. Christian Bertucca sets the fastest lap of the race. The Italian genuinely feels like he could take this away from the Jamaican. So he could end up with a great chance of it, but we'll have to see how it all plays out. But Maxime Rem is going very well, the German putting himself into a perfect possible position as he challenges for the victory in these heats. And he is well checked out ahead of the rest of the field. It's going full guns blazing. He's looking very strong. And the battle continues to rage around this circuit here at Wackersdorf. But look at him, he's just so smooth. No major cracks in the armour at all here. And Maxime Rem is going to get the victory he wanted so much, the win that Germany wants so much on home soil, as Maxime Rem takes the checkered flag and wins the heat. That's an important moment for him on home soil. Alex Powell second and Christian Bertucca in third. From Martinius Stenshorn and Brandon Badua, then Aaron Reshepi in sixth place from Freddie Slater and Sonny Smith. So it's a very tough battle here at Wackersdorf in Germany as the drivers continue to squabble and tussle for positions. But Maxime Rem grabs the victory and Alex Powell bounces back to second position in front of Christian Bertucca. For Maxime Rem, it's another day at the office at Wackersdorf. For us, it's the first utterance of a name that could mean big things in the future. So Maxime Rem takes the victory in front of Alex Powell and Christian Bertucca, Martinius Stenshorn and Brandon Badua, Aaron Reshepi and Freddie Slater, from Sonny Smith, Igor Sapil and Dan Ginchard in the top 10. Maxime Castellan and Shudazono in 12th position. 13th place in behind them is Lucas Flusha from Tuukka Tarpanen down in 14th. Chris Harnan is 15th from Augustin Bernier, then Julius Stinnesen and Lucas Samalisto from August Derbo, Marius Christiansen, Caden Probst, Francesco Soldavini and Alexander Gubenko, who did get going again, but the retirement was just the 2 drivers, Thomas Rakel after a few laps and Herolin Neradini out on lap 1. So let's have a look back over the replays of a very tough race and a very exciting race for Maxime Rem. So Alex Powell gets the perfect start off the line. There's no issues here for the Jamaican as they run through to the first corner. Stenshorn's in for the fight with him, so is Maxime Rem. So they all just kind of line themselves up through that first corner. You've got to feel for Brandon Badua. He ends up essentially getting spat out to the scenery in the first couple of corners. And then as they come down the hill, it looks good for Powell because that's a big lunge on the inside for Maxime Rem to move it to second place. But he clearly knew something the others didn't about how much grip there is on the inside line. So this is going to be an interesting run. And just take a look again at Stenshorn just keeping the back end of the kart as planted as possible as he power slides through these corners. I swear he'd be brilliant up against the likes of Solberg, Loeb and Kristoffersson in the world of rallycross. He'd be right up there at the front of the hunt. So the battle obviously looking very easily won by Alex Powell at this point, but now that Maxime Rem has settled into second position, he's got himself a clean bit of track in front of him, so he can really start to edge towards the race leader, Alex Powell, which of course he ends up doing and pursuing. But look at this squabble in the mid-pack. There is a rather unfortunate sight. That is Herolin Neradini, the German driver, part of the SFR Motorsport squad this weekend, all aboard their Tony Karts. But this is where Maxime Rem essentially took control of a fairly, I wouldn't say a boring race, but certainly a fairly humdrum race. He comes from a fair way back, though, and that really caught out Alex Powell. I don't think Powell realised he was going to be there. Then that meant he had to relent, he had to resist, and that was a good move in the end from Maxime Rem to move up into the lead of the proceedings. But this was when the really best part of the race for me happened, is that Alex Powell is there trying desperately to keep Christian Bratuka in a Birolart at bay. And look, he makes the dive on the inside. Powell does not panic in the slightest. He gets back on the power out of the final turn. Bratuka knows that he's going to try and get him back as soon as is humanly possible. So he keeps the Birolart driver guessing. He doesn't want to let him know when he's going to come over, only that he will. And by saying that, when he does make the move to get through into the position, it actually really helped him in terms of making the move stick. And on the inside line, second place. He can't quite get the win for after that, because he's obviously a long way down behind our race leader at the moment, Maxime Rem. But he's certainly giving it everything he's possibly got. And even in the defensive zones here, when you've got 3 or 4 cars trying to get through, all you need to do is stay nimble, stay light, stay flexible, stay agile, and try and get yourself into a decent position off the throttle on the next turn. Alexander Gubenko spat off in the gaggle of karts further behind this particular train that we were watching before. And still a tough race ahead for him tomorrow. If he can make the final, that's definitely not going to make his chances any easier, that's for sure. But the juniors really have given us a lot of entertainment and drama. And the battle is set to continue once again as the racers continue their quest to come forward. And we're going to see some spectacular duels from them as they run more in sequence together. This is the big lunge on the inside from the Kart Republic of Aaron Reshepi. And so the drama continues. They're obviously going to give us plenty of excitement as the battles wage. But we're going to see how the drivers really can cope in these sweltering heat conditions here at Wackersdorf, because it is getting hotter all the time. Temperature has risen now to about 28 degrees Celsius, I would make it. So it's obviously a very difficult day at the office for some, but not for this man, Maxime Rem. Once he got into the rhythm out in front, once he settled into the kart that felt really good underneath him, this win was never really going to be in much doubt. And he has certainly given plenty of people plenty to think about in this one. So the race battle is going to be very strong indeed over the course of the rest of this evening and tomorrow. The junior drivers still have 3 heats remaining. We're going to switch focus again on the OK senior category for their 2 races of the afternoon. But obviously we know that there's going to be a very thrilling run for the flag. Good jobs from both Alex Powell and Christian Bratuka. They did not let the consequence of the situation overwhelm them and bubble over and go and do something silly to try and get an overtaking move done. There was a lot of respect between the 2 drivers there on that circuit. And this man, well, when you get into a decent result in a Tony kart, it's very difficult to shake it off and relinquish that honour. So it's obviously going to be a very difficult one. But Maxime Rem has gained a massive advantage now over his opposition, not just in terms of the time he crossed the line ahead of them, but also in terms of psychology, gamesmanship. He is now a factor this weekend, and everybody will have to take that into consideration when they are making their strategies and plans for tomorrow's final. So now, of course, the focus switches back to the OK Senior category. Just 2 races left for them today. They will have another qualifying heat tomorrow, of course, but this is the important one as far as the drivers are concerned, because they really need to make a statement in this particular battle, because the drivers are going to be very relentless in trying to get themselves up the order And now drivers will really want to start and make a big deal of things. In the championship fight up until this point, Taylor Barnard has just a 7-point advantage over Kimi Antonelli. Barnard has 65 points and Kimi Antonelli has 58. There is a very sizable gap back between Nikita Bedrin and Joe Turney for the third position spot, although it is still technically, mathematically possible that they can still close in and catch and pass the other drivers in the championship standings. So it is going to be a fascinating situation for the drivers out there on the circuit. In fact, they are the only 4 drivers that can now catch and pass the drivers ahead of them. Lawrence Van Hopen, 5th in the points, has 24. So compared to Taylor Barnard on 65. And then you learn, of course, that the drivers have only 35 points that they can score from a weekend. That really does take a rather unfortunate Lawrence Van Hopen out of the running on 24 points. His maximum would be 59 if he won everything today and tomorrow. But that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case from him. So he even then would not really be able to get into a position to challenge for the title. Second in the title, yes, I think you'd probably have a good go at that. And maybe even third. Well, third is probably more likely than second, but it's just not viable when you've got such a big advantage to let it slip. And I think that's what Taylor Barnard psychologically is kind of resting on here this weekend. He knows he's got that 7-point cushion over Kimi Antonelli, and he's got a fairly decent gap to Bedrin and Turney, so they're not really in his ballpark. If he lets them go, it's not a massive deal, and it certainly isn't going to compromise his chances as much as it might do in other situations and scenarios. But the man he's racing with is Kimi Antonelli. There's no doubt about it. There's only 7 points between them. If he loses too many points to the Italian over the course of the qualifying heats, for whatever reason it might be, then he's in difficulty, because if he drops the lead down, if the lead is dropped between Barnard and Antonelli from 7 points to 5 points, all it would mean is that Antonelli could beat him in the final and he would take the title, provided that he was 5 points clear in the final. They would be tied on results, but on countback, Antonelli would have 2 wins in the final to Barnard's 1. So it really is a tough showdown in this final weekend of the 2020 season. They've got to make good use of it. And it's definitely going to be an emotional challenge. It was so hard last time at Sarno that, of course, when the race in the sweltering heat finished, Antonelli spent the entirety of the final trying to catch Barnard and was chipping away, a 10th here, a 10th there, a 10th here, a 10th there, and got it all finished. In fact, there was a suggestion that Barnard was actually struggling a little bit in the closing stages of the race, and that's one of the reasons Antonelli was closing up so much. But he was so exhausted from it that he had to take a minute before we actually welcomed him onto the podium and into the press conference, because he was so hot and very nearly dehydrated. So it was a good moment that he was able to get himself back into contention again. That's the only sign of weakness I think I've seen in the entirety of Kimi Antonelli's fledgling young career. He starts pole position for this one, having been fastest of all in the time qualifying yesterday. He is such a strong character in this European Championship, and he's definitely one that we need to keep an eye on as the season continues to progress. But he is there in pole position alongside Lorenzo Patrese, the second fastest man of the weekend, who lines up in P2. And then, of course, it is Nicolas Piertolatti and Nikita Bedrin that line up together on the second row of the grid. So Nikita Bedrin of the World Racing Team, who already has a win underneath him this weekend. He would dearly love another one, and I think Taylor Barnard would love him to score another one as well, because that really would give him a little bit more of an easier time in battling with Antonelli a little later on. Marcus Lamond is 5th on the starting grid, Luca Griggs in P6, and then Rasmus Jutsemis along with Noah Denbol, and then Jamie Day in 9th position along with Dilano Vantoff to round out the top 10. In 11th position, you have Arta Terholm, who is there on the 6th row of the grid alongside Matthias Salonen. 13th on the starting grid is going to see the Spanish driver Maya Berg. Of course, she is Dutch by birth, but she races these days under a Spanish license, and she races alongside Callum Bradshaw from that 7th row of the grid, who is the new face at Tony Kart from here and beyond. Moritz Viskirchen lines up 15th on the starting grid alongside Leandro Andaruti on the outside of row 8. And then from Portugal, it is Pedro Perino in 17th place alongside Sandro Holtzem of the SFR Motorsport squad. Emil Tangard, I should even say, the Danish driver, lines up 19th on the starting grid alongside Spain's Maximus Meyer in 20th position on the grid. And then it is Miron Pingasov of Spain and Sam Balota of Belgium. From Colombia's Nicolas Baptiste and Sweden's Cecilia Hedqvist. 25th on the grid, it is Julia Ayub, the Brazilian, who is returning back after a successful stint in junior last year. She is now back as a senior. And Alexander Hartwig lines up in 26th position on the starting grid. So obviously there's a lot of drivers who want to make this race their own. They obviously also want to make sure that their rivals are going to have a little bit of a stretch and a struggle to give them the best possible chance of keeping things going. But the battle really is raging here at Wackersdorf. The temperatures are rising, and it's certainly a lot hotter than I think anybody ever gave this place credit for coming into the weekend. We expected a little bit of cold, damp breezes, perhaps even a little bit of rain over the weekend, and certainly today we knew this was going to be the brightest of the 3 days, but I don't think anybody really envisaged that we'd be getting up as high as 28 degrees Celsius air temperature up to this point of proceedings, and it's going to be an interesting battle as they continue to charge forward. But there are 2 races to go here in the OK Senior category today, 3 races for the juniors before we wrap up shop for the evening. And then, of course, our press conference, we will talk to the leading drivers from the junior and the OK Senior categories at the interim. And then you'll hear from them in tomorrow's broadcast. But these are the races, the final heats of the 2020 season that will decide the final grid for each class as they battle for a championship final, the European Championship. Riccardo Patrese wanders away from his kart to come into the shade along with Kimi Antonelli. It does affect you a lot, the drivers and the mechanics down there, because obviously for the mechanics, you may look at them and most of them wearing, shorts and t-shirt and think, well, it isn't that bad. Well, yes, but then you're also considering and taking into account the fact that they're also working on their karts. It's physically quite exhausting work because you're having to adjust different pieces on the kart. You're also obviously having to change the brake balance at times. You're having to change setup. And then obviously there's, changing tires and whatever over the course of the weekend. That has its physicality to it. And obviously you're doing so in the heat of 26 degrees air temperature. So there is a lot of work that goes into it from the mechanics' point of view. But then also for the drivers, it's 26 degrees air temperature at the moment, yes. But then consider the account that they're wearing Nomex underthals. They are wearing obviously the gloves, the racing overalls, the socks, the boots, the shoes, the racing helmet with balaclava. It's a very hot condition for a driver to be in, but the drivers don't really notice it until they stop the kart at the end of a session, and that's when it really hits them, a bit like when you leave an airport terminal, having come from a reasonably mild and inclement country to go into a tropical one, and the heat just hits you without really any severe warning or forethought. So the senior drivers getting ready then to start this next qualifying heat. It's a very difficult situation for them all. They know just how difficult it will be at this point. But now we can get on with the senior qualifying heats. And the drivers will be pushing their karts out onto the circuit in this 3-way, at the moment, battle. It's still technically a 3-way title fight in the OK Senior category. But the more likely it is that Bedrin and Turney are to struggle to close in on Antonelli and Barnard's total, the more realistic it becomes that this is a 2-horse race for the title. At the present moment, Kimi Antonelli is currently 18 points ahead of Nikita Bedrin's tally. So that shows you just how difficult and demanding it is at this phase of the title race. Taylor Barnard is 25 points clear of Nikita Bedrin, 28 points clear of Joe Turney, so it's looking unlikely that the drivers in 3rd and 4th are going to have the chance to do that. So it still turns out to be a straight fight between Kimi Antonelli, the man in pole position, and Taylor Barnard, the man who has to watch from the sidelines. Here's the grid for this heat. It is Antonelli and Patrese on the front row. That's Kimi Antonelli and Lorenzo Patrese. Then Nicolas Bertolatti and Nikita Bedrin, Marcus Amond and Luca Griggs from Rasmus Utimis and Noah Denbol, Jamie Day and Ilana Vantor from Alta Tuhum and Matthias Salonen, Maya Berg and Callum Bradshaw from Moritz Viskirchen and Leandro Andaruti from Pedro Perino and Sandro Hortzen, Emil Tangard and Maximus Meyer, then Miron Pingasov and Sam Balota from Nicolas Baptiste and Cecilia Hedqvist, Julia Ayub and Alexander Hartwig complete the grid. 13 more laps. It works out and equates to 15 kilometers of racing roughly for our senior drivers. And the air temperature is still very high compared to what we thought it would be. So that means that the drivers are obviously having to work very hard indeed to keep themselves focused. So let's see how the drivers get on. Kimi Antonelli and Lorenzo Petresi on the front row. From Bertolatti, Bedrin, Amond, Griggs, Jutsemis, Denbol, Day, Vantoff, Tahom, Salonen, Verg, Bradshaw, Viskirchen and Andaruti. Let's see how they come off the final turn. Yes, it's a great start. And Antonelli's going to blast away to the first corner. Petresi trying to hold it round the outside as he gets in there with Nicolas Bertolatti. And as they dive through in the first lap, in the first corner, there's already a couple of karts in trouble. Oh dear. Several karts going off, a couple of them actually spinning to avoid colliding with other drivers. So we've got several drivers in the wars then. It looks to me as though Max Meyer might be one of them. And it looks as though we've got the Kart Republic driver. Look, the marshal is trying to pull the Kart Republic off the circuit, much to the annoyance of Pedro Perino, the Portuguese driver, who thought he could push start the kart again. And it looks as though Julia Ayub is out of action as well. So Perino, Tangard, Meyer up the inside. That's Petresi. He gets through on Marcus Amond. And there's the 160 of Maximus Meyer pulling his kart away. Cecilia Hegqvist and Julia Ayub are also out of luck. And on the inside, Amond gets back on terms with Petresi. Petresi trying to come back again, but can't because of the yellow flag. Oh, now that's a big moment. That looks to me like there was an overtaking move under yellow flags there. Now, I think that might have been the Ward Racing driver coming through. Of Bedrin, yes, I think it was. Nikita Bedrin, I'm fairly sure, made the overtaking move there into turn 3. And I'm pretty sure that was under yellow flag conditions. It looks as though Marcus Amond is trying to fend off the position there as Lorenzo Petresi gets through into 4th place. But I'm fairly sure that Nikita Bedrin made the move for 4th place past Petresi up into the position while he was in 5th place to move into 4th under yellow flags. Now, if there's still yellow flags up at turn 3, we'll know that that's definitely the case, but that's one, no yellow flags at the scene, so I'll have to look at that again. And up the inside this time, that is a bold lunge on the inside from Luca Griggs, who gets up into 6th place past Rasmus Jutsemis. Jutsemis tries again. Luca Griggs has to bail out of it, and Jamie Day gets through, as too does Noah Denbol. So a great little tussle for position. Oh no, Denbol can't quite get through because Luca Griggs holds him at bay. But a fascinating battle for position now, as Antonelli and Bertolatti are 1st and 2nd at the moment. Still no problems for Kimi Antonelli in the lead. But Nikita Bedrin is in 3rd place ahead of Petresi and Amond from Jutsemis and Jamie Day. Luca Griggs is there in 8th position in front of Dilana Van Toff and Noah Denbol. Then Callum Bradshaw and Arthur Tahom. And on the inside there goes Bedrin. He takes 2nd position away from Nicolas Bertolatti. So Marcus Amond closes up and passes the Pantano and is now up at his 2nd place. Now, can he catch Kimi Antonelli? Because he still has an outside bet of trying to get himself into a competitive position for this one. Marcus Amond is running a very solid race too. And the Frenchman finds himself tucked up behind the likes of Van Toff, Griggs and Jutsemis. Marcus Amond is still there in 5th place behind Lorenzo Petresi, who is having to move the inside line to cover. But Kimi Antonelli still leads. Bedrin's 2nd, Bertolatti, Petresi and Amond. And is that Amond on the inside again? Yes, it is. So Marcus Amond gets back through on terms with Lorenzo Petresi and gets through to take the position away. So a solid bit of driving there from Marcus Amond. He gets his man eventually. He doesn't back down off the challenge. 9 laps to go. 3 laps done. As they come through again, Marcus Amond still has his favourite opportunities coming his way. His favourite overtaking moves can still happen. But Amond holds the inside line in 4th position, for the moment at least, on Lorenzo Petresi. Antonelli's being caught by Bedrin and Bertolatti is not far away. So can Kimi Antonelli stretch out the gap to Nikita Bedrin? Bedrin's going very quickly, it has to be said. Bedrin is catching up to Antonelli. Can he make the bid as they come through on lap 6? If Bedrin can get through on Antonelli, this really does change the face of the European Championship title fight, because Antonelli could do with a perfect score. Bedrin wants a perfect score, and he's still got a little bit of fight left in him here, Nikita Bedrin. So So he's going to come through on the far side. Antonelli is being caught rapidly by Nikita Bedrin. The Russian is getting closer and closer to him. They were both junior drivers last year, as of course was the man in third place, Marcus Amand. So all three of them were racing competitively in juniors in 2019, and yet here they are, dueling over the top three, top four places, because Bertolatti has got back into that third position spot. But certainly three of the top four drivers were all racing each other in the junior category last season. And I'm fairly sure, in fact, Lorenzo Patrese was also part of the junior brigade in 2019. So Antonelli and Bedrin still dueling over the lead of this race, and Bedrin is closer to Antonello than the Italian would like it to be. The Russian is looking quite menacing in second place, looking for his way to come past the Italian, who of course is in a fight to win the European Championship this weekend. And from Antonelli's point of view, he cannot afford to let a single race result slip away from his grasp now. He's got to take full authority and absolute discipline of this situation. They come off the back straight once again. Antonelli, Bedrin, Bertolatti, Amand and Patrese. Then it's Jamie Day from Delano Van Toff and Luca Griggs. Rasmus Utimis, Callum Bradshaw. And then we have Arthur Tuham in front of Noah Denbol. So again, the drivers working very hard through that first open sweeper. But Antonelli still holds the lead in front of Bedrin. Let's see if they can continue this line of inquiry as they come through the S's. Bedrin still charging after Antonelli. Bertolatti's getting close. He's got some support because Marcus Amand is edging him a little bit closer. That means that the leading two drivers need to up their game. Otherwise, they're going to be swamped by both drivers running in third and fourth. Nicolas Bertolatti and Marcus Amand looking very good for third and fourth position, but they are going to tighten up because Amand has got a run on Nicolas Bertolatti. So let's see if the battle continues on its way. Is there going to be an overtaking move? Amand still sweeping all over the back of Nicolas Bertolatti. He's got to wait for his overtaking move though. He can't just let it happen. He's got to build up to it. So it's going to be an interesting one. But can Nikita Bedrin get close enough to Kimi Antonelli to really go for the overtake? Every time Bedrin chips away a little at the lead, Kimi Antonelli opens up with another fastest first sector. Purple in sector one, not as quick as Bedrin in sector two, but again, he's done enough. He doesn't have to push too hard here. But Bertolatti and Amand are still tight together in third and fourth place. Fifth is Patrese, sixth is Day, then Van Toff, Griggs, Utimis, Bradshaw up in a great 10th place in front of Arthur Tuham and Noah Denbol. Now, a little bit further back, we can see that there's still a good battle going on between Delano Van Toff and Luca Griggs. But Antonelli is currently your race leader. Kimi Antonelli doing a grand job here out in front. Nikita Bedrin second, Nicolas Bertolatti is third. And then in fourth place it is Marcus Amand from Patrese, Day and Van Toff. At the end of this lap, there's only going to be 3 laps to run. Yet again, another fairly tame and statutory race heat. But again, it definitely gives us plenty of talking points ahead of the race finals here tomorrow. Antonelli has just about the same sort of lap pace as Nikita Bedrin. But Bedrin is not giving up. The Russian is still charging. He still wants to get close to Kimi Antonelli. He's trying to get away from Bertolatti and Amand so that when he makes his overtaking move for the lead, he's not going to lose more than second place if he gets it wrong. Fastest lap of the race, Nikita Bedrin, 47.266. He really wants to win this heat. If he's got a chance to do it, he's going to take it. So let's see if he gets his opportunity. Let's see if he gets his chance to make it happen. Antonelli and Bedrin versus second. Bertolatti and Amand, third and fourth. Then it is Patrese, Jamie Day. But Day is not going to be close enough to challenge for the victory. It's going to be between these guys in the final 2 laps of the weekend's next heat. The final 2 laps of this heat. Antonelli versus Bedrin. Bertolatti versus Amand. But the battle for third position is way high pressure compared to the drivers behind them. Patrese's got a decent gap over Jamie Day. But where is Amand going to make his bid on Bertolatti? You do get the sense that he's dialing him in, and you get the same feeling with Nikita Bedrin. There are a couple of overtaking opportunities coming up here for Bedrin. If he can get through on the inside and make the move on Kimi Antonelli, this really will open up the challenge for his opposition. And Bedrin is getting close in behind Antonelli now. Is there going to be a dramatic showdown tomorrow in the finals between these two for the victory? It's certainly looking like it could go that way. But Bedrin is genuinely keeping the Kart Republic of Antonelli honest. An absolute disaster if these two were to tangle at this point. Final lap. And Marcus Simond closing right up on Nicolas Bertolatti. Nikita Bedrin getting very close to Kimi Antonelli. If he even gets a whiff of a gap, he's going to go for it. And Marcus Simond is trying to get the switchback move on Nicolas Bertolatti. Bertolatti defending valiantly. But the Finn is going to have his work cut out trying to keep young Marcus Simond at bay. He was pretty rapid in his first test in the VDK Senior Racing Machine. He very much loves it. Is he going to get the chance? Bertolatti protects the inside line. Here comes Amand on the inside line on the exit, but he doesn't have the drag. And it's going to be Kimi Antonelli who takes it from Nikita Bedrin. Bedrin backs off. Antonelli gets the win. Bedrin second. Bertolatti third from Amand, Patrese, Day and Luca Griggs. So a fascinating situation there. And Kimi Antonelli remains unbeaten. From his point of view, it couldn't be sweeter. Nikita Bedrin has, of course, been beaten once before already today, but now he's going to get it done a second time. But it's an important win for Kimi Antonelli. It keeps him very much in command of things ahead of the penultimate, or certainly the last heat of the OK Senior fraternity for this one. But it also means we're going to have a really exciting race to the flag. There's Kimi Antonelli ahead of Nikita Bedrin, Nicolas Bertolatti and Marcus Simond from Lorenzo Patrese and Jamie Day. Luca Griggs and Rasmus Utimis, Callum Bradshaw and Delano Van Toff. Then Alta Tohom and Noah Denbol, 13th place behind, went to Leandro Andaluti. From Meyerberg and Miron Pingasov, Matthias Salonen and Matt Witzkoschin, Sandra Hotzem, Nicholas Baptiste and Sam Balota. The retirements, only a few. Pedro Perino, Alexander Hartwig, Emil Tangard, Maximus Meyer, Cecilia Hedqvist and Julia Ayub. So some big retirements then at the end of a very tough race battle. And obviously in a race that has a massive debate about it. Did Nikita Bedrin overtake under yellow flags? Let's go over the highlights and have a look at things. So time to have a look really and see where things stack up from the start. But Antonelli gets the perfect getaway. That one was never really in doubt. He managed to get a good run. Patrese gets boxed in a little bit round the outside. And it was Juho Valtonen that I had to sort out. And there's the spin in the middle. 3 or 4 karts going in together there. And unfortunately, there's too much damage for 4 or 5 of them in the mix to get going again. And that's where it all goes pear-shaped for them. Every driver in this situation, they want to keep racing. They just want to keep going in the same position. They don't want to be staggered around. They just want to get on with things. And obviously, there's going to be a long recovery now for the 4 or 5 karts that are off there at that part of the circuit. But it is a very treacherous part of the course, and it's certainly a very difficult situation regarding the drivers as they continue around the circuit here at Wackersdorf. And you can see Pedro Perino's frustration there with the Marshal. The Marshal's just doing what they feel is right. His card is to the inside of the apex. Perino wants to get going again. He wants to push start it. But once the Marshal drags it off the circuit, that's it. You're not really going to get any more outside assistance. Now, Amand and Patrese were absolutely inseparable through these races. Now, watch. As they come through, they're into yellow flags. And there is a yellow flag waving. And Bedrin's made the move on Patrese. And he's not the only one. But well, no, he was the only one because Yutsemis got out of the throttle. But Bedrin, it doesn't matter which way you cut it, the yellow flag was waving and Bedrin made an overtaking move. Now, there's a green flag there, which means he can make that move on Marcus Amand and it's okay. But he has made an overtaking move under yellow flags there by my math, because it was yellow flags heading into turn 3, the hairpin, that were waving. He entered into the yellow flag zone and he made the overtake. So it's a very difficult situation, but you can't really negate that one because you can see quite clearly on the inside of the infield that the yellow flag is waving and Bedrin has made the move. On the next corner, the left-hander at turn 5, the green flag is waving and he makes his next overtaking move. So it's perfectly fine and dandy. It's no problem at all with that one, but it's a difficult one. And obviously, it's all going to come down to how it's assessed and how it's judged. up on the inside line. The 683 comes through on the inside. A nice move there in the middle of the race for Luca Griggs. He's done an absolutely incredible performance there. And he's unfortunate there to get caught out by the likes of Rasmus Utsimis and Jamie Day as they all come through. So the battle in position continues on its way. And Nikita Bedrin is now lining up Nicholas Bertolatti. This is the frustrating thing, because if he does get a penalty of some kind, if he does get a transgression, he was very nearly a race winner in this one and certainly managed to get second position by legitimate means. But if it is deemed by the officials that he's made an overtake under yellow flags, then it's a very difficult situation for him, because he's going to lose a very important result when he's trying to grab third position in the European Championship. See, this move is perfectly fine on Nicholas Bertolatti because the incident is long gone. And you can see the waft catalogue of drivers that are up there at the infield making the overtake. And this is the ongoing fight between Patrese and Amond. It just went on and on and on, these two, and Amond was not prepared to concede to Lorenzo Patrese. And even going into the last lap, he managed to get his move made again. But this is the thing, you know, Antonelli is under a massive amount of pressure from Nikita Bedrin all the way throughout. But he does not want to lose ground. And you've got a feel for Marcus Amond here, because he's got a good chance here on Nicholas Bertolatti. He just runs out of laps. And that's the thing. He's run out of laps there to make it work out in his favour. Could easily have been third position in this race, and that's his best chance, really, that he's going to get. Bertolatti holds it round the outside. Amond tries to slice him for the inside, but Bertolatti set him up there, essentially, because he knows that there's a great opportunity coming. Antonelli is still struggling to get more power out of the kart in the bends, because Bedrin is actually closing in on him at that stage. So, fascinating situation. But we'll have to double check and see how it all goes through. Marcus Amond gets one last attempt here because Bertolatti offers him one. He defends to the inside line. Amond thinks he might be able to get the switch back and then set him up for the next hairpin. This is where it really comes. So Amond goes deep into the hairpin and tries to get the switch back on the inside. Look, he's got good speed off the turn, but he hasn't got enough speed off the turn. I think he's overcorrected on the exit, and that's where Bertolatti's able to hold on to it. But Bedrin actually, I don't know whether he backed off or whether he made a mistake on the last lap, but he doesn't get as close to Antonelli as he wants, and Antonelli runs away with it. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when the next qualifying heat comes out, because that is going to place Norton Andreasen and Joe Turney on the front row.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Well, you can definitely tell that the drivers are very fired up and motivated here at Wackersdorf. They are pushing very hard indeed to try and make every single overtaking move come to them. And it is not easy. They're going to be very, very excited in this latter stage of the race, of course. This is now the last OK heat of the day. There are more OK heats through the weekend, of course, because we have races tomorrow morning as well. In fact, the next race is going to be for qualifying heat D versus E. That's going to put Norton Andreasen and Joe Turney on the front row of the starting grid. But then, of course, they have qualifying heats tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the morning and 11:25 as well. And that will finish us off before the last final of the European Championship season. So this is an important race for everybody concerned, but particularly for Joe Turney on the front row of the starting grid. This is a last chance saloon, essentially, for Group E. They don't really have many more chances left afforded them. But it's obviously going to be a very tough battle and a very difficult conclusion for things as the racing gets underway. I do apologise. There are 2 races to come for the drivers later on this afternoon. I was thinking that the juniors were where we were concluding. But it's the OK drivers. They have a heat later this afternoon as well. I do apologise. Slight miscalculation from Sanson. It doesn't happen too often. Okay, right, it does. So qualifying heat B versus E is going to be a little bit later in the day, but it is currently qualifying heat D versus E. Norton Andreasen and Joe Turney on the front row of the starting grid. Juho Valtonen gets another chance in third position after his dramatic disappearance from the field at the start of the previous heat. Matias Morgado, the Brazilian, lines up alongside him on that second row of the grid. Hannes Janker in 5th position and Kai Sixnelis in 6th position on the grid at the outside of row 3. And then Lorenzo Rosico lines up alongside Joel Mesh on row 4 of the grid. Row 5 is going to see Vincent Andranaco and James Wharton in 10th position. Oliver Gray lines up 11th position on the starting grid in the Leclerc by Lennox. And then we have in 12th place Ruben Wang, the Macanese driver. Michael Paparo is 13th place for the Praga. And then Lola Lovinfoss in the Ward Racing Tony Kart is 14th position on the grid. Charlie Wirtz is 15th from Jenis Civico in 16th place. And then it will be Nico Handke and Julie Fries that will line up together on the 9th row of the starting grid. Row 10 is going to see Ricardinho Gracia alongside Hugo Sasa, the Praga and the Paralin. And then on 21st on the grid, it is going to be the Estonian driver Ken Oskar Algra. And Alexander Partishev, the Ukrainian, is 22nd on the grid. Then Emili Koivisto, the Finn, will line up 23rd place. Marlon Hernandez of France will be 24th on the grid. And then 25th and 26th, it will be Thomas Guedes of Portugal and Austria's Horst Felix Felbermayr that line up in the 26 positions on the grid. So once more, the drivers are in position there at the pre-grid. And they're getting ready for another fascinating battle. It is coming up to 4:15 local time. The air temperature is still at a good 27 degrees Celsius, as obviously the track is now bone dry, as it has been for the entirety of the competitive part of the weekend. There was a suggestion of rain, but it hasn't exactly materialized over the course of yesterday or today, and it is unlikely to appear tomorrow now as well. So the competitors are getting themselves ready for a fascinating battle and a terrific duel as we wait for the action to continue here. 30 seconds board goes up at the edge of the pit lane, and of course the yellow light on the pit lane exit as well. And this is a tough one again for Joe Turney, who will complete his heats before the evening is out. And essentially he has both of his races this evening. Group E is going to be the only race class, the only group from the races here this weekend that will not get to drive tomorrow morning before the finals. They'll have to do all of their hard work today. Let's see how it all plays out as the drivers head out once more. So Norton Andreasen and Joe Turney on the front row of the grid. Juho Valtonen and Matias Morgado on the second from Hannes Janker and Kai Sixnelis. Lorenzo Rosico and Joel Mesh from Vincent Andranaco and James Wharton. Then Oliver Gray and Ruben Wang from Michael Paparo and Lola Lovinfoss. Charlie Wirtz and Jenis Civico from Nico Handke and Julie Fries. Ricardinho Gracia and Hugo Sasa from Ken Oskar Algra. And Alexander Partishev from Emili Koivisto, Marlon Hernandez, Thomas Guedes. And don't tell me it's happened a third time. Horst Felix Felbermayr, for the third time in as many races, is struggling and now failing on this occasion to get the kart started. That is 3 times in a row. In the first 2 starts, he struggled and then managed to get going. But this third time, he has well and truly given up the ghost and not likely to go any further this weekend, the way things are currently standing with 3 back of the fields. Let's see how the race itself gets underway. It is a false start because they are clearing that kart from the outside of the first corner. So it is a false start. They've decided to throw a temporary start again. And obviously on that situation, on the starting gantry, he basically tells them that there is a false start by adding a yellow repeater light alongside the red lights on the starting gantry. He resets the procedure, waits for them all to come around, and he will give them a notice. Let's just take it nice and easy as they come around again. But obviously it's all on the composure of the drivers. They've got to make sure that they pace themselves off the start. And you can see there the marshals are trying to slow the pace of the field down. Norton Andreasen and Joe Turney will take up their positions on the front row of the grid. Juho Valtonen third from Matthias Morgado. Hannes Janka, Kai Sixnelis, Lorenzo Risico and Joel Mesh from Andronaco. Wharton, Gray, Wang, Paparo, Lovinfos, Wirtz, Savico, Hanka, Fries, Garcia, Salsa, Algra, Pardishev, Koivisto, Hernandez and Guedes. So let's see how this race gets underway. They come out of the final turn. Is this going to be a good run? Yes, it is. We're racing. A great start to the first corner. Turney tries to keep himself well planted in the first turn. Back end slides out, but he tucks in behind the race leader onto the first corner. Norton Andreasen, and there's 2 or 3 karts trying to come in on the far side. A big lunge into the braking zone there for the second hairpin, but Turney has kept himself in second place. That was a very near miss indeed, as several drivers are in dire straits as they come through. A couple of real twitches and wobbles through the field, but otherwise looks as though they're all just about okay. And out in front we have still got Norton Andreasen leading the way. There is Horst Felix Felbermayer's car being reeled back to the pits and race over, as the drivers are now starting to get their first overtakes of the 13 laps heat around this Wackersdorf circuit. 1.19 kilometres, that definitely gives us to 15 kilometres of racing. But Norton Andreasen in front of Joe Turney, Matthias Morgado and Juho Valtonen. A bit of a puff of smoke under brakes there from Hannes Janka. It looked like either he or Kai Sixnelis behind him really locked up under the brakes, and Sixnelis is going to try and go through on the inside. Nice move as he gets into P5 there past Hannes Janka. So Sixnelis is now into 5th position as he gets the move there done by Janka, and now he's going to try and close in on Juho Valtonen. Into the braking zone comes James Wharton. He gets by on Hannes Janka now as well. Great bit of racecraft. Now obviously there's more where that came from, and there's plenty of drivers trying to work their way through the pack once more as they gain momentum. But there's a bit of a problem for Alexander Pardishev. I think Pardishev has come off the circuit somewhere. Certainly doesn't appear to have come around. Oh, there's a problem for Ruben Wang. He's got a technical flag, and that's because his front fairing is all askew. So he's come into the pits, and Alexander Pardishev has, well, I think he has now come around, but I think they got involved in the same incident, essentially. But it's a difficult one for Norton Andreasen and Joe Turney at the front. They are trying to stretch away with Morgado and Valtonen closing in. Here comes Valtonen on the inside line of the hairpin. He gets into 3rd position. But Norton Andreasen has a very convincing advantage at the moment as they come off the turn in the final corner and into lap number 4. So Norton Andreasen leads, Turney 2nd, Valtonen 3rd and Morgado 4th from Sixnelis and Wharton. Then it is Hannes Janka in front of Lorenzo Risico. And Oliver Gray running in 9th place ahead of Vincent Andronaco and Joel Mesh from Jenis Savico and Michael Paparo. Now, what can Joe Turney do about the pressure from Juho Valtonen? This is going to be a tough one, because Valtonen is going to give him plenty of pressure around the circuit here. Into the braking zone for the hairpin to the left, and now into the right. Turney's not giving him any space he doesn't have to again, is he? Valtonen's still there in position, but they obviously have to work very carefully and very much in unison with each other at this point. So the battle continues to rage. There's Oliver Gray and Joel Mesh put in fastest laps, and there goes the move from Valtonen. Valtonen gets through there on the inside of Joe Turney. Turney's going to try and come straight back at the young Finn. But Valtonen in second place and Turney in third is where it remains at the moment in time. And in fourth place it is Matthias Morgato from Caius Sixnelis. James Wharton running solidly in P6 at the moment aboard the Paralin. If we look back, we'll just about make him out. He is now starting to make up some big gains on the field. As Caius Sixnelis is now closing up on Matthias Morgato, the Brazilian, so this could be a very good run from the Lithuanian. He comes through on this lap now as they go into lap 6. And Norton Andreasen continues to hold the lead for the Ward Racing team out in front. No big concerns there. Valtonen second though from Turney, Morgato and Sixnelis. And Sixnelis is definitely the man catching up with the 4 karts in front as he leans on the power out of the left-hand hairpin and through the next triple right apex. Into the square left on the exit of the chicane. And then up to the combination of hairpins. Into the left, close up on Matthias Morgato. Into the right. And then you roll off the curb, back on the power, and then up and over the top of the crest and down again into the final corner. A tough circuit to get right this place, even though it's only 1.19 kilometers. It's very challenging. And a lot of the drivers really love the close quarters nature of the racing here. Andreasen, Valtonen, Turney third, Morgato in fourth, and here comes Sixnelis on the inside. It's a late move, but he gets the job done on the Brazilian. That's a lovely overtake from Caius Sixnelis. The Lithuanian now is P4, ahead of Morgato even. Wharton, Janka, Oliver Gray, and Victor Andranako. Now Joel Mesh running in 10th place, 11th place for Lorenzo Rosico. And then it is Jenna Savico from Charlie Wirtz, Lola Lovinfoss, Hugo Suss, and Julie Friss. And the battles continue to rage around this gorgeous circuit. Pro Kart race stand in Germany, always providing drama. Caius Sixnelis in front of Matthias Morgato, trying to catch up to Joe Turney, but he's got pressure because Morgato is under some threat from James Wharton. Here comes Wharton on the inside line, and he gets there, and Hannes Janka thought there might have been enough space for him to make a go of getting through on the inside line as well. But Oliver Gray is right there in 8th place, and he wants to pounce too. So every single lap, every single overtaking move, there's a chance to make these things come again. Around the outside comes Janka trying to get back through on terms with Morgato, and that puts Oliver Gray right on his rear quarter. He comes for the switchback, and Oliver Gray gets up alongside Hannes Janka into the hairpin. They go side by side, neither driver prepared to relinquish, but Gray gets through. So Gray is the one who gets past. Janka is the one who has to concede. Fascinating. So down to the braking zone once again. And Norton Andreasen is leading the charge here from Valtonen and Turney, and then Caius Sixnelis and James Wharton. From Morgato, Gray and Janka, then it's Andranako and Joel Mesh. Just the 3 retirements thus far. Horst Felix Felbermeyer, who didn't start, and then Alexander Protashev and Ruben Wang, who we think the 2 drivers came together on the circuit, and that is why they are now out of the racetrack at about the same time. On lap 2 was their little contretemps. Norton Andreasen driving a beautiful race, as is Valtonen in second, as is Joe Turney in third. So no major concerns, and this man out in front is just taking it in his stride at the moment. Norton Andreasen hanging on to the advantage and extending the gap. This is really smartly done by the Swede. But Juho Valtonen in second place and Joe Turney in third, from Caius Sixnelis and James Wharton, with Morgato running a very solid race here in 6th position. And the battles continue to rage here at the fabulous Pro Kart Raceland. So the drivers continue to make their waves around the circuit, completing lap 10. Norton Andreasen with a decent gap over Valtonen and Turney. Sixnelis is actually starting to drop James Wharton now and settling into a very nice P4. But Andreasen is running well with 3 laps in hand to Juho Valtonen. There is Valtonen. A very good performance from him thus far in the weekend. He's not had it all perfect, but certainly in terms of his raw speed, he and the Pantano squad are really starting to establish themselves as regular front runners. Valtonen always was, of course, but it's always unsure how well you're going to perform when you jump into a new team, how difficult it's going to be. I mean, you've got to look at the contrasting fortunes of Valtonen and Travis Zanuto, for example, because Juha Valtonen switched to the Pantano squad, a brand new team for this season, out of what was the Kotala Sports team, which no longer has an entry in the FIA Karting European Championships. But he has made very good ground and kept himself very fast and very firm and solid throughout. And that is where he's been able to really push himself and gain some amazing advantages over his opposition, whereas conversely, the two-time world champion Lorenzo Travis Zanuto joined Tony Kart earlier this year and has had to change teams mid-season. Sometimes you just don't quite get it right when you join a new team. Valtonen in particular certainly seems to have got that one done correctly. But there is Joe Turney running in third place. Again, he's always good at just bringing out the result he needs from a difficult situation. And it's good to see him there in third position, running a very solid race despite the difficulties with tyres that the E Group experienced, running a race earlier than some of the other teams out there and certainly finishing in the Saturday afternoon of the heats rather than actually managing to do so tomorrow. But there's Norton Andreasen on his final tour here at Wackersdorf. This race certainly had its moments. It wasn't exactly a classic, but it's done enough for Norton Andreasen to give him a 0 points tally from this race, and that is exactly what he needs. For those just tuning in or not sure how the scoring works in the qualifying heats, you finish and score as many points as your finishing position, with the exception of the leader, who gets 0 points. It's 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And it's a golf scorecard. Whoever has the least points from the heats is the pole sitter for the final. Norton Andreasen bags a 0 tally for the win in this qualifying heat, and that's an important one for him. The Swede has done a very good job indeed here at Wackersdorf in his third race of the day. And it's very important that he keeps himself very much in the hunt as the battle proceeds. So Andreasen doing a fine job there from pole position, hanging on to it ahead of Valtonen and Turney. The only major changes in the race behind them. Sixnellis up to fourth, Wharton up to fifth place. But it's a solid effort from the Swede. It may not have been the race weekend's most sensational and exciting race, but it's still a good one for Norton Andreasen. He wins from Juha Valtonen. Joe Turney third from Kai Sixnellis and James Wharton. Matthias Morgato in sixth place from Oliver Gray and Hannes Janka. Vincent Andronaco and Joel Mesh from Lorenzo Rosico and Charlie Wirtz in 12th position. Then it is Jenis Savico ahead of Lola Lovinfoss from Hugo Sass and Julie Fries. Ken Oscar Algra in front of Marlon Hernandez, and then Emily Koivisto and Michael Paparo from Nico Handke and Ricardinho Gratia. Thomas Guedes, Ruben Wang was the retirement, as too was Alexander Partishev. The non-starter was Horst Felix Felbermeier. So a very tough race then for some, but a very easy one for the man out front. Let's see how the race unfolded for Norton Andreasen and his rivals. Unfortunate for Horst Felix Felbermeier, 3 races and 3 difficult starts. In fact, a complete non-start for this time. Now look, Joe Turney having to take to the curb to try and keep alongside Norton Andreasen. Once you're on there, you've already lost a little bit of momentum. So well judged by Norton Andreasen to hold the inside line. But watch on the inside curve of the apex. Turney gets a little bit of a clout there, and they all run wide, and that's what gives Norton Andreasen that crucial gap that he needs to be comfortable and spend a little bit more time out in front. So Andreasen has already got a little bit of advantage. Turney has been able to keep his early move on the inside line and therefore stays in second place. But it was always a very tricky first couple of corners on the lap there, as one or two drivers felt, well, I've got the move on the inside line. And just a littlest of taps as they get on the brakes or as they lock up, whatever it might be. It certainly ended up being a bit of a chaotic situation for the drivers there in that one. But it certainly was some absolutely spectacular wheel-to-wheel manoeuvres through the pack there. A rather frustrated Horst Felix Felbermeier. What a weekend he's having. Not. It's not really going his way at all, is it? He struggled to start the first 2 heats. Did get going, albeit at the back of the field, about half a minute behind everybody else. And certainly in the third one, not even starting at all. is definitely causing a bit of a headache for the Solgat Motorsport team. So it's obviously going to be an interesting one from their point of view as they continue to charge their way forward. And that was a nice bit of kart control there from Kai Sixnelis in the early phases. He's really come alive this weekend, the Lithuanian. It's not easy when you've got so many other drivers to try and challenge against. And, of course, his consistency was always a bit of a sore point with him. He wanted to be winning races, and he was in good positions. He liked being towards the front, but he wanted to win races, and he wasn't really doing that as much as he would have liked last year. So this kind of performance is definitely going to help his confidence as he tries to improve and continue to impress. So he can take a lot of confidence and a lot of positives from this particular heat. Valtonen, though, unstoppable as he charged his way up through the field. First Matthias Morgato, and then it wasn't too long before he set about after Joe Turney. Here is that move. End of the lap, it's a stereotypical type of overtake. You just follow in behind the kart in front. And once there's plenty of confidence, once you know you've got a little bit more speed, you can edge a little bit deeper into the corner, use the rubber on the surface of the road, and just gently coax the kart in. Nice overtake. No major concerns there for getting that move done for Valtonen. He's done overtaking moves like that several hundred times in his life before. So it's a fairly straightforward move. But this man, Kai Sixnelis, really starting to put himself in the right places at the right time here. The Lithuanian. It's always, as I said before, a very difficult proposition to race against these seniors when you're only just fresh out of juniors. And the competition is already a lot faster, a lot tougher, and it requires you to have a lot more discipline. But certainly a very solid effort thus far from young Kai Sixnelis this weekend, and hopefully it's the first of many weekends like it. So you can see that Hannes Janka was getting just a little bit eager there, trying to get through Morgato, and this is how Oliver Gray read the situation. He knew that Janka was going to have to defend the inside line, got him on the switchback, but he also knew that Hannes Janka wasn't going to back down off the charge. And he tried to edge Gray out and psych him out through the first corner, through the first part of the apex. But Gray was keeping it absolutely planted. He was never going to lose ground. He was never going to back away from the challenge. And so that's well taken, in particular by Oliver Gray, to make the move there on not just anybody, but a European champion from the past, Hannes Janka. Solid race from this guy, Norton Andreasen. Pretty serene, really. A lot of the heats, certainly in the first 2 or 3 places, once they've got into a rhythm, they've just basically had to maintain it more than anything else and keep themselves into a relatively competitive position. But once on that last lap, Norton Andreasen really didn't have much of a sweat to break. He'd already extended a decent gap over the rest of the field, and he managed to get himself a decent run through the rest of the closing stages. But it's an important race to do well in, the qualifying heats. You've got to make sure that you're still in a competitive position by the end of it all. And the drivers in qualifying heat D are not now coming out again until tomorrow. So that's obviously going to be an interesting one for them. The next qualifying heat for the seniors is going to be qualifying heat A versus C. That's going to put the 2 Italians on the front row, Kimi Antonelli and Luigi Coluccio. That race is at 17:55 local time. And then Patrese and Turney will go head-to-head on the front row of the grid for qualifying heat B versus E. But Norton Andreasen finishes his Saturday in style with a win. He's got one more battle tomorrow. Let's see how he does. Juniors are up next.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So the final 3 junior races of the day come up now, and obviously as the sun starts to come in a little bit behind some of the clouds on the far side, it threatens that potentially the weather could turn perhaps a little bit cloudy tomorrow. That could certainly benefit a few drivers who are trying to make up some ground. But now a fascinating dynamic as the drivers come onto the starting grid and on the holding area for what promises to be one of the more exciting heats leading into tomorrow's final. And that is qualifying heat B versus E of the OK Juniors. Why is it particularly exciting? Well, it places 2 of the 3 title contenders on the front row together. Hugo Ugachukwu of the United States alongside Arvid Lindblad from Great Britain. Now, why is that particularly exciting? Well, consider the fact that before we get to the final tomorrow, the gap in the championship between Hugo Ugachukwu in first, Tuka Tarpanen in second, and Arvid Lindblad in third in the driver's standings, the gap between them all is just 11 points. Now take into account the fact that if you win the qualifying heats and get pole position for the main final, you score 10 championship points. There's a lot on offer from these qualifying heats, and they are basically in the hunt to score those points from the very first qualifying heat this morning. So the battle is always going to be very difficult. The drivers are obviously trying to make the best judgments they possibly can out on the circuit, but it is not easy, and they're not all going to get it right. So they obviously have to work incredibly hard to make sure that they are in a decent position as often as possible. But after a win and a second over the course of the 2 weekends thus far, as well as a pole position for the final from Hugo Ugachukwu, he now has 55 points in the driver's standings. Tuka Tarpanen has 48 after a win and a fourth, as well as qualifying 3rd position and 9th position on the qualifying heats grid. Just imagine if Hugo Ugachukwu had done slightly better in the heats at Zuera, he could be even further ahead in the championship fight. Arvid Lindblad has solid efforts to his name as well. A 5th position finish and a 3rd position finish, as well as pole position for the heats in Spain and 4th position from the heats in Sarno. So a lot of points scored by Arvid Lindblad this season, and he has scored more than 7 points in every single one of the disciplines this year. That's including the qualifying heats aggregate and the finishing results of the top 5 in the final itself. In fact, he's the only driver to have been minimum top 5 everywhere in all 4 disciplines this season. That's why he's only 11 points behind Ugachukwu, because while Ugachukwu has a win, a pole position from the heats at Sarno, and a 2nd place at Zuera, he didn't even place in the top 10 for the qualifying heats in Spain. And then Tuka Tarpanen managed to qualify 9th on the grid for the heats at Sarno, and then has had obviously a win and a 4th place, as well as 3rd on the grid from the heats at Sarno. But Arvid Lindblad has never been outside the top 5 in each of the 4 points scoring sessions this season, and no one else in the field can say that. So Arvid Lindblad has literally never been outside the top 5 of the rankings in terms of the points paying positions in this European Championship, and he is almost certainly going to be in the top 5 again from this qualifying heat procedure. But can he get inside the head of his title rival? Can he overcome Hugo Ugachukwu? Because it looks as though he's going to overtake Tuka Tarpanen and may even overtake him in the title race before the final if the qualifying heats play out Lindblad's way. But can he get inside the head of Ugachukwu? That's a big psychological barrier to break through from his point of view, because with only being 11 points back, he can't take the lead of the championship before we get to the finals. But let's say if Ugachukwu had an awful race and dropped out of the top 10 and end up dropping out of the top 10 of the qualifying heats aggregate altogether, and Lindblad were to win it and grab a pole position, Lindblad would score 10 points, Ugachukwu wouldn't score any, and then it would be 55 points for Ugachukwu and 54 for Lindblad. At the moment, it's 44. So there's still anything that can happen over the course of these remaining 3 heats rotations for the junior drivers. There's a long way still for this battle for the European Championships to play out, and anything can still happen. If recent history has told us anything, you cannot afford to back down off the challenge, and you certainly can't think it's won until you cross the finish line. So the drivers head out, and this is going to be a tough one. Hugo Ugachukwu and Arvid Lindblad on the front row of the grid, from Aidan Neat and Bruno Del Pino, then Karol Pasovic and Artur Rojon, Joel Bergstrom and Timothus Kucharczyk, Josh Erfen and Valerio Venicella, from Keanu Blum and Laurence Lesatua, then Marcus Lizio and Max Dodds, Emma Fittipaldi and Leon Hoffman, from Jan Puchoy and Keanu Alajari, Oscar Wirtz and Francesco Marenghi, Ivan Dominguez, Lenny Reed, Nathan Schaap, Emma Felbermeyer and Adam Kowalski. 9 laps of this Wackersdorf circuit once again, 1.19 kilometers around. And in those 9 laps, the drivers will go to battle and have a fascinating squabble around this Wackersdorf circuit. Obviously, they only get 1 formation lap, so they heat the tyres and the brakes to get to the optimum temperature that you are ready to start with. And then they will be released as soon as the race director, Nigel Edwards, on the top of the starting gantry, is satisfied that they are in their 2 rows correctly and that we can actually have a clean start. So let's see how the drivers fare as they come off the final turn. This is going to be a difficult one. Looks good to me, though. Ready, and we are racing. And it's a great start from Wackersdorf. He launches away ahead of Lindblad, catches him completely off guard. But Lindblad's going to have some support here from the likes of Neat and Del Pino, as Del Pino has a look for the inside of his teammate. They both run deep. And Neat is going to drop to 4th position. Is it going to be any less than that? No, it's not. In fact, Neat has a little bit of a subtle look on the inside of his teammate Del Pino and can't get through to get back into 3rd place. So it leaves the 2 leaders, Wackersdorf and Lindblad, getting a little bit of a gap over Bruno Del Pino in 3rd and Aidan Neat in 4th. Well, this is definitely going to be an interesting challenge up for the books, as Wackersdorf knows he's got Lindblad on his tail. He looks over his right shoulder and he's well aware now that it's Lindblad, as Pazovic makes the dive on the inside line there to try and get up into 5th position, but I think he may have lost it straight away on the exit. So Wackersdorf, Lindblad, and then it is the 2:53 of Aidan Neat. He's got through past his teammate Del Pino once again. Kucharczyk is 5th, Rogion is 6th, and then it's Rinicella, Bergstrom, Pazovic and Laurence Lesatua. But out in front, it is still Hugo Wackersdorf and Arvid Lindblad. And the American is not breaking a sweat. He's certainly not racing harder than is necessary, as Lesatua gets through on the inside of Karol Pazovic, who is just going backwards down the field now, the young Polish driver. So Pazovic going down the field. His countryman Timo Kucharczyk is right up there in the mix of the top 5 aboard his Kubica chassis. And now he's trying to take on Bruno Del Pino as the next target at the end of lap 2 of 9. Out into that final hairpin once again. Wackersdorf going well from Lindblad. Neat is running a solid race in 3rd position, keeping himself in the top 3 throughout, it seems, this very busy and hectic weekend. But if you can stay in that top 3 throughout, you've got a very good chance of bagging a podium in the final itself. So here comes a move potentially from Arthur Rogion. He is lining up an opportunity on Timo Kucharczyk. So this could be a fascinating little squabble. Lap 3 is already a very intense one for the drivers in this mid-pack, because you're just getting yourself into a good position, trying to dial in an overtaking move. Very clean start to this heat, it has to be said. All 25 drivers are still running and still going very competitively indeed. As they come up to the final hairpin, it looks as though Wackersdorf and Lindblad are now being reeled in a little by Aidan Neat, so he seems to have enough of an advantage in terms of his raw 1-lap pace to get back on terms with the drivers up front. Del Pino still trying to keep Kucharczyk at bay. Rogion in 6th place. Fastest lap of the race comes from Aidan Neat. So Aidan Neat bangs in the fastest lap, and then it immediately gets beaten again by Laurence Lesatua, I think it is, 49.173. Some great performances from the drivers in the OK Junior field then in this FIA Karting European Championship finale of 2020 at Pro Kart Raceland Wackersdorf. Still no major overtaking moves into that left-hand hairpin, as the drivers are still trying to assert themselves into a solid position. Josh Erfen has got past Max Dodds for the move for 11th position, but they are still dueling away. There are the drivers in the mix for that lower end of the top 10, the likes of Bergstrom, Lesatua, Pazovic, Erfen, Dodds, Alajari, Lucio, Blum and Leon Hoffman, I think it is, ahead of Emo Fittipaldi. And is that the move from Rogion Kucharczyk? Yes, it is. So Rogion gets through into P5, now has to move to cover the move from Kucharczyk. So Rogion gets through and starts to have a think about Bruno Del Pino up the road. Del Pino looking a little bit ragged as they came through the right-hander and onto the curb. The kart looking a little unsettled. Is this going to be the move from Rogion? Not quite yet. He's not entirely close enough to make it stick, but in the next hairpin he might have an opportunity. Not when Rogion is lining up a move. I don't think he wants to let Del Pino have any idea at all where he's going to make the move. He's just going to catch him by surprise. Now, Lindblad is falling into the path of Aidan Neat to a certain extent, as here comes Rogion on the back of Bruno Del Pino. The Frenchman's going to dive on the inside. Wait for it, boom! Thank you very much. Into 4th place. A nice little overtake from the Frenchman Arthur Rojon. He really is getting on with this when he's got a chance. Back on the inside comes Del Pino. Rojon has to bail out of it to counter-attack, and Kucharczyk gets back through. So all his hard work is undone again. And that is not great news for Arthur Rojon, as he drops back into 6th position. So now he's got to try and make his way back into the position, back into contention once more. So as the drivers continue on their way, it is obviously going to be a very difficult race for here on out for Rojon as he tries to get himself back into contention. That is the battle between Irfan and Dodds, I think, as they squabble away for position. But this is obviously a very tricky race for all of them to duel away for position. Kucharczyk's having a very long look now at Bruno Del Pino with 3 laps to go. Yugo Wackersdorf running solid. There's the move from Kucharczyk. He gets through on Del Pino, the Polish driver, up into P4. Rinicella's now got through to 6th place in front of Rojon, and then it is Lesatua, Pazovic, and the number 488 next up. I'm fairly sure that is Joel Bergstrom. So a very solid performance thus far from the Swede. It is indeed Max Dodds is 11th in front of Josh Irfan, and then Alajari, Lucio Blum, and then it is Choi, Fittipaldi, Hoffman, and Dominguez. Ahead of Merengue, Reed, Wirtz, Kowalski, Schaap, and Felbermeyer, and they are in fact all still going. So we continue on into lap 7, having completed lap 7 I should say, 2 laps to go, and Wackersdorf has yet again managed to stamp his authority on this one and to stretch away. He's now setting fastest laps at this phase of the heat. Arvid Lindblad really is struggling to stay in front of Aidan Neate, who is giving him plenty of pressure. 2 drivers who have had plenty of good battles over the past. But this is going to be a really exciting battle as they continue to finish off in a fast-paying position. So now the competitors are going to come through at the end of a very tough lap. And there will be just 1 lap to go here. So the drivers come out, and it's looking very, very exciting to see how the competitors continue on their way forward. So the final lap begins. Is this going to be the move on the inside? Well, certainly to defend it is from Del Pino. There could be an opportunity here for Pazovic. He manages to get in round the outside. So a very nice move there from Pazovic. He manages to get the jump there on Arthur Rojon. Rojon is now being boxed in. Lesatua is coming through. Lesatua has got by. Bergstrom has got past Rojon as well. And Max Dodds is trying to get in there too. And Dodds has now got a chasing Keanu Blum on the inside. This could get pretty spicy between the two. It's a couple of wheels banging. That is Bruno Del Pino getting a little bit too close as they run in together there with Laurence Lesatua. It's going to be a pretty hectic squabble as they come through at the end of the race. Wackersdorf takes the win from Lindblad and Aidan Neate. Kucharczyk is there. What about the squabble further back? Oh, lots of places changing there in the end. Goodness me, an absolute squabble as the drivers come through at the end of that one. But Wackersdorf has remained in position. No problems from his particular perspective. But what an absolutely amazing run. And thus far, the American has not yet been beaten over the course of the weekend. He looks like he's going to take the maximum 10 points into the final, the way things currently are from the qualifying heats, and then set off after the next 25. Wackersdorf in front of Arvid Lindblad and Aidan Neate, then Timus Kucharczyk from Karol Pazovic and Bruno Del Pino, then Laurence Lesatua and Arthur Rojon, Valerio Rinicella and Max Dodds from Joel Bergstrom and Josh Irfan. What a squabble that was to the line. Then Keanu Alajari and Marcus Lucio from Keanu Blum, and then Jan Puchoy and Emo Fittipaldi from Ivan Dominguez and Leon Hoffman, Lenny Reed and Oscar Wirtz from Adam Kowalski, Nathan Schaap and Francesco Merengue. The last driver home across the line was Emma Felbermeyer, and all of the drivers that started the race did get to finish that one. So some good battles, some good duels, but certainly not much argy-bargy. So let's talk you through the highlights from qualifying heat B versus E of our OK Juniors at Wackersdorf. So a great start from Wackersdorf. He had that one nailed out of the final turn, to be honest, and there was not really a lot that the drivers on the left-hand side of the grid from the driver's perspective could do about it. They just got to let Wackersdorf go. And Lindblad was hoping he could really start to make some ground on him as they came into the hairpin. But look at everybody just trying to dive to the inside line. And that was very close indeed between Del Pino and Neate. The two drivers in there from the Tony Kart squad. But Aidan Neate was able to make a good lunge on the inside line and make the move for third place in the end. It wasn't so easy to get the move done, but he has managed to get into P3. So a good start there from Aidan Neate. And to be fair, all through the weekend, he's looked really solid and superb, in all honesty. Never outside the top 5. Never likely to be either, the way he's been constructing these races and keeping himself out of trouble. That's how you get these decent results. You keep yourself in the game and you make sure you put points on the board. But a very clean race, it has to be said as well, from our juniors. They really did give as good as they got, but at the same time, they were not too silly out on the circuit. They really did give some good drama and some good performances from our competitors. And obviously they managed to do so without worrying too much about the circumstances around them. But the battle is really strong as they continue to battle away for position. But Ugo Chukwu, by this point, has already got a really strong lead. He is well clear and has himself in a fascinating position out front. And look at that. He's already got like about 4 to 5 kart lengths on Arvid Lindblad at this point. The two Tony Karts are third and fourth, but it's almost going to be impossible from that moment to catch up to the leaders. They're already well settled in. So the attention then turns to the squabbles in the midfield. There are some good overtakes in that midfield. Here's a very late lunge from Loros Lesatua to slide up the inside of Karol Pazovic. And the Polish driver has to let the Belgian go on that particular occasion. This was a nice little battle. Arthur Rojon making up good progress as always. He certainly seems to be in the right place at the right time most of the time. But on this particular occasion, he ended up starting looking that way. But then he ended up falling down to 8th position by the finish. But that's a lovely move on Kucharczyk. And another one of those lovely moves would come very soon after. Here is that move on Bruno Del Pino. So Bruno Del Pino obviously running a very solid race at the moment as the battle continues for position. But it is a fascinating run between these two drivers in the rankings. Rojon making that move on the inside of Del Pino. A very nice position that he finds himself in. But Del Pino is not really going to be prepared to take that one lying down, is he? He goes straight back for the inside line. And Kucharczyk feels, well, that's a gap. That's a door open. I'm going to take it. And to be fair to Rojon, he was very lucky not to lose more ground than that. And then, of course, you've got Kucharczyk thinking, well, now I can take Bruno Del Pino on again. So he makes the move. He looks behind him to make sure that there's a little bit of space to do something. And he's already starting to line up the move. But behind that, you've got the Parolin making the move forward there. That is Rinicella, I do believe. So the battle is coming on very strong indeed. It's Rinicella in the early part of proceedings. And then you've got Max Dodds doing a fantastic job in the middle of that pack as well to get through. Now, this is where things really started to kick off towards the latter part of the race, because you've got Timo Kucharczyk getting his move on the inside of Bruno Del Pino. And then a lap later, into the final lap, you've got massive defence city. Look, you've got Del Pino defending to the inside line. Rinicella's trying to box in Karol Pazovic to get back on terms with Arthur Rojon. Lesatua is trying to get into the mix as well. But watch the leader in this little train. He has to hold on to that inside line. There's no way he's going to lose ground. But then Rinicella forces the issue. He gets impatient in the latter stages of the lap. They bang wheels. Pazovic tries to storm past them both, manages to. Lesatua puts his nose in, and then you've got Rojon and Dodds all trying to take advantage, and they do. So Rinicella falls down to the back. Lesatua then tries to make himself an opportunity here on the inside of Del Pino, but Del Pino is basically sliding his kart, look, into the side to make sure he's not going to get overtaken on pure momentum. Ugo Chukwu takes the victory at this point from Lindblad and Neate. And then you've got an amazing finish to the flag. Great racing in the mid-pack.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So Brando Badua will take up his position on the inside line of the front row. And alongside him, it's going to be the ever-impressive Harley Keeble that will line up alongside him in position for this next heat, which is going to be qualifying heat D versus F for the drivers on the front row of the grid. Now, Keeble's performance today, he's had 2 wins and a second, so that's only 2 points aggregate, which is a very solid position for him to be in. Brando Badua has never been outside the top 5 either. And the young man for the Cetilar Racing Squad within the satellite stable of the Kart Republic awning, he's been incredible over the course of proceedings thus far. Sonny Smith, what a weekend he is having thus far. In 3rd position on the grid in the Pantano. They've really been working on his form ever since the start of the year. In his first weekend, he had flashes of speed, but there was nothing really concrete to put it together with. He improved a big deal at Sarno, found about 0.3 of a second in general, but this weekend, he is right on the pace and right up at the sharp end, much to the delight and joy of his entire team, including team boss Giorgio Pantano. Ian Eichmans is there in 4th position on the grid in the Cosmic. And the Belgian has been going very strong ever since he came into the championship, actually. I think he was one of the under-the-radar competitors that people were suddenly a little bit surprised to see him do so well so quickly. But he has been very impressive right from the start. He's never really been off the pace, and he's always had plenty of opportunities for some good overtakes. So it always makes for entertainment. Tuukka Tarponen, 5th position on the grid. What a tough weekend this is turning out to be for the Finn. It never quite goes according to plan as perfectly as it does for other drivers for Tuukka Tarponen, does it? He always has the pace. You know he's got that ability. In the first round of last year's European Championship, he drove away and disappeared at Angeville, and we all thought, well, here's our European champion then. And it never quite worked out that way in the other 3 rounds of the championship. Then obviously for this year, we've had our shortened season because of the COVID-19 outbreak. That can't be helped. But even in round 1 at Zuera, he was 9th on the starting grid for the final. Didn't look like he was going to be that impressive. Then charged his way through and took the victory. So we thought, well, hang on, he's going to do it again. And then he's really struggled since then to make the same impact in the same manner. Not just at Sarno, but also here at Wackersdorf. He's there in 5th position on the grid, but his starting position always seems to be a little bit more impressive than where he's ended up finishing races. So hopefully they'll be able to turn it around before the heats run out. Otherwise, he could be starting the final from a very tough position in the midfield. Will McIntyre is going very well this weekend, though, as well. The Leclerc by Lennox driver. Again, lots of progress being made for the youngster who's only been in this team about 7 weeks. So it's a massive transition for him here in the FIA Karting European Championship for his first ever junior campaign. But again, they always say that quality rises to the top, and that's why he must be at the top end of the field, which he is in the top 6. Igor Sapil is another driver like that. Very quick over 1 lap. He just doesn't seem to have had the luck to string it all together for the race results at the end of a weekend. But you cannot deny his pure speed. He has it in spades. And so Igor Sapil is definitely one to watch for in the closing heats of the day. Evan Gilter, 8th position on the starting grid, the young man from France in the Sodi Kart. And he definitely looks like he could be the real future of this team. When you consider that you've got the likes of Adrien Renaudin and Baz Lammers in Sodi Kart at the moment in KZ, it almost seems to be as if they're lining up a 3rd place in that squad for Evan Gilter to really pick up the mantle as he ages with the team. And eventually they will give him his opportunity to move up. 9th on the grid, it is the German star Heroland Nerodini, as he continues to battle away for position. In 9th position on the starting grid, and then 10th position alongside him is the ever-impressive Belgian for the Kart Republic squad. That is Douwe de Decker in 10th position on the outside of the 5th row, looking very hungry and confident for success. 11th on the starting grid, it is Aaron Rescepi, who lines up on the inside of the 6th row. 12th position on the grid, it is the Italian Giovanni Trentin of the Parolin squad. On the 7th row, it is Freddie Slater for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, who is there in 13th on the starting grid. Alongside him is the Philippine star Zachary David in P14. 15th on the grid is the young Luxembourger Maxime Foron Castellen for the Forza Racing team. Alongside him, it is Edgar Anpiligov, the Frenchman, for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. 17th on the grid is Augustin Bernier, the VDK racer. And then in 18th place for Koski Motorsport, it is the Finn Nico Lemberg. 19th position from Finland, it is Luca Samalisto. And then 20th place, it is the German for Sodi Kart, that is Louis Binder. And then 21st and 22nd, it is an all-Danish 11th row, Marcus Christiansen and Magnus de Kiltsen. And then on the final row, it is Francisco Saldavini of Argentina And for Lithuania even, it is Simkas Sivieras of the Ward Racing team. Always fascinating to observe the differences of the characters and the natures of the drivers in the junior category, because you get two types of racing driver at this level, from my observations at least, in OK Junior. You get those who are a little bit weighed down by the strength and the magnitude and the weight of expectation of drivers in FIA racing in international competition, FIA Karting, who are there really putting pressure on themselves, who are obviously very focused and determined. They want to win at all costs. They only focus about winning. For them, it is eat, sleep, race, repeat. Then you get the handful of drivers who have that a little bit, but also don't want to lose sight of the fun element. You know, they are still 11 to 14 years of age, the juniors at this phase, and they are still a little bit playful. And it always fascinates me, the dynamic that they're racing with the best teams in the world, of course, at this point in proceedings. And some of them are still a little bit attached to that element of play, that element of fun. And there's a very interesting balance that you have to try and get as a driver between professionalism and still enjoying your craft. And it always fascinates me which drivers handle this better than others, especially when you tiptoe into the awnings and you kind of see there are all those drivers who are trying to get a handle on their emotions, but they also have to let it out a little bit by being teenagers. There's nothing you can do about it. They all want to just have a little bit of fun. And it's difficult because there's that balancing act. And parents, fellow parents like myself, will know that there is this balancing act between focus and hard work, but also making sure you enjoy it and actually have fun with it. And there is this little bit of a tipping point where the drivers have to basically flick a switch at a certain point and go into race mode. And it's an interesting time that different drivers have it at certain points. And you notice it particularly in the OK Junior grid. There are some drivers who the second they leave the awning with their race suit on going to the grid, that's when it clicks and that's when they go into race mode. There are others who don't go into race mode until they sit in their kart ready, about to be pushed out on the pre-grid. There are others who do it as part of their routine procedure when they're trying to get the blood pumping around their body. But it's fascinating. Different drivers have so many different methods and different thought processes. There are some who can't switch their character off and do it all the time, a bit like the sort of the Lando Norrises and Daniel Ricciardos of this world. Their character makes them the racing driver that they are, and it kind of blends into who they want to be as a racer and as an athlete as they continue to develop. But it is fascinating that the different drivers have completely different modus operandi and different methodologies for how they're going to make that work. And it always fascinates me as a casual observer to kind of look at how these different drivers play it. But for those who make it work for them, it's clear that the drivers such as Brando Badua, Harley Keeble, Sonny Smith and Ian Eichmans, who I have to say, having observed them over the weekend, they have very different approaches to that mentality. It's fascinating to see how, you know, the different modes, as long as you are basically comfortable in your own skin as a racing driver, you really can make it work for yourself. And this battle for supremacy in the FIA Karting European Championships in OK Junior, it's the last weekend of the shortened European Championship battle. But it's certainly a great opportunity to give us a bit of a demo run for the World Championships in Portimao in Portugal to see who's going to have the best possible start and who's going to have the best possible preparation time. Let's see how it all goes ahead of the race here at Wackersdorf, a qualifying heat, D versus F. Brando Badua alongside Harley Keeble on the grid from Sonny Smith and Ian Eichmans. Then Tuka Tarpanen and Will McIntyre, Igor Sapil and Evan Gilter from Herolin Neradini and Due De Decker. Then Aaron Reshepi and Giovanni Trentin from Freddie Slater and Zachary David, Maxim Frodan Castellan and Edgar Anpiligov, Augustin Bernier and Nico Lemberg from Lucas Samalisto and Luis Binder, Marius Christiansen and Magnus Tekildsen, Francisco Soldavini and Simkas Sivieras. So 9 laps around the Wackersdorf circuit. That's the equivalent of about 10 kilometers of high-speed racing. You warm up the tires and brakes to the optimum temperature to make it work in the best possible manner. And then you get yourself around this circuit as quickly as you dare. It's now about 5 minutes past 5 local time, so the sun is casually starting to set over the circuit here at Pro Kart Raceland, which means that the circuit is not going to get any hotter but it's still fairly warm as it currently stands. So let's see how this race gets underway. For Badua, Keeble, Smith, Eichmanns, Tarpanen, McIntyre, Sepil, Gilter, Nuradini and De Decker. We're starting, and it's a race start from Brando Badua that he can be very proud of indeed as he launches forward. Keeble tucks in behind in second place, and as the field charges their way down to the first big breaking point at turn 3, looks as if we're all going to be okay on the way out. And I think we're all right. So let's see. The next big stopping point is turn 5. Is everybody going to get through okay this time round? And no, there's an absolute squabble. 3 or 4 carts have ended up conflagrating together there. And there's at least 3 of them in trouble. One of them is the Ricky Flynn Motorsport machine. That is Edgaran Piligov. And also in the mix there, the 279. That is Augustin Bernier again. Oh, you've got to feel for the Frenchman. He's having a nightmare. And that's Marius Christiansen in the Kart Republic behind, and Piligov as well. Oh, Edgar, that was not going to work. He's still trying desperately to get the kart moving, but the marshal's beaten him to it. Oh, a very frustrated Edgar Piligov walks away from the scene. He can't believe his luck, but the racing still goes on. Up the inside comes Keeble to take back his second place from Sonny Smith, and Eichmanns takes back 4th from a fast starting Tuukka Tarpanen. So now the battle continues. Now, I wonder, with the sun having come in a little bit, I wonder if there are some drivers that are actually dealing with the cooler conditions over the circuit a little bit better than they had been when the circuit was getting a little bit hotter. So here comes Eichmanns again, trying to challenge Sonny Smith now, who is in 3rd position. Tarpanen still 5th in front of McIntyre. Then Nuradini. Here comes Eichmanns on the inside of Sonny Smith, who runs around the outside. Lovely defensive move from Sonny Smith. No, you will not get past. That is so hard to pull off that move on the outside line because there's not a lot of grip to play with, but he's made that one work beautifully to his advantage. Absolutely awesome. So Brando Badua leads the way. Harley Keeble in 2nd place from Sonny Smith, Ian Eichmanns, Tuukka Tarpanen and Will McIntyre in front of Nuradini, Sepil, De Decker, Reshepi, Gilter, Slater, David, Trentin, Fernand Castellin, Samalisto and Binder. From Tekilson, Severas, Soldavidi and Lemberg. 3 retirements already in, and Piligov, Bernier and Christensen as McIntyre gets up the inside of Tuukka Tarpanen. And here we go again. The Finn is in dire straits, trying desperately to hang on as Igor Sepil and Herolin Nuradini are lining up a move on him. Now round the outside, this is going to be a brave one from Douwe De Decker. Can he hold it right round the outside? No, he's gone off on the grass. And Douwe De Decker tries to get back on terms without losing ground, but he's gone all the way down to the back of the field. He tried to run it right round the outside. That's why Sonny Smith's defensive move earlier was such an impressive one, because you saw there De Decker trying to do the same thing, and the kart ran wide off onto the grass and dropped him right the way down to 18th place. That's the risk you run. So Gilter dives on the inside of Igor Sepil, and also trying to get in there is Freddie Slater. Slater goes around the outside of Zachary David, because David is now the man who gets on the inside line on the undercut. So as they come through, this is the battle for 3rd position. This is Eichmanns, Smith and McIntyre. So Ian Eichmanns runs well ahead of Sonny Smith and Will McIntyre. Tuukka Tarpanen is in 6th place. He's fortunate actually in 6th place. He could be a lot further down the order than he is at this point because of the way that the conflagration and the compression effect that the drivers get into there when they're all trying to get the same bit of racetrack at the same time. He's actually come out with a fair advantage there in 6th position, as the rest of the field have dropped off the back of him by about 3 seconds or so. Maybe that's a bit harsh. It's probably about more like 1.5 thinking about it. But Badua leads the way ahead of Harley Keeble, and Keeble is still pushing the Italian. So Keeble wants this win. He's had 2 wins and a second. He wants a 3rd win. He wants to start this final from the front row of the grid. It will be his best chance ever of taking a victory in a final in only his 3rd ever FIA Karting meeting. Can he get there? He's got to close up on Brando Badua. And as he comes into the final hairpin, he's really going to have to race it as they come onto the main straight once again. They come through into turn 2, the long flowing right-hander. There's Eichmanns in 3rd ahead of Smith and McIntyre. Down into the braking zone. Keeble's not quite close enough yet to Brando Badua, but definitely getting closer to him. It's going to be sooner rather than later. He makes the big banzai and Keeble takes the lead. That is such a big move from a late lunge as well. And Harley Keeble charges forward. Whoa, Badua getting sideways as he tries to get back on terms with the Brit. Keeble is sliding too. But Badua looks like he's fired up again. And here comes McIntyre. He moves on the inside of Sonny Smith and gets into 4th position. A great overtaking move there as well. So McIntyre gets through up into P4 past Sonny Smith. What a race up at the front end, but Harley Keeble, I think he was well aware of the fact, having seen the earlier race from Brando Badua, that if he didn't get past him quickly, he was in danger of being boxed in behind the Italian. But Keeble manages to get the move done on Brando Badua without it causing him any issues. And Will McIntyre there in 4th place ahead of Sonny Smith and Tuka Tarpanen, who again is going to take a very difficult race result here in 6th place. He is looking at about a 6th or 7th row start, the way things are currently stacked up for Tuka Tarpanen. He is needing to get as high a position as he possibly can, and he's running out of opportunities. This is his last heat of the day before they obviously go into the heats tomorrow, and they will have 2 races tomorrow morning where they've got a chance to make some progress. But it's a very tricky situation indeed if you are Tuka Tarpanen, because you're losing ground and there's no real light at the end of the tunnel that he can focus on here to really try and make up the grounds in the championship fight. He's 2nd in the points, but he's absolutely hemorrhaging momentum because all of that is being gained by his main rivals, Ugo Chukwu and Arvid Lindblad. And on the penultimate lap, yes, he sets the fastest lap of the race, but it all seems to be a little bit premature, a little bit after the fact. It's too little too late, really, for Tuka Tarpanen. But he's going to make a big, bold lunge on the inside to prove me wrong. Look at that. Nice overtake on Sonny Smith. And Smith is going to try and get him straight back again. Tarpanen shuts the door firmly. And that was a very aggressive manoeuvre from Tarpanen. No contact at all made, but it was certainly assertive. And he made it very clear to Sonny Smith, you're not going to get back past me. So we're into the final lap. And Tuka Tarpanen gets himself a 5th place finish if he stays where he is, rather than a 6th place finish if he stays where he is, which is much better for him. But this man, Harley Keeble, sets the new fastest lap of the race. Once he gets into the lead out in front, he is very difficult to quash because he's just got that pure speed and metronomic rhythm that other drivers always quest after. But give him a clear bit of racetrack and he just storms out in front. It's very similar in style to the likes of Vettel and Alonso in terms of what they did both in karting and cars. Once you got them into the lead, it was very hard to take things away from them. And Harley Keeble is very much that kind of driver. Out of the final turn, and for the 3rd time today, Keeble takes the victory. Brilliant result, and he can be very happy with that one. So Harley Keeble keeps himself very much in contention for the win here. Badua 2nd, from Eichmanns in 3rd, McIntyre 4th, and Tuka Tarpanen is 5th. Really good driving and a very good spirit of competition at the moment from this young man. And Harley Keeble keeps himself very much in the hunt at present, so this is a very exciting position for the young Brit to be in. Badua in a good 2nd place, a good solid 2nd place for the Cetilar Racing driver, and Ian Eichmanns in the Cosmic can be very happy with 3rd place for the young Belgian. So it's Harley Keeble who gets the victory for the 3rd time out of 4 today. Brando Badua is 2nd from Ian Eichmanns and Will McIntyre. Then Tuka Tarpanen and Sonny Smith in front of Evan Gilter and Reron Reshepi, Igor Sabil and Harold Neradini. Zachary David is 11th in front of Freddie Slater and Giovanni Trentin. Then Maxim Ferron Castellan in front of Lucas Samalisto and Magnus Tekilson. Due de Decker is in front of Francisco Soldavini, Louis Binder, Simka Severas and Nico Lemberg. And then the 3 retirements were all on the very first lap of the race. Edgaran Piligov, Augustin Bernier and Marius Christiansen. There is only one more OK Junior qualifying heat to come. That is qualifying heat A versus C. So let's look back over the highlights of a fascinating race battle in qualifying heat D versus F. So a perfect start from Brando Badua. He really did launch there very smartly indeed. Harley Keeble's already starting to think about, where am I going to make this challenge to take the lead? Can I do it on the first lap, or should I just get myself into a decent rhythm? You're having to weigh these things up in split-second decisions, essentially. Your brain can process what you're doing, but your mind can't think about how to say it quickly. So the battle is obviously raging by this point. Behind the top 6, it's all about to kick off as they come down into the braking zone, and 1 or 2 drivers are going to get a little bit too close together. There it comes as they get into each other. Unfortunately, it all starts out of sight of the cameras, but I could see out of the left-hand window of my commentary box, you could see the 4 or 5 karts conflagrating together and ending up down the order, and Piligov, Bernier yet again. and Christiansen involved in that one. You've got to feel for Augustin Bernier. He is having an absolutely horrific weekend in terms of the performances that he is having. He's had 3 DNFs now, Augustin Bernier. And by this point, look, he's fed up. He just doesn't want to know. And the utter despair that Augustin Bernier must be feeling at this point. He must be feeling so agitated he can't wait to go home, really. Now, this one is fairly agitating and frustrating as well. Edgar Piligov gets pushing the kart. The problem is you should never be turning the wheel while you're trying to push the kart, because that won't give you momentum. It'll slow the kart down. He jumps in, gets his foot on the throttle, and that's exactly the catalyst the marshal needs to drag the kart off the circuit while Edgar Piligov is still trying to push it back. And that's it. The Frenchman is so frustrated and so irritated at this point. But he certainly has his view to say. He feels he's been hard done by there from the drivers. Now, this is the move from Keeble to get himself back up the inside into second place past Sonny Smith. And Eichmann's getting through on the inside of Tuukka Tarpanen, who does not lose out to Will McIntyre there. So a nice bit of racecraft there. But Sonny Smith is not aware of this at this point, but he's on a one-way mission to lose positions. Here comes Eichmann's on the inside line. It's a big, bold lunge here from Sonny Smith, but watch his move around the outside. He keeps his foot firmly planted and keeps the place. That is a really good bit of defending from Sonny Smith. Fortunately for Ian Eichmann's, Tuukka Tarpanen comes back for another go later with a lot of chasing karts in behind, the likes of Will McIntyre and Sonny Smith. Look, that's a big mistake, essentially, from Tuukka Tarpanen to have run wide, and that's what gets Will McIntyre through. This is the difficulty with Tarpanen. He clearly has a fast kart underneath him, because when he settles down, it all goes well. But it seems as though he's just getting a little bit too preoccupied and a little bit too eager. Now, this is Igor Sapil, basically forced into a position where he's got to have an accident with the 477 of Herolin Neradini or try and make the overtake stick. And he chooses the latter, and it works out in his favour. So he was quite fortunate there. Around the outside, a nice bit of racecraft again there from Douay de Decker until he drops 2 wheels onto the grass. Sapil cuts right across on Neradini to try and thwart him coming through, but Neradini's already got that move well and truly nailed. But poor Douay de Decker, it's just dropped him all the way down the field. And there isn't really a lot you can do to salvage that one once it gets to that point. But drivers in this part of the race, they're just essentially given license to squabble here as they generate a really good race for us in the midfield. That's Giltek getting his move on the inside of Igor Sapil. Slater's still there on the inside and thinks that there might be enough momentum to carry the line. But by that point, I think it's already pretty much done and dusted. Now, this is where Max Stutz, further back in the field. Oh, no, sorry, it's Giovanni Trentin who's further back in the field, has his little duel for position. But there's Harley Keeble making his beautiful move on Brando Badua. So they continue to slide forward. Now, this is where things get interesting for Will McIntyre. He slices on the inside of Sonny Smith. It's a big lunge. He gives him plenty of space. So Sonny Smith is able to roll off the power and get it back onto the loud pedal once again to tuck right back in behind McIntyre. And this is Tuukka Tarpanen, the Finn, who's actually able to get close and start to make some more moves. This move on Sonny Smith is quite an important one, actually, because from that point on, it's basically, well, my race can keep going now, and I can really start to get into this, into the top 5. And that was a crucial overtaking move that he needed to pull off there at that particular juncture. But that man, Harley Keeble, is yet again a race winner. 3 wins out of 4 now. It's hard to begrudge him a front row start. The only man that's done better than that is Yuga Chukwu, the American. And he's done 3 wins out of 3, but he has got a heat coming up. So if he has a difficult race, then it's definitely going to be Harley Keeble who manages to take over the lead of the rankings. So the pressure's on Yuga Chukwu a little bit here. Harley Keeble is loving life and living the life of Riley at the moment up front. And he's breaking no sweat at all as he continues out in front. You can see as well in this battle for second place, Brando Badua is managing to hold off the attentions of Ian Eichmann's right to the flag here. This latter stage of the European campaign for Brando Badua has been exceptionally strong. He's really hit a developmental curve, I think, and that's when that started all the way back at Zuera, when he was able to gain a lot of time, and that podium really did settle his nerves a little bit. Didn't quite go according to plan at Sarno, but here he definitely looks very strong indeed at Wackersdorf. But for Harley Keeble, it's 3 wins out of 4. Can Ugachukwu go one better and make it 4 from 4? Only time and the next heat will tell. Well, pole position for this one is, of course, going to go the way of the Jamaican once again, Alex Powell. 3 pole position starts and 3 very different races so far for the Jamaican. A run in the top 3 on 2 of those occasions. And what might have been in the second one, it has to be said, it was almost certainly going to be another top 3 finish for the Jamaican, were it not for the mechanical gremlins that crept in at the start. But he showed an incredible strength of character in that moment for me. They managed to get the kart going again. And did he throw his toys out of the pram? No. Did he give up? No. Did he go around and basically blame everybody for everything? No, he did not. He got back into the kart, got back into the race, and behaved like the professional young athlete that he is turning out to be. He didn't get a decent result out of it by his standards, 20th position. But it's character building going through the difficulties. You have to go through the storm to get the sunshine. And Alex Powell did a fantastic job, in my opinion, in that very difficult situation, proving that he still has what it takes, in my opinion. He's there on the front row, pole position, as long as he gets the perfect start. It's going to be very difficult for the man alongside him, Dion Gauda, to get the jump on him, but they have proved several times today from the outside line it is possible to launch ahead of the guy on the right-hand side. You can get the job done. You've just got to nail it perfectly off the start. So we'll have to see how it all transpires between, for me, 2 of the brightest stars in OK Junior this season. It has to be said. Alex Powell and Dion Gauda, 2 names that nobody knew before the start of this FIA Karting campaign, really. Everybody knows who they are now because they have such incredible speed and pace. And both of them are potential world champions when we come to Portimao in November. They just need to keep digging and keep doing what they do. They've got 2 incredible teams to work with, Kart Republic Motorsport and Ricky Flynn Motorsport, respectfully, both of whom have World Championship winning success in recent times. So they couldn't really be in a better awning to prepare them for the challenge. And they are really starting to unlock that race-winning pace all the time, which is exactly what they need to do. So Alex Powell and Dion Gauda, 2 revelations in 2020 from Jamaica and Singapore, respectfully. Is there going to be one of those drivers battling for the World Championship in November? That's the big question, and I think both of them have a really good chance of getting that done. Martini Stenshorn lines up in 3rd position. This time it's finally working out for him and the Rosberg Racing Academy. The first 2 rounds of the championship were full of frustration and despair, really, from time to time. Finally, Martini Stenshorn is doing what he should be doing, running at the front end of the field with good speed and pace, and he's able to unlock that true potential that he's had. Speaking of true potential, what about the man alongside him, Rafael Modenese? As far as I'm concerned, this is his coming-of-age weekend. He's really put on an excellent display here. He's been very, very strong since the start of his European campaign, and he's one of the few drivers this year who is not just competing in 1 championship in the FIA Karting paddock, but 2, because he also represents Peru in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And I think it was a week ago, in fact, in Sarno, when he really started to unlock that massive potential. He really started to showcase his skill. And it's that 1 weekend of confidence that you need at this level for it all to click. It's like flicking a light switch. It just suddenly occurs to you how you get these things done and how you make your raw ability bubble up to the surface. And Modenese has not really been off the pace since then. It's a tribute to all of the team at Leclerc by Lennox for working with him and pushing and making that come through. And certainly Rob and Matteo and Jordan and all of the guys that have been really supporting him and getting him up the order. They've been absolutely mega, and it's really great to see that world-class caliber start to shine through. And that earlier heat victory, it's up there, I think, with one of the best breakthrough victories of the season for the OK Juniors, because he didn't just win the race, he disappeared. And that is one heck of an opportunity for a youngster to take and do so without making mistakes, and he did so. Maxim Rem is another of those, the German. Breakthrough victory on home soil. And it's always very important when you get that kind of thing done, not just because of the team he's in, Tony Kart, they always expect victory, but it's difficult to break out of that reputation and do things your own way. And Maxime Rem had a great opportunity today to do that on a circuit he knows very well. But he did it with style, he did it with grace, and he did it with incredible bouts of speed. And that's what really makes him a euphoric new boy in this OK Junior category. He's a very mild-mannered guy, doesn't really seem to have much of an ego either, which always counts in his favour. He's a very hard worker, the kind of driver who could settle into Tony Kart very well over the next 4 or 5 seasons and really make himself a bit of a home there permanently. Ariel Elkin is alongside him on the third row of the starting grid. What a revelation he's turning out to be as well. The Israeli, he's been very strong and solid since the opening weekend at Zuera in Spain. And we wondered, well, is it the team he's with? Is he just in a very good mould? Well, no, we realised it was a lot more than that when we went to Adria and he represented his country in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And we all learnt, well, in Ariel Elkin, there really is a pretty special young talent. And he's making it very, very apparent everywhere he goes. He's not just quick on one type of circuit. He's quick everywhere. And that is the pure calibre of a great racer. Now all he needs is the luck to come with it. And he's going to have some very good results. Christian Botucca, 7th position on the grid in the Birolart, coming towards the end of his junior career as he gets himself ready for the step up to seniors. And he would love to bail out with a decent result. He's got a good chance of it this weekend, and everybody at the Birolart fold is behind him to make sure he can get there if possible. 8th on the grid is Alfio Spina, one of the newer recruits to the Tony Kart junior team. He's only made the switch across in recent weeks, and he certainly seems to have settled in quite well. Italian driver, Italian team. They all seem to be working very well in terms of good chemistry. So I think it could be a very strong opportunity for him to move up. And then 2 very hot young talents, both who represent their countries in the Karting Academy Trophy. For Russia, it is Alexander Gubenko. Mr. Overtake, I'm starting to call him. He always goes for the big opportunities and always seems to make them stick. Even when it seems like it's not going to happen, he will find the move and make it happen. Alongside him on the grid is the Finn, Alexei Yeleva. Had a difficult start to the year with all sorts of problems to try and solve, but he has never backed down from that challenge. He has always dug deep and found that mentality to try and get a little bit more speed out of him, to get a bit more speed out of his kart, to work with his mechanics, to gel with everybody around him. And he's really starting to unlock it. Alexei Yeleva is turning into another Tarpanen. It's going to be a very, very short while before he's winning races. And that's a real testament to what Patrick Hayek and the team at Expert and all of his mechanics and the people around him have done. They've really molded him into a very talented young man. And there's a lot more to come from him, I'm sure. Shudazono and Connor Zilic on the 6th row of the starting grid together. The Japanese and the American, 2 young stars who are definitely making headlines. One of them in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy as the championship leader in Connor Zilic. One of them here with Energy Course, not just as a Karting Academy Trophy driver for Japan, but also driving beautifully as a wild card here. And there's a lot that can be said about Shudazono. He's got a good career ahead of him. As is the man in 13th place, Dan Ginchard. He's done almost everything there is to do in the British form and the European forms of domestic motorsport. He's done a great performance thus far. He seems to have found himself a really neat home in SFR Motorsport, and he's already in the top 3 in German karting, so he's really starting to make a big, bold name for himself. And here in FIA Karting, it's not going to be too long before you're starting to see him challenge for wins here. Christian Ho is already a winner within the ranks of FIA Karting. He won last year at Lenato in the Karting Academy Trophy for Singapore. This was meant to be his breakout, standout year with the Sauber Karting operation, but unfortunately COVID-19 put paid to that. He missed the first 2 rounds, but he's back and he's ready to battle. Let's talk through the grid in full detail. Alex Powell and Dion Gauda on the front row of the starting grid from Martini Estension and Rafael Modenese, Maxime Rem and Ariel Elkin, from Christian Botucca and Alfio Spina, Alexander Gubenko and Alexei Yeleva, Shudazono and Connor Zilic, Dan Ginchard and Christian Ho, from Chris Harnan and Nikola Tsoloff, Lucas Flusha and Antonio Leiter, from Caden Probst and Tom Breiken, Julius Dinesen and Nasha Tunion, from Thomas Rakel, Brent Cruz, August Derbo and Alessandro Gusti. So 9 laps go on the board once again. It's still about 26 degrees air temperature, although the sun is now disappearing behind the yardarm, as they say, or hiding behind the clouds is the more common approach. And that means that the track temperature is going to start cooling a little bit, which means a few drivers who go well in these conditions are really going to start to wake up and pay attention. But this is the last junior heat of the day before we wrap up and prepare for battle again tomorrow morning. So let's see how the drivers prepare. Powell, Gauda, Stenshorn, Modenese, Rem, Elkin, Bertuka, Spina, Gubenko, Yeleva, Dezono, Zelic, and we are racing straight away. Great start from Powell. He needs to keep his foot in, and he's done so. Gauda is there in second, but Stenshorn's going to come through and get into second position. And they make their way down to the braking zone for the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through? It's a spin in the middle of the pack, and that is Julius Dinesen. Julius Dinesen, the Dane, has spun on the way to the first corner, and he's also got Thomas Rakel in there as well. He's beached on the curbs. So yellow flags are there as Julius Dinesen and Thomas Rakel try to recover. Everybody else, though, appears to have got round okay. There's no trouble at turn 5, which is the other big conflagration zone on the circuit. And Dion Gauda has really struggled to settle into a decent position. He's actually lost ground down to the tune of about 5th position. But out in front, it is still Alex Powell who leads the way as they come out of the final turn. Stenshorn is trying to go after him, and Maxim Rem is now in 3rd. So Powell, Stenshorn, Rem, Bertuka, Gauda, Gubenko, Modenese, Elkin, Dezono and Yeleva. Here comes the move on the inside line from Elkin, and he gets past Modenese. Good move from the Israeli. But there's going to be an interesting battle as they continue to charge forward. Martinius Stenshorn, the Norwegian, tucked in behind Alex Powell of Jamaica, who leads the race. Maxim Rem in 3rd position. From pole, this is a big moment for Alex Powell. He really wants to take a heat victory. Having qualified in pole position, he's had 3 opportunities and none of them have worked out. Stenshorn, no, he's going to try and spoil the party. He gets through on the inside line. So Stenshorn takes over the lead of the race in front of his teammate Alex Powell. I say teammate, they're obviously registered under a different team name. But the Rosberg Racing Academy is within the Kart Republic Motorsport awning, so these two know each other very well. And the battle continues as they come through on the end of the 2nd lap. So Stenshorn leads, Powell 2nd, Maxim Rem is 3rd. Here he comes, big dive on the inside, and the German gets through into 2nd place. So it's Stenshorn now leading from Rem in 2nd. He's already starting to defend and cover the line from Alex Powell, and there comes Gubenko. My goodness, Gubenko's had an amazing first split. He was in 6th at the start of the lap. Now he's up in a 4th position. What did I tell you? Mr. Overtake strikes again. So Gubenko in 4th place in front of Dion Gauda and Christian Bertuka. Maxim Rem is actually moving to cover the line from Alex Powell. And Alex Powell is gesturing to Maxim Rem, come on, we need to get after the leader. We can catch him. Why are you defending? So Ariel Elkin's going to have a big problem. Shudazono on the inside line dives through and takes both him and Dion Gauda. What a move from Shudazono. So the Japanese driver breaks into 7th place. And Martinius Stenshorn leads the race in front of Maxim Rem and Alex Powell, who will be feeling a mite frustrated there in 3rd position, wanting to go after Martinius Stenshorn, but with Rem going through, he now needs to unlock that raw pace. Christian Ho sets the fastest lap of the race, ironically, down in 14th position. So the battle continues on its way, and it's a very strong run for the competitors in the field. But there is Alex Powell in 3rd position behind Maxim Rem. And Christian Bertuka having a nice little duel in there behind Gubenko, but ahead of Rafael Modenese. Then it's Dion Gauda from Shudazono, and then it is in 9th place Alfio Spina from Ariel Elkin, then Alexei Yeleva, Chris Harnan and Connor Zilic ahead of Ho, Ginchard, Cruz and Tom Breiken ahead of Lucas Flusha and Antonio Leiter. So the field comes through on the far side once again. Lap 5 of 9, 4 laps done and 5 to go. So this is going to be a tough ask for the drivers up at the sharp end of the field. They obviously want to keep things pretty well lit and in a fairly decent position. But the races are getting very closely matched now as they come out of the middle sector of the lap and into the final flowing sections. Modenese's got through on Christian Bertuka, and he gestures to his teammate, come on, let's go get him. So it's all going to be about whether Bertuka is prepared to work with him or whether or not he wants to go rogue and make his own bid. So Martinius Stenshorn, the Norwegian, leads the race. Maxim Rem is going after him though, and you can see that the Tony Kart is edging ever closer. 4 laps to go. Can Maxim Rem catch and pass the Norwegian? Alex Powell needs to stay with them in 3rd place. He doesn't want to let them get too far ahead, because if they do have a squabble, he needs to pounce and get himself up another place or 2. Dion Gauda sets the new fastest lap of the race. The Singaporean is still in P7 behind this man, Christian Bertuka. But there's Gubenko catching up to Powell, and he's going to dive for the inside line. Gubenko in a third place. What a run from the young Cosmic driver. He is always his own worst critic. I said to him earlier in the weekend, surely you're going to have a good weekend this time, aren't you? And he went, well, it would be really nice. I haven't had one so far this year. He's had some great heats and some great races, but he's always very down on himself. He doesn't seem to look on the bright side of things too often. But Alex Powell is going to make the move on the inside of him and retakes that third position. And here comes Modenese. Modenese wants the battle. Powell now cuts across. He knows that Gubenko is going to try and make the same bid to come through. He could really do with Modenese trying to launch in on the inside of the Russian. But the Peruvian is not close enough yet. He's going to have a chance into the next hairpin, though. That would help Alex Powell out no end, especially if Bertuca can make a dive through as well. But Gubenko protects the inside line. And he's going to do so again for Modenese, who thinks about a big lunge on the inside. But Gubenko is just cunning enough that he has to think better of it. It's a late lunge from Modenese into the final corner. Can he get there? Yes, he can, but he runs wide. And Gubenko is now going to have support from Bertuca. They twitch and a little bit of a squiggle in the middle of the corner. So Bertuca gets past Modenese. Gauda tries to get through on the inside. Modenese has to move to cover it. And Gubenko and Bertuca are left to battle alone. Here comes Rem for the lead. Maxim Rem launches on the inside on the penultimate lap of Martinius Stenshorn. And on home turf, on home soil, Maxim Rem steals back the lead. A brilliant fight back from Maxim Rem, starting 5th position on the grid for this one. He really has unlocked the raw pace he needs to keep this one lit. And Gubenko still running in front of Bertuca, who comes up the inside line. Now he's going to get in, but Gubenko gets him straight again on the switchback. And now Gauda side by side with Modenese, and they tangle, and they've both gone off. Oh, they just bang wheels, and Dion Gauda is absolutely fuming with Rafael Modenese. Well, that is a very unhappy Singaporean as we go into the final lap. And a big dive from Gubenko to stay back on terms with Bertuca. That's put Shutazono up in his 6th place. The Japanese driver is catching them rapidly. And Spina is there in P7 now too. But Stenshorn hasn't given up on Maxim Rem. There is Modenese's kart parked up in the barriers. But Stenshorn is going to have one final crack at Maxim Rem, who defends. Stenshorn tries the switchback. They're going to get side by side on the exit of the next hairpin. Stenshorn launches to the inside. Rem comes back on the switch. Watch for Powell. He's going to try and dive through past them both. Stenshorn on the final turn. Dives in on the inside. Powell's trying to get on the inside. Side by side to the line. Maxim Rem just gets it. Oh my goodness. 16 thousandths of a second of the line. And Maxim Rem just gets there in front of Stenshorn and Powell. What a magic finish. Oh, that might well have outstaged the potential result of the final tomorrow. But I tell you what, Maxim Rem, Martinius Stenshorn and Alex Powell serve up a thriller. And that's what it means to Maxim Rem. You can see him there punching the steering wheel with joy. That one was a big one for him. That meant a lot. And it's a brilliant, brilliant victory. Look at the gap between them and they came across the line. 0.127 between 3 drivers. You don't get that every day. Rem, Stenshorn and Powell. Christian Bertuca 4th from Shutazono in 5th. Then Spina, Gubenko and Elkin from Yeleva, Zilic, Christian Ho in 11th and Chris Harnan in 12th position. Then it's Dan Ginchard from Brent Cruz and Nikola Soloff. Tom Breiken and Antonio Leiter, Nasho Tunion and August Turbo from Lucas Flusha, Alessandro Gusti, Kaden Probst in 22nd. Modenese and Gauda, of course, colliding with 2 laps to go. And Julius Dinesen and Thomas Rakel in 25th and 26th as they went out on the opening lap. I cannot wait to see the replay of this one. This is going to be a fantastic race highlights to look over. There was so much drama in that particular heat. One of the best I've seen all season as well. But 0.127 between the top 3 over the line. That's not a gap you get every day. Let's have a look at the highlights. So right from the start, we knew we had a bit of a magic race. Powell is getting a little bit of a nudge from Stenshorn as they come into that first corner. Gauda's desperately trying to keep it together, but Stenshorn clips the curb, drifts across, and now they're going to conflagrate in together. But you've got 2 or 3 drivers here on the inside line who are trying to make this start come together. Julius Dinesen gets spat out. I don't know if there was contact or whether he just ended up slamming on the brakes at the wrong moment and the kart swapped ends. But whatever it means for Dinesen, unfortunate means it drops him out of the fray. And in a separate incident round the corner, there's Thomas Rakel on the Cosmic, and he's got beached on the curb, so there's no way he can restart. But even from this early part, unsighted by the cameras until we pick it up, Maxime Rem is the one who's made the biggest start. From 5th position on the grid, he's got himself early. Look, 3rd position, in behind Powell and Stenshorn, and that's an ideal position for him to be. At this point, we don't really know how much speed he's got compared to the 2 Kart Republics up front, because this dynamic that has been building all weekend between which of the teams has got the better package, Tony Kart or Kart Republic, it's swings and roundabouts all the way through the weekend. In one heat, one of them does. In the other heat, the other one. So it's a difficult position for them to quantify, really, to figure out who has the better package. But this race is a really good to and fro style of heat that gives you a little bit of an understanding as to who's got the magic at certain points in the race, and even in certain apexes of the track, because there are certain parts that come to certain drivers in a different way. Zilic there at the end of the lap, getting himself elbows in, stuck into the overtaking moves early doors. That's the kind of aggression that wins you races, provided that it's clean and it's measured. Now, a little further on into the race, you've got this nice move from Ariel Elkin. Dives in on Modenese. That's the textbook overtaking move. You didn't see too many of those in this race because drivers were a little bit more willing to try a few more interesting tricks through this race. Now, this was a nice one. This is Martinius Stenshorn and Alex Powell. He knows that he's got Powell a little bit running scared at this point because his back's to the wall. He's in unfamiliar territory, and Stenshorn makes absolute advantage of it. He pounces on him, and Alex Powell is a little bit taken aback there. I don't think he was quite aware that Stenshorn was going to make the move. He immediately looks behind him. How much time, how much momentum am I going to lose here? But he's still a deer in headlights at this point. You've got to remember that Alex Powell is still only 12 years old. He's one of the youngest in the field. That's where Maxime Rem uses that inside knowledge of that grip on the inside line of the hairpin to nail him on the inside apex. He gets the move, and behind him, you've got Dion Gauda still wrestling with Christian Bertucca. Now Gubenko takes advantage of both of them. They're dilly-dallying, and Gubenko storms up the inside, manages to get himself into that 4th place. And you've got to feel for Gubenko through the race here because he's done a lot of hard work to get himself up the order. Now that Rem has managed to solidify himself in front of Powell, Powell got back through into 2nd, but Rem was never really out of contention for that, so he managed to get himself back into the position. Now watch Shudazono. This is the kind of move that rookies just don't pull off. He has got so much confidence in that final turn. Going 3 wide into the final corner of Wackersdorf, you need to have some courage. And the Japanese youngster is really starting to prove that he has got real strength of character in this OK Junior field. Now here comes Gubenko. Look, he comes from so far back, but he's got such confidence on the brakes. He can just nail it on the inside line, and he knows that Powell has got 2 choices. Hit him or concede. And that's what he has to do. He has to concede. He has to let the Russian go. And it's a total power play. It doesn't last, sadly, because Powell's able to get him back. But this is where it gets really interesting. You've got Modenese with support from Bertucca trying to get back on the inside. Gubenko makes the move on the Peruvian. Dion Gauda thinks, well, I've got a chance. Modenese cuts through, and it's about to get personal between these two as they duel away for position. Modenese cuts across. He's trying to not lose too much ground to Gubenko and Bertucca, but he also needs to keep that momentum in front of Dion Gauda. So that solidifies nicely. And here's the move from Rem. It's a lovely move for the lead. It's not permanent because he is going to have a tough mission to get through, but he's made Stenshorn. He's caught him a little bit off guard there into the penultimate lap. Stenshorn thinks by this point, he knows he's close, but he's not quite going to get him at that point. So that took him a bit by surprise. Gubenko then makes this bid on Bertucca, but look, 2 wheels together, bang! And there go Dion Gauda and Rafael Modenese. How lucky was Alfio Spina? That is literally as close as you can get to being tagged by a spinning car without joining them at the scene of the accident. Spina is the luckiest man in Germany right now, and I don't think he realizes just how lucky he was because he still managed through all of that to finish P6. Now here comes Stenshorn. He's trying to get the switch back on Rem. Rem is trying to second guess where he is. He thinks he's on the inside. He's not, but he is now. He dives for the inside, And he's caught the curb. If Stenshorn had drifted a little further, that lead would have been his, no problem. But because he catches the curb, it unsettles the car. Rem's got back on the inside. Powell has now got momentum, but Stenshorn's got determination. Powell is a little bit stuck here. He doesn't know where to go. He needs to hope that the gap opens up. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't. It should do at this point, but Rem is already there on the inside of Stenshorn. And this is absolutely inch perfect. Side by side down the straight. Rem's got that advantage. Stenshorn is essentially just edging the kart forward. He's in front at this point. Now Rem's power comes into play, and that's how close it was. Unbelievable. That is an amazing finish, and it's right down to the wire. Exceptional stuff from OK Junior. Absolutely amazing. That's a win that's going to mean a lot for Maxim Rem, and it shows us just what we can expect this weekend.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
And now the ultimate challenge from the seniors is beat that. Easier said than done, especially when you've got some amazing drivers on the field who have a lot of experience. And obviously the juniors, they're still learning about racecraft. They're still learning by doing, essentially. But these guys, they have had plenty of experience. They know where to place the car. They know where to get the overtakes done. So it's all about strategy at a few dozen kilometers an hour. So the battle is obviously going to be raging for this one. So let's talk you through the key runners and riders at the front end of the field. It's an all-Italian front row and two of the fastest drivers this weekend. Kimi Antonelli, the man playing catch-up in the championship fight. And he is there in pole position in P1. Second on the grid alongside him, Luigi Coluccio for Cosmic. And he has been absolutely lightning, like wildfire all weekend. And an incredible performance from him could be what the doctor ordered in terms of his European season ending on a high. Nicolas Bertolatti lines up in third position on the grid for this one for the Pantano squad. Fourth place for Rafael Chaves Camara, the very impressive Brazilian who lines up on the outside of the second row. Then it becomes very serious. The reigning junior champion, who's about to relinquish his crown, Marcus Amond, lines up on the inside of the third row in P5. But alongside him in P6 is Taylor Barnard. Without a shadow of a doubt, this is the most important qualifying heat of the weekend for Antonelli and Barnard. This is the first time they will meet and the last time they will meet until the final that determines which of them will be European champion. If it stays like this, Antonelli has an amazing opportunity to catch up to Barnard's tally in the points rankings. There's only 7 points between them at the moment, but if Barnard can't get more than about P6 in this one, it's really going to change the way that the championship rankings play out, especially with the danger man, Luigi Coluccio, in between them. His speed this weekend has been such an important factor in this European title fight. Coluccio's strength could be Barnard's undoing here, because he's been so solid and consistent. If he remains in that second or third place through the qualifying rankings, then this could really upset the apple cart. And Coluccio's grinning away because he's just got amazing speed and incredible ability to win. But from his point of view, he can just focus on his weekend. There's no pressure for him. He just wants to win. So he just wants to be in a position where he can challenge for it. For Taylor Barnard, ever since qualifying, this weekend has become a little bit more awkward. So he's got to try and find something magic from this heat. But he did take a heat win earlier on today, so he does have the ability to do it. It's just about whether the cards will come to him in that first corner. But from about row 3 onwards, we have already seen signs today that that is where the trouble starts. Whether it happens there is not always a guarantee, but it certainly starts round about the third row of the grid. On the fourth row of the grid, it is the Finnish driver Rasmus Jutsimis of the CRG squad. What a turnaround for him. He's been incredibly strong this weekend, as have the CRG team, putting the package together that he can really utilise. 8th position on the grid for the Hungarian star Levi Revej. Good to see him back on his natural pace once more. And then the young man from Dubai is in 9th position from the United Arab Emirates and the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. It is Jamie Day, who lines up on the inside of the 5th row. And then alongside him on the starting grid in 10th position, it is his teammate, the Dutchman Laurens van Hopen, who lines up there on the outside of row 5. Then in 11th position on the grid, it is the German star, Otto Thurm. And he is going to be there together alongside his countryman on the TB racing machine. Ben Dorr will line up in 12th position. 13th on the grid, it is the very talented female racer with the Richard Mille Talent Academy within the Birrellart ordering from Spain, or at least racing under a Spanish license. Originally from the Netherlands, it is Maya Wurg, who has had a bit of a struggle in terms of raw pace this weekend, but you cannot deny after Zuera and Sano, a podium in the final could well have been her end result, based on the one-lap pace that she showed throughout the weekend on both occasions. It just hasn't quite come together this time, but you can bet your bottom dollar that the Birrellart team will be working with her frantically to get her speed back into a position where she could even challenge for a podium place in the World Championships at Portimao in Portugal in November. Harry Thompson, always a serious contender in OK Series Racing, and he is there in the Forza Racing squad once again on the Expert chassis. 14th on the grid. It's not been perfect for him in 2020, but then you can't say that about many drivers who have a reputation for running near the front. So Harry Thompson is obviously having a difficult look to things, but at least he still has the get up and go. And in the previous heats we've seen today, there have been plenty of choice overtaking moves from the youngster. So hopefully there is more where that came from. 15th on the grid, it is Moritz Wieskirchen, the German star. He is there in position. And then alongside him on the starting grid in 16th place, it is Giuliano Holtzem for the SFR Motorsport team. 17th is the Portuguese driver Pedro Perino, who I'm sure will be very much looking forward to competing in the World Championship on home soil in November. 18th on the starting grid, Lorenzo Travasanuto, the man who has joined the Paralin Racing team for this weekend and beyond. It's not been perfect yet, but he's certainly working on it with the team as they move their way up from 18th on the starting grid in this one. There's still time for him to make the rank up the order. Emil Tangard and Sebastian Gravlund make it an all-Danish 10th row on the starting grid, with Tangard in his Kart Republic on the inside line and the Cosmic of Sebastian Gravlund for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team on the outside line. 21st on the grid is the Spanish talent Miron Pingazov, struggling a little bit this weekend compared to what we saw on his home circuit at Zuera. And even last time out at Sarno, he had a little bit more raw pace, but hasn't quite come together for him on this occasion. Thanapompe Satumnu, the ever-present tie for the Birrellart team, still banging in good times whenever he possibly can and hoping for decent results. He's not really had the luck over the course of 2020. 23rd on the grid is the Colombian, Nicolas Baptiste. And another very tricky race at the office for him ahead of this one. The pace has never quite been there over the weekend here at Wackersdorf. 24th on the grid, it's a welcome return for Jacob Bergmeister, the German star, who has been working his magic and getting himself up the order whenever he possibly can. And then on the back row of the grid, as we mentioned earlier today, it's a welcome return to the paddock for Julia Ayub. We last saw her at the World Championships last year in Finland in the junior category. Now she steps up alongside her teammate Maya Wurg to the senior category. And the young Brazilian is very welcome back into the paddock again. And obviously they've got a big mission to get her ready for Portimao in Portugal. And then hopefully, of course, for next year when the World Championships will take place in her home country at the Bidagoi Speed Park in 2021. Alongside her on the grid is the German star Luis Kulka for the CV Performance team. And he is there, of course, in the all-black machine, ready to charge his way back through the pack. So as I said before, this is probably the most important of the OK qualifying heats because it features the two men battling for the championship in the top 6. Not in the top 2, not in the top 3, in the top 6. Antonelli is there in pole position. Barnard is in P6, but he has more than enough ability to charge his way back into position. Luigi Coluccio is in between them, though, and he's been lightning quick, as has Rafael Chavez Camara. Nicolas Bertolatti and Marcus Amon want a piece of this as well. There are so many factors. This is the qualifying heat in OK you want to see. Kimi Antonelli and Luigi Coluccio on the front row from Nicolas Bertolatti and Rafael Chavez-Camara. Marcus Amon and Taylor Barnard from Rasmus Utzimis and Levi Revege. Jamie Day and Lawrence Van Hopen from Arthur Tuhom and Ben Dorr. Then it's Maya Berg and Harry Thompson from Moritz Viskirchen and Juliano Hodsen. Pedro Perino and Lorenzo Travasanuto, Emil Tangard and Sebastian Gravlund, Miron Pingasov and Dana Pongpak Zatumnu, Nicholas Baptiste and Jakob Bergmeister, Julia Ayub and Luis Kulka. 13 laps go on the timing screens. That is 15 kilometers of racing, and the air temperature is dropping rapidly now. It's down to 24 degrees Celsius air temperature as the sun is now setting behind the trees and behind the clouds. So this is going to be a very exciting race battle. Can Kimi Antonelli continue his dominance out front? And what can Taylor Barnard do to exacerbate the damage? Only one of them can take a 0-point score from this one. Barnard needs to. Antonelli's in best position to do so. What about Luigi Coluccio? What can he do from the outside? Let's find out as we go racing. And it's a cracking start from the front. No problem at all for Coluccio, who chops across into the path of Antonelli. And it looks as though we got a big shot behind. Goodness me. Several karts involved in that one. And that was a big high-speed moment there for Luis Kulka. And I think it's Dana Pongpak Zatumnu as well. We are under yellows, and that's because the barriers have been severely displaced. Oh, we got 3 more karts in the mix there. That's Sebastian Gravlund. We've also got Miron, is that Miron Pingasov? No, it's Emil Tangard. And Pedro Perino again is involved in that one. And that kart is absolutely destroyed at the front end. So we're under full course yellows, and that's because the barriers have essentially been completely shattered out of position at the first corner. So the marshals have got to get to work now to make sure that the barriers are back in position through the first corner. It's yellows because there's no major damage. Goodness me, look at the damage to Kulka's car. That's going to be moved, no problem, but we're under full course yellows because of the damage to the barriers on the outside of the first corner, as those tyre barriers have been well and truly shunted out of position. Now let's take stock, because this is an important opportunity to review where we're currently at. Luigi Coluccio leads the race, Antonelli in second. Taylor Barnard is in P7. This is a nightmare for Barnard. He really can't afford to be that low down, because the more places he loses, the lower down the rankings he's going to start the final, and it's going to be advantage Antonelli in terms of the points he could make back on his championship rival. The gap is currently 7 points. If he starts third while Antonelli is first, that means that the gap will be down to 5 points. Any less than that, and it could go down to 4 points, maybe even 3 points. And with Antonelli able to take a 5-point advantage over whoever finishes second in the final, if he gets the victory, Antonelli could be in a European Championship winning position by the time the final starts tomorrow. It's so important that Barnard does not let this opportunity slip away. Now, Sebastian Gravlund appears to have got going again. So he has managed to get his Ricky Flynn Cosmic to continue. Perino, Tangard and Kulka are all out of the race. Look at Perino's car. That looks like it's been dropped on its nose there, essentially, from an incredibly great height. Massive damage. Now, the barriers are back in position, I am told. So we are going to be able to go racing again. And we're going to go green this time by. Look at them starting to bunch up as Coluccio controls the pace of the cars as they come through. Careful, guys, you can't overtake before the race restarts. Coluccio and Antonelli drop the hammer. Away we go. So 10 laps remain in this heat, and Coluccio and Antonelli have got a terrific start. What about Barnard? Can he get through on the inside of Utzimis? No, Utzimis is going to go for the move on Amand. Amand drifts wide. Barnard's going to get through as well, surely. No, he does not. So a fascinating start to proceedings, but Coluccio and Antonelli are now being hunted down by Chavez-Camara and Bertolatti. Jamie Day has come through into 5th position past Rasmus Utzimis and Taylor Barnard. Amand is down to 9th behind Lawrence Van Hopen. And Antonelli is battling his way past Coluccio with every breath and fibre of his body. He knows he's under massive pressure here, but Coluccio is defending. Here comes Bertolatti up the inside of Chavez-Camara. And the big dive from Antonelli in the final turn. He's got past Coluccio, but Chavez-Camara and Bertolatti pass them both. Chavez-Camara takes the lead. Antonelli now up the inside of Bertolatti. He can't keep it. Oh my goodness, this race is turning into a desperate bid for the victory. What did I say? This is the most important qualifying heat of the weekend. Antonelli has got to take advantage of Taylor Barnard being down in 7th place. He needs to make this one count. So Chavez Camara leads, Bertolatti second, Antonelli third. If you've got any nails left, you probably want to start nibbling on them now if you're an Antonelli fan, because this is proper tough stuff now. Out of that turn and into the final corner. This is where Antonelli dived for the lead and compromised himself. He was so angry with himself at Sarno when he had the accident in the first heat of the weekend. That dropped him on the back foot. But he's now got a great chance to fend back his European title. Here comes Bertolatti on the inside of Chavez Camara. Retakes the lead. Now Chavez Camara wants a piece of him back again. Bertolatti moves to cover. We are defending on lap 6 of an OK heat. This is absolutely amazing. Bertolatti, Chavez Camara, Antonelli, Coluccio, Jutsemis, Day and Barnard in 7th. But Taylor Barnard needs to start picking off karts. He needs to start making overtaking moves now. He's starting to fend off towards Jamie Day. But he's not close enough to make the overtake. Bertolatti trying to move to cover Chavez Camara. He dives to the inside line. If you're Antonelli, make the bold lunge on the inside. Bertolatti comes back on the switch and retakes the lead from Chavez Camara. Antonelli now trying to cut back in on the inside line. They sweep through turn 2. Antonelli's got the inside line for Chavez Camara. He's going to make the move and gets there. Lovely overtake from Antonelli. So Antonelli now in the fight back in 2nd position, now trying to get after Nicolas Bertolatti, who leads the race. Where's Taylor Barnard now? He's up into 6th place. Day and Barnard have both got past Rasmus Jutsemis in the CRG. This is about to get pretty serious in the European Championships. I think we're in for an absolute nail-biting showdown tomorrow if this heat is anything to go by. It's every man for himself in this penultimate heat of the day. And Jutsemis is side by side with Jamie Day. Day works with Barnard, who gets past him. Day's now up on the inside of Taylor Barnard. He gets boxed in. He doesn't lose ground to Jutsemis. But now Jamie Day is back in potential 5th position here. Taylor Barnard in P6. He wants to have another crack at it. Here he goes. Barnard on the inside. Makes it stick. Nice move from Barnard. Here comes Jutsemis back on the inside of Marcus Amond. What a squabble. What a duel. This is what we wanted from the European Championship finale. And we're definitely getting it now. So Kimi Antonelli in 2nd place, trying to get away from Rafael Chavez Camara, whilst also closing in on Nicolas Bertolatti. This is the strength of test of character moment for the young Italian. If he can make this work, then he's almost certainly looking at an opportunity to become European champion. He's got to dig deep and find something magic here. Nicolas Bertolatti is not a slow coach. He is one of the top drivers in this field. Pantano know that he's got the reliability and the dependability to run from the front. But it's up to Antonelli. He's got to make a window of opportunity. He might get a chance here. He's got good speed, good potential, but Bertolatti holds the inside line to cover. He's going to have to look for another chance, and he needs to do it quick because Chavez Camara is right there in 3rd position. The Brazilian wants to get back in tow, and he's been lightning quick this year. So let's see, can Antonelli make the bold lunge on the inside of Bertolatti into the final hairpin again? He might get a chance into the next right. He's not close enough. Bertolatti, Antonelli, Chavez Camara. Coluccio dropping back a bit in 4th. 5th place is Taylor Barnard. 6th is Day, Jutsemis, Amon, Thompson. Down the straight again. Antonelli really needs to make this work now. 4 laps to go. Bertolatti holding the inside line. Antonelli keeps his foot on the throttle. He's going to have the space, and he goes for the inside line. Antonelli takes the lead. Chavez Camara chops through to get 2nd place as well. Kimi Antonelli is in the perfect position now to make this one really count. Kimi Antonelli has yet to be beaten in these heats. He needed to fight back after a difficult restart, and boy has he done it. Kimi Antonelli, now he runs wide! He runs wide! And that's Rafael Chavez Camara coming back through. Antonelli makes a very uncharacteristic mistake. Has he got a problem? Because Bertolatti is all over him. Chavez Camara takes the lead then. Barnard is coming up alongside Bertolatti, having got past Coluccio. So Barnard in a P4 behind Bertolatti. Antonelli, did the pressure get to him, or has he got a genuine issue? Barnard now drifting alongside Bertolatti. Coluccio gets back on the inside. Barnard back down to P5. This is like the final itself, never mind a qualifying heat, but it's so critical, the outcome of this one, when Antonelli and Barnard are on the same racetrack at the same time for the one race before the final that they will meet again. It's critical. It could change the face of the European Championship. Coluccio banzais on the inside of Bertolatti and gets through. Bertolatti draws level and tries to come right round the outside. Coluccio shuts that down. Barnard and Day get through past the Finn. And here comes Jude Simis. He's going to try and get past his countryman in the final turn, which he manages. And now there's 2 laps to go. Chaves Camara, the Brazilian, leads the race in front of Antonelli, with Coluccio third and Barnard fourth. Anything could happen, and if anything happens to the 2 main title contenders, it's open season. Marcus Simon now tries to get his move on the inside of Jutsemis. He can't make it stick. Barnard and Coluccio side by side, and off the road goes the 687 there of Arthur Tuhom. So Arthur Tuhom gets back onto the circuit again, but it's cost him a massive amount of time. Barnard is absolutely savaging the inside line of Coluccio. Can he get the move? Well, the Italian is making his card as wide as possible. He's not going to get the move easy. Barnard is swarming. He goes for it. He commits. Is this a big risk for Barnard? He drifts out wide, and Day's going to get through as well. So too is the Forza Racing of Harry Thompson. Where did he come from? And now through comes Van Hopen as well. Oh my goodness, look at how far Taylor Barnard's gone down the rankings. Amond is getting stuck in, he's got through. Barnard's got to salvage something from this. That was such a high-risk move for a man who felt for a brief moment that Antonelli is going to gain a massive amount of advantage from him. He had to take a risk from his point of view, and now it's backfired. Big style. Amond goes deep round the outside. Look at that move on Jamie Day. What a move from Marcus Amond. And now they're getting spat out left, right and centre. Barnard picks up the pieces from Day and Van Hopen. Chaves Camara takes the win. Antonelli in second. Coluccio is third. And in fourth place, it is Thompson from Amond and Barnard. What a race, and what a dramatic change this makes in the championship fight for the European title. Take a bow, Rafael Chaves Camara. What a race, what a drive from the Brazilian. And that could not be more significant in the European title fight. Antonelli gets second place. That's the best of a bad job. But Barnard can only manage P6. And you have to wonder if he'd just taken a breath for a moment, could he have got third? Chaves Camara from Antonelli and Coluccio. Thompson in fourth from Amond and Barnard. Jutsemis in seventh. Jamie Day and Lawrence Van Hopen. Meyer Berg fights back to 10th from Bertolatti and Giuliano Hodsem. 13th place behind that gaggle is Moritz Verskirchen, then Miron Pingasov and Arthur Tuhom. Levi Revej and Lorenzo Travasanuto from Bendor and Nicolas Baptiste. Jacob Bergmeister and Dana Pongpang Saturnu. Then Julia Ayub and Sebastian Gravlund, the last man home, after Pedro Perino, Emil Tangard and Luis Kilka ended up retiring on the very first lap in their melee at the first corner. I'm having to catch a breath, so let's go and have a look at what happened again in the highlights. Where on earth do you start? Well, I suppose, first of all, we go for this first corner moment as the field gets very tight in together. And where does it start? Oh, it's in the middle. It's a spin from Perino that starts it all. And the field basically then clatters off the circuit in unison with each other. It's the spin there from the Birolart that's gone. Now that is, I think that's Julia Ayub, who has spun the kart. No, sorry, that's Dana Pongpang Satumnu who has spun the kart and manages to get it going again, only for the yellow flags to go around the circuit and become a full course yellow. But the reason we went to full course yellow, as you can see there, the barrier has been completely dislodged. But look at poor Pedro Perino's kart. It's been absolutely savaged by Emil Tangard's. So Perino and Tangard out of the race, and it looked like just a gentle hobble there from Pedro Perino. That'll probably be a bit of a sore foot in the morning. But after the restart, that's genuinely one of the best heats I've ever seen in the FIA Karting European Championship history. Coluccio and Antonelli got the perfect start. They got away. But from there, it was all changed. Jutsemis up the inside of Amond. They drifted wide. Barnard getting on the inside. but this is critical. Barnard needs a top 3 finish at this point, especially with Antonelli on track with him at the same time. He needs to gain as much ground as he can, and it's so difficult to predict where he's going to finish in the rankings now. And obviously, it will make a big difference in the points of the championship, because the top 10 drivers on the starting grid for the final also score championship points, don't forget. 10 points for the win, 9 for second, 8 for third, 7 for fourth, all the way down to 1 point for starting the final and finishing the qualifying heats in P10. So Antonelli is frenetically trying to get his way through. Both drivers are feeling the pressure of the occasion. This is the thing. Both drivers are very much feeling the weight of expectation of getting this title fight done. They are both able to win the European title, but both of them are so nervous because both of them are still incredibly young. You've got to remember, Barnard is only 16, I believe, and Antonelli is only 15 years of age. So they are still very young lads, and they are still feeling the weight of expectation on their shoulders. This is great defensive driving for Bertolatti in the early stages of the race, but Chavez Camara says, enough of this. I'm going to make the move in the final turn, and that's a real racer's move, but he makes it stick, and he makes it stick provisionally, and then Bertolatti gets him straight back again. It's such a hard move to make, and it's a high-risk return for the effort. So we're going to see some really bold overtakes. This is a good one from Antonelli to really assert himself there into second place. And that puts him into, in my opinion, a good mode for the European title. So he's obviously pushed really hard and got himself into a good position. Now we've got the conflagration with Barnard trying to get his way up the order. That is Jamie Day in front of him, then Yurtsemis and Amond. And this is such high risk for Barnard, but it's a good move. He knows he can get it done. He gets a little bit of a nudge there from Yurtsemis. That is what drifts him wide. You could see his body weight shift in transfer as he gets the little nerf. Rafael Chavez Camara tucks in behind Antonelli, and he's playing the long game here. This is so smart from the Brazilian all the way through. He just sits in position and waits for it all to happen in front of him, and this is where he manages to make it happen. Look, you've got Antonelli going for his own move for the lead, and he's setting this one up from so far back, Kimi Antonelli. He could make the move here into the first corner if Bertolatti wasn't being quite so conservative into that second corner. But he pulls the kart out. He's got the lead already nailed by this point, but he leaves the door open. This is what he's so good at. He keeps the door open and he lets Chavez Camara have a look. That gives them a little bit of it's a little bit of an impediment for Chavez Camara. But then it all goes wrong here. What happens? He's just now braked himself by the look of it. Antonelli's just made a pure driving error, makes the mistake, and Chavez Camara gets him. Now, he is so lucky to hang on to second place, but that is an uncharacteristic driving error from Kimi Antonelli. I don't think I've ever seen him make so big a mistake in so high tense a moment, but it's the pressure of getting this title won and how close it is. So Antonelli's there in second. Now, look, at this point, Barnard is in P4, and he's got a chance here to go for Bertolatti. Bertolatti's going to defend valiantly. They almost go into the back of Antonelli at that point. Barnard gets alongside, and this is now a wrestling match of wills. On the inside comes Coluccio. He gains the momentum. Barnard drifts across to stop Jamie Day coming through. And then comes the moment for me where Taylor Barnard essentially gets a little bit too hungry, a little bit too early. Because if he had waited a corner, I think he might have had third position here, and it wouldn't have been so big a difficulty for him. But as far as he was concerned, that could have been the one moment where he could have made the advantage count in his favour. So he decides to go for it. He checks that there is enough of a gap today. Coluccio banzais on the inside. That's what started this whole thing off. Barnard tries to tuck in for the inside. He knows that Bertolatti is side by side now with Coluccio. He's slightly in front, but Coluccio beats him in the braking zone. So this is Barnard's chance. He's going to try and slingshot up the inside and gain a position on Bertolatti. He gets it. Oh, we didn't get to see the move that I wanted to see, which was Barnard slicing up the inside, making the big risk maneuver in the final turn to make it all happen. And then he drifted wide. Coluccio got back through, and that's what basically backed him into the pack. Look, he's trying desperately to get past Coluccio here, but he's now on the outside line, and he's the one who's got to keep the door firmly shut. Oh, no, this is the lap before. My apologies. So Artur Turm ends up going off onto the grass there. So we're now going to see the big banzai move from Taylor Barnard. Look, it's already happened, the move. He's lost 3-4 places at this point because of it. So Coluccio's come through. Day is there. So is Thompson, who's just come from nowhere. Lawrence Van Hopen is in front. And now here comes Marcus Amond to really add salt to the wound for Taylor Barnard. But they're all starting to battle with each other because Van Hopen's got past Jamie Day. That puts Marcus Amond to his right-hand side. Barnard is lucky to cover Rasmus Utsimis at this point. Coluccio's got away. Thompson is now up into fourth place, having made the move on Van Hopen. Day, Amond and Barnard are now going to have to wrestle with each other to get this battle won. But Jamie Day is the man in front, in behind Lawrence Van Hopen. And watch what happens with the two Leclerc by Lennoxes. Thompson is there in fourth place, having made up 10 places. He's going to remain where he is. Now watch how this unfolds, because you've got Thompson in P4, no problem. A little bit of nudging and rubbing from the Leclerc by Lennoxes. Van Hopen makes his move. That doesn't work. Watch Amond round the outside of Jamie Day. How did he pull that move off? That is absolutely astonishing from the Frenchman. And now that he's got himself into the battle, he splits the Leclerc by Lennoxes. Barnard's got the inside line as well. And there was a little bit of nudging there. I wouldn't be surprised if one or two of them have got a front fairing. Amond might have. Barnard might have. And if they do, then that's a very big change of situation for the title fight. But Chaves Camara gets the win in front of Antonelli. A fantastic drive from the Brazilian. But I think that's just blown the European Championship wide open.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
And the reason we wanted to show that, obviously, in a bit more detail is because we've had a couple of people, or I've had a couple of people message me going, why on earth did that race go to yellow flags? Everybody was okay. And so, well, yes, everybody was okay. But if the barriers are out of position, it's a massive safety concern. So they obviously had to reconfigure the circuit essentially so that the barriers were in a correct position. And it had to be so, because otherwise we couldn't have gone racing in such a manner. So it's very important that it's done correctly. Right, that all makes sense. There's barely any energy left in my lungs, but we've got one more race, so we need to find some from somewhere. A very interesting battle is going to come out onto the circuit now, and it is the last race of the day. Local time is coming up to 18:20, so in a minute from now, we're going to see Lorenzo Patrese go to battle with Joe Turney on the front row of the grid. And if they can match that battle from the OK category, then that would be very exciting indeed for all of us. And I know I said that junior heat was pretty special, and I said to the senior drivers, match that. I didn't expect them to smash it into the stratosphere. Please try and keep me calm for a little bit longer. We've got a final tomorrow. Lorenzo Patrese and Joe Turney on the front row of the starting grid for this one. And Patrese has a really good chance here from the pole position, holding that inside line in the Kart Republic. And then, of course, you've got the likes of Joe Turney battling away in second on the starting grid. Nikita Bedrin is third. A championship contender if something kicks off between Antonelli and Barnard, as we've seen the potential for it to happen in that last heat. he still has a chance in this one, as of course does Joe Turney. So it's not over yet. These guys need to keep pounding in some good results, because if Antonelli and Barnard are set to struggle down the order, they have a chance now. So here's the grid for the last race of the day and qualifying heat B versus E here at Wackersdorf. Lorenzo Patrese and Joe Turney on the front row from Nikita Bedrin and Matthias Morgato. Luca Griggs and Kaya Sixnelis on the third row from Noah Denbol and Joel Mesh. Then it is Delano Vantov and James Wharton from Matthias Salonen and Ruben Wang, from Callum Bradshaw and Lola Lovinfoss from Leandro Andaruti and Jenis Civico. Sandro Hodzem and Julie Fries from Maximus Meyer and Hugo Sassa. Sam Balota and Alexander Partishev, Cecilia Hedqvist and Marlon Hernandez, Alexander Hartwig and Horst Felix Felbermeier. 26 drivers gathered from all four corners of the globe once again, battling for the honours in the FIA Karting European Championship, warming up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature for the one formation lap. But now this is the last race of the day, and it's a significant one in particular for Joe Turney and Nikita Bedrin. They need to take advantage of the situations around them, and this is a race that they all would dearly love to win. You're only as good as your last race, so the driver who wins this one really is the king of the hill overnight. Patrese, Turney, Bedrin, Morgato, they come out of the final turn. Is this going to be a start? No, false start. So the back of the grid was not quite formed up in time for the start, so it's a false getaway. The repeater lights come on and they will go around for another formation lap. So Lorenzo Patrese and Joe Turney hang on to the battle at the moment from the front end of the field. Nikita Bedrin and Matthias Morgato will retake their positions on the second row. The Brazilian doing a fantastic job all weekend of staying quite solid and consistent, but he's got a big mission with Nikita Bedrin, the Russian, alongside him, who already has a win in his pocket, don't forget, and is a title contender in third place in the standings along with Joe Turney. But he has 40 points compared to the man in front of him on 58. He's 18 points adrift and 25 points adrift of Taylor Barnard. So it is an outside bet, but you never know what can happen. You just got to keep it going, and you might well end up with a top three in the European Championship at the end of it all. So Lorenzo Patrese on pole, Joe Turney in second, Bedrin, Morgato, Griggs, Sixnelis, Denbol, Mesh, Vantov, Wharton, Salonen, Wang, Bradshaw, Lovinfoss, Andaruti, Savico and Hodzem as they come off the final turn. Is this going to be a good start? It's a false start again! A false start again. Wow, I tell you what, this is proper tense now. And Nigel Edwards up on the starting gantry is already starting to creep down the stairs to instruct Lorenzo Patrese. This is not the first time that Patrese has really struggled off the line. He seems to be getting a little bit nervous off the line because he's in a position he's not been in before in the OK category. Lorenzo Patrese, a pole position. So is Joe Turney taking the initiative here? Has he gone in front of Lorenzo Patrese and is now trying to teach Lorenzo Patrese how to slow the field up? Well, if that isn't a little bit condescending, I'm not sure what is, because Turney got ahead of Patrese on that formation lap and just basically said to him, look, I'll control the pace if you can't. That seemed to be what the body language was suggesting there. But Lorenzo Patrese knows what he's doing. He has got the start boot and nail before. It's just a little bit tight with all of these OK drivers. They can't surely have a third false start. So Patrese's got to control the pace. They've got to get into their rows out of the final turn. And they've got to keep it nice and steady. Is this going to be a start? Yes, this time we're away. And it's a cracking start for Turney, but Patrese is going to squeeze into the lead. And as they come through the first turn, Turney's going to get squeezed wide. And as they come into the hairpin, they're all going to come through together. Bedrin is in second place. Third position, that is Luca Griggs. And Turney is trying desperately to hang on to fourth position in front of one of the Ward racing carts. Oh, Morgato has clattered into the side of Denbol. Rejoins in the middle of the pack. And there is an absolute squabble. Carts are going off left, right and centre. And it's caused absolute pandemonium. And there's a spin in the middle of the pack. That is Julie Fries. So Julie Fries has ended up spinning off. And out in the lead is Nikita Bedrin. He's got past Patrese. So Nikita Bedrin leads the way. And it is second place for Lorenzo Patrese. Third position, it is now Luca Griggs as they come through at the end of the first lap. So Joe Turney in P4 and Noah Denbol in 5th position from Kai Sixnelis and Matthias Morgato, who somehow finds himself still in the top 10 in front of Delano Vantoff, Callum Bradshaw and Joel Mesh with Lula Lovinfoss in 11th place. I'll tell you what, these OK drivers are going to be the death of me, the way they keep pushing around this circuit. Nikita Bedrin hops over the curves, leads the way comfortably at the moment, with Patrese starting subtly to fall into the clutches of Luca Griggs. In 3rd position, the wild card, doing an amazing job here at Wackersdorf. He knows the circuit very well. That obviously counts in his favour. But even so, you're up against drivers who do this week in, week out. And it's a big moment for Luca Griggs in the European Championship as a wild card to take on Lorenzo Patrese, the pole sitter and the 2nd fastest driver from time qualifying yesterday. So Griggs is battling away here with Lorenzo Patrese. Patrese still hanging on to 2nd for the moment, but when is Griggs going to make the launch? Now is the answer! And it's a brilliant overtake. What a move from Luca Griggs. Excellent. So now Lorenzo Patrese trying to get back on terms with him, but in 3rd position, hanging around behind the Tony Kart of the SFR Motorsport man. So this is an absolutely sensational battle at the moment. Bedrin leads the way. Griggs in 2nd, Patrese 3rd from Turney, Denbol, Vantoff, Sixnelis, Bradshaw, Morgato, Mesh. Now it's his Holtzem in front of Lovinfoss as they battle over 11th place. But out in front, Nikita Bedrin has this race very much nailed to the mast at the moment. 10 laps to go. Noah Denbol sets the fastest lap of the race in his bid to close up on Joe Turney. There he is. Joe Turney in 4th, Denbol in 5th. And these two are squabbling away for the position. Can Denbol dive up the inside? Oh, he does! But there's a little nudge as he gets through on the inside of Joe Turney. Delano Vantoff gets an even faster lap in 6th position. That is borderline from Noah Denbol. I think that's about as cheeky an overtaking move as you can get without it being absolute savagery. But Noah Denbol gets through to 4th place regardless. Joe Turney in 5th position. So that is absolutely, I think, to quote Will Patton in Remember the Titans, there was a fine line between tough and crazy, and he was flirting with it right there. So Nikita Bedrin leads the way from Luca Griggs. 3rd place for Lorenzo Patrese. Noah Denbol is now in 4th ahead of Joe Turney, but this is the battle further up. Look at this, we've got another big dive on the inside line as through comes Callum Bradshaw. He takes on Kaya Sixnelis and gets the place. So a nice overtake from the new man in at Tony Kart. Yes, he's a wild card this weekend, but this is permanent. So Callum Bradshaw will be there at the World Championships in November at Portimao. So Callum Bradshaw, the former FIA Karting Academy trophy winner for Great Britain back in 2016, is now battling valiantly and has made the move on Kaya Sixnelis to get into 7th position here at Wackersdorf. So the drivers continue to squabble away in the midfield, but Bedrin has the advantage here with 8 laps to run. Griggs is 2nd, Patrese is 3rd, then Denbol, Turney, Vantoff, Bradshaw, Sixnelis, Morgato and Mesh ahead of Lovinfoss and Ruben Wang. Matthias Salonen in 13th place ahead of Sandro Holtzem, and then it is Maximus Meyer from Leandro Andaruti and Genis Savico. The business end of racing really underway now as Noah Denbol has caught up to Lorenzo Patrese. Luca Griggs has dropped him, and now it's up to Denbol to find his way through on the inside of the Italian. Denbol's got very close now to Patrese. Can he make his bid on the inside? Not into the right-hander, perhaps into the final turn. Now, Julie Friss, I can tell you, the woman who spun out in the opening lap, she is still racing. She has managed to get going in 26th position. Patrese now swarmed around the inside line of Denbol. Denbol's going to move to cover. Patrese tucks in on the inside. Denbol on the undercut. Patrese still holds on. There's a bit of a rub of the front fairing. And that's a very frustrated Noah Denbol. Now Joe Turney wants to get through. If Noah Denbol could seethe in that helmet, he's probably well into page 3 of the insults list he's got buried in the back of his skull, because Lorenzo Patrese made him really squeeze to the inside apex there. And there was a bit of a flap of the front fairing. So Noah Denbol battling his way in behind Lorenzo Patrese. They come over the top of the crest and into that final hairpin. Bedrin, Griggs, Patrese, Denbol, Turney, Vantoff, Bradshaw. And Vantoff is the fastest man on track now. He sets a new fastest lap. When is Denbol going to make this bid on Lorenzo Patrese? The Italian knew he wasn't close enough there, so didn't feel the need to defend, but probably feels the need now. No, he doesn't, and Denbol dives at the inside of Patrese. He thought he dealt with him, but not hard enough. And now Patrese comes back at him. Denbol manages to keep the position despite drifting a little bit wide. But Lorenzo Patrese desperate to get back into that third position spot. And now Joe Turney, absolute dive on the inside. Lovely move from Turney. Patrase's going to come back at him. Turney tries to conflagrate, keep him compressed in. And Delano Van Toff is going to swap past them both. And Joe Turney now dives for the inside of both of them himself. Gets there. Patrese on the undercut. But Turney makes it stick. Patrese savaging on the inside. Tries to get through on the inside. Can't make it. Turney protects on the inside. Watch Delano Van Toff. He's going to get them both. Oh, Patrese nudges Turney. Turney holds the inside line. And Patrese gets back on the inside of Van Toff. And now we've got Callum Bradshaw having caught all three of them. So now his Tony Kart teammate wants a piece of this. Turney at the front of the queue. Bradshaw at the back of it. So Patrese holds his line in P5. And Lorenzo Patrese, look, has picked up a warning flag for that. He defends again to Delano Van Toff. But he's still keeping his car absolutely wide as you like. And here comes Bradshaw. Dives up the inside of Van Toff. Gets through initially. Has he got the speed? Yes, he does. Bradshaw's through. But Delano Van Toff is back on the inside. Bradshaw decides that discretion is the better part of valor and lets him go. 4 laps to go. They both want to take on Patrese. They're going to have to be quite clever if they want to get past the Italian. He is making his kart very wide indeed. But Patrese has picked up a warning flag. He needs to be careful. He doesn't want to do too much too soon here. So Van Toff has another crack at it. And let's not forget that in the practice sessions yesterday, these two already came to blows. Van Toff gets through on the inside of Patrese this time. Patrese has another go. Van Toff squeezed wide. And here comes Bradshaw back on the inside. This is personal between Lorenzo Patrese and Delano Van Toff. If Patrase's going to get beaten by anybody in this heat, it's certainly not going to be Delano Van Toff. Not after yesterday. They had a little bit of a bust-up in the pit lane afterwards. Van Toff received a reprimand. Patrese felt very hard done by it. And now he is absolutely determined. He does not want to let Delano Van Toff through. I have a feeling he might be okay to let others go, but not Delano Van Toff. He's absolutely determined. He's not going to let the Dutchman through. But now they've got Callum Bradshaw between them. Patrese might not be aware of that. So now Bradshaw tightens up in behind Patrese. 5th, 6th and 7th. Patrese checks over his right shoulder. Nobody to the inside. Bradshaw and Van Toff need to team up here if they want to get past Patrese. But Bedrin out in front. Griggs 2nd. Denbol 3rd. Turney 4th. And they're well clear. Patrese trying to keep in front of Callum Bradshaw. Bradshaw's got good exit off the turn. Van Toff is still there in P7. Is this going to be the move from Bradshaw? Yes, it is. Lovely overtake. Patrese tries to come straight back at him. And he goes another opportunistic move on the inside. Bradshaw cuts across the front fairing, keeps it wide on the exit, makes the kart travel to the inside apex. Bradshaw gets the move nailed. Lovely bit of racecraft from Bradshaw. So Patrese has to hang back in 6th position. Is Van Toff going to get a chance of his own now as Bradshaw tries to compress Patrese back into the path of Van Toff? He now buries the kart on the inside apex, tries to keep it wide. Patrese keeps trying to come through for the inside line. He taps his helmet. Think about what you're doing, man. Final lap for Bedrin out in front. Here comes Van Toff on the inside line of Patrese. They go wheel to wheel. It comes through to the inside line again. Patrese tries to tuck in for Bradshaw. He keeps it on the inside line. Bradshaw keeps it narrow. Patrese is still there in P6. Delano Van Toff is going to try and make his bid to come through. Bradshaw cuts across. Van Toff tucks wide. They bang wheels again. And Van Toff is still fuming as he tries to get past Lorenzo Patrese. But out in front, Nikita Bedrin has got himself in a great position. Here comes the big move from Kai Sixnellis. He gets on the inside of Van Toff. And as they come to the final couple of corners, Van Toff needs another big move on the Lithuanian. But Nikita Bedrin gets the final race win of the day. Brilliant run from the Russian. Griggs is 2nd. Denbol is 3rd. Turney 4th. Bradshaw 5th. And it's going to be Patrese in front of Sixnellis, Van Toff, Morgato and Salonen. Great racing. Well, we had some fairly plain and straightforward races, some good races, and then the final 3 races were an absolute rout. Sensational from Nikita Bedrin, though. An absolutely terrific race battle. Luca Griggs in second place from Noah Denbol. And I'm officially out of puff. After being almost flambéed to a nice crispy golden brown in my commentary box, Nikita Bedrin takes the victory. Luca Griggs in second from Noah Denbol, Joe Turney and Callum Bradshaw. Lorenzo Patrese in sixth from Kaja Sixnelis and Delano Vanthoff. Morgato and Salonen round out the top 10 from Joel Mesh and Lola Lovinfoss. Then it's Ruben Wang and Sandra Hodsen from Maximus Meyer and Leandro Andoruti. Alexander Hartwig and Shenis Savico from Alexander Partashev and James Wharton. Hugo Sasa, Sam Balota, Marlon Hernandez and Horst Felix Felbermeyer from Cecilia Hedqvist and Julie Fries. Would you believe it? Every single driver finished that race, despite the incidents that we had throughout it. And now I've got to review these moments in the highlights again after an absolutely sensational race. How do you dissect that? Well, let's give it a go. So a bold start from Patrese, but once you've got a wheel on that curb and possibly a wheel on the grass as well, Turney knew that his cards were numbered for taking the lead. But you've got a nice bold lunge on the inside line there from several drivers as they try to come through up the inside line. And it's Bedrin that slots himself into second place nicely. Griggs is there in third. Denbol's trying to get up the inside of Turney for fourth, but the Tony Kart wrestles with the elements, keeps his card on the inside line. Look how much rubbing there is on the rear wheels of those two karts as Turney manages to find the space on the inside line. Morgato tries to come through, but clips the wheel of Denbol, and that's what put him off onto the exit of the circuit there. A big disappointment from his point of view, but absolutely amazing racecraft on the first lap. Now look, everybody's trying to find a position to keep themselves occupied with. Sasa's gone off, and Julie Fries is the one who gets punted up in the air and into a spin. There was nothing she could do about that one, and she just unfortunately ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. But she did the right thing. She got out of the machine and decided it's time to get back onto the racetrack again. Turned the kart around, push started and got going. So Bedrin and Patrese are already battling away for their position, and this is quite an insane little battle going on between these two right from the start. Patrese seemed adamant he was going to win that one. No matter what hell or high water was going to prevent him from doing so. But just think, we've got 6 junior heats tomorrow morning and 2 more OK senior heats. This is going to be an amazing race day tomorrow. As Griggs gets his move on Patrese. And then there's a few more incidents to dissect as the drivers have got a few more battles to go. This is Joe Turney trying to fend off from Noah Denbol. Denbol really making it count on the inside line to try and get the move on Turney. Look at that. That's a touring car style move, in all honesty, as he just manages to place the kart on the inside line, and there was a gentle nudge, and that was something pretty special, to be honest, as far as touring car style moves in a go-kart are to be assessed. Now this is Bradshaw getting his move on Kaja Sixnelis. This is the move that got him into that battle for the top 5, so he can be very happy with that one. And then we've got this bold lunge from Patrese to protect and defend from Denbol. This is where things really start to get fascinating, because Patrese is adamant. I'm in third place. I'm keeping it. I'm not letting anybody come through. But Denbol is not going to wait around forever. He launches on the inside line. There's plenty of space, and he makes it stick. That's a lovely overtake from Denbol. But Patrese at this point, it's almost like he's fed up with the situation, and he's like, no, I need to get back into third place. He nudges Denbol twice there, and ends up getting a little bit of a momentum nudge from Turney. He didn't do that on purpose, but he had nowhere to go but just nudged the rear fairing. He was lucky, Patrese, through that race that the rear fairing didn't come loose of his own kart. Turney now slices up the inside of Patrese. Patrese gets back onto it. He can sense that the race is potentially going to go from bad to worse. Dives up the inside. There's a little bit of a nudge between the two drivers in terms of the wheels making a slight rub. Delano Vanthoff gets up the inside. Patrese realizes it's Vanthoff. Look, did you see? He realizes it's Vanthoff. Turney comes up the inside of both of them, dives for the move, They come off the final turn, and watch, Patrese thinks, right, I'm going to have you both on the undercut. And I think there's something a little bit personal about this for Patrese. After their little spat of words yesterday, I don't think Patrese wanted Van't Hoff anywhere near his position. And as they battled out of the final turn several times in that race with Callum Bradshaw, that was made fairly obvious. Van't Hoff is gesturing to Callum Bradshaw, stop racing with me. We need to get past this guy. He's the real problem. He's the headache. So he decides, well, you're not going to listen to me, so I'm going to dive up the inside and take the place anyway. Bradshaw does the sensible thing in that particular incident, which is to let him go. But there's still more great battles to be had in this race as Van't Hoff tries every single trick in the book to get past Lorenzo Patrese. And there's nothing doing, essentially. Van't Hoff is doing everything he can. Patrese drifts a tiny bit wide out of the chicane. So Van't Hoff is going to come from a long way back. He wants to make sure that Patrese isn't expecting the move. He gets up alongside, gets the move, and Patrese thinks, right, I'm not having this. I'm not letting him get past me at all. Especially now he's gesturing to me that I've got to work with him. I'm never working with him. And he dives back on the inside line. And that gives them a little bit of a hold up for Bradshaw to come through on the inside. Bradshaw now has the audacity to gesture to Delano. No, don't work. I'm not going to work with you. You work with me. And this is all gamesmanship. This is all psychology at about 45 kilometers an hour at this point through the final turn. They get up to a good 80 kilometers an hour about this point. They're really pushing hard. So this is where it gets very interesting indeed for Bradshaw on the inside line of Patrese. Dives through, and I think that's pretty much curtains as far as Lorenzo Patrese is concerned for the top five, but he still wants a piece of it, and he still wants to outdrag Delano Van't Hoff. He's absolutely resolute. He's not going to be beaten by the Dutchman at all, and that's very clear from his body language. But he wants to get one on Bradshaw as well. He really wants to get him back. And Bradshaw just does the simple drop anchor in the middle of the circuit technique. That slows Patrese up. Delano Van't Hoff thinks he's got an undercut. He hasn't. But there's some brilliant racecraft. We had some good racing today in all of them. But the last three races in particular, so exciting. What it means, though, of course, is that Kimi Antonelli is beatable. Because in the earlier heat, we did see that Rafael Chaves Camara did manage to beat him. The only person thus far this weekend that hasn't been beaten in the heats is Ugo Mugachukwu. So we'll hear from him and from Kimi Antonelli after the races today. And you'll hear from them in the broadcast tomorrow how they feel heading into Sunday. It's a good win to finish us off from Nikita Bedrin, but what a race it's going to be tomorrow here at Wackersdorf. The European Championships will conclude here at Wackersdorf. I'm Jake Sanson. Don't go anywhere tomorrow. Make sure you're watching what happens in the European Championship finals. I can't wait. Neither can you.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.